I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 538. Rematch. Leon watched for a moment in shock at seeing someone so familiar in a place he least expected, laughing and exchanging friendly banter with Marcus and Alcander, looking happier than he'd seen the man in, well, ever, really. After that moment was over, though, Leon picked his jaw off the floor and walked on over, legged Sigebert right behind him. "Hey," Leon said just loudly enough to draw their attention, while Sigebert decided to be a little more boisterous. Marcus, Alcander, and Alex, who'd been hovering nearby, all nodded to Leon in greeting and walked over to stand next to him. "Tullius, you finished with your duties already?" "I am, sir," Gaius cheerfully replied, giving the legate a wide, confident smile. "Good on you," Sigebert responded. "You know Rame, then?" Gaius blinked about 1,000 times as he turned his attention back to Leon. "Rame?" he asked aloud. "Ah, yes, Gaius, haven't you heard?" Alcander loudly exclaimed. "Our good friend Leon, here, is actually a long-lost scion of House Rame. The grandson of Archduke Kairos himself." Gaius stared at Leon, his smile frozen, his eyebrows risen about as far up his forehead as they could manage. Leon could almost see Gaius' preconceptions about him fighting to stand tall, and failing. Not that he wasn't a little entertained by it, Leon just smiled and said, "It's true. My father was Artorias Rame, the second son of Archduke Kairos." That's, Gaius sputtered, unable to complete the thought, assuming, of course, that the thought was actually complete in his head. "Don't worry about it," Leon said, clapping the man on the shoulder, smiling as if their rivalry during the Knight Academy had never happened. "Not like I'm suddenly going to go live in Tira and lord my status over everybody. I'll likely not even stay in the Bull Kingdom for long once all of this ugliness with Octavius is over." "Right," Gaius replied as his brain almost visibly cleared its jam. Unfortunately, that revelation just about killed all momentum the conversation Gaius, Alcander, Marcus, and Alex were having, but after a couple of awkward seconds, Sigebert came to the rescue. "Tullius, to my office. We make way tomorrow, and we have a lot to go over before then." "Yes, sir," Gaius replied, taking the proverbial lifeline to escape this situation. He quickly scuttled off into the central tower of the ship, making for Sigebert's office. Sigebert himself stuck around for a brief moment, just long enough for him to say to Leon, "That boy's the best damn assistant I've ever been assigned. If he's a friend of yours, you keep him close. Boy's a bit rough, but he's got integrity." And with that, Sigebert followed Gaius into the tower, leaving Leon alone with his squad. "Damn, high praise from a legate," Marcus said, not even appearing upset that the man hadn't recognized him. He was the son of an influential marquis for a little while longer, at least, and Leon knew many who wouldn't be so charitable. "Yeah," Alcander agreed. "Funny running into Gaius here, isn't it?" "That it is," Leon replied, though as he scanned the deck of the ship, he was consumed by another question. He quickly scanned for Maya, using his connection with her to ascertain her location. She was only a single deck beneath him, closer to the ship's stern, where the officers were given private cabins. "Maya," Leon whispered into her mind, "are you with Anzu?" "Yes." He fell asleep as soon as he was brought to his cell. "Thanks." Leon didn't disturb her anymore. He could feel that she was in a bit of an antisocial mood, so he left her to her own devices. Turning his attention back to the rest of the squad, he quickly informed them of everything that he had learned during the meeting with the legates, including their current schedule. They'd sail out of port the following morning and reach the first island of the Serpentine Isles about 4 weeks later. There was likely to be some excitement on the way there, but nothing 3 bull fleets couldn't handle. Rather, the more important job for them was to wait for when they made landfall near Craterrock. The fleets weren't foolish enough to simply try to sail into port without any scouting first. Instead, they'd check the place out and find a good spot to land a few thousand marines. Leon and his squad were to accompany these marines as they secured the outlying parts of the city, including the Earl's Palace, while the fleet would create a good distraction, and take the port if feasible. Of course, there was no chance in any hell that they could do this stealthily. The Serpentine Islanders would likely be able to see them coming at least a few days before they made landfall and then watch them like hawks for the rest of their approach. Sounds a bit like the ships aren't going to be doing much if we're relying on the Marines to take the city, Alcander observed with a slight scowl. We'll get some fire support from them if needed, Leon said. We're not anticipating much in the way of resistance until we get to some of the farther islands. Still, not much, isn't, none at all, so stay ready. The day we arrive at the island, we're probably going to be in for a bit of a fight. Got it, Alex replied. Won't be the first scrap we've been in. We'll be ready. Leon gave her a nod of appreciation, and everyone went below deck to finally check out their assigned quarters. For a Legion ship, they weren't half bad. A bed apiece, private rooms, enough space in each cabin to stand up and to have a chair and dresser. Leon even had a room big enough to have a writing desk, which he fully planned on using for his enchantment work. Unfortunately, they all had to share a bathroom, but after fighting alongside each other during the Civil War, none of them were too upset about that. Maya, too, had been assigned a room of her own, but Leon had a feeling that she'd be sleeping with him more often than not that he was complaining. Anzu, meanwhile, had been given a comfortable cell in the same compartment. Leon was momentarily curious as to why their compartment had a cell for war beasts, but Marcus explained that they had been given the quarters usually assigned to high nobles who might require lodging. Many high nobles had war beasts and were loath to leave such expensive animals behind or in more common storage places. Whatever the reason, Leon had his griffin nearby, and for that, he was happy. Fortunately, they all had a common room, as well, that came complete with a mini kitchen, letting them be truly independent from the rest of the crew if they so chose to be. Leon wasn't sure if his 3 companions would, but he was grateful at the very least. He knew he wouldn't be leaving too awfully much, and he felt Maya wouldn't be, either. He and his squad got themselves situated as best as they could in their assigned quarters. Leon, wanting to get to continue his work on some of his enchantment projects, secluded himself away in his cabin for about an hour before a knock came at their common room door. A few seconds later, Leon was disturbed from his work when Alex informed him that Gaius had shown up. Leon was surprised, but not too upset. He'd been wanting to catch up a bit with Gaius since he'd seen the nobleman, and especially to play another game of keeps. And so it was that Leon found himself sitting with Gaius in the small common room, the others having given them a bit of space when Gaius indicated that he wanted to speak with Leon privately. They sat with a table between them, another game of keeps set up, but neither had touched the pieces for long seconds after Leon sat down. They stared at each other, unsure how to respond. Their last time speaking to each other had been fairly cordial, though neither were even close to considering the other a friendly acquaintance, let alone an out-and-out friend, regardless of how warmly they treated each other in public. Gaius broke the silence first, speaking to the business that had brought him to Leon's door. Sir Sigibert wants me to accompany you and your squad whenever things kick off. As he spoke, he leaned forward and started the game, moving one of his infantry pieces forward. Any particular reason why? Leon asked as he mirrored Gaius' move. He just wants me to be a liaison to your squad. The two of you aren't going to be in the same place when things kick off. Or probably ever, really. As he spoke, he and Leon took quick turns moving their infantry pieces across the board. Gaius chose a more cautious, defensive advance, making sure his pieces were properly supported by others. Leon, however, advanced quickly with a few pieces, taking a much more aggressive approach, but seizing quite a bit of ground as he did. He'd already started moving his missiles before Gaius had finished his initial advance, ensuring that if Gaius wanted to switch tactics, he'd have to pay a price. What exactly are you going to be doing, then? Leon asked. I hope you're not going to be hovering around us trying to tell us what to do. No, Gaius replied as he stuck to his strategy, keeping a slow advance against Leon's aggressive moves. I think he just wants to make sure he's got eyes on you at all times. Since we know each other, I was an obvious choice for him to pick. Am I that untrustworthy? Leon asked, a trace of sarcasm in his voice. Yes, Gaius replied as he made the first kill of the game by unexpectedly taking one of Leon's pieces. I suppose I can't argue with that, Leon replied as he started moving his line to compensate for the loss. It's something that would have happened anyway. This way, we can ensure a secure line of communication between you and him, so long as we remain within signal range. What signals are we going to relying upon? Probably horns, flags, and flares. There aren't enough comm stones to keep us in proper contact when we make contact with the enemy, but I've spent most of the past month memorizing the fleet's communication scheme. Does that mean we need to carry a horn and a bunch of flags with us wherever we go? Leon asked as he finished moving his pieces and set himself up for an obvious counterattack. No flags, Gaius replied as he shifted to reinforce his flank that Leon was setting up to strike. I will have a small horn and a bunch of flares, though. Leon paused their game for a moment to give the blond man a long, searching look. When he turned his attention back to the board, he suddenly struck at a different angle than he'd led Gaius to expect, taking 3 of his pieces. That's fine by me. I have to say, though, I'm quite surprised to see you here. Marcus and Alcander were both pushed out of the legions. I assumed that you would have been, too. I kind of was during the civil war after Prince August ransomed me back to my brother, Gaius replied, unperturbed by both the question and the loss of his pieces. He simply moved again, shifting around so that Leon couldn't continue the slaughter. It seems that my fate, however, is to be the pawn of royals. For a few weeks ago I was ordered to return to the Legion, specifically, to come here. My job here is essentially the same as my squireship to Prince Octavius. I was a hostage then, and I'm a hostage now. Only this way, I'm also out of the way and put in a place where my family can't try and rescue me if things turn sour. Even my Ingratian's brother, Nicomedes, was reassigned all the way to Clear Ice Fortress, keeping him about as far away from my family's lands and any trouble he might get up to as he can be. Does the king expect your family to revolt when he gets around to confiscating their land and titles? He's already promised us that we could keep a significant amount of our private lands, but what we stand to lose is significant. I don't think my elder brother intends to rebel. We threw in too much for August to do so now. Besides, we're still going to be quite wealthy even without the titles, and without the financial responsibilities of caring for the duchy. I think we're actually going to see an improvement in our quality of life. Were things that bad in Xianxia? Leon asked as he prepared another assault, though this time Gaius didn't respond to it quite so readily out of caution, simply concentrating on reinforcing his front line. He didn't want to fall for another of Leon's feints. Xianxia has never been the most economically prosperous of the kingdom's many duchies, he explained. Keeping everything moving and properly funded has always been a challenge. The way things are turning out, Xianxia will probably be a drain on the kingdom's resources, and I wouldn't be surprised if it slowly depopulates over the next few decades as opportunities dry up. But I suppose that's what's going to have to happen. Part of the reason why Xianxia survived for so long even before the Bull Kingdom was united was because of its utter lack of resources that might attract greedy eyes to our lands. You sound pretty okay with all of that, Leon replied as he launched another assault on Gaius' forces, taking 2 pieces but losing 1 in the process. Still, Gaius' slow, ponderous advance continued, and despite the disproportionate losses, Leon's line was forced to retreat a couple of spaces. Gaius said. I never would have been the duke. I would have been relegated to maybe a poor barony somewhere, living out the rest of my life in a small, cramped wooden castle, trapped by my name and lineage. I think I prefer things this way. He launched his second attack on Leon's retreating pieces, managing to take another without eating more loss. How's Valeria? Still hung up on her a bit? Leon cheekily asked as his retreat slowed, and he took another of Gaius' pieces. Maybe a little bit, Gaius replied, his advance not stalling at all and finally coming into proper contact with Leon's pieces, ending their small skirmishes with an immediate loss of 4 pieces to Leon's 5, evening the score by a small margin. Leon was only ahead 10-8. I don't love her as I did back in the Knight Academy, but I can't deny that I feel some type of way about her, still. She and I will never be, and I'm ready to move on. But, I told you once before that I would kill you if ever did anything to harm her. And I still stand by that statement even if my ability to follow through is laughable. Gaius swiftly took another piece, bringing his deficit down to only 1. I think Valeria's doing much better than she has been in months, Leon replied as he widened the deficit again by taking 2 of Gaius' pieces. We found her father, though he was injured. She wanted to stay with him during the early stages of his recovery, which is why she isn't here right now. I see, Gaius replied as he took another of Leon's pieces in retaliation. He began to spread out a little bit more, trying to force Leon's flanks to bend, but Leon's missile pieces kept that from happening. The 2 continued playing in silence for several more minutes, not saying a word, simply focusing on the game. After a few dozen more moves, they'd each whittled the other down about half their pieces. Leon was still 2 pieces ahead of Gaius, giving him a slight advantage, and with every exchange that slight advantage grew more pronounced even if it didn't grow. Still, It was looking more and more like the game would end in another draw, and Leon couldn't let that stand. "Ugh, you're being quite vicious, aren't you?" Gaius complained with a somewhat bitter smile as Leon suddenly took 3 of his cavalry pieces in a single move. During the start of the game, Gaius' defensive posture had allowed him to push Leon back a bit, but Leon's aggressive strategy was paying off as he bled Gaius enough to push the line much closer to his keep than to Leon's. "I'm not fond of losing," Leon replied as he took advantage of the gap in Gaius' line that now presented itself. "I think I'm one of the people most familiar with that side of you," Gaius said as he barely managed to close the hole in his line before Leon was given a straight shot into his keep, which would have won him the game. "Right, I suppose I have fought you more than anyone else," Leon replied as he swung wide on his right flank, which Gaius had weakened in order to seal his breach. It seemed more and more like he was on the verge of winning and proving his worry about another draw false. "I didn't kill anyone you were close with, did I?" Gaius rapidly blinked in shock that Leon would ask like that, but held off his assault admirably, his left flank only retreating a little bit before Leon's assault. "Some people I knew," he answered. "When you stopped us cold in the Eastern Territories, I'll admit that I knew a few of the noblemen in that army. I wasn't particularly close to any of them, and I lost little sleep over their loss once I returned to xianxia, but I won't pretend that you didn't really screw me up. I don't think I've had a single meaningful victory since I took your banner back at the Knight Academy." "Doesn't seem to be due to lack of ability," Leon responded as his assault fizzled out, both he and Gaius losing an additional 4 pieces in the process, though that still left him 5 ahead of the other man. "I appreciate the sentiment," Gaius whispered. He then launched a sudden bold maneuver that cost Leon 9 pieces, while he lost only 6, and managed to push the line back almost to the center of the board. Leon scowled, but he consolidated his pieces as best as he was able, and over the next minutes, managed to batter Gaius back towards his keep. It cost Leon 5 more pieces, but Gaius lost 9 of his own. At this point, they'd lost enough that it was clear that Leon had won. He was 6 pieces ahead of Gaius. There wasn't much of a way for Gaius to recover from that. But Gaius didn't end the game. He held on right to the end, managing to narrow Leon's lead enough that by the end of the game, when he lost his last piece, Leon was left with only 3 on the field, a mere 2 missile units and his most powerful lord piece. All of his infantry, cavalry, and artillery pieces had been taken by Gaius. "Well, that was a hell of a game," Leon said as he sat back in appreciation, the warm sense of victory settling in his stomach. It was tainted a bit by the fact that his win was so narrow, but it had been a thrilling game from start to finish, so he wasn't particularly upset. "It truly was," Gaius replied, nodding to Leon as he did. He took a moment to appreciate everything that had happened in the 3-hour game. The moves he and Leon had made were far more brilliant and inspired than they had been in their previous match, with both being less wary of the other and more willing to take risks. It felt good to him to let loose like that, and his performance, while ultimately unsuccessful, was still something he could take some pride in. "Thank you for the game, Leon Rame. I look forward to working with you in the battles to come." "You too, Gaius Caecilius Tullius," Leon replied as he stood and saw the other man to the door. "I'll be in touch frequently over the next few weeks," Gaius said before Leon showed him out. "I'll try not to intrude, but expect to see me a lot more, especially after we make landfall at the Serpentine Isles. If possible, I would also like reports regarding your Chapter 539, Weeks of Creation." The task force sent to find and retrieve Octavius and reassert the Bull Kingdom's authority over the Serpentine Isles moved swiftly over the next month. Once it was fully stocked, it moved with all haste to the narrow mouth of the Gulf of Discord, stopped at the fleet headquarters on Taurus Island a few days later to fill up on their needed supplies, and then sailed out into the endless ocean. Everyone was nervous, even if they weren't heading out with the knowledge that an entire fleet led by 3 dreadnoughts had gone missing after leaving on this very same mission the previous year. There would have been many a heart beating faster than usual in the task force. This journey wasn't the safest even at the best of times, with pirates looking for easy pickings, flocks of harpies living out on barren rocks in the ocean, roving schools of kraken that can split even a mid-sized ship in half and drag its entire crew down into the briny deep, and ocean nymphs so beautiful that even those with little interest in women could find themselves hopelessly entranced and drawn into their carnivorous embrace. The task force was enormous, more than enough to deal with these threats if they came up, but many were still worried. Leon wasn't, but that was mostly because he stayed in his cabin for almost the entire 4 weeks, only venturing above deck to get Anzu some exercise. Otherwise, he stayed in his cabin working on his enchantments, in his soul realm training with the Thunderbird, or on rare occasions, heading into the common room to spend some time with his squad when he needed the break. Only Maya was able to get him to stop working at will, and even then, she didn't disturb him too awfully much. His dedication saw quick results. He finished reapplying most of the enchantments to his armor that had been there before it had been utterly trashed, and they were better than ever. His rapidly advancing skill meant that he was able to refine the enchantment designs enough to use barely more than half the space the old enchantments did, and use less magic power to maintain, to boot, along with the added power and strength that they would bring to his abilities. His more innovative designs took more work, however. He read every book that Nestor recommended, and diligently attended the old ghosts' classes. Given their circumstances, Leon was grateful that both Nestor and the Thunderbird spent their time mostly brushing him up on his knowledge of water magic, which he even took to occasionally practicing with Maya when she was in the mood for the most part. However, Maya spent her time reading whatever she could get her hands on, reveling in her new skill, though Leon noticed that she mostly asked for and enjoyed the more fantastical adventure stories that he had in his soul realm than anything more practical or informative. Leon's reading was decidedly drier and more technical. He read manuals and scientific reports, even a series of textbooks meant to train younger students in the arts of the clan. In those textbooks, he found an extremely simple enchantment meant to measure magic power with some degree of accuracy. It consisted of a single light rune modified by 2 more runes that heavily restricted its output. Channeling in enough power to make the light rune glow was considered by these textbooks to be 1 eidos, and through that a mage would be able to, with some degree of accuracy, measure and quantify the magic power they had at their command. He almost expected a dry and boring name, like magical unit, or something, but Leon couldn't help but laugh when Nestor explained its history. The eidos had originally been named after the man who pioneered that kind of measurement, but his name was so long and complicated and even had a hidden euphemism for penises that wasn't pronounced that the powers that were in the Thunderbird clan of the time eventually renamed it to the much simpler eidos that was now described in Leon's textbook. The entire system eventually came to be known as the Democritus scale, after the man who popularized it rather than its actual codifier. It took him a few tries, but Leon eventually successfully wrote a spell for that enchantment, using it as soon as he could. It took only the tiniest fraction of his power to make the rune glow, but he was so expectant that it would take more that he accidentally overloaded the enchantment and burned a hole right through the spell paper. Such measurement enchantments, as Leon subsequently learned from Nestor, were more frequently built into rings or inscribed onto the surfaces of crystals, both far more durable than paper for that exact reason. Eventually, though, Leon managed to get the enchantment working after putting it on a stray piece of junk armor that he had found in a corner of his soul realm, a discarded leather bracer that he'd used in his experiments to build his flight suit. After using the enchantment and consulting with Nestor, who told him that an eidos could be roughly equated to the amount of magic power in 1 cubic foot of air in his soul realm, Leon did some calculations and eventually reached the conclusion that, by these standards, if he filled his soul realm with every scrap of power that he possibly could, and it didn't grow in response, then he had the room for almost 5 quintillion atoi within himself, and millions more within his blood. Of course, he didn't have even a fraction of that stored up, but his eyes couldn't help but bulge out after doing that math. He'd only continue to grow, after all, and being able to place even a moderately accurate number on where he was now was mind-boggling. Nestor tempered things just a little bit when he said that Leon's magic power was more likely in the higher trillions rather than the quintillions, but that still left him reeling. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to worry much about atoi in his day-to-day magical activity, only when enchanting. For that, he was grateful, but he could already sense a great deal of frustration in his future if he had to deal with that kind of tremendously fine scale to improve his enchanting skills. Math wasn't his greatest strength, and the prospect of constantly doing these calculations worried him greatly. His curiosity wasn't so easily dissuaded, however, and he eventually took a day to try and calculate how much power his armor's enchantments required to operate. He was surprised to see that even without any additions and with the refinements he made, his armor still devoured magic power at a prodigious rate by the Democritus scale. Channeling his magic as he usually did when wearing his armor cost him millions of atoi per minute. He could restrict that expenditure with more efficient use of his power, of course, but it helped him put what he was doing into some kind of perspective. Some of the enchantments described to him by Nestor had power requirements in the septillions per minute, such as the engines that powered the great arcs that were powerful enough to fly through the void, or the weapons many of these great metal beasts were equipped with, which would require sextillions of atoi for every shot. Just thinking about that kind of power made Leon's head hurt, but he did his best to try and keep things grounded. He'd need a lot of time to wrap his head around those numbers. If everything proceeded according to his desires, however, then he'd eventually be working at that scale. For now, he just needed magic power in the millions, and to try and solve some of that, Leon visited one of the Legion blacksmiths that maintained the gear of the sailors and marines on the dreadnought. The man was gracious enough to attach one of Leon's emeralds to a silver band for a modest fee. It wasn't pretty, but Leon didn't need it to be, he just needed something that he could attach to his armor that would be able to store magic power. When he was finished, he'd managed to jury-rig together a small magical battery onto his armor that could allow him to independently power some of his new enchantments with the power the battery would siphon from the air, namely a pair of wrist weapons and enchantments on his boots and helmet to help him swim faster and keep his helmet waterproof. He'd probably burn through that power quickly, but it was better than using his own reserves. When all was said and done, he couldn't help but be proud of his work, even if the inside of his polished black armor was a mess of tangled silver bearing his many enchantments. It was horrid enough to his eyes that he vowed to find a better solution when he returned to the Bull Kingdom, but it all functioned well enough that he left it as it was. His one regret, however, was that he couldn't easily test the enchantments he'd devised to move and survive underwater. The entire task force was hardly going to stop for a few hours every few days so that he could go swimming in the endless ocean, not that he much wanted to, given the kinds of dangers that swam within, or so that he could test and calibrate his new enchantments. Not even Maya went out into the ocean, with her telling Leon that she was a river nymph, not an ocean nymph, and refusing to elaborate. The last few days of the journey were fairly quiet for Leon, though. He finished with his work and spent those last days resting and preparing for the task force's arrival at Craterrock. He caught up with Alex, Marcus, and Alcander, listening to them go a little stir-crazy from all the time they'd spent at sea, while also rendering a small amount of assistance with their own enchanting needs. Finally, he gave everyone, Maya included, a small stack of healing spells along with another small stack of more dangerous spells. Marcus, Alcander, and Maya didn't have bows, but Alex did, so Leon also shared with her some of his spell arrows. With so much of his time having been spent on his own equipment, he unfortunately didn't have all that much time making sure that they were as well equipped as he was, but he was more than willing to share his spells, at least. On the second to last day before they were scheduled to arrive, the first of the Serpentine Isles started to become visible in the distance, perhaps some 50 miles away or so. The haze of distance that rendered everything into a distant gray and brown line started to expand into the volcanic mountains that formed the isles, their slopes painted a deep, vibrant green from the jungle that covered them. As it came into view, Leon was invited to a meeting with Sigebert and Gaius to go over their plans one last time. Sigebert would lead the task force on a relatively close pass by the city as a show of force, then he'd lead the landing a few miles down the coast from the city of Craterrock, with Leon using his powers to lead from the front. The rest of the task force would then move on to the city's port, letting them assault the city from land and sea. The task force had taken a few light casualties on the way, mostly from a school of hungry krakens snatching 100 or so sailors off the decks of the ships as they swam past, but they weren't nearly debilitating enough to call the attack off. Worryingly, they hadn't found any trace of the previous fleet anywhere. Not a single plank floating in the water, no signs of the magic in the air having been disturbed by a great battle, and the scouts reported no signs on any of the small barren islands they passed of any wreckage or survivors. After weeks at sea, however, many of the task force's anxieties had abated in favor of boredom, and, at least those that Leon was able to overhear, seemed more than willing to fight if only to break up the monotony of their voyage. Leon, however, wasn't too bothered by that monotony, and spent the remainder of the journey resting in his cabin and ensuring that the rest of his small squad were just as well rested. Jorman took a deep breath, savoring the clean, if humid air of the first island in the Serpentine Isle chain, the one his people knew as Serpent's Head. It was a hot day, but the sun was shining, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the seas were calm. The water itself was a gorgeous light blue, while the way the sun reflected off the nearby jungle trees and plants made their leaves practically sparkle. It was a fantastic day, the perfect backdrop for Jorman to finish up his work. He and his crew weren't in Craterrock, the de facto capital city of both the first island and the Isles as a whole, but rather were deep in the jungle, far enough away from the city that they weren't going to be disturbed. The privacy was nice, but it wasn't why they were so far away from the ocean. Instead, most of the pirates were there watching Jorman carve hundreds of glyphs into the face of a cliff. It might have been boring to watch for anyone else, but for almost all of the pirates, it was a riveting sight. This was the culmination of years of work, and they were entranced. Only a handful of people weren't so into watching Jorman's art, but none were willing to voice their discontent or ask why they had stopped in their other duties for this, not that Jorman would have minded explaining. Each of the Serpentine Isles were like locks on a cage, they each had to be unlocked before the serpent's final seal could be undone. The penitent paladin had, years before, done some of Jorman's work for him when he destroyed the 3 southernmost islands in the chain. It was a crude, but effective method, but one that Jorman wasn't too keen on reproducing. Most of his crew followed him out devotion to the serpent, viewing him as its prophet, of sorts, but they were also from the Serpentine Isles and likely wouldn't react well if forced to choose between the serpent or their homes and families. And Jorman still needed his crew, at least for a little while longer. As Jorman was putting the finishing touches on the massive, frighteningly complex enchantment he'd carved into the small cliff, one of the local aristocrats from Craterrock came running into the circle of praying pirates, followed by almost 3 dozen guards. A strong force, but not enough to challenge Jorman's crew, so he wasn't worried that this was an attack. Instead, he assumed that the guards were simply there to protect the aristocrat from the dangers of the jungle, something which seemed to be confirmed when the guards appeared to relax once they'd joined with the pirates. A few even seemed to know some of Jorman's crew, if the greetings they gave each other were anything to go by. The aristocrat, however, was less than happy to see Jorman, or maybe was just less than happy in general. He always seemed to wear an expression on his face like he'd just smelled something terrible, at least in Jorman's experience. He was a 4th-tier mage, but soft around the middle by 4th-tier standards, with smooth hands that had likely never seen a single day of physical labor in his entire life, a round face, and beady black eyes. His hair, normally perfectly braided down his back, seemed to have come loose during his journey through the jungle, being now barely held together in a slightly twisted ponytail. "Captain Jorman," the aristocrat called out. "Dean," Jorman replied as he plastered a good-natured smile all over his face. "What brings you all the way out here?" "One of your krakens returned bearing the arms and armor of a Legion sailor," Dean shouted back, his high-pitched and nasally voice slightly panicked and nervous. "We started getting the defenses ready as you instructed, but we've just got sight of their ships a few hours ago. They've sent at least 2 fleets. By our estimates, there could be as many as 3 or 4. We won't be able to hold off that many, especially not after." Dean caught himself right before he made a mistake, but Jorman's eyes narrowed in suspicion and subtle glee. "Not after what, exactly?" the pirate asked as he wiped his hands down to get rid of all the dust that had accumulated during his carving. His smile remained unmoved on his face, but he began to threateningly advance on Dean, his mere presence enough to intimidate even without a more menacing demeanor. Dean visibly gulped and said, "It's nothing. But we don't have the manpower to hold off that many people. We'll need the support you promised if we're to hold back these tyrants." Jorman simply walked over and gave Dean a friendly clap on the shoulder, the man flinching as his face went white with terror. Jorman reveled in that reaction. He'd had to make quite a few examples in Craterrock in order to bring it out in people, and he always loved to see his hard work paying off. "Don't be so nervous, my friend," he whispered as if Dean were an old friend. "I'll follow through with my promise. I am a man of my word. The recent unfortunate turmoil in the city due to my ascension as Lord of the Serpentine Isles shall not impair its ability to defend itself." Jorman held his hand up to his chest as if he were swearing upon his heart and gave the aristocrat a beaming smile. "You don't need to hold off for long, I assure you of that. When the time is right and their fleet commits to their actions, my fleet will rush in and rip the horns right off this bull. Make no mistake about that, Craterrock will not fall while I'm around." It took a few more platitudes for Dean to calm down, though he never quite relaxed in Jorman's presence. After a while, though, he obviously noticed something strange, an absence of a certain notable individual. "Where's the prince you stole from the bull's dungeons, if I might be so bold as to ask?" "I don't see him around here." Jorman's smile widened a tad. He'd wondered if Dean would notice. "I can't help but wonder why you're so curious. Probably just wants him as a hostage or bargaining tool for the battle to come," Jorman thought to himself. "Such a person ought to be held in Craterrock, wouldn't you agree?" Dean replied, his eyes darting around nervously as a bead of sweat formed on his brow. "That young prince will stay with me, so you needn't worry about his safety," Jorman replied. "Though I will pass on the sentiment that he's greatly missed in Craterrock. I'm sure he'll be very pleased." Yes, thank you," Dean responded, clearly not assuaged but at least sufficiently intimidated to drop the line of questioning. Jorman stood there staring at the aristocrat for a long moment, waiting for anything else he might have to say. When the aristocrat said nothing, Jorman asked, "Do you not have the defense of Craterrock to see to?" "Yes, of course," Dean said, and he turned on his heel and left as fast as he could without breaking into an all-out run. Jorman watched him leave with amusement written all over his face. "These fucking people," he thought to himself, utterly pathetic. "It'll be fun to watch that one in particular die." As if having the same thoughts, one of his oldest comrades, Rolf, the giant of a man, walked over and whispered to Jorman, "We don't need him, why do we indulge his whims and those of the other corrupt nobility?" Jorman merely smiled and replied, "I don't like throwing away tools unless they've been used to the point of worthlessness. The people of Craterrock will serve our needs well. If they hold the Bull Kingdom here for a few days, then that gives us a few more days to finish out work." "Is not the work already finished, though?" Rolf asked, his voice rising in volume to an angry whisper that most of the other pirates could hear. "We didn't have to go around carving runes." Chapter 540, Craterrock. Before the fleet lay Craterrock, the only settlement in the Serpentine Isles large enough to be called a city. By most standards, it wasn't too impressive, being inhabited, at least according to the Bull Kingdom's records, by a scant 50,000 people, the limit of what the area's farms and fishing trawlers could support. But, as Leon stood on the deck of Sigibert's flagship staring at the long, thin city filled with brightly colored buildings that stretched across the rocky cliffs along the long, curving beach, the sparkling white sand at the foot of those cliffs, the startlingly green jungle framing it, the clear blue skies, and even clearer blue waters, he couldn't help but marvel at its proud majesty. The city was raised off the beach, for the most part, having been built on the cliffs with only a few narrow stairways leading up and down from the beaches in the port. The port itself was quite large, though, stretching for almost 2/3 the length of the city in a wide crescent shape. This half-moon was almost made into a full moon with a long rocky sea wall that jutted out of the depths like the hand of an earth deity protecting the city and its harbor from the harsh weather of the endless ocean. At the center of that sea wall, where it was thickest, was a clearly built by earth mages semicircular outcropping, upon which had been built 3 enormous statues. The curved wall below those statues that jutted out to sea was perfectly smooth, lacking even seams. For as large as the bay was, it wasn't nearly big enough to accommodate 3 Bull Kingdom ships trying to enter. They only had 2 narrow entrances to choose from, at both places where the crescent of the port almost met the sea wall. Unfortunately, both of these locations had large towers erected on both sides with grooves on the sides facing each other that Leon guessed was there to allow a chain to be raised, which would block the port from intrusion. Craterrock was surprisingly beautiful, and surprisingly well defended, at least as far as Leon could see. If this was all they had, it wouldn't stand up to the Legion for even a matter of hours, but it was still surprising, nonetheless. Sigibert, who was standing right next to him, seemed focused on something else entirely. "That city looks completely trashed," he whispered. "Something definitely happened here. That sea wall's been raised, I'd say, and there certainly weren't towers defending the entrances to the port. We would have been briefed on them if they had been." "So, the islanders have been fortifying themselves?" Leon asked. "I would say they have been," Sigibert replied. "That Jorman guy that the penitent paladin warned us about sailed in this direction. If he's as dangerous as Penitent says, then I'd say it's possible he could have seized the city. Look around, you'll signs of battle. The Earl's palace further up even looks like it's been burned down." Leon did as Sigibert suggested, his magic senses sweeping across the surface of the water to examine the city from their 10-mile vantage point, and the closer picture he got of the city was a far cry from the one that its profile suggested. The streets were essentially deserted, many of the candy-colored wood buildings looked like they'd been burned or knocked down, and as Sigibert observed, sitting on a cliff high above the city were the burned remains of what had clearly been a large and opulent mansion. Furthermore, with most of the buildings lacking any enchantments to stop him from seeing within with his magic senses, Leon could estimate that only about half of the city was inhabited. Even accounting for the fact that the city looked like it had suffered a mild sacking, Leon wouldn't have thought there would be so few people around. Sigibert sighed next to him. "We'll find out what's going on. Get ready, We'll be doing a quick pass by a mile or two out from the city to give them a good scare, and then we'll land a few miles to the south. The rest of the fleets will get close enough to hit that sea wall with artillery if they have to, but they won't engage until we're in a better position to begin our assault, or until some hostiles reveal themselves." "Got it," Leon replied, though he'd spent the better part of the past 2 days making sure he and the rest of his squad were prepped and ready for a fight. They were all on deck not too far away, watching the city slowly crawl closer and closer. Even Maya and Anzu were topside, waiting and ready. But Leon was fairly relaxed. The amount of power on their side was absolutely overwhelming. Even with 3 7th-tier mages on the other side, they had 12 flame lances and tens of thousands of fighting men and women. He couldn't believe that a few hastily constructed defenses were going to be able to put up a meaningful defense. He joined the rest of his squad, and a few minutes later, Gaius did as well. Sigebert's fleet then began to turn toward Craterrock, speeding toward it at decent clip. The smaller ships went first, covering as much of the sea as they could, with the larger war galley escorts flanking Sigebert's marine transports and pair of dreadnoughts. Sigebert's flagship was near the front of their roughly wing-shaped formation, cutting through the waves as its magic engines pushed it toward the city. "I thought we were going around to land in the south," Alex said as the fleet pushed directly for the city. "We are," Gaius replied. "But there's not a lot of places to hide at sea. Whoever is defending that city has seen us coming for days and has had more than enough time to prepare a warm welcome, so we're going to make a quick pass some distance off the coast of that sea wall. Probably land a few marines on that sea wall, too. We need to seize those towers to control the port." "So, what, this is a parade?" Alex asked. "Something like that," Gaius said. "We're going to give them a good look at just who's come calling. We have more than enough force to take that city, and if their ancestors taught them well, those islanders will surrender without a fight." "If," Leon whispered, a frown gracing his face as he leaned up against the heartwood railing. He could sense the magic powering the ship, the hundreds of sailors keeping it floating, and the hundreds more marines who would defend the ship if the need arose. His glance briefly scanned the closer of the ship's 2 flame lances. It was kind of ugly to his eyes, being a large hollow cylinder raised on a rotating platform, but he could appreciate the sheer ingenuity it represented. It could be raised and lowered to fire at just about any needed angle, and the enchantments upon it were tightly and expertly woven so that if it needed to fire its payload of molten stone, the cylinder would be left perfectly intact. "I'll have to ask Nestor about these things later," Leon thought to himself. He'd seen the destructive power of these weapons during the war with the Talfar kingdom, even if they'd failed to kill the 7th-tier vampire that had fought on Talfar's side, and while the weapons themselves were ugly, he held great respect for their power. Over the next hour or so, Sigebert's fleet gradually pulled within range of the sea wall. The flame lances had an effective range of up to 2 miles before the molten stone they fired cooled and broke apart into not so dangerous flying pebbles, so it was only when the dreadnoughts pulled within that range that the fleet began to turn southward. If anything happened, Sigebert's dreadnoughts, and those of Basina and Luduric's fleets following closely behind them, could bombard the sea wall into oblivion. Suddenly, Leon sensed an alarming spike in magic power coming from the sea wall, drawing his attention and causing him to instinctively summon his armor from his soul realm. Fortunately, the rest of his squad were already decked out in their gear, because he saw the smooth wall below the statue platform slide open like bay doors, revealing a large chamber just below the statues, within which were a pair of flame lances. They were already aiming straight at Sigebert's flagship, and judging by the aura Leon sensed, also prepared to fire. "Get down!" he shouted, unable to get out any more words before the flame lances flashed with magic power and a pair of glowing orange hot projectiles sliced through the air toward the flagship. With the dissonantly quiet impact sound of molten stone, each hit the ship's heartwood hull with enough force to tear right through it. Wood was set ablaze, dozens were instantly killed, and one of Sigebert's own flame lances was ripped free of its anchors to the deck and partially slagged by one of the shots. Leon saw little of this, for the other shot practically exploded against the hull barely more than 20 feet from him. He was the only one of his squad that had been leaning on the railing, fortunately, but they were all thrown across the deck like ragdolls, while Leon himself was thrown backward with such force that he sailed clear across the deck and crashed into the opposite railing. But that didn't stop him. Instead, Leon went right over the railing and spun ass over teakettle at least a dozen times before he hit the waves. From the suddenness of the attack, the immediate white-hot pain, and the disorientation of being thrown around and landing face first in freezing ocean water, Leon practically blacked out for a second or two. He came to underwater, the weight of his armor and body causing him to sink down deeper as Sigebert's flagship cut through the water above him, soon to leave him behind if he didn't somehow get back aboard. He felt more than heard the answer of Sigebert's remaining flame lance and the sudden rise in volume as sailors and ships across the fleets raised their alarms, but as he took stock of his surroundings, he realized he wouldn't be able to easily climb back aboard the flagship. This area of the sea was relatively shallow, with the sandy sea floor being close enough to the surface to be lit by the sun. Down there, Leon saw the wrecks of countless ships littering the sea floor, at least half of which he recognized as being Legion ships from the Bull Kingdom, nearly all appearing to be freshly and violently sunk. Emerging from these many hundreds of broken hulks were thousands of men and women, all armed, and all at least second tier or stronger. Leon could feel their killing intent, though it was muted by the water, and he knew without a shadow of a doubt that these people weren't friendly. His thoughts were confirmed when a nearby 5th tier islander about 50 feet below Leon hurled a harpoon at him. The man moved with such speed and strength through all of that water that he could be nothing but a water mage, and the harpoon cut through the water toward Leon as fast as an arrow loosed from bow. The harpoon, fortunately, wasn't particularly well enchanted, if it was at all, and glanced right off Leon's cuirass, but it packed enough punch to knock a little bit air out of his lungs, of which Leon hadn't any to spare. He was a 7th tier mage and so could hold his breath underwater for hours if need be, but that presumed a full breath before submersion. Leon hadn't the chance to prepare himself, and so in shock had hit the water and lost nearly all of his air. But now, his shock had worn off, and as the harpoon scraped against his armor, Leon sprang into action, and in that action, he felt a momentary burst of elation as the silver lining of the situation crossed his mind. He now had the opportunity to test his new enchantments, though hardly in ideal circumstances. With a burst of power that immediately drained his small magic battery attached to the inside of his cuirass, runes on the inside of his helmet flared with a dull gray light, and all the water was forced out of it as a pocket of air replaced it. A few runes on the inside of his cuirass activated at the same time, and the water pressure on him was immediately reduced while his strength was augmented. Finally, as magic power entered the enchantments upon his boots, the water around them froze into a crude pair of large flippers, the best he could do without greater understanding of water magic to help propel him in the same way his flight suit did with wind magic. Leon eagerly filled his lungs with his helmet's air and summoned his family's blade. With one smooth motion, he called upon the Thunderbird's lightning, and silver blue flashed across his blade and armor. He was slightly dismayed to see much of his power dissipate and radiate out into the surrounding ocean, but he put it out of his mind. He was still strong enough to fight. With a kick of his feet, Leon's propelled himself straight down faster than the water mage could react. The man was in the midst of raising his hand to do something magical when Leon's sword was thrust deep enough into his chest to impale his heart, killing him instantly. Maya! Leon roared into his mind as dozens more islanders all around him began to point their harpoons in his direction. Enemies below the waves. He didn't have much time to elaborate, for a moment later at least half a dozen harpoons were thrown in his direction from a group of powerful 4th and 5th tier islanders. The water seemed to let them pass without resistance, and Leon was forced to use the water mage's corpse to give himself some cover. His armor had protected him from one harpoon, but he wasn't going to take his chances. 5 of the harpoons lodged themselves in the dead islander, while the 6th missed completely, flying straight off into the deep. Leon summoned his magic power again, and, controlling himself as much as he could to prevent himself from roaring in anger, he slashed with his blade, sending a wave of lightning at his enemies. His magic power bled off into the surrounding ocean, greatly enlarging his attack, but also weakening it at the same time. What normally would have killed or seriously injured the group of islanders that had attacked him instead only killed 2 and left the rest only mildly injured, but still in fighting condition. Upon the backs of every islander were bundles of additional harpoons, and as Leon spread out his magic senses, a much harder thing to do underwater than above, limiting his range to a fraction of what it was normally. He watched as the dozens of islanders that surrounded him hurled more harpoons at him. He kicked with all he was worth, pushing himself further down toward the sea floor and the countless wrecked ships that might give him some cover. He could see that a handful of those who had surrounded him seemingly decide to ignore him in favor of continuing to swim upward to harass the ships, or so Leon assumed, but at least a dozen of the more powerful mages did not follow suit. They instead pursued him, with 4 proving themselves water mages, as well, as harpoons of ice started flying around Leon and the water around him started to churn and constrict around his armor. His heart rate skyrocketed as he began to experience the dangers of being stuck underwater with water mages. First, before Leon even managed to reach the sunken ships, he felt the enchantment alleviating the water pressure start to fail as what seemed to be a massive hand of dense water enclosed around him. A moment later, as his speed began to fail under this pressure, Leon felt a pair of water blades slice into his armor, scratching it but not doing much damage. A few more icy harpoons glanced off his armor, as well. Leon's heart was starting to panic, his eyes darted from hither to thither in search of good cover where he could get a hold of himself. He was in the water, completely out of his element, and submerged in that of his enemies. He couldn't help but panic as water clamped down around his helmet, searching for any way in, the enchantments Leon had placed upon it having more than a little bit of trouble keeping all of that water out and his head secure. As lightning magic surged through his system, heightening his senses and speeding up his thoughts, however, he started to force himself to calm down. These were 4 5th-tier mages, and maybe a dozen 4th-tier supporting them getting ready to throw more harpoons. If they were on land, Leon wouldn't have ever considered this group to be all that threatening in such a straight-up fight. But he was underwater, fighting in a way that he was unfamiliar with, and with that uncertainty came fear. But he was still a 7th-tier mage. "I'm better than this," Leon roared into his mind as he slowed and turned back to face his enemies, now a few dozen feet away and about 20 feet above him. "I will not run from these people." One of the water mages was still trying to grasp him with his water magic, with Leon's enchantments barely keeping him at bay. The other 3 were preparing more attacks, and Leon could tell that they would be coming in only a second or two. That was how long he had to act. And act he did. With a bellow that sent a cloud of bubbles rising to the surface, Leon let loose with his silver blue lightning, letting it explode out of him instead of concentrating it into a specific attack like a lightning bolt. As he expected, his lightning immediately surged through the water, reaching up toward the less dense water and Leon's attackers with barely even a need for Leon to direct it. Arcs of silver blue lightning flashed between Leon and the islanders as his power connected them, vaporizing water, and causing strange-looking bubbly explosions all around Leon. Superheated, water roiled away from him, reaching even those who hadn't been hit by his lightning. Of Leon's attackers, all but 2 reacted with silent screams of pain and terrible convulsions as lightning tore through them. Few of them were armored, and none of those that were had enchanted armor, so they had next to no defenses against him. Half of the 4th-tier mages had their bodies torn apart in red clouds, most of those remaining were horrifically scalded by the superheated water. The 4 5th-tier mages joined their fellows in screaming in pain as Leon's lightning ripped through what little leather and cloth armor they had, painting their bodies with black and red burns in fractal lightning patterns. A moment later, those who survived Leon's strike practically vanished as a water dragon took shape just above them and swallowed them all in an instant. Leon reeled back in primal, instinctive panic, only to immediately relax as he realized what had just happened. He used his helmet to take another breath as he felt the arms of Maya coalesce around him from behind. A smile bloomed on his face as he turned his head to see the familiar bronze face of his river nymph lover grinning back at him. "Good timing," he said. "Maya. Could have been better," she replied. Her tone then turned deadly serious. "What now?" "I need to get back up there," Leon said, indicating Sigebert's flagship. "Can I ask you to stay down here and clean up this trash?" "You can ask me for anything," Maya replied as she kissed the side of his helmet. A moment later, Leon found himself carried out of the sea and back to Sigebert's flagship on the back of one of Maya's water dragons, which immediately dissolved as he leapt down onto the deck. What awaited him was a strange mix of utter chaos and deadly precision. His magic senses pulsed as he took everything in. It looked like the enemy flame lances had sunk a pair of smaller war galleys, but when Sigebert's 3 undamaged lances answered, the doors of the seawall snapped shut, keeping their lances safe. What was a little more concerning, those few thousand islanders from beneath the surface had already leapt out of the water and started boarding the Legion ships, and on dozens of ships throughout Sigebert's fleet, Marines were fighting for their lives as sailors did their best to keep the ships moving through the sudden chaos. On the deck of Sigebert's flagship, Leon found relatively few islanders fighting. He guessed that some of those who were supposed to board it had been dealt with by him in Maya chapter 541. Taking the seawall, Leon scowled as a sense of impotence rose up from within him. All he could do right now had already been done. He'd fried several dozen islander mages as they attempted to board the Legion ships. Maya had done much more, but even she hadn't done much more than dent their numbers before she returned to the flagship. All of the islanders in the water had either boarded the Legion ships, or they'd died in the water at the hands of Leon, Maya, or the various complements of Marines scattered around the fleet. There was still some scattered fighting around Sigebert's fleet, but for the most part, the boarders had failed in their attempts to do damage. Rather, the more pressing concern were the ships that were now on a course to collide with Sigebert's fleet, and the flame lances in the sea wall that still hadn't been taken out. Since the boarders had been largely dealt with, the doors of the sea wall had opened 4 more times, allowing the islander flame lances to sink 7 more of Sigebert's ships, leaving the total losses at 11 ships, and significant damage to others. But Sigebert was adapting. Leon watched as several of the smaller and faster ships in the fleet began rescue efforts for the crews of the sunken ships, while the bulk of the force shifted in formation to engage the islander fleet that was bearing down on them. Multiple marine transports, meanwhile, were sailing full speed for the sea wall, clearly intent on landing and storming by land the statue platform beneath which sat the flame lances and securing the towers at the entrances to the port. Sigebert's 2 dreadnoughts, however, couldn't join either group, for they were still trying to take out the islander flame lances. Basina and Luduric behind them were getting into position, though, so in only a few minutes Sigebert would be able to devote his entire attention to the islander fleet and leave the islander flame lances for the other 2 fleets to deal with. Leon, however, wasn't so keen on that plan. So far, the islanders had proven able to open and close those bay doors quickly enough to let their flame lances fire and keep them protected. It was a rather surprising show of discipline and training, and while Leon was certain that the Marines on course for the sea wall would eventually silence those lances, he doubted it would happen before significant damage could be done to the fleets. Already, it was becoming clear that the Legion's flame lances weren't able to immediately deal with them, for the islanders were able to wait until the doors opened to fire their own flame lances, then immediately close the doors. Getting the timing right on return fire was essentially impossible. We're going to have to take that island by land, Leon thought to himself with a frown. There had to be a way down into that chamber, and he felt like if he could get to it, then he could eliminate those flame lances from play. Of course, with the Marines on their way, he didn't feel like he had to go, but heading over there would be a damn sight better use of his time than staying on board the flagship and watching the battle happen elsewhere, hoping that the islanders didn't target the flagship again. The ship had taken some serious damage, but nothing even remotely bad enough to put it out of commission, which Leon assumed was the reason why the islanders were now targeting smaller and weaker ships. Gaius, Leon growled, his tone startling the other man. Yeah, Gaius asked, can you send a signal to Sir Sigebert? Or would you have to act as a runner? I can send a signal, Gaius answered, sounding almost affronted. He'd told Leon that he had a horn and flares and could signal Sigebert if needed, but that had been almost a month ago. Then tell him I want to join the assault on the sea wall. Leon glared at the statue platform that housed the islander flame lances with a dark look. He needed to get in there and silence those weapons. Their task force would only continue to take casualties the longer they remained operational. He acknowledged that there was some risk in heading over there, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing while the Legion ships were slowly whittled down. The islanders, at their current rate of fire, would probably get off at least a couple dozen shots with each lance before the Marines even reached the sea wall. Gaius looked for a moment like he wanted to argue, but when Maya stepped up to Leon's side, and Alex, Marcus, and Alcander all did likewise a moment later in a show of support, he refrained from speaking. Instead, he gave a quick blast on his horn, waited for a moment as he stared at the central tower, and when the 5th-tier tribune that had earlier communicated with him via hand signals reappeared, Gaius did the same. After making a few gestures, he said, I sent the message. We'll see if he agrees to let you go. He will, Leon replied with confidence. He felt like Sigebert would realize that sending him in was the best course of action. With Maya and Anzu, his squad could reach the sea wall in a matter of minutes. A moment later, his confidence was vindicated when the tribune returned and communicated Sigebert's approval of Leon's proposal. All right, then, Leon said as he smiled at his small squad. Let's not waste any more time. Marcus, Alcander, you two on Anzu. Naiad, can you carry Gaius and Alex underwater? Maya nodded, while Marcus and Alcander each went a little green around the gills. Let's do this, Leon said, not taking any time for suggestions. Barely even 5 minutes later, he was wearing his flight suit and taking off from the deck of the flagship, Anzu just behind him with Marcus and Alcander clinging to his saddle for dear life. Maya, meanwhile, had simply grabbed Alex and Gaius and tossed them into the water like she was skipping stones, and dove in after them. Hoping that there weren't many archers defending the sea wall, Leon led Anzu straight up, wanting to clear at least 700 or 800 feet before making his way over. Maya would likely beat him there, but that was fine. He'd had his taste of water combat and found it not to his liking at all. Leon didn't waste any time enjoying the flight. He and Anzu flew as fast as they could without separating, heading straight for the shore of the sea wall. Sure enough, when he was barely even halfway there, he saw Maya pulling Alex and Gaius out of the water and onto the rocky beach of the sea wall. In response, he saw the floor of the sea wall's statue platform open up between the 3 large statues to reveal a wide staircase out of which streamed dozens of islanders dressed in leather and mail armor and wielding longbows. These islanders didn't need to move too far to try and intercept Maya, Alex, and Gaius. They simply had to post up at the top of the ridge that formed the sea wall and loose their arrows. Leon's heart stopped for a moment in irrational panic even as he pumped his magic even faster into his flight suit to tease out just a little bit more speed, but a moment later Maya showed that he needn't have worried. The 3 were still on the beach, and that meant Maya had all the resources she needed to shield them. A water dragon erupted from the sea and surged forward, wrapping itself around Leon's people through which no arrows were able to penetrate. After a few seconds, the dragon twisted its body a little bit, and Alex's top half almost comically poked out of its side. Everything below her waist remained anchored in the dragon, however, and she had her own bow out along with a handful of arrows. In 5 seconds, she loosed 5 arrows and then was sucked back into the dragon before the islanders could shift their aim, and Leon smiled as he saw 3 of her arrows strike true, while the other 2 were deflected off of armor. But then the stronger of the islanders stepped forward, half a dozen mages that appeared to be roughly 5th tier in strength. 4 of them were fire mages, as they revealed when they launched sizable fireballs at the water dragon, while the other 2 were earth mages that broke off chunks of the ridge and lobbed them down the steep cliffs of the sea wall. These attacks had about as much effect on Maya's water dragon as the arrows, however, for which Leon was relieved. During all of this, Maya and her water dragon had effectively monopolized the attention of the sea wall's surprisingly few defenders. None of them glanced up to see Leon and Anzu flying into position directly over them. Leon momentarily contemplated showing off his own archery skills to these islander archers, possibly even with some spell arrows to spice things up a bit, but he decided against it. Just like Alex before him, who used completely mundane arrows, he didn't think these people posed enough of a threat to break out finite weapons, not when none of them were stronger than the 5th tier. "Get ready," Leon shouted to Alcander and Marcus, who still looked quite woozy from the flight, but who drew their weapons anyway. Then, Leon and Anzu dove, streaking across the sky like a pair of lightning bolts. Leon, in a flash of light, swapped out his flight suit for his armor and hit the ground with all the power of a lightning strike, sending arcs of silver-blue lightning erupting from him to fry the nearest dozen islanders, including one of the fire mages. Anzu came in just behind him, cushioning his landing with a burst of wind magic and viciously swiping at the nearest handful of islanders with his sharp talons. His already blood-streaked fur and feathers immediately became even more so. Alcander and Marcus slid out of Anzu's saddle and joined the battle, diving into the small horde of islanders without fear, while Leon noted Maya, Alex, and Gaius making use of his sudden strike to swiftly advance up the beach under the cover of Maya's water dragon. Leon, not wanting to get too distracted, let loose with another blast of lightning that tore through the islander defenders. He didn't direct it as a lightning bolt, but instead used a new technique that he learned from the Thunderbird during the past month. He let lightning spill from his fingers, using his will to direct it instead of compressing it into a single violent spear. His lightning bathed the 3 nearest islanders in its power, instantly tearing flesh from bone, then went on to the nearest islanders after that. Leon's lightning chained itself between another dozen islanders, immediately killing or incapacitating 8 of them. The remaining 2 were the stronger mages, who had begun to turn to face the new threat that Leon posed. They were horrifically burned, but this attack was more about breadth than power, and so wasn't strong enough to even take them out. But Leon didn't even blink. As lowly as he regarded their power, he still took this fight completely seriously. He lunged forward, the lightning magic in his body letting him appear in front of them so quickly he appeared to teleport. With 2 quick swipes of his blade, the 2 remaining mages he'd targeted lost their heads. Leon didn't take the time to revel in this death, or to admire how much stronger he felt with his new refined enchantments on his armor. As powerful as he felt, he couldn't let himself get complacent. The islanders had already caught the fleets off guard with the reveal of their flame lances. They could have more surprises planned that could harm him, or even Maya. Without pause, Leon let loose with another blast of lightning at the remaining islanders, holding little back. It didn't take much longer for Leon and his group to finish tearing through the seawall's defenders. Marcus and Alcander each took out a few, but Leon and Anzu had done the lion's share of the work. By the time the others managed to scale the ridge and join them, they were only able to help clean up. "All right, what now?" Alcander asked as he wiped the blood on his axe onto one of the dead islanders, his eyes landing upon an injured but still alive islander who was moaning in shock and pain at the lightning burns that covered his body. "We move on," Leon replied, ignoring the small handful of islanders that remained alive. All were terribly injured and posed no danger to them, but as they were fighting, Leon had watched the islander flame lances pick off 2 more Legion war galleys. The marine transports on course to the seawall were still more than a mile out to sea. They didn't have the time to deal with the wounded islanders, and while it might have been safer, he couldn't wait for the marines. "If you're injured, use a healing spell, but we can't screw around. Let's go." Leon swiftly but with all due caution led his squad further up the ridge to the statue platform, his magic senses bathing the seawall, watching for any and all threats to his squad. He ignored completely the 3 statues that stared out at the sea in various poses, focusing entirely on where he'd seen the doors to the staircase open. There weren't any actual doors, though, but that made a degree of sense to Leon. The islanders had a couple of earth mages with them. They didn't need handles or hinges to make a door, nor to close one. Without missing a beat, Leon conjured a fire spell in his hand and tossed it onto the ground, letting his magic power fill and activate the runes on the spell paper. As his people ducked down into cover, the spell detonated, blasting a huge pit into the platform. Leon was a little sad to see that it severely damaged the statues, but was sadder to see that the spell hadn't managed to punch completely through the platform. Instead, he was left with a crater about 6 or 7 feet wide and a foot deep, and innumerable cracks spider webbing out from the crater throughout the platform. With just one more identical spell, the stone door was blasted into pieces, its shattered pieces falling back down the staircase into the chamber beneath. A hole big enough for even Anzu to go down was opened, but the first to dive into it was Maya's water dragon, its head about as large as Anzu's entire body and its serpentine form at least 50 feet long. Leon followed only a moment later, with everyone else following closely behind. The stairs led straight to the surprisingly spacious firing platform for the flame lances, and from what Leon could glean from his magic senses, there weren't any other passages leading out, implying, at least in his mind, a hasty construction. He also saw about the same number of islanders still in the chamber as had come out to defend the sea wall, though most were busy manning the lances or staring in horror as Leon's party surged down the stairs. Those looks were vindicated when Maya's water dragon reached the bottom of the stairs and began rampaging through the chamber. Leon followed suit, but given that the chamber was, while relatively open and devoid of clutter, not exactly cavernous, Maya's water dragon ensured that it was all over before the weaker members of his squad could really join the action. The water dragon had swept through and crushed dozens of islanders, and Leon had cleaned up the rest with a few well-placed bolts of lightning. And so were silenced the islanders' flame lances. "Was that it?" Marcus asked, lightly panting. "Looks like it," Alcander replied with a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Damn, I was hoping for a little bit more. Would have figured that these people would defend their weapons better. Maybe they didn't have the numbers, or counted too heavily on their borders." Leon mused aloud, relieved that his hasty assault hadn't hit a metaphorical brick wall. If Jorman or his other 2 7th-tier mages had been here, or if they'd stole a 3rd flame lance and was using it to defend the platform, this could have ended much differently, and, at least for him, much more tragically. "We ought to signal Sir Sigibert," Gaius stated. "Let everyone know that these lances have been knocked out. There's still a battle going on there with the islander ships, they need to know they can focus entirely on that." "Good point," Leon replied. A minute or two later, he and Gaius were back on the statue platform firing off a couple of flares. From that vantage point, Leon could tell that the Legion ships were doing work against the islanders, consistently pushing them back. The islanders had dozens of ships, but most were small and couldn't carry many people. It was only a matter of time until the Legion won this. The marine transports were also closing in on the sea wall, but with Gaius' signal, adjusted their course to bring them in closer to the islanders' towers. The response Sigebert soon sent made it clear that they couldn't rejoin the fight and assist in the final defeat of the islanders. They'd taken the flame lances intact, and Sigebert both wanted to keep them that way and prevent them from falling into the hands of any islanders who might try to reclaim them if Leon were to leave. So, everyone could only watch as the Legion forces slowly finished the fight over the course of another hour or so. The islander fleet was beaten back, and only about a dozen of their ships managed to successfully break off the attack and sail away. In this, their smaller size and crew complement gave them an advantage, because they were much faster than most Legion ships. A few of the task force's smallest and fastest ships gave chase, but most turned in the direction of Craterrock once it became clear that the battle had been won. A company of Marines also eventually relieved Leon's squad, allowing them to finally rejoin the fleet and continue on to the city. However, given how long it took, they'd missed the first push, and only entered Craterrock by the time that Legion Marines had already secured most major points of interest. Still, Leon was proud of what they'd managed to achieve given their circumstances, and he made no secret out of it. In his eyes, everyone had performed admirably during the battle. Now, it was just time to link back up with the fleet legates and figure out what the next step would be. They'd have to adapt to the possibility of Jorman having at least 4 more flame lances, a possibility that Leon knew had been floated a few times by the fleet legates and so shouldn't be too difficult to adapt to, assuming they weren't caught off guard again like they were here. But still, even for all the resistance the islanders had put up, the Legion had taken Craterrock quite quickly and easily, with only the islander flame lances doing significant damage to Sigebert's fleet. Leon hoped that those low casualties would hold for the rest of the campaign, but this was only the first battle for the first city of the first island. There was plenty of time for Jorman to shake things up. From deep in the jungle, high on a cliff where he might as well have been invisible, Jorman initially watched with dispassionate interest as the Legion forces smashed the defenders of Craterrock. The flame lances they'd pulled from the fleet they'd destroyed earlier bloodied the Legion a bit, sinking about 30 ships of varying size before being taken, but Jorman wasn't too concerned about their loss. He'd taken the rest of the salvaged flame lances further into the Isles, where they could be put to better use. He'd only given Craterrock those 2 as a bribe and show of support to resist the Bull fleet. But what did capture his interest was the young man who took the lances. At first, Jorman had been no more than mildly intrigued at the strange-looking lightning the man had displayed that flashed so brightly even a mortal could have seen it from Jorman's perspective. He'd heard tales from the sky devils far to the southeast of such colored lightning, but he'd never actually seen it before. Still, as powerful as the young man was, he wasn't enough to raise Jorman's proper interest. At least, until he began to hear the slithering in his mind, telling him to watch that young man and not to let him out of his gaze. And as the slithering continued, it told him other things, too, ancient histories and secrets which served as the proper catalyst for Jorman's interest. He saw brief flashes in his mind, glimpses of monsters and powers beyond his imagination, all bowing to a great eagle, its coat of feathers a deep lustrous brown flecked with gold, flashing and sparking with silver-blue lightning. He saw that same eagle striking down a titanic serpent with a huge ivory horn protruding out of its skull and curving back along its body, the eagle's potent lightning tearing scales from the serpent, ripping stomach-turning gashes in its flesh, and scorching its body. And he saw many more things, the serpent telling him of many glories won by the one who bore the power of that young man who seemed to replicate them on a much smaller scale down on the sea wall. The last thing the serpent told him was to bring that young man to the ritual sites before the slithering ceased without further explanation. "Captain," Rolf asked from behind, pulling Jorman out of his silent staring in alarmed contemplation. What is it?" Jorman replied with an instinctive smile, letting on absolutely nothing of what he had just been told, or even that the serpent had visited them at all. He turned to face the other man, any irritation he felt at being disturbed quickly concealed. "It looks like the defense of Craterrock will fail. We should leave soon." Yes, we should," Jorman agreed as his eyes turned back to the sea wall. "All of you go on ahead. I'll catch up in a day or 2. Is that wise?" Rolf asked, pointedly staring at the retreating islanders. None of the pirates directly under Jorman's command had fought in the battle, despite his promises. Jorman had let the people of Craterrock fend entirely for themselves. "I don't give the tiniest of shits if it's wise," Jorman serenely replied, his eyes locking on the young lightning mage who'd attracted the serpent's attention. "I've found something I simply must investigate. Besides, after all of this, the bull will be here for days reasserting their dominance, it's not like losing a couple of days is going to be too harsh a loss. If all of you leave now and get a head start on that ritual, we won't even lose anything at all. Very well, Rolf said with an uneasy tone and a shallow frown as he took a moment to watch the bull fleet start to file into Craterrock's port, and he turned to the rest of Jormungand's crew that were still around and began barking orders. They'd take small longships down a nearby river to the southern coast about 10 miles away where their ships were anchored, and then they'd be out to sea before the bull could even realize who they were or what they'd been doing. Jormungand, however, continued to stare down at the battle, watching as the last of the islander ships retreated. He felt nothing for them, no pity or sense of kinship, no regret or anger. They'd resisted the bull because he said he'd support them, but he'd given them naught but 2 flame lances and empty promises. The people of Craterrock had served their purpose, he had no other uses for them. What would come next would concern the survivors none. Once this was all over, they'd be just another people under his scales. Assuming, of course, that they'd survive the birth of his new world. Jormungand smiled as he thought about what a glory that would be. Not even the mightiest fleets of the Central Empires would be able to stop him, not when the seas rose and fell at his command, not when his power expanded beyond theirs, not when the serpent finally made good on its promise to him, just as he was making good on his promise to it. But those thoughts could wait. He had to concentrate on the tasks at hand above all else. He had to succeed here and now or lose his chance forever. But so far, everything had gone perfectly according to his design. With a quick pulse of his magic senses, he checked on the cliffs where he'd carved his glyphs and saw them shining brighter and brighter red as they slowly filled with the power in the spilled blood of those who fell in the battle. They're really making this almost too easy, he smugly thought to himself as he stood up and began to leisurely walk down the mountain toward Craterrock. Chapter 542, Nestor's Thought Experiment. Leon had to admit as he walked through its streets that Craterrock was a beautiful city. Pleasant climate, beautiful beaches, and nice aesthetic of wood painted in solid, simple, and bright colors of all kinds. Many of these buildings in the more affluent neighborhoods also had quite inspired architectural designs. However, no building in the entire city exceeded 4 stories, and no more than a bare few were even lightly enchanted. Those that were enchanted were concentrated in a separated district further up the cliffs, closer to the Earl's palace than the rest of the city. That district, where the nobles and any other elites of the city lived, was where Leon and his group were making their way. Following the battle, resistance elsewhere in the city was near non-existent, so Leon had little worry about. He could see with his magic senses that the Legion Marines were having no trouble at all pushing into the city, with most of the remaining islanders remaining indoors and not interfering. So, it didn't take long for Leon and his squad to catch up to Sigebert and the leaders of the Marines, who'd occupied one of the empty noble mansions while a few Marine companies went on ahead to secure the remains of the Earl's palace. Leon, Sigebert called out as Leon and his squad were shown in. Good timing, we were just finishing up here. The mansion was laid out in a fairly standard design by Bull Kingdom standards, with several wings all branching off a central peristyle courtyard, only smaller to account for the significantly less available space on the cliffs. A huge table had been set up in the center of that small courtyard, around which Sigebert and a dozen other Legion knights had gathered, with several dozen more Legion members rushing about making sure the occupation was properly organized. "What's the word?" Leon asked as Anzu leapt forward and began rolling around in the grass of the courtyard. Leon himself had gone over to the table with Gaius, Marcus, and Alcander, while Alex and Maya both held back. "The city is ours," Sigebert happily exclaimed. "We took some losses, but they were fairly light all things considered, and with the fall of Craterrock, there's no longer any place on this island that can resist us. For all intents and purposes, we've taken the entire island. It can't be that simple, though," Leon observed as he glanced at some of the worried and utterly serious faces of the Legion Knights. "Few things rarely are," Sigebert admitted. "However, with the city's current state, it shouldn't be too difficult to set things right. We need to re-establish order and set up a provisional authority, while also leaving a garrison to keep the peace. That's going to take a lot of work and figuring out just how much of the island's old power structure remains." Leon nodded. "Sounds like it's going to be a hell of a challenge." "It will be," Sigebert said with a strange amount of cheer. "Personally, I'm extremely happy that I'm not the one who's going to be doing it. You and I are to focus on finding Prince Octavius. It doesn't look like the prince is here, so we'll be conducting patrols and scouting missions to see if he's been hidden away somewhere on the island." "Ah, don't bother with that. shouted a voice from the entrance of the mansion, drawing everyone's attention. Walking over, being led over by a 5th-tier Legion knight, were a small handful of islanders, all dressed in plain white that revealed quite a bit of their tanned skin. Leon knew that the man in front was obviously the one who'd spoken, if only because he was the only person among them who didn't look particularly cowed or nervous. His strange confidence was remarkable to Leon, immediately marking him as someone he ought to remember. He wasn't overly attractive, but the confident swagger he walked with had a certain charm. Other than that, his facial features were rather plain, as was his brown hair and eyes. Emanating from his body was what Leon identified as 5th-tier power, though there were a few oddities that Leon could detect, some slight wavering and, for lack of a better term, cloudiness, in the man's aura that he couldn't identify. "And who are you?" Sigebert loudly asked, his eyebrows rising as his smile died, a sure sign in Leon's eyes that he was throwing up mental defenses and wasn't going to give the islanders the same warm greeting that Leon had received. "You may call me Turiel," the man said with a smirk and pat on his chest. "These people with me are essentially all those of the city's elite that remain following this bit of misunderstanding." Calling what just happened these past few hours a misunderstanding is almost insulting, one of the nearby Legion knights said. Turiel simply glanced at him and said, "I mean no disrespect by it, I'm sure all of you knew exactly what you were doing and why. The misunderstanding was more on the side of my people than yours, I'd say. They were duped and misled by that pirate who came through here a couple months ago. So, then, am I to assume that you've come here to share information with us, if that's your attitude?" Sigebert skeptically asked. "Assume what you will, I won't stop you," Turiel replied. "If you were to make that assumption, though, I would like to prove you right. I hold no love for this pirate and would love to see things return to normal around here." Sounds more like you're currying favor and angling to be named the next Earl," another knight whispered, though not nearly quietly enough for anyone to mishear. "Maybe I am," Turiel admitted with a good-natured smile and without a shred of hesitance, "in which case would it not be incumbent upon myself to make myself useful and to be as honest as I can? How would it look if the Bull King were to know that I misled his representatives? He would certainly not look too kindly upon me, and likely deny me the earldom." Sigebert just dismissively waved, though at no one in particular. "Just forget about that, if you've come here with information, then out with it." "Very well," Turiel responded, Sigebert's curt reply apparently not fazing him at all. Over the course of the next few minutes, Turiel narrated the events of the past few years or so, from the Earl's initial small rebellion in not paying the Bull Kingdom the agreed-upon tribute, to when the previous Bull fleet had arrived and began securing the island, when the pirates came and lured the fleet away, and when those pirates came back. They were led by a man named Jorman, the son of the last islander Jarl and only survivor from the destruction of the Serpent's Rattle, the final island in the Serpentine Isle chain. From the way Turiel spoke of Jorman, Leon guessed that the man was fairly well known in the Isles, though he didn't go into too much detail. Continuing, Turiel described how Jorman had called all the elites of the city together to convince them to work with him, to name him the Pirate Lord of their islands or something in order to throw off the yoke of the Bull Kingdom. The Earl of Craterrock had vacillated, only for the pirates to bring the Bull fleet back apparently smaller than, and the remnants partially damaged and utterly ruin it within and just without the city's bay. By then, however, the violent and petulant in Turiel's own words Jorman had the city sacked and the Earl murdered, then took direct control over the island, with few objections. He left not long after, only to return a couple months later with Prince Octavius in tow. The prince was alive and in good health the last Turiel had seen him, but Jorman hadn't stayed long in the city. He'd taken the prince further into the Isles, further down the chain. "Do you know which of the Isles the prince was taken to?" Sigebert asked. "I do not," Turiel clarified. "I was not the most enthusiastic supporter of Jorman's, so I was never made privy to that information, or invited to many gatherings with the prince in attendance. However, word does spread around here, so I know that he was taken on." Leon then stepped forward and asked, "Do you know why the prince was taken? It seems strange to me to kidnap a prince mere hours before he was to be executed, only to then bring him back here where he doesn't seem at all useful. Why would Jorman do this? Is he trying to take over here as a new king and use Prince Octavius as a hostage? For leverage, is he trying to make a statement about his power? Again, I can't say, though I imagine that for a man like that, seizing power and making statements does sound like a significant motivating factor," Turiel replied. I have, however, heard some pretty terrible rumors about Jorman. Things like performing profane blood rituals in hidden corners of the world, rituals that require the blood of those who possess inherited bloodlines. Leon's eyes narrowed in displeasure. That sounded almost demonic in nature. Could this have something to do with Amon? Or maybe some other demon that's roaming around this plane? He wondered. Describe these rituals, he demanded. I've not seen them personally, all I've heard are rumors, Turiel replied. Then describe these rumors, Leon pressed as he took another step toward the islander, his voice dropping to a dangerous pitch. Turiel, however, seemed utterly unperturbed. I've heard a few, and they're hardly consistent. I heard a rumor that Jorman spends his days kidnapping those with inherited bloodlines, sacrificing them on bloody altars to dark gods, and then violates the corpses. I've heard rumors that the man has traveled all over the world, adding those of such descent both male and female to his personal harem, sacrificing their virginities as a way to express his power over them. I've heard that he raids cities specifically to seize these people, for their blood is sufficiently powerful enough to open the locks sealing away some long-forgotten beast. To be honest, I've not put much stock in such rumors, myself, but if I had to guess, I'd say that the latter is most accurate. You think he's working to unleash some long-forgotten beast? Leon asked completely seriously, though Turiel seemed to take it as a mocking joke. Oh, heavens no, he replied, reeling back as if Leon had just given voice to something profoundly ridiculous. As I said, I put no stock in such rumors. As far as I'm concerned, Jorman is but a power-hungry pirate looking to take control of his homeland by exploiting the Bull Kingdom's current apparent weakness. That still hardly explains why Jorman took Octavius, Sigebert observed. I suppose it doesn't, Turiel agreed. Truth be told, I don't really know why Jorman did what he did. Seems kind of foolish, to be honest, for all it did was provoke the Bull Kingdom into coming back here earlier than it might have otherwise planned. Still, Jorman did quite well for himself, destroying that previous fleet. If nothing else, you might want to keep yourself from getting too complacent. Whoever said we were going to get complacent? Sigebert asked. If anything, we'll be incredibly careful going forward to avoid being surprised by any other flame lances Jorman may have stolen. I wish you luck in the battles to come, then, Turiel said, his smile, unchanging upon his face, now seeming almost mocking and pitying with the way the conversation had gone. Sigebert and Turiel then began speaking more about the situation in Craterrock, specifically, and how some semblance of order might be restored that would leave the fleets free to move on. Leon didn't pay much attention, too disturbed as he was by what Turiel had revealed. Even as the other fleet legates arrived to join the meeting, Leon was too busy thinking about just why Jorman had seized Octavius. There had to be some reason, and Octavius, awakened blood was as good a reason as any that Leon could see. Hey Nestor, Zaffin, Leon whispered into his soul realm, quickly relaying to both what Turiel had just said. Can either of you think of any rituals or uses that fit this description? I honestly can't fathom why this pirate would do such a thing without at least the possibility of significant reward. There are many reasons why someone might want the blood of an inherited bloodline, Nestor said, surprising Leon exactly not at all that he knew of some. Indeed, Zaffin agreed, though he didn't sound happy about it. There's more power in awakened blood like yours than there is in regular human blood. There are many demons I know of that will bestow great gifts upon someone who can procure a descendant of an ascended beast for them, let alone someone like you, who has the blood of both an ascended beast and a divine beast. I'd agree with the demon, kid, stay away from this pirate if possible, Nestor added. It's entirely possible that something is seeking power and speaking to this pirate to manipulate him into providing that power. Though, I can't imagine why he'd need awakened blood, specifically. Regular human mana ought to be sufficient for just about any use, so long as the quantity is high. However, remember that this is the divine graveyard. This plane is one of the oldest in the universe, and I'm sure the secrets buried here are beyond counting. Maybe this pirate has stumbled onto something. Thanks, Leon said, only partially meaning it. All they'd told him was that what Turiel had alleged was possible, but he supposed asking for any more specific information from them wasn't entirely reasonable. They didn't necessarily have the in-depth knowledge of the plane that was needed to make a more concrete statement. Is there any way I might be able to detect what he's doing? I don't know, like if there's something sealed away here, would some kind of enchantment be able to detect it? Not likely, Nestor replied. It's standard that prisons are warded against possible divination. It wouldn't be an entirely secure prison if they could be so easily found. Right, Leon replied. He didn't say anything more over the next few minutes, lost as he was in pointless speculation over Jorman's motives. Nestor, however, wasn't quite done with him, and after taking those few minutes to listen in on the conversation with the Legion Knights and the Islanders, he broke that silence. I have a wonder, Leon, if you would indulge it. What is it? Leon asked, trying and failing to keep the irritation out of his voice. If he picked up on it, it didn't deter him at all, for Nestor immediately asked, how would you handle the situation here on this island? Leon rapidly blinked, unsure as he was as to why Nestor was even asking. What do you mean? Listen, boy, the fate of our entire line rests on your shoulders. The disinterest you show in things like these shouldn't be encouraged, and I will not encourage them. So, let's set the scene, shall we? You have just arrived in the Nexus and made your first conquest. It was a smashing success. You took a few casualties, but the enemy was shattered and their lands were left relatively depopulated enough that they are no longer a threat to your power. Some of the remaining elites have approached you to formally surrender, speaking at length over their loyalty and how much they wished for our clan to return and bring peace back to the Storm Kingdom. In other words, this is exactly the situation that you face right now, and that you might face in the Nexus. How would you respond? Leon, still a little surprised at the sudden questioning, replied with an uninspired, I'm not sure. Then why don't we work these things out? No better time than the present, is there? Not like you're contributing much to their conversation, anyway, and it'll be a better use of your time than speculating after the motives of some pirate covered in more bullshit than sense. So, let's get a little bit more specific for this scenario. This particular people, for the sake of better synergy, let's call this place a small city much like this one, not too strong, and a small population has been a thorn in the side of the Storm Kings for millions of years, raiding and pillaging our lands when our attention was elsewhere. They were eventually conquered, but only relatively recently, let's say a few thousand years before the fall of the clan. Now that your reconquest or conquest, I know you want your new thing to be different than the old clan has begun. How do you deal with these people? That would depend on the resources I have available, I suppose, Leon replied. How much do I have? Is it just me and a few friends, or do I have the armies of a kingdom behind me, as the bull does now? What I do and do not have would affect my answer. How so? If I have more resources, I suppose there would be merit in raising the city and settling the people elsewhere. If they're an unruly population, separate them and spread them around. Not a bad decision, and one certainly popular in history, Nestor said appreciatively. Expensive, though, and you certainly wouldn't be making any friends out of that people. If you do that too much, you'd face more rebellions as various people allied with each other against you, but if done sparingly, then it might work well enough. What about if you had fewer resources? Leon sighed in thought as his eyes wandered around the courtyard, not looking at anything in particular. I suppose I would try this first and leave mass deportation and resettlement for emergency measures if other strategies fail. I wouldn't want to kill them all, I should think. There would probably be a reason for that city to exist, I'd imagine, some resource that it produces that has at least some value. So simply destroying the city would be out of the question, unless that city is completely unmanageable. I suppose that would leave only trying to work with the city's people to support me. Empower some of the remaining elites in return for them supporting me. That was essentially what the Bull Kingdom was doing here, Leon saw. Already, Basina, Thuduric, and Sigibert were treating Turiel as the de facto Earl of Craterrock, though it wasn't hard to see why. The man was talkative while the other islanders he brought with hadn't said so much as a single word since their arrival. He was also being quite supportive, furnishing the legates with all the information they needed about the island seemingly without restraint, such as where the most important settlements were and where Jorman might be hiding on the other islands. He was especially helpful in pointing to the locations of hidden caves around the city where more rebellious islanders might be hiding, just waiting to continue resisting the Bull Kingdom. That would depend on finding someone you could trust to take the reins, Nestor replied. There have been many tyrants installed in power across the Nexus throughout its history, and it was rare for them to work out all that well. You see, all it usually does is bring someone unpopular into power while not doing anything to Chapter 543. A legend from kindred cultures. Leon stared out at Craterrock from one of the palace's balconies, not looking at anything in particular, but just staring in thought. The others in his squad had been given places to rest, so that's where they'd all gone, Anzu was set up in a nearby stable, and Maya was back in his room burying her face in a book. She proved herself to be just as loath to use the rooms set aside for her here as she was on Sigebert's ship. But after his quick conversation with Nestor during the meeting between the fleet legates, Leon realized that he had a lot to think about for the future. He knew what he wanted to do, and he knew what he didn't want to do, but he had few strategies planned for when, not if, but when things went sideways or when normal human unpredictability threw him some curveballs. He had to not just be ready for reluctant former vassals of the Thunderbird clan, but he also had to be ready for rebellious vassals and to deal with people who would resent giving up some of their freedom and independence to a new Storm King. He had to be ready to somehow impose his will upon people who would rather he didn't. To a large extent, it was even against his nature to become a conqueror, and he couldn't imagine himself waging a war of conquest without being given adequate cause. The Thunderbird clan of yore would simply use violence to get what they wanted. That much was clear from Leon's conversations with Nestor and the Thunderbird herself. After a couple months spent thinking, Leon wasn't quite so opposed to that strategy, but he didn't want it to be his first resort. He'd have to replace it with something. That something would have to some kind of negotiation, and he wasn't good at that. So, he resolved to pay a little bit more attention to how the Bull Kingdom was going to deal with the Serpentine Isles. It would hopefully be an illuminating experience. But, for now, he could do little more than gaze out at nothing in particular and think about where his future might lead, and to perhaps plan out some very general strategies for how to deal with problems his blade couldn't solve. He wasn't actually involved in putting the Bull Kingdom back in charge. After all, he was only there to find Octavius and haul his worthless ass back to the Bull King. He couldn't help but momentarily wish that he could go back in time a few years. Everything had been so much easier when his father was alive and Leon didn't have to think about any of this. His life in the forest of black and white with Artorias had been simple and happy, free of these responsibilities that he kind of resented. But he wouldn't trade his current life for his old one even if he had the opportunity, momentary desires aside. Having Maya and Elise in his life ensured that, so he knew he was left with only one option, to do his best to man up and surmount this challenge. As he stood there, leaning against the wooden railing and lost in thought, he was disturbed from his musings when a huge bird landed upon the railing just a few feet away. And it was a big thing, as far as birds went, with a wingspan greater than 6 feet and about 3 feet tall. It was hawkish, with a viciously curved beak and talons that looked sharp and powerful enough to tear a boar to pieces with little effort. Strikingly, this bird had a robust fourth-tier aura, far more than a run-of-the-mill city bird. Its eyes and feathers, however, were what truly unnerved Leon. Its eyes were the exact same shade of yellow as the Thunderbird, and it had a near-identical pattern of shining brown flecked with gold on its coat. If the Thunderbird were to come out and tell Leon that this was some long-lost relative, he'd find it easy to believe. The bird perched itself on the railing for several long seconds, simply staring at Leon, locking him in its gaze. It didn't twitch, it barely even moved to breathe, it just stared. And then, without any other warning, it took off again, vanishing over the roof of the mansion. Leon rapidly blinked in surprise, his jaw still hanging slightly open, his stance slightly defensive. Was that someone's pet? He wondered. The bird had not acted in any way that he was familiar wild animals did, but it had no identifying marks or apparel that he could see. Perhaps it was just that well trained, but its striking resemblance and sheer boldness to get so close to a human had Leon questioning just what in the hell's just happened. "Is everything all right?" asked a voice from the balcony's door. Leon turned and saw that Turiel, the islander that had seemingly took charge of the remaining local elites following the Legion seizing the island, had just walked out onto the balcony. Leon fought to keep his expression neutral, clamping down on his surprise and not letting his immediate reaction of mild misanthropic annoyance to manifest itself on his face. He didn't have the best of first impressions when it came to Turiel, but he figured that if he were to ever become better at talking to people and getting them on his side, then he might as well start now. "Yeah," he murmured thoughtfully before putting a bit more iron into his tone. "You islanders have some crazy birds living here, I have to say. Just saw one almost as large as me." "Is that so?" Turiel asked with a light smile as he walked over to join Leon at the railing. The jungle is a wild place and has proven itself a breeding ground for all sorts of strange creatures. Scaled things with 6 legs, 100 eyes, and a mouth that could swallow a rowboat whole. Great cats with eyes that glow like lit coals and claws that could strip a ship of its hull in minutes or a man of his skin in seconds. Birds large enough to carry off livestock and strong enough to not care at all when men try to scare them away. And that's just what's inland. I'm not even counting what prowls our coasts. Sounds like a fantastic place to live, Leon replied, his tone only partially sarcastic. Hearing Turiel describe these creatures, Leon had some small desire to go out and see them for himself, probably from the same side of himself that deeply missed his childhood lifestyle. It can be, when it's not caught in between a pirate who aspires to be a king and the massive fleet that showed up to enforce another king's will, Turiel replied as he leaned up against the railing, his expression one of almost amused resignation. I asked those legates a few questions about you, you know. I hope you don't mind, but I found myself rather curious. Leon raised an eyebrow, feeling both mildly offended and a little understanding. He supposed the polite thing to do would be to say that Turiel could have simply asked his questions to Leon himself, but Leon doubted he would have been so accommodating, and he wasn't of a mind to lie. Already he could feel some distrust and offense building up. What made you curious, I wonder? He asked. Couldn't have been because of my charming personality. I watched the battle from up here, Turiel explained as he gestured out toward the bay, where the hundreds of Legion ships were sailing in and out, disgorging marines or picking up requisitioned supplies or whatever it was that they did. Well, not up here, until Sir Sigibert showed up. This place was still a private residence even if Dean, the man who lived here before, died in the fighting. But I was still able to watch the battle, and I have to say, lightning magic is quite eye-catching, and certainly not something I'm used to seeing in the Bull Kingdom. So you watched me in the fight? Leon asked. I did indeed, Turiel admitted with a smile. When one man leads a group of not even half a dozen to secure an entire island, and all while sparkling like a greenery tree, it can be hard to look anywhere else. I don't know what that is. Oh, a greenery tree is something we put up for celebrations here. Once every 4 months, they're set up on nearly all street corners and decked out in sparkly sap and ribbons. Quite fetching, I must say, Leon lightly grimaced, but he decided to take the comparison as a compliment and moved on. So, what did the legates say about me? He asked. That you're a 7th tier mage, a strong fighter, and not someone to fuck around with, Turiel replied. A shame, I would have invited back to my place if that last one weren't the case. He gave Leon a suggestive look and a brilliant smile, and while Leon immediately began to feel a little uncomfortable, he didn't immediately shoot the idea down. In fact, he didn't quite know how to respond to that, and as the islander paused for an uncomfortably long time, Leon just stood there looking anywhere but at him, desperately trying to figure out a way to refuse without being unduly rude. Ah, you're not into me, that's fine, Turiel replied with a nonchalant shrug. The legates didn't give me too much information about you, not nearly enough to satisfy my curiosity. You aren't a paladin, yet you're 7th tier, the only 7th tier mage sent on this expedition. In fact, I would have thought that after his success in the last expedition sent this way that the penitent paladin would be leading the fleets. Penitent is back in the kingdom guarding the king, Leon quietly replied, still a little uncomfortable and quite surprised at Turiel's admittance of attraction. And maybe a little flattered, too, but he'd rather not have that kind of attention. That's unfortunate, Turiel said, showing a hint of sadness that Leon found odd. I had been hoping to meet the paladin when he arrived. He's had such an influence on these islands that I would have loved to have an opportunity to speak with him again. Again? Yes, I've met him before. I'm an islander, and while I've been all over this plane for my occupation as a merchant, I was born and raised here about 50 years ago. So you met the paladin when you were child? When he came through here before? Turiel smiled and nodded. I wonder, Leon, if I may call you that. That's fine, Leon replied, his eyebrow rising again due to the sudden shift in conversation. I wonder why you came here, Leon. Penitent came here to subjugate the pirates that had infested this island, and all the Bull soldiers that have come since have been seeking to maintain the Bull King's hold over these islands and its people. But you, not a paladin, but a 7th tier mage, and one who possesses strange magic. And possesses an even stranger aura. Leon took a step back, bristling at Turiel's veiled question. I mean no offense, I but wish to ask you this question. Why did you come here? Was it for money, glory? I dare say that even with the relative poverty of these islands, both can be found here. Turiel gave Leon an inviting expression, and Leon took another step back, his discomfort cranking up another notch. No, he anxiously choked out. My reasons for coming here are personal. I just want to bring Octavius back to the Bull Kingdom. I expended a great deal of energy making sure his coup failed, and I don't want to see all of that work now go to waste just because some shitstick pirate thought breaking him out would make for a fun party story. Turiel's expression froze for a moment, his eyes slowly wandering away from Leon. You shouldn't discount Jorman like that, he quietly stated. I wasn't nearly as upfront about my thoughts of the man back during that meeting, but I suppose if it's you, I don't mind sharing. Jorman is a despicable man, a charismatic man who can make a person believe in whatever it is he's trying to sell. He murdered Craterok's last earl and set himself up as the sole authority in these islands. He ruthlessly slaughtered his own people just to make a point. Sure, his crew kept the looting and sacking to a minimum, but the point still stands. Jorman is a powerful man, and he has few scruples. You shouldn't dismiss him so readily. Leon scowled, almost saying that had faith in his abilities to deal with the pirate, but he stopped himself. He had faith in his abilities to deal with anything they found in the forest of black and white, and he'd spent nearly his entire time back there being kicked around and running for his life. He was strong, but he couldn't let his power blind him to the danger of others, especially not those of the same tier. Already, only a matter of weeks after returning to the Bull Kingdom, he could feel himself starting to slide back into old habits. Your warning is well received, he murmured. I hope it is, Turiel replied, flashing him a quick wink. I wonder, Leon, how much do you know of old serpentine legends? Any reason you're asking? Leon asked. Just a wonder. Do you know why these islands are called the Serpentine Isles? Leon frowned as he thought about it for a moment. Because they're shaped kind of like a coiled serpent, he said, despite knowing that was probably the wrong answer that Turiel was baiting out. Some certainly think that's the case, Turiel replied. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. People have seen stranger things in far more esoteric places. People instinctively see patterns where none exist. Pattern recognition is a deeply important part of the human psyche. So, maybe it's because of the placement of these islands, I don't know. But the stories that are told by serpentine mothers to their children are a little different. Would you like to hear them? Leon shrugged noncommittally. It all goes like tea, Turiel began before quickly cutting himself off. How about this, why don't you come with me back downstairs, and I can show you something a little more interesting. I promise that I won't do anything untoward, unless you want me to, that is, conversation will do, Leon said, his voice cracking a little bit, but otherwise remaining stoic and reserved, his defenses toward this kind of flirting now having been raised enough to shrug it off a little bit easier than a minute or two ago. Unfortunate, but such is life, Turiel replied with another suggestive smirk. He then led Leon back inside and down to the courtyard. Leon contemplated changing his mind and going to find Maya or something else to occupy his time, but he didn't have much else going on and he was curious as to what Turiel was getting to. The more he spoke with the man, the stranger he seemed, jumping from one topic to the next, and emanating a strange aura from his body. He was a 5th-tier mage, that much seemed clear enough, but there was just something about his aura that put Leon off a little bit, and Leon couldn't for the life of him put his finger on the reason why. Their destination wound up being the peristyle courtyard where the meeting with the fleet legates had taken place. There were still a few dozen Legion knights working within since the place had essentially been turned into the city's capital on land. The fleet legates, however, were off ensuring that enough peace was brought to the city that it wouldn't immediately collapse into anarchy upon their departure, and Leon imagined that Sigebert was searching the city for any sign of the prince, even though Turiel had told them that Octavius was no longer in the city, something which Leon was starting to wonder why Turiel wasn't helping with, if he were actually trying to become the next earl, as he'd claimed during the meeting. The man was a strange mystery, and Leon was becoming more and more tempted to try to figure out just what he was trying to hide, if his impression of the man was accurate. Up there, Turiel said as he brought them to a halt off to one side of the courtyard, just past the wooden columns and into the open air, one hand raised and pointing to the friezes just above the row of columns. Leon directed his gaze up there and saw a series of painted carvings on the wood showing various scenes that, without further context, didn't make much sense. He saw some kind of serpent, a bunch of people bowing to it, and maybe 3 leaders of some kind. It was difficult to tell what exactly he was looking at, but at the very least, it seemed to be some kind of continuous story rather than a series of disconnected scenes. You see that, Turiel said as he pointed toward what Leon took to be the beginning of the story that the friezes were telling. It looked kinda mountain with a serpent coiled around it. That is the serpent of ancient times, the old god of these islands since ages long past. It's fallen out of favor in the past few millennia, but it's still a common story told in these islands. Now, the way it goes is like this: these islands used to be innumerable, extending all the way to the edges of the endless ocean. How they managed to do that, I can't imagine, but so the story goes, at least, and they were all ruled over by the great horned serpent. Leon perked his head up a bit. He knew that name. It was the title used by the evil spirits of the Valeman religion. Instantly, his eyes refocused on the serpent coiled around the mountain on the frieze. It didn't look like how the Valeman depicted their serpent, but that didn't surprise him overmuch. But now that he knew what he was looking for, he could see the horn. It was just depicted in such a style that he hadn't been sure what in the hells it was until Turiel named the creature. One day, Turiel continued, the serpent, who up until that point had been ruling well and decently, was struck by madness. Leon's eyes washed over the sight of the mountain covered in cities and scenes of glory, all with the serpent above them depicted in curving flowing lines. The point at which it was struck by madness, the serpent became jagged and edged, striking a far more menacing style than previous images. It ruled these islands with fear and death. If its demands for blood and gold were not met, it would fill the cities of the Serpentine Isles with its venom. My mother actually used to tell me that the jungles of these surviving islands used to be dense cities that rivaled those of the Central Empires, but the serpent washed them away with its venom, allowing the jungle to take what land was left over as punishment. The people of the Serpentine Isles were not capable of providing the required tributes for long, and so they sought outside help from the mainland. And 3 heroes answered. On the frieze, Leon turned his eyes toward the 3 leaders he'd seen on his initial scan, and after another moment, recognized the rough poses that their greatly simplified forms had been placed in. They were the same 3 that were carved into statues over on the sea wall. When these heroes came, each one brought their own powers. One brought lightning, another brought wind, and the last brought water. They fought the serpent in a terrible battle that destroyed all but 8 of the previously endless islands, and won. In punishment for its crimes, the serpent was sealed away in the heart of the plain, miles beneath the surface, directly under the Serpentine Isles. The end of the frieze showed the 3 heroes standing on the mountain, the serpent upside down beneath it, the people of the Isles cheering and celebrating its fall. All in all, it sounded much like the stories Leon here. Chapter 544, Turiel's deception. Turiel was missing. No one had seen him for almost 2 days, and not for lack of trying. Marines had gone to his reported place of residence in the upper-class district, but no one was home. None of the remaining elite of Craterrock could tell the legates where he'd disappeared to, either. As far as anyone could tell, there weren't any missing ships in the port, though given how destructive the battle had been on the local islander navy, no one could say for certain. However, after 2 days, it was apparent that Turiel was missing, and there wasn't so much as a clue that anyone could find of where he'd gone or how he'd disappeared. To that end, Sigebert, in need of local assistance to prop up the provisional government they'd leave behind when they moved on, decided to start talking to the rest of the elites, giving Leon and several of his tribunes the task of finding the missing islander. The natural place to start was at Turiel's house. Like all islander homes, its footprint was fairly conservative compared to the palaces of Bull Kingdom nobles, but it was well appointed and luxurious by the standards of the city. However, one thing that Leon took note of was that it was one of the few buildings in the entire city that had been warded against magic senses. When Leon and his squad including Gaius arrived with about 30 Legion Marines and the tribunes that Sigebert assigned them, it was about noon. Much like the previous few days, it was stunningly beautiful outside, but the 40 or so people in the party were all dour and serious, treating the disappearance of the most prominent of the remaining elite in the city with all the seriousness the situation demanded. Leon, in particular, was disturbed and curious about Turiel's whereabouts. He hadn't seen the man since Turiel had told him the story of the supposedly eponymous serpent of the Serpentine Isles, but he had a good enough impression of him from that conversation that he wanted to know just what exactly was going on. Wasting no time at all, Leon swiftly knocked on the door, expecting that a man like Turiel would have at least a few servants who could open the door even if he were missing. His knock went unanswered, however. Looks like nothing's changed, then, Gaius observed. Leon shrugged. He couldn't imagine that no one had knocked on Turiel's door in the 2 days he'd been missing, but he still didn't want to make any assumptions. Surround the place as best as you can, Leon ordered one of the tribunes. He wasn't technically in any position to do such a thing, but that didn't matter. The tribune immediately complied, taking half of the Marines and separating them into 4 groups that locked down the mansion as best as they could in the narrow, rather confusingly laid out streets. Without another word, Leon gripped the door handle and twisted hard, easily breaking the lock and wrenching the door open. Hardly subtle, but he'd knocked first, so subtlety and the element of surprise had already been lost. Not that he thought anyone was still in the house. But still, Leon walked in, unarmed and unarmored, though his magic was flowing through his body so he could easily change that in an instant. Just about everyone else walked into the house's main hall with a great deal more caution. But it was dark and silent, no lights on that Leon could detect, nor could hear anyone moving about in the wooden building. The magic in the house, too, spoke of little in the way of wards that might either impede their progress or pique Leon's curiosity other than that one in the outer walls that blocked magic senses from entering the house. Secure the place, Leon ordered, and over the course of the next 5 minutes, the Marines and Tribunes stormed through the rooms, making sure the place was just as abandoned as it seemed. Leon and his squad, however, took their time moving through the place. The main hall was fairly long and tall, with all 3 floors of the house opening into a gallery looking down on the hall. At the opposite end of the hall was a grand staircase that gave access to those upper floors. These bottom floors will likely be the most interesting, Marcus said. In places like these lower rooms would be the public areas, I guess you could say. The places where Turiel would operate his businesses from. If he was kidnapped, though, then his private apartments probably on the top floor would be where the most evidence might be found, Gaius countered. We'll start upstairs, then, Leon said. If there's anything to see up there, it'll probably be more obvious. Can't argue with that, Marcus replied. A bedroom destroyed in a fight would likely be a better place to start than with whatever papers the man had here. Leon's group began to walk upstairs. However, with every step, Leon's concern and confusion heightened. There were no signs that he could see that the place had been attacked, and with the lacking defensive wards in the place and Turiel's 5th-tier strength, if he'd been violently kidnapped, Leon would have expected to have seen some collateral damage. He felt a little conflicted when they arrived on the 3rd floor. He wasn't particularly interested in Turiel in a romantic way or any other guys, really, but he couldn't help but wonder if he'd have been involved in whatever happened if he'd spent more time with the man. One conversation wasn't enough to build up much of a rapport between them, but Leon was rarely flirted with so brazenly, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at the thought that he could have maybe prevented Turiel's disappearance if he'd been around at the time, despite his lack of romantic interest. Look for anything that might be out of place, Leon said as his squad separated and began to sweep through the 3rd floor of the mansion. By this point, the Marines had secured the place, so Leon wasn't too cautious, but he made sure to project his magic senses into every room he was in just in case, making sure that if anything moved, he'd have as much warning as possible. The first room that Leon entered with Maya looked to be a private dining room. There was a larger dining room on the 1st floor, large enough to hold at least 24 people, but a family of 5 would have felt a little cramped in this one. The small light orange wooden table had only 2 accompanying chairs, a large window let in enough light to keep it pleasantly illuminated during the day, and on the wall hung a portrait of some islander that Leon didn't recognize, a man with deep black hair, tall, heavily muscled, and a lean, predatory physique. He was dressed in what Leon could only assume was islander ceremonial wear, basically a blue sash across his bare chest, a blue skirt that went to just below his knees, and a pair of sandals. Strangely, he looked nothing like Turiel, but Leon could think of plenty of explanations for that. A distant relation, maybe, or someone that Turiel loved or respected, or even an artistic depiction of some islander hero of old. Leon, Maya, and the rest of his squad continued to inspect Turiel's home, but found nothing else of note, which was in itself noteworthy. Everything seemed pristine, with barely anything out of place. They even found a small armory, with seemingly none of the expensive-looking weapons or armor taken, save for what might have adorned a single bare mannequin that had been placed quite prominently within the armory. They did, however, find a few other portraits, and while they all depicted different people, these people all looked remarkably similar to the man in the first portrait Leon saw. As they returned to the 1st floor, Leon quietly absorbed everything they'd seen upstairs, and his unease began to grow. No signs of struggle, seemingly no personal effects of Turiel, and no recognizable art of him to be seen. It almost looked like someone else's house. His squad then got to work going through the 1st floor, just looking to see what they could find. They found a lot of paper, as much as a successful merchant would need to run a trading empire, but it would take a long time to go through all of that. Not that stopped Maya from diving right in, to Leon's amusement. Everyone else reacted to seeing all of this with a mixture of resignation and disgust. Financial reports did not make for particularly exciting reading material, after all. For an hour, Leon and the 5 others he was with pored over these papers, and for the most part, they found exactly what they'd expected to find. Not a damn thing of note, just what was being bought and sold and shipped, mostly jungle timber and produce from elsewhere on the island, and some payroll records for sailors and other staff. However, Leon began to notice another pattern that lined up with what he'd seen upstairs. None of the papers he'd looked through had Turiel's name anywhere on them. When he asked his squad if Turiel was named in anything they were examining, they all replied with the same amount of success he'd had. Leon Rame, came a shout from just outside, and the tribune who'd taken charge of the Marines stationed outside stuck his head in through the door of the dining room, where Leon had posted up with his squad to examine the stacks and stacks of papers they'd found. Huh, Leon replied, his attention pulling away from the sheets full of numbers and signatures and lists. We found someone who said that she used to work here as a maid, the tribune replied. She has information that you ought to hear. Leon hurried outside with Marcus and Alcander, both of whom seemingly the most ill-prepared to deal with paperwork. Gaius, Maya, and Alex stayed inside, continuing their cursory examination. The tribune led them to the main hall where a short and relatively plump mortal woman was waiting. We had some trouble with her accent. I don't think she speaks our language all that well, the tribune whispered to Leon. However, she told us some very interesting things, assuming nothing was lost in translation. I'd like to hear those things from her, Leon said as he walked over. The woman noticed them walking over and a look of growing anxiety appeared on her tan face, enough that Leon almost stopped walking towards her. He supposed that anyone as magically weak as her might feel more than a little intimidated at seeing 4 much more powerful mages marching over, all with stern, stoic expressions. He took a moment to try and force a smile on his face, hoping to relieve some of that anxiety she was obviously feeling, but the effect seemed decidedly mixed. She didn't back away from them, but she still didn't seem comfortable, so Leon had everyone stop about a step or two before they might have otherwise, hoping that a little bit of extra space would help her to relax and tell him what she knew of what might have happened to Turiel. Hello there, Leon said, his smile becoming a little shallower, but also more genuine. My name is Leon Rame, and I guess I'm in charge here. He glanced back at the tribune with an amused look, and the tribune just chuckled and nodded. The woman, speaking in a somewhat high-pitched and nervous squeak, and with a thick accent that Leon was terribly unused to hearing. The only time he'd ever encountered people who didn't speak the same language he did was during the war with Talfar, and that had been incredibly brief. It had been such a non-issue for him that dealing with language barriers after leaving the Bull Kingdom hadn't been something that he'd put too much time into considering. That Turiel spoke the same language as he did so fluently and without even the slightest trace of an accent hadn't even seemed strange to him, but now that he was thinking about it, Leon supposed it was just a little bit odd. Though he was a merchant and had claimed to be a supporter of the Bull Kingdom. Gita, she said. Work here, in before. A pleasure to meet you, Leon replied, his tone soft and encouraging. I was told that you have some information to share with us about Turiel, the man who used to live here. Meeked, she muttered under her breath as she glanced around at the main hall. No Turiel, not known person. Berg home master. Leon cocked an eyebrow in surprise, then slowly dawning realization as his eyes drifted in the same direction that Gita was looking. There he saw a large portrait of man similar to the rest that he'd seen in the house, a man who looked nothing like Turiel. In that moment, all of the creeping suspicions were confirmed. This wasn't Turiel's house. That sly bastard, Marcus murmured from behind Leon. No wonder we haven't found anything with his name or signature. This isn't his fucking house. Leon held up a hand to silence the young nobleman. He turned back to Gita and asked, is that man in the portrait over there the man who owned this house? Gita seemed a bit confused for a moment, but after taking a moment to parse his words, she slowly nodded her head. Home master, there, and the name, Turiel, is unknown to you. Not known person, Turiel, she replied. Leon bitterly pursed his lips together. I suppose this might handily explain why we haven't found a damn thing since coming here, Alcander growled, clearly irate at the lost time. Where does this guy live, then? Leon scowled as he thought about it, the man's offer to get him alone suddenly taking on a much more sinister tone, his slight guilt from earlier being replaced with rapidly mounting anger. Who the hell's knows? Turning back to the tribune, Leon said, make sure she's rewarded for her information. Keep everyone else here and sweep this place top to bottom, just in case. Me and mine are going to check in with Sir Sigebert." The tribune nodded, and not even 5 minutes later, Leon and his squad marched right out of the mansion, all expressing various kinds of anger and frustration, everyone wondering just what the hell's else Turiel might have lied about if this wasn't his home. "That fucking bastard," Sigebert growled as he stared at the map of the Serpentine Isles on the table in front of him. Leon had gone back to him immediately to report on his findings regarding Turiel, and Sigebert, instilled with the same suspicion, surprise, and anger as Leon, immediately summoned the rest of the remaining city elite. He'd had them all questioned before about what they might know of Turiel's location. But they'd all claimed to have no knowledge of the man that they could use. That was, at least, until Sigebert and Leon personally began to ask questions. Perhaps it was because of the seriousness that Leon and Sigebert were treating the situation that convinced them to stop lying, but during their individual interrogations, 4 of the islander nobles gave up the fact that Turiel was, in fact, Jorman, the very pirate that had kidnapped Octavius and taken over the Serpentine Isles. There were a few minutes where Sigebert didn't want to believe it. Maybe it was his ego not wanting to admit that something that huge had slipped past him, but it wasn't until 3 of the nobles confessed to Turiel's true identity that he finally accepted it. Leon didn't take that long. That Turiel was the 7th-tier water mage they were pursuing made a strange amount of sense. It explained his strange aura, which Leon now recognized as having been constrained in much the same way that Maia's had been hidden following her killing of the vampires that had assaulted Leon's villa in the Bull Kingdom's capital. It also explained his desire to get Leon alone and away from the rest of the Legion, though Leon was kind of miffed that the attraction Turiel had displayed was clearly not genuine, a little embarrassed that he'd been so flustered he'd fallen for the ruse, and slightly offended that the man hadn't tried harder to get Leon on his own. If it were Leon pulling the same con, then he'd at least try a few different tactics to get rid of the strongest enemy mage in their force. Though, he supposed that the story Turiel, or rather, Jorman, had told, might have been that attempt. Regardless, they had Jorman here with them, in their presence, breathing the same air, and they'd failed to realize it. They'd let him escape. Hells, if he hadn't disappeared on them, they would have been none the wiser, and might have even left the city in his hands, under the guise of Turiel. "I am going to cut that man's head clean off." Sigebert raged. "Save that rage for later," Leon whispered. "I understand the humiliation, but now we know what he looks like. He won't be able to do this again. We should have recognized him anyway." Sigebert insisted. "The penitent paladin gave us all his description. We should have known. Instead, he walked right in here, spouted off a bunch of horse shit about his own damned motivations." Leon almost responded, but as his mouth was opening, he felt the slightest of touches brush against his ear, and he heard the flapping of feathered wings. When he swung his head around, it took him a moment to see what had brushed against him, but he saw the bird from before perched on the rim of the courtyard's roof, just over the frieze depicting the Serpentine Islands eponymous myth, the same bird that he'd seen just before Turiel told him the story. In fact, its resemblance to the thunderbird even more uncanny in the light of day when the luster of brown and gold feathers could shine even brighter. The bird glared at Leon with its avian eyes for several long seconds, the strange sight of it utterly captivating him, only for it to then turn and pointedly look at the frieze. Leon followed its gaze, the possibility of it being sapient suddenly flashing through his mind. His eyes followed the story as they had done a couple days ago, and he wondered just why exactly Jorman had told him that story. He couldn't believe that story is true, could he? Leon wondered, is he somehow trying to free that serpent? But then why did he need to conquer these islands? Why kidnap Octavius? Did he need to do that for his plans? Leon gritted his teeth in frustration. Jorman had probably only fed them a bunch of lies, getting himself off on the fact that none of them knew who he was, flaunting his deception before them. Leon felt his heart almost burst with how fast it was angrily beating. Leon wanted nothing more than to find Jorman and rip into him with his claws and talons, sink his fangs into his flesh and tear, Jorman's blood turning his feathers and scales red. My claws. Scales, Leon thought, that strange instinct pulling him right of the violent fantasy he'd almost lost himself in, the knowledge of just where in the hells it had come from eluding him. But something drew his attention back to the courtyard's roof. There, Leon saw that the bird had disappeared. Chapter 545. Leon's Ruminations. Leon took a deep breath of the salty sea air as Sigebert's flagship left Craterrock behind them. It had been 8 long days since they'd arrived and took the city by storm. It was now barely half populated, having been the site of a brutal sack and 2 naval battles, but it was still without a doubt the largest city in the Serpentine Isles. The Legion fleets didn't waste time dealing with the rest of the settlements on the island aside from a few cursory and token inspections during the search for Octavius. If they needed further attention, then whoever the king decided to install as Earl would see to it. Craterhawk was back in their possession, and that was all the Legion cared about. However, it had taken all of those 8 days to ensure that Craterhawk would stay theirs once they left. The task force left behind one of the recovered flame lances, 50 ships of varying size, and 1,000 Legion Marines. Normally, this would have been considered absolutely overkill, but given that Jorman had already destroyed 1 fleet, no one wanted to take any chances with leaving behind a weak garrison. Even when the scouts surveyed the island during the week and reported back that Jorman's pirate fleet wasn't anywhere on the island, no one relaxed. Jorman himself had managed to infiltrate the island and interact with the fleet legates face to face, and no one had been the wiser until he left. If anything, as Craterhawk grew smaller behind them, Leon knew that the fleet legates were nervous that the forces they left behind wouldn't be enough if Jorman were hiding his people somewhere else on the island, just waiting for their main forces to leave. But they had to move on. If Leon knew anything about the Legion that could hold his respect, it was that they didn't waste time deliberating. If Jorman retook Craterhawk again, then they'd just turn around and burn him out of whatever hole he was hiding in. For now, they'd move on to the second island. With the losses sustained during the taking of Craterhawk and the demands of the garrison they left behind, the fleet was objectively much smaller, even if they hadn't taken so many overall losses as to be much affected. They were now down 1,500 Marines, and a little over 100 ships. Granted, most of those ships were fairly small with crews barely more than a couple dozen at most, but the Islander flame lances had still managed to sink or severely damage a dozen heavier escorts. Sigebert's flagship had also been heavily damaged in their initial salvo, with one of his flame lances having been knocked out of commission. Fortunately, it had been an easy affair for the naval engineers to rip the slagged weapon down and replace it with the seized Islander flame lance that they weren't leaving behind. The fleets began to speed up as they left the first island, though Leon noted that they stopped accelerating at a slightly slower speed than they had risen to when leaving the Bull Kingdom. They also adopted a more defensive formation, letting smaller and faster ships range ahead farther than they had on approach to the first island. It seemed that they had been once bitten by the flame lances taken by Jorman and were now twice shy. They were going to approach the capitals of each island with much more caution from now on, and their eyes were going to be open for any signs of ambush. Leon himself participated little in the actual affairs of setting up the temporary garrison in Craterhawk, though he was still there for most of the meetings. They bored him almost to tears, but he'd taken Nestor's advice and his own realization to heart. He needed the experience in these matters, even if he wasn't going to be calling the shots for these particular cases. He made sure to pay attention to exactly how the fleet legates went about incentivizing the remaining local elites into helping them, how they used their manpower to help the people of the city begin rebuilding, and how they subtly and tacitly threatened everyone involved by leaving behind the garrison for their protection. Leon would remember these lessons. He'd taken a few walks down into the city with his small squad several times, and it seemed like the islanders, while not entirely happy with the Legion forces themselves, were at least content and grateful that they weren't being sacked. It seemed like, to Leon's eyes, at least, that the Bull Kingdom had successfully taken back Craterhawk and ensured that it would stay in their hands even after they left, barring any action from Jorman. As for the pirate himself, Leon was sure that Jorman had already quit the island. Instead of sticking around and trying to resist the Legion, Leon felt like Jorman had another goal, one that wasn't quite so practical and grounded as everyone else was assuming. Leon had thought a lot about the story that Jorman had told him, about the godlike serpent sealed beneath the island chain, just waiting for someone to come along and release it. The way that Jorman had described it and the way that the bird that so resembled his thunderous ancestor drew attention to it were signs and glimpses into the pirate's true intention, or so Leon felt. Jorman could have just been messing with his head, but Leon wasn't so sure about that. Leon kept that theory to himself. He had nothing in the way of evidence to support it, but it just felt right. However, the fleet legates were clearly of a more immediate suspicion. They believed that when Jorman, as Turiel, claimed that he'd been trying to become king of the Isles, he hadn't been joking. And that theory didn't necessarily conflict with Leon's impression. At the very least, Jorman had certainly come off to him as an ambitious man. But Leon didn't think it was his political ambitions that defined him, but rather his magical and symbolic ambitions. He believed in what he was doing. Leon heard it in his voice when he told him the story, despite later seeming to dismiss the story as just that, though Leon did wonder several times if that was simply his memory playing tricks on him, warping his recollections to suit his narrative. Whatever the case, as Leon turned his eyes away from Craterrock and toward the second island, even to his eyes still just a gray-green smear in the distance, Leon readied himself for whatever was going to come next, for if he was certain about anything, it was that Jorman was planning something much bigger than the mere act of state building. He was trying to do something on a whole other level. If he weren't, then at the very least, Leon would have expected a much more vigorous defense of the Serpentine Isles, largest city and de facto capital. Leon also would have expected an assassination or two after Jorman's successful deception. As Leon stood there on the deck, leaning on a railing, he glanced over his shoulder at Marcus and Alex sparring together. Marcus was clearly better than her, but Alex was still performing admirably, giving almost as good as she was getting. Alcander was standing nearby, silently watching and waiting with obvious eagerness for his turn to fight. Maya was standing next to Leon, staring down at the water that they were sailing through with a thoughtful expression. Gaius hadn't joined the rest of them for the journey so far, being still an official member of Sigebert's staff and having a few duties to fulfill with the fleet legate, but Leon noticed Gaius walking out of the command tower only a few moments after these thoughts finished going through his head, pause for a brief stretch, then start walking languidly in their direction. Gaius exchanged brief greetings with the others save for Maya, who barely responded before joining Leon at the railing. "So," he began, "Sir Sigebert wants you to know that things are going to be very different when we reach the second island." "I figured that would be so," Leon replied, his eyes barely straying from watching Alex and Marcus duel. The longer he watched, the prouder and more dejected at Alex's performance he became. Prouder because he'd taught her much of the Rame fighting style when she had squired for him, but also dejected because she wasn't able to overcome Marcus's lifetime of noble training with the blade, even as skilled as she was. Leon took the blame for that, as he had been Alex's primary teacher during her squireship, even if she had received some tutoring from Prince Trajan. Gaius paused a moment to watch the spar before he continued. "The second island has several key points of interest we need to capture. The Earl's City, along with a pair of relatively large merchant enclaves. One of these enclaves was established by citizens from the Bull Kingdom, and is also the closest to Serpent's Fang Craterrock, so that's where we're going to making landfall. Hopefully, if anyone is still there that's sympathetic to the Bull Kingdom, we'll have a much easier landing this time around, but we're still going to assume that the colony has fallen into Jorman's hands and is occupied by enemy forces. We'll hit the sand with a couple battalions of Marines, then shadow the fleet by moving south and west along the coast. We'll take the colony by land and sea, establish it as our headquarters on the island, then move on to the rest of the island settlements. Shouldn't take more than a few days to take all of the targets we need to, but we ought to prepare for a few days spent out in the jungles, just in case." Leon nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't much mind sleeping out in the jungles, at least, for the moment, and his mind was still more taken by thoughts of Jorman than that rest of the Serpentine Isles. "It's worth noting," Gaius said, "that the coasts of this island are a lot rougher than the first island. Lots of cliffs, rocks, caves, and all sorts of other places for a possible fleet of pirates to hide in." "I'll certainly be keeping an eye out," Leon replied. The island was far too big for his magic senses to cover the entire thing, but not for Maya. Magic senses weren't a guarantee that they'd see something, of course, but he was hopeful that if Jorman was going to attack them conventionally, then the pirates would be seen first. "He's not going to stay out in the open, though," Leon said, finishing his thought out loud. "At least, not his real troops. Maybe the islanders will be more blatant in their hostility, but Jorman isn't going to do that. I guarantee you that if he doesn't want to be found, then finding him without tearing the island asunder isn't going to be easy." "Why do you think that?" Gaius asked, not disagreeing but merely curious as to Leon's reasoning. "He infiltrated the meeting and hit a pair of flame lances that caused a hefty amount of damage," Leon replied, not elaborating too much on specific events. "I spoke with him at great length, and I don't think a man who goes to the trouble of pretending he was someone trustworthy so completely and draws so much attention to himself only to seemingly abandon whatever he was doing and disappear is going to be fighting in any conventional way. We'll need to be prepared for ambushes, misdirections, and feints, sudden strikes and even more sudden retreats, hit-and-run tactics. Jorman doesn't need to stop us here, he's got 3 more islands to make us bleed before he'll have to hold the line." Leon trailed off a bit, reluctant to continue his line of thought out loud. If he even cares about stopping us, that is, he silently finished. His unease grew with every second they spent slowly sailing toward the second island. Even then, though, not once did he think, even with his doubts about Jormun's official motivation, that the Legion was going to be allowed to run right over the second island, let alone the remaining 4. There was going to be at least some resistance, and he had to prepare himself for it. "You sound almost like you admire him a bit," Gaius said with a sly grin. "I do," Leon readily admitted. "I could never do what he did, I'm not that good of a liar. You have to admit, though, that it took a crazy amount of balls to just walk right up to the fleet legates in the guise of someone else, convincing those hunting you down so thoroughly that you're not the subject of their hunt that they're willing to let you be in charge after they leave. And keeping the rest of the remaining nobles in the city in line long enough that no one said anything until more than a day after you leave. So, yeah, I respect him for that. Were I in his shoes, I don't even think I'd have that amount of patience or restraint. It just utterly blows my mind that he did that." "I guess I can understand," Gaius replied. "Sir Sigebert is incensed, though. Even now, he's practically chomping at the bit to introduce that pirate to the nearest headsman." "Who isn't?" Leon sarcastically asked, though he could think of a few. "I suppose the islanders don't want to see him dead," he said, his tone turning serious. "That would make sense to me," Gaius replied. "I don't know any islanders personally, but I can't imagine they've been all that thrilled with having to give tribute to the Bull Kingdom in punishment for their raiding decades ago." "You might actually know an islander," Leon said, surprising the other man. "Oh, don't tell me you're an islander. Now, I've already embarrassed myself enough, I'd say, for taking you to be a Valeman." "No, not me. One of the people in my unit from our academy days, a man named Charles. I don't think you'd know him, but his family immigrated from the Serpentine Isles into the Northern Territories. I don't think he'd be all that happy with Jormun, but the people who stayed here might be different. I know that I wouldn't be too thrilled if my home were invaded." Leon briefly thought about the attack on his home in the forest of black and white that left his father dead, and he felt like he could empathize a little bit with how many of the islanders might feel toward the Bull Kingdom. As soon as the decision was made by Trajan, August, Octavius, and later King Julius that the Serpentine Isles could not be allowed to deny the Bull Kingdom's suzerainty, it was all but guaranteed that thousands of islanders would die. Already, thousands of islanders had died. Gaius frowned, clearly unable to remember Charles, but he nodded in agreement as Leon continued. "I'm surprised, Leon, though I suppose I shouldn't be. I never pegged you as the sort that thought about politics and how they impact the people all that much, but I suppose it's certainly something I'd expect from someone from House Rame." Leon gave the other man a bitter smile. "It's a recent thing. I don't like politics, I don't like thinking about how they affect the people. But if I'm going to accomplish what I want, then I'm going to have to change that." "What is it you're trying to do, if I might ask?" Gaius gave Leon a strange look as he asked that question, one that Leon interpreted as both surprise and appreciation, with a dash of confusion sprinkled in. He detected no maliciousness in the other man's words, and he figured that since it wasn't exactly something that he had to keep secret, then there'd be no harm in telling Gaius at least some of his future plans. "When all of this is over, when Jormun is dead and Octavius has been brought back to the Bull Kingdom, I'll be making plans to leave for the Central Empires. I might be joining Heaven's Eye, but it won't be all that soon. Regardless, staying around in the Bull Kingdom is not on my list of things to do. My aim is a little bit higher." "I think that might be an understatement," Gaius whispered as he nodded in admiration. "Not going to lie, I don't think I'd ever make that decision if I were in your shoes. Having a claim to the Great Plateau isn't something easily given up, depends on your priorities. Mine do not lay with the Bull Kingdom. I don't plan on stopping my magical growth at the 7th tier, and the kind of person who would be content with the Great Plateau would, in taking it, only stunt their growth at that level. Besides, the king's doing away with landed nobles, and while it'll take probably the rest of his lifetime to do so, I don't want to make a push for my birthright, only to have it taken from my children. Better to just move on." Gaius just shook his head. "As I said, I don't think I could ever make that decision, or even think that clearly about it. I'd just see the Great Plateau and that would be it." Leon shrugged. "To each their own, I suppose." Quickly changing the subject, Leon asked Gaius, "Say, what are Sigebert's expectations for the rest of this mission? Like what kind of welcome we ought to be expecting from the rest of the islanders?" I suppose I could ask him myself, but since you're here, after that battle to take Serpent's Fang, he's expecting us to fight tooth and nail for every inch of ground we take, Gaius replied. Leon nodded and frowned in dejected agreement. I thought the same. I'm thinking most of our people are, Gaius replied. Enough islanders have shown that they're willing to fight to keep us away. Enough Legion Marines and sailors have died that everyone at least in Sigebert's fleet knows someone who will never see home again. They're already thinking in terms of us vs them, assuming they weren't before. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, Leon observed, feeling some joy at not having to be the person who'd have to deal with all of those issues, at least, for now. If he wanted to unite the former lands of his ancient clan under his own banner, and he did want that, then as Nestor told him that first day in Craterrock, these were problems he was going to have to be prepared to deal with. And, at least right now, he wasn't sure how he'd handle the situation. He sympathized greatly for the Serpentine Islanders. He'd never considered the Bull Kingdom home, either, and he'd chafed while fighting under them as a knight. Even his current status as something of a mercenary wasn't exactly to his liking. A strange look must have come over his face, for when Leon glanced at Gaius, he found the other man staring at him. What? He asked. Nothing, Gaius replied. It's just as I said before, I couldn't have imagined you caring about any of this 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I wouldn't have, Leon replied as he pushed himself off the railing. I should get back to work. I haven't used my bow in a while, and I'd like to make sure it and all the rest of my gear is ready for battle when we arrive. Gaius nodded as Maya followed Leon back to their quarters. Everyone else stayed up top for a while yet, giving the two of them some much-needed time for intimacy, while also roping Gaius into their sparring. Leon didn't end up doing much work after touching up some of his older enchantments on his bow. He simply lay down in his bed, Maya's satisfied, sleeping form beside him, as his turned over the thought of how he would pacify the Serpentine Isles were he the one in charge. By the time sleep inevitably pulled him into its dark embrace, he hadn't managed to come to any decisive conclusions. Chapter 546. Arriving at the second island, Leon stared at the beach in the distance, a frown on his face. Their chosen landing place was about 10 miles away from their first destination on the second island, a small town founded by Bull Kingdom citizens to build ships out of the lumber given by the rest of the Serpentine Isles in tribute to the Bull King. But the scouts that had been dispatched to ascertain the town's status had returned with fell news. The town had been razed and abandoned, its primarily wooden buildings blackened by fire and its streets apparently deserted. Being less than 20 miles away now, Leon could easily see with his magic senses the scale of destruction was, if anything, worse than what the scouts had reported, and that the city was just as deserted as the Legion had come to fear. There were no signs of anyone remaining within its maze-like streets and alleys, and Leon couldn't see a single building that was still intact. Whatever fire had burned there hadn't been stopped and had spread from building to building unfettered. Worse, since no one had been able to see the fire from far off and powerful mages could see a long way when on the endless ocean, that meant that whatever had happened to the town had happened at least a month before, and yet there had been no word that the fleet had been able to hear. Whatever happened to the people was thus a complete mystery, and one that had many in the task force making everything from conservative guesses that Jorman had simply taken the people prisoner to try and coerce the fleets to go home to wild conjectures with little evidence or reason, such as Jorman preparing a massive blood sacrifice to bring ruin to the fleets by invoking the wrath of ancient gods. After the conversation he had with the man, Leon was more in the second camp than the first, and as the hours passed after discovering the empty colony, Leon grew more and more terrified that Jorman's serpent was truly down below the Serpentine Isles, and that Jorman was intent on releasing it. Leon set that fear aside as best as he could and focused his attention on the task at hand, reaching the sacked town with the Marines at his back, and maybe figure out just what in the hell's happened to it. Perhaps as concerningly as the sacked town, however, were the farms in the town's hinterlands. They held no signs of having been looted or burned, but Leon couldn't see a single human being among the hundreds of farms along the coast and the few small rivers around the coastal colony. Leon's route to the colony would take him through many of those farms, so he vowed to stop and see what he could see. The reason for their disappearance could simply be that they didn't want to be in the Legion's way, but Leon had no way to say for sure. He hoped there might be a clue or two in some of the empty farmsteads. What was also concerning was the fact that no matter how hard Leon looked, he couldn't see hide nor hair of any islanders waiting in ambush. The task force was made up of many hundreds of ships. There was no way in any hell that their approach could have been missed. There were some pains taken to mask their specific approach, mostly by increasing the width of their sailing formation and sending several other groups on feints toward other potential landing spots, but Leon was resolved not to underestimate Jorman. The pirate was the kind of man that infiltrated the command structure of the task force so completely, so convincingly, that the fleet legates had been prepared to leave him in control of the island, only to abandon that tactic after less than a day, for some undiscernible reason. A man like that wasn't one that anyone could predict. Still, the lack of any perceptible resistance to the task force's advance was worrying. That worry only grew stronger a few hours later when Leon and his squad found themselves on the black sand shores of the island, a couple thousand Marines disembarking just behind them. Where in the hells are these people? Alcander wondered aloud, and not for the first time. Leon wasn't alone in his worry and suspicion, but no one, not even Maya with her tremendously powerful magic senses, could make heads or tails of what was happening, or where their enemy happened to be. Who knows? Leon replied with a frown that betrayed just how much he was having to force himself to focus on moving toward the town rather than actively search for their enemy. Let's just ready to move on. We have to reach that town by the end of the day, and we have a lot of ground to cover. Keep your eyes open. Yeah, Alcander replied, though he sounded not all enthused. As he fell in behind Leon, Leon heard him murmur, "Just fucking fight us straight up. What are you people doing?" They would move on down the coast, shadowing the fleets as they moved toward the sacked shipbuilding town. It may have been deserted and ruined, but the loss of dozens of ships and thousands of Marines and sailors on their arrogantly forward approach to Craterrock had the fleet legates wary of making such a direct move again. "No damn way they're just going to let us move unobstructed," Marcus murmured, repeating a sentiment that had been given voice many times over the past couple of days. Leon fully agreed with the statement, and the lack of obvious preparations was starting to get to him. In a way, it would have almost been a comfort to see more conventional defenses, because walls, towers, and armies were something that Leon could easily prepare himself for, and that the fleets were easily capable of dealing with. Whatever was going on now, however, was going to be much harder handle, that much he could tell. Leon and his squad were to be the tip of the spear, leading the way at the very front of their marching column. The two tribunes who were actually in charge of the Marines would lead from the center and rear, respectively, leaving Leon essentially unchallenged for dealing with any threats at the front and at what pace to march. So, Leon set a quick pace. The black sandy shores quickly gave way to tall sheer cliffs and long green tree lines thick enough to block vision after only a few feet. The Marines were essentially relying entirely on the magic senses of Leon, Maya, and the small handful of higher-ranked mages they had with them. Fortunately, as Leon led them down the shoreline, he sensed nothing unusual. However, there was just so many places to hide in the inland jungle that he knew it would have been easy to evade detection. He also couldn't discount the possibility of Jorman or any of his people having laid traps or gotten possession of some manner of invisibility, or flight, or underwater locomotion, or any of an endless series of possibilities that Leon found himself contemplating with every step he took. All of this added up to a rather nerve-wracking march. Leon's eyes were constantly scanning their immediate surroundings, looking for anything odd or that stuck out to him as a possible trap. Perhaps an unusually placed rock meant that an explosive spell had been buried beneath it. Maybe there were archers hidden in places that he failed to notice even with his magic senses that were just waiting for a chance to strike, loosing spell arrows into their vulnerable marching column. For all Leon knew, there was even the possibility that some of the cliffs they passed could split open like the seawall at Craterrock, revealing another salvaged flame lance in just the perfect place to punch gigantic holes in their column before they could meaningfully react. But none of those things happened, and that only made Leon's anxiety worse. His mood was shared by many of the rest of the Marines, made obvious by the fact that they marched in complete silence. The dense jungle and lack of opposition had everyone on edge, and everyone who could articulate it would have agreed that with every step, the chances of Jorman attacking them only grew. Over cliffs they marched, the ocean and the fleet that sailed upon it always there to reassure them on one side, even as the jungle pressed in on the other. They couldn't follow the coast perfectly, however, and several times had to press into the jungle in order to make progress. Each time it was done slowly and carefully, with Leon and his squad ranging forth with significant Marine support, ensuring that there were no surprises waiting for them. Even as the hours passed and they started to enter the cultivated farmlands that were supposed to support the shipbuilding town, no one relaxed. One reason was that there still wasn't any sign of Jorman or his pirates, but the other was that the empty farms made for eerie scenery to pass through. The fields themselves were quite anemic compared to some of those that Leon had seen even in the comparatively barren eastern territories. Despite being an island people, the Serpentine Islands had relatively few water mages or mages of any kind, for that matter. Most of their mages took to the seas for their livelihoods rather than committing to developing the islands, acting as fishermen or sailors. As a result, there wasn't much in the way of irrigation, magical or otherwise, that might have helped the farms produce enough food to support larger and more urban populations. Still, the islands were volcanic, the climate was quite humid with frequent rains, and there were a few small streams here and there, allowing these farms to exist. As they drew near, Leon and his group saw signs that these farms weren't abandoned long ago. The fields of purple corn were orderly and looked relatively weed-free, the fences keeping the vermin out were well maintained, and it looked like the storage sheds were still full of tools and other supplies. And yet, Leon couldn't sense any people around. Leon called the entire marching column to a halt upon arriving at the first cluster of farmsteads built around a small coastal lake, letting the tribunes and centurions take charge of setting up the proper security while Gaius sent up a flare to let the fleets know what was happening. Then, with his squad and a few dozen marines, Leon made his way to the largest nearby farmhouse. By his reckoning, this cluster of farms had enough housing for about half a dozen families. As they came within a few hundred feet of the farmhouse, Leon whispered to his people, "Spread out and stay alert." In a few seconds, Marcus, Alcander, and Maya came up on his left, with half of the marines to their left. Anzu, Alex, and Gaius took up positions on his right, with the rest of the marines fanning out in that direction. Then, they advanced, with Leon and Maya's magic senses spread out in the surrounding area to make sure they weren't about to be attacked. As far as Leon could tell, however, they were alone, and the column behind them was, too. Leon was the first to reach the door. His magic senses told him no one was inside the small 5-room building, but the well-worn ground around the house spoke to it still being inhabited, so he knocked loudly and called out, "Hello." There was no answer, so Leon pushed open the door. To his mild surprise, the door was locked, but there wasn't a single enchantment in the entire house, so he easily managed to push the door open anyway and head inside. The house was only 5 rooms, one large central room with rough wooden walls, floors, and a ceiling made mostly of thatch filling in around a timber frame. The other 4 rooms branched off from there, with 2 bedrooms, one with a single large bed, and the other with 3 smaller beds, a bathroom that looked like nothing more than a wooden seat with a hole leading to a fairly deep cesspit, and a storage room. Immediately, he saw that there were no signs of a struggle or hurried packing. It almost looked as if the people who lived in this place had only left for the afternoon and were soon going to return. The rest of his squad filed in behind him save for Anzu and quickly secured the place, confirming in a matter of minutes what Leon's magic senses had already told him: the house was devoid of people. Everyone quickly shifted into investigation mode rather than security, and they began to practically take the house apart looking for clues as to where its owners might be. "Look at this," Marcus said as he pointed around in the large central room. Leon glanced over, hoping that he'd found something, but instead just saw Marcus holding up a bag practically overflowing with purple corn. Wherever these people went, they apparently had no room for food, or at least took all the food they needed and didn't have room for more. Same with the clothes, Alcander added as he exited one of the smaller bedrooms. "Anything obviously out of order?" Leon asked, but they and the others all shook their heads. Leon scowled as his eyes swept over the place again. Where the hells did these people go? He wondered aloud. They couldn't have gotten far. He'd seen people working these farms only a few hours before. And yet, no matter how hard he looked, he didn't see anything out of place that might suggest a hasty departure. The one table was in the center of the room with a nearby hearth, a large iron pot next to it. The floor was mostly bare dirt, though the table and its half-dozen chairs had a roughly spun carpet of jungle plants beneath it. The walls were lined with shelves, barrels, and sacks, with little else in the way of furniture. As far as Leon could tell, most of those barrels and sacks were full, too. Obviously, he couldn't say for certain if anything was out of place, but it certainly didn't seem this was a place that had been attacked or hurriedly evacuated. Over the next half hour or so, Leon and his squad turned the place upside down, and yet they found nothing of note. No hidden passages, no doors leading to cellars where the family who lived there might be hiding, no sign of where they had gone. When Leon came back out of the house, he was thoroughly frustrated, and he wasn't the only one. Not a damn soul to be seen, no magic stuff anywhere, this is creepy, Alex muttered as she stepped back out into the light. Yeah, Marcus replied, no farmer I know would ever willingly give up their land like this. They don't typically care about the goings-on of armies and kingdoms and all that. So long as the sun keeps shining and their crops keep growing, most don't care. At least, in my experience. It's likely that they saw us coming and ran into the jungle, Alex countered with an almost challenging tone as she shot Marcus an almost exasperated look. They may not care about our politics, but they might still be concerned with the local town having been sacked and then having a massive fleet appear on the horizon. Fair, Marcus conceded. I'd say there's a damn good chance that they've thrown in with Jorman, Gaius suggested. Maybe they didn't want to answer any awkward questions about what happened to that town. Maybe they're more actively working for their pirate lord, and are just waiting for us to lower our defenses before they strike. Wouldn't be surprised if they have some kind of place to hide out in the jungle that has been warded against magic senses. I don't cutting Gaius off before he could finish his hypothesis, a tremendous fiery explosion tore through the back ranks of the Marines' marching column. It was fairly distant to Leon and his squad, but it was impossible to miss as the shockwave punched into their chests. Immediately, Leon's armor was on and his sword was in his hand. He projected his magic senses again, taking in the sight of more than a dozen mangled corpses of people who used to be Bull Kingdom Marines and dozens more trying to shake off their injuries. The rest of the Marines marching in their companies swiftly assumed proper defensive formations, with shield walls pointed at the jungle, but there was no one to see out there. No archers, no hostiles of any kind. Just an empty tree line. Fucking hell, Alex shouted as she flinched at the sound of the explosion, while Marcus involuntarily ducked his head. Alcander and Gaius, meanwhile, responded by drawing their weapons and staring at the back of the column. Maya and Anzu were a little startled, but neither seemed particularly anxious. Let's go, Leon shouted as he led his squad running back toward the company that he'd been completely gutted. Do you sense anything? Leon asked Maya as they ran. No, she replied, he couldn't either, which brought out a terrible frown. It took only about a minute for Leon and his squad to reach the back of the marching column, even with the companies relatively spread out. In that time, there were no further explosions, and Leon saw no one else moving about at the jungle. See to the injured, Leon shouted at his squad as they started to pull out the healing spells he'd shared with them. He then stood there, staring into the trees as if waiting for someone to show themselves. No one did, and as the confused and pained screams of the injured filled his ears, Leon felt his heart growing cold with fury. The loss of his unit during the Civil War was still a vivid and painful memory, and yet here dozens more had been injured or killed on his watch. This time, however, he couldn't even see his enemy. It was like some random explosion had just torn through the company holding the rear, without any evidence at all of what had caused it, almost like it had been act of some capricious or sadistic god. Not even the fire magic it had given off was a clue. It could have been a fireball from Jorman's 7th tier fire mage, or it could have been a spell arrow. It could have even been an explosive mine left for them to stumble over. Who's in charge back here? Leon demanded. After a long moment of silence, one of the company prefects stepped forward, a fresh-faced man maybe about 25 by mortal standards, though he was 3rd tier, so he was likely closer to 40. I would guess that would be me, he said, his tone uncertain. Where's the tribune and your centurion? Leon demanded to know, though he could make a guess. Neither the company centurion nor the tribune that had been marching with them could be seen. The prefect took a deep breath and nodded in the direction of several of the incinerated corpses, telling Leon that his guess was accurate. Leon swore under his breath and did his best to suppress the instinct to charge into the tree line and find whoever did this. But that would be reckless and potentially suicidal, even with Maya at his side. He still couldn't sense anyone out in the trees, meaning that there was someone or something out there capable of evading their senses, and that made them eminently dangerous. Still, the hours of trudging along the shore constantly on edge for the inevitable attack had made him eager for a fight. He wanted nothing more than to release all of that pent-up frustration by charging into the trees and hunting down whoever had done this. But there were no clues to go on, not from his current vantage point. He'd need to get much closer and look for any tracks, and even then, there were no guarantees that he'd find anything. Leon grimaced as he cast his gaze around to the other companies. He couldn't abandon them like that, and he wasn't sure as to the wisdom of having everyone charge into the tree line chasing an invisible enemy. To make that any kind of viable, they needed a fortified position to fall back to, which they currently lacked. Leon swore under his breath again, glad only for the fact his helmet kept his frustration from being too obvious. "Leon," Gaius called out, and as Leon turned his head, he saw the other man pointing to the ships off in the distance, and at one of the dreadnoughts that had quite a spectacular array of signal flags flying above its central tower, along with a wreck. Chapter 547, Jorman's jungle art project. Leon and the Marines made it to the sacked town without any further difficulties. It was so easy and uneventful that it almost seemed like the one explosion that had killed one of the two tribunes officially leading the force was some kind of fluke or accident. But Leon knew better than to think that, as far as he was concerned, that was Jorman's doing, probably by some kind of trap spell, since Leon hadn't been able to identify any nearby archers or other pirates that might have been responsible. It angered Leon greatly that he'd been hit by the explosive spell, but it almost angered him even more that Jorman didn't do more to resist their movement. It was almost as if the man was toying with them, showing them that he could strike and kill them when he wanted to, but refusing to do so. Leon was not into the idea that his column of Marines made it to their destination by Jorman's grace. He would have felt better if they'd had to fight some islanders or something, anything to earn their advance. It felt to Leon a lot like Jorman was rubbing his power over them in their faces with that one singular mine. As it was, no other traps were encountered, nor were any islanders at all seen. All of the farms in the town's hinterland had been seemingly abandoned before the marching column came through. There wasn't a single exception. If he had more time, Leon would have stopped to check these places out more thoroughly, but he hadn't been able to spare the time. The fleets had been close to outpacing him and the Marines after they'd been forced to stop to deal with the injured following Jorman's bombing, so he'd had to hurry everyone past the farms without much in the way of investigation aside from cursory scans with his magic senses. Upon reaching the town ruins, all of that hurry seemed pointless. There wasn't so much as a single intact building anywhere to be found. All of the wooden structures had been razed to the ground, leaving little but piles of ash and blackened timber, and their proximity didn't change anything. There'd been some hope that there'd been people hiding in the ruins who'd reveal themselves as the Legion approached. This was a Bull Kingdom colony, after all. Leon could only sigh as his magic senses swept across the ruins. He could see no survivors anywhere. As he stood staring out at the destruction, the remaining Marine tribune came forward and almost apologetically asserted his authority, getting the Marines to keep moving down to the remains of the docks. Leon didn't argue. He simply led his small squad to the top of a small cliff nearby that overlooked most of the town, keeping an eye out for anything that might be unusual or might indicate an attack by Jorman. This place, he heard Alex mutter in horror once they could all finally take in the scale and completeness of the town's destruction. Leon shared her horror. Even when towns were brutally sacked, it was incredibly rare, at least to Leon's knowledge, that settlements like these were so completely destroyed. What kind of hell-spawned people could do this? Alcander said, adding to Alex's sentiment. Leon sighed again and simply answered, Jorman. As night fell on the island, the town looked very different. The Legion engineers who had been almost the first off the ships had demolished most of the ruins in short order. There hadn't been much need to collect evidence, not with the town so destroyed, and then quickly raised a simple, if large, square stone fortress in the town's place. The docks were rebuilt in less than an hour, with the earth mages doing most of the heavy lifting. By the time they were done, the Legion had a good strong point from which they could secure the rest of the island. However, during all of the construction, there had been no sign of Jorman, his pirates, or any other islander, for that matter. The fleet legates wasted no time in sending out scout ships to the other two settlements they wanted to check out, including the seat of the island's ruling earl, but as it was, the Legion fleets were seemingly all alone in this little corner of the Serpentine Isles. Leon found it terribly creepy, which made him restless. As a glorified mercenary, he had little to do as the Legion ran around getting their fortress set up. They didn't know how long they might stick around on the island. In Basina and Luduric's case, they were under direct orders from the king to reimpose his suzerainty over the island, and that could take a while. Leon and Sigebert, however, were only there to find and recapture Octavius, of whom they had seen even less than Jorman. But Leon had to admit that he'd barely even thought about Octavius during this journey. The prince seemed so inconsequential, especially after Leon had met Turiel and the man's true identity came to light. He just had an awful feeling that whatever Jorman's true goal was, it was a hell of a lot worse than setting himself up as a king over the Serpentine Isles, and every minute he spent not doing anything in the Legion camps was not just a minute wasted, it was another minute for Jorman to continue putting his plans, whatever they may be, into motion. Eventually, Leon found himself on the fairly low and relatively simple walls of the fortress, staring off into the island's nearby jungle. Jorman and his pirates were out there somewhere, he could feel it in his bones. There was no way in the hells that a single explosive mine was the extent of Jorman's plans for resistance on this island. The man was doing something with all these missing people. Leon wasn't sure how long he spent on the battlements. He'd gone up almost as soon as they had been erected and stayed up there until sunset. He gave his squad some time to rest after their march, but Maya stayed with him as he stood up. There, staring into the distance, using his magic senses to sweep through the jungle slowly and methodically, looking for anything at all of note. The jungle was large and dense, though, and it would take days for him to examine everything within his range. Still, he couldn't help the boredom and the sitting around. By the time the sun made contact with the horizon at the edge of the plain and started to slip down under it, Leon was sorely tempted to just leap down from the walls and venture out into the jungle to see what he might be able to find the old-fashioned way. Before he could do anything with that temptation, however, he noticed Gaius walking along the ramparts, slowly making his way toward Leon's position. It took a few minutes, but once the blonde nobleman drew close, Leon turned his attention away from the jungle just long enough to give Gaius a quick nod of acknowledgement. "Leon," Gaius responded as he took up a position next to Leon, leaning on a merlin as he stared in the opposite direction as Leon, his eyes taking in all the ships of the Bull Kingdom as they set up their nightly patrols. They silently stood there for long minutes, no one else but Maya around, their closest company a handful of marines in the nearby towers. "So," Gaius said, breaking their awkward silence, "Sir Sigebert's curious as to why you haven't come down yet. He almost sent me to fetch you and bring you into the meeting that he and the rest of the fleet legates had." "I clearly wasn't needed for it," Leon replied with a detached tone, his attention still on the jungle and occasionally turning back to the nearby farms. "I would have just gotten in the way. I'm just a mercenary, I'm not here to dictate strategy to the legates." Leon felt more than a few twinges of guilt. He knew that had to brush up on his experience in the management department, but his heart just wasn't in it right now. He'd never be able to focus even if he were down there, not with the specter of Jorman looming over everything. Such an attitude couldn't last, Leon knew that, but he still needed the time to unwind a bit. "You still stepped on a few toes by not showing up," Gaius replied, his tone light and not accusatory. In fact, he seemed almost amused at Leon's apparent snubbing of the fleet legates. Leon took a deep breath as he finally turned his full attention toward Gaius. "As I said, they don't need me for their little get-together. They're more than capable of making the decisions on their own. I'm just here to provide a little extra muscle if Jorman's 7th-tier mages make problems of themselves. I'm sure that their meeting was riveting, but I'd rather spend my time doing what I can to find Jorman. Hey, I'm not passing judgment here, I'm just making some conversation." Gaius raised his hands in an almost defensive gesture, as if to block Leon's anger, but he wore a sarcastic lopsided smile at the same time. Leon took a deep breath and turned back to the jungle for a brief second. With the sun so low, the jungle beneath the trees had turned practically pitch black, but that hardly made a difference to Leon's 7th-tier senses. Still, nothing out there caught his attention, not even the jungle wildlife that he could see. "Did you need something, Gaius?" Leon quietly and calmly asked. "Nothing specific," the nobleman admitted. "Mostly, I was wondering if you needed something." Leon cocked an eyebrow and glanced back the other man, his golden eyes seemingly piercing right into Gaius like the lance of a mounted knight in a full charge. And yet, Gaius didn't flinch, he stared right back at Leon, defiant in his resistance to Leon's unconscious accusing pressure. "Do I really look that out of sorts?" Leon asked, his tone still even and calm. He even glanced at Maya, and gave her a self-deprecating smile. She responded only with a shrug. Gaius replied, "You've been up here for hours, staring off at not a damn thing. I think I'm warranted in asking if you're all right." Leon slightly grimaced, but he didn't try to avoid the question. Gaius seemed sincere enough, and Leon reluctantly admitted that he probably did seem a bit out of sorts to everyone else. After a moment's pause, Leon whispered, "Restless." Gaius responded in confusion. "I'm restless," Leon clarified. "Some of the people I was responsible for were killed today, and instead of finding those responsible, I continued on like nothing happened. More than that, Jorman is still out there, doing who the hells knows what with Octavius, concerned about our dear kidnapped prince." Gaius sarcastically asked. I'm not. Personally, I say that no matter what happens to him, it's not enough. We don't know what's happening, though, Leon pointed out in a slight growl. He should be a head shorter right now. Instead, for all we know, Jorman has been serving him blue claw lobster on a silver platter every day and hosting him in a golden palace. You don't really believe that, do you? That was a pretty ridiculous scenario. As far as things go, no, I don't really think that's what's happening. But Jorman needed Octavius for something, otherwise he wouldn't have acted when he did. He wouldn't have done what he did. Why break out a prince from the royal dungeon and flee here? If he wanted to be a king as everyone seems to think, why did he not just stay here and solidify his base instead of provoking the Bull Kingdom? That would have been a much more productive use for his time if that's what he wanted. Gaius nodded and said, it's a little strange, I admit. But then again, Jorman doesn't quite seem all there in the head, if you know what I mean. He hasn't exactly behaved as if he takes us seriously. He had the perfect chance to cut off the head of our task force, and yet he didn't take it. Leon scowled. Maybe that means he's crazy. Maybe it means what he wants isn't political. Maybe it means we don't know what the fuck he really wants. Maybe. I just want to find him, cut his damned head off, and then drag Octavius back to the capital so his daddy can give him his spankings and then we can all just move the hells on. Just saying those words out loud had Leon feeling like his stomach was about to fall out of his body. It did nothing to alleviate his dread. If anything, his dread had only grown. What do you want to do about it? Gaius quietly asked. I want to get off this damn wall and go find that damn pirate, Leon growled through clenched teeth. I don't like this waiting. This waiting to be attacked. This waiting for Jorman to make the next move. If you ask me, this focus on the people of the Serpentine Isles is misplaced right now. We need to find Jorman and end him. These isles will never fully submit to the Bull Kingdom if he's still around. If Jorman has support among the people, then we have to work to do something about that, Gaius pointed out, his fairly flat tone making it clear that he wasn't so much disagreeing with Leon as he was simply giving some obligatory advocacy for the other school of thought. Besides, the people on this island may know where he's hiding. Reaching out to them and getting them to work with us might bring us to Jorman and Octavius even faster. Maybe, Leon conceded. I'm not good at that, though. I'm better in the wild, tracking down my enemy and putting them down. Yeah, speaking from personal experience, you're pretty damn good at that, Gaius replied with a chuckle. But, listen, no one wants this to be over more than I do. I spent more than a year working for that shit. Prince Octavius. I know exactly how bad he is, and in hindsight, I probably could have saved the entire kingdom a lot of grief by doing something about him before he could assassinate Prince Trajan and kick off a civil war. I want to head out there, too, and bring all of this to an end. Leon nodded in agreement, though he knew what Gaius couldn't do such a thing. He was still a knight, essentially fulfilling the same role he'd filled when he had squired for Octavius. He was a hostage meant to keep his family in line until King Julius could reassert his authority. He was still answerable to the fleet legates in all the ways that mattered. He wasn't free enough to just leave the fortress and go pirate hunting. But Leon was, or he at least thought himself free enough to do so. How about this? Leon said as his patience started running on empty. I'll head out there with my people and scout out the interior of the island a bit, maybe head back to those farms we passed by earlier today. See what I can find. Sigebert and the others can continue with getting set up here. With the fleet just offshore and thousands of marines in camp, Jorman would be a fool to attack, so it's not like you need me here. And I'll never be too far that you can't signal me with a flare. If I don't find anything, then I'll come back and focus on the more social aspects of this campaign tomorrow. I don't think that would fly with the fleet legates, Gaius responded with a frown. They don't typically like people going off and doing their own thing. Good thing I don't answer to them, Leon replied with a cheeky smile. He'd already been paid his silver coin, so it wasn't like the legates had much power over him. Besides, I don't need the idea to fly with them when I can do that myself. Do me a favor and make sure Sigebert knows what I'm doing. Leon then turned toward the camp and leapt down from the battlements, Maya only a step behind him. Leon, wait, Gaius called out as he held out his hand as if trying to reach over and stop Leon, but he was far too late. Leon had already run into the tents. It wasn't too difficult for Leon to find his squad. The tents set aside for him and his people were closer to the center of the fortress where the command tent was, but instead of going there, he went to a section of the camp near the inside edge of the walls closest to the shore. That's where the Marines and sailors had their designated relaxation zones. An area had been set up filled with bars, tables, and even a small stage for people to play music and a ring for people to spar with each other if they so desired. It was a relatively strange sight for Leon. He'd certainly never seen something like this in a Legion camp on land, but he supposed he'd never spent much time in a fortress like this aside from the bull's horns, and neither had he spent much time with sailors and their accompanying Marines. After taking a moment to look around, he swiftly found Alex just about ready to bare-knuckle box a man twice her size with a murderous look in her eyes while Alkander stood just behind her, a derisive sneer on his face directed towards the Marine that had seemingly aroused Alex's ire. Marcus, meanwhile, was only about a dozen feet away absorbed in a game of cards with about 100 silver sitting in a pile between him and 3 other players. And say that again. I fucking dare you, Alex shouted, her voice backed by her 4th-tier power easily carrying over the loud din of the rest of the gathered men and women. Leon even felt a wisp of killing intent wafting through her aura. The hulking brute she was shouting at put on a brave face, but Leon could see his knees subtly shake, his 3rd-tier aura flagging slightly. However, he was in front of the rest of his squad, and they were shouting and hollering at Alex and Alkander, so he couldn't just back down. Keep talking, girly, and I'll have you bent over one of these tables, the man shouted, his voice cracking almost imperceptibly and betraying his lack of confidence in his ability to follow through on that threat. With a smile, Leon and Maya approached the group. He was tempted to just let things take their course. Watching his former squire kick the Marine's testicles up into his throat would have been entertaining, if nothing else, but he wanted to get moving outside the walls as soon as he could. What's going on here? Leon thundered, the smile on his face disappearing as everyone around turned in his direction. He had to fight a little bit harder to keep his face stoic and serious when he saw a handful of the gathered Marines and sailors pale slightly upon seeing him. Leon, Alkander called out, his eyes subtly glaring at the Marine from the corner of his eye. We were just about to teach some of these squids a few things about respect. You in? Leon glared at the Marine opposite Alex, and he could swear that if the man hadn't been supported by more than a dozen at his back, he would have passed out in terror. Leon couldn't tell if the Marine or anyone else there, for that matter, could recognize him apart from his obvious and unhidden power, but as it was, all the blood drained from the man's face and sweat began forming on his brow, so whether or not the Marine knew who he was hardly mattered. Leon had already achieved his desired effect. All it took were a few menacing steps for Leon to get in the man's face. The Marine was a little bit taller than Leon, but compared to the latter, he seemed no bigger than an ant. He shrunk down at least an inch under the weight of Leon's aura, and sweat began to drip from his forehead and down the end of his nose. You making trouble for my people? Leon growled. The man mumbled, and said nothing more, meekly backing down. Leon raised one of his hands and brought it to the Marine's cheek. The Marine flinched, but Leon just ended up patting his cheek like he would pet a dog's head and drawled, "Good." He was being a bit of a dick, Leon, Alex said, her eyes staring daggers at the Marine. Then make it quick, we've somewhere to be, Leon replied as he stepped away and started walking toward Marcus. He heard the sound of a fist meeting a cheek resound through the area, immediately followed by at least 24 people groaning in sympathy and mockery for the Marine and in celebration of Alex's swift and efficient strike. A moment later, before he'd even reached Marcus's table, Maya was joined beside Leon by Alex and Alkander. Could have taken him without your help, Alex insisted, though she wore a muted smile on her face that betrayed her happiness with the result. Of that I have no doubt, but I want to get us moving, Leon replied. Once he'd finished, they'd reached Marcus's table, and Leon didn't even hesitate to grab the back of Marcus's chair and spin him around in the dirt. Whoa, 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 Marcus shouted in alarm, having apparently missed Leon and Maya's arrival due to being so absorbed in his game. What's going on? Stuff. Let's go, Leon said as he started to drag Marcus away, chair and all. Marcus squalled in surprise as he twisted in his chair to grab his share of the silver on the table before Leon dragged him away, to the protestations of those he'd been playing with. But with Leon there, no one actually tried to stop him. What's happening? Marcus asked as he stuffed his silver into the satchel at his hip and rose from the chair to follow Leon on his own feet. We're heading out tonight, I want all of you suited up for battle, Leon said. Alex, Marcus, and Alkander weren't particularly happy. They'd gotten a few hours of rest, and then Leon dragged them back out of the walls to trudge through the jungle instead of relaxing in the fortress drinking and fighting and gambling, as they'd been planning on spending their evening. Gaius, too, wasn't happy, but Sigebert, perhaps knowing that he couldn't stop Leon and didn't even want to try, had ordered him to accompany Leon's group as he'd been doing since they'd arrived at the Serpentine Isles. Gaius had met Leon and his squad at the fortress main gates. Now, with Leon, Maya, and Anzu, all of them were making their way around the walls of the fortress. "Why are we going this way?" Gaius asked as he walked just behind Leon. "The farms are the other way, I'm aware of that," Leon replied. "No doubt we can learn something if we go back and give those places a closer inspection, but this town had, what? 5,000 people living in it? More than that, something like that," Gaius replied. "About 1,500 families, I think, right? And how many remains did we find when the town was demolished?" Gaius almost answered before he caught himself. Don't know. I don't think anyone said. At least, not while I was around. No human remains were found here," Marcus said from behind them. "One of the engineers I was playing cards with said so. Not even a single scorched skeleton anywhere. No survivors, either. It's like this town's inhabitants just vanished shortly before it was burned to the ground." "Right," Leon said, "I doubt they vanished, and that many people don't just disappear without leaving some kind of trace. Maybe they were all loaded onto boats and taken away as Jorman slaves or something of that nature, I can't say. But what I can say is that if they were taken away on foot, then I'll see some evidence of it. I just have to take a look. Many of the traces left behind of what happened to the town would have been destroyed by the town's demolishing, but the Legion engineers hadn't gone too far with it. The fortress wasn't as large as the town, so after demolishing all the burned ruins, they didn't have to clear any of the jungle away from the walls for security purposes. So, all Leon had to do was inspect the tree line and see what he could see. He wasn't intending to stray so far away from the walls that he could be cut off from Legion support, but he felt like taking a quick look to see what he could see. Scouts, of course, had already been sent out to get the lay of the land around the fortress, but as far as Leon knew from watching with his magic senses, they'd mostly focused on the shoreline, where the habitable land was to be found, placing extra emphasis on the seemingly abandoned farms. There hadn't been much inspection of the jungle itself, which Leon thought to be an oversight. Putting himself in Jorman's place, if he wanted to get a bunch of people to disappear over land, he'd have them travel through the harsher terrain first to throw off any pursuers. Jorman, of course, could have used ships to transport the townsfolk, but Leon had to check, just in case. So close to the walls, no one was particularly stealthy, and neither did the early evening darkness stop them. All of them were powerful enough to see perfectly fine in the dark, especially with the clear island skies letting the bright moon and countless stars shine down on the jungle as they crawled higher into the sky. Still, there wasn't much to see. Damp jungle ground and a whole lot of greenery, plus the incessant buzzing of insects and the occasional staticky sound of Leon blasting some tiny flying bug that strayed too close. But, in a way, that was almost a good thing because it meant Leon didn't have to spend much time looking for trails. 5,000 people traipsing through the jungle would have left quite the footpath that would have been impossible to miss. But that wasn't to say that Leon got careless. He still spent sufficient time examining the tree line for any signs of recent human activity, and he set a slow pace so that he could properly inspect the land in front of them for any additional traps that Jorman may have laid out here. Unfortunately, he still came up short. About all he managed to find were a few small hunting paths that clearly hadn't been used in a while and were far too small to have been used by so many people. He almost called the search off in favor of heading back to the farms where the trail was much warmer, but something stopped him. It was a strange feeling that he'd missed something obvious, something that was now almost calling to him. Frowning, Leon led his group back in the opposite direction a short ways despite the muted grumblings of his companions. As he walked over ground he'd already covered, quietly examining the ground they passed, he didn't see anything that he'd missed, however. Again, he almost called off the search in order to move on, but as the thought crossed his mind, he heard the beating of feathered wings in his ear before the thought could transform into words. Leon looked around and saw the same bird. At least, he thought it was the same bird that he'd seen in Craterrock. It was perched on a nearby tree, its thunderbird-like feathers shining in the moonlight, its yellow avian eyes locked on him. Leon stared right back, briefly wondering if he ought to call out to the creature to test whether he was right or not in recognizing its obvious intelligence. It had followed him so far, after all, and seemed strangely fixated on him, almost as if it could sense his heritage. Or so Leon justified it in his head, for he couldn't immediately think of any other explanation for the bird's strange behavior. Before Leon could say anything, though, the bird briefly looked down at the ground around the tree, then took off in flight deep into the jungle, leaving Leon rather perplexed. But Leon did as the bird seemingly bid, and glanced down, noticing the subtle signs of a hunter having passed through the area, though not recently. With a narrowing of his eyes, Leon followed the trail a little bit into the tree line, eliciting questions from his companions, to which he merely responded that he wanted to investigate this trail a little bit. He didn't find anything of note, but he felt like that bird had been trying to tell him something. He didn't know what it was trying to imply. He thought that it might have been related to Jorman's whereabouts, but the trail it was telling him to follow didn't seem to line up with that hypothesis. No one had used the trail in more than a month, perhaps even more than 2 as far as Leon could guess. But there was still an undeniable sense of trust that bloomed in Leon's mind for this bird. It had to know who he was, or at least have some kind of idea. It could sense his power and was responding to it. That had to be what was happening. Leon quickly cast his magic senses further into the jungle, trying to follow the bird's flight path. He didn't have to look far, for the bird was only about 200 feet into the jungle, perched on the branch of another tree, staring back at him, clearly waiting for him to catch up. "Let's head this way, at least for a little bit," Leon muttered to the others as he led them deeper into the jungle. "Why, notice something?" Gaius asked. Leon was about to mention the bird's strange behavior, but he caught himself. For some reason, he didn't think that the bird would be considered compelling evidence, and he didn't want the others to think he was leading them on a wild goose chase. So, even though he didn't really want to and didn't much see too many benefits in doing so, he replied, "Yeah, I think there's something here." The others didn't question him after that. His skill in the forests were undeniable, and though these weren't exactly the forests he was used to, he was still the unquestioned expert in this field. Leon led them into the jungle. Anzu, being the largest of them by far, had a little bit of trouble making it through the underbrush, but with a little bit of applied wind magic, he was able to cut his way through. Everyone else had few problems following Leon's lead. For his part, Leon didn't pay too much attention to the path they were on. He'd occasionally glance down long enough to see that they were still on the old hunting trail, but for the most part, he paid most of his attention to the bird, watching as it flitted through the trees, landing and waiting for him to catch up before taking off again and leading him and his people further into the forest. Several times, large predators came near them. A giant snake with a head the size of a carriage and fangs longer than Leon's body, some long reptilian thing with a spiked tail, bulbous eyes, a long snout, and more teeth than Leon's entire party combined, a huge green cat with black tiger-like stripes, fangs that extended down past its jaw, and claws like black steel, a boar bigger even than Anzu and with tusks that would have made a bull elephant shrivel in shame. These creatures were all powerful, at least 5th tier and a couple even stronger, but none of them even seemed to notice Leon's party. It was a good thing, too, because while Leon and especially Maya were stronger than all of them, he didn't want to waste the time dealing with them. But Leon could still appreciate why the Serpentine Isles had such a small population and why civilization hadn't seemed to have penetrated further into the jungle. If these were the beasts on the outskirts of the jungle, he shuddered to think what might be lurking even deeper. After following the bird about a quarter-mile into the jungle just at the edge of where Leon would have forced himself to call everyone to halt and turn around, it eventually revealed its destination, the thing it had decided to show Leon. At first, though, Leon was unable to recognize it. To his magic senses, it almost looked like the bird had landed upon nothing at all, as if it were perched on air. There was clearly something there, since he could feel something pushing back against his magic senses, something that was somehow keeping itself invisible without entirely scattering his magic senses and immediately alerting him to its presence. As Leon approached and finally pulled into visual range, he froze in shock. The bird had landed in the middle of a tiny clearing barely large enough for Leon's entire party. Still, despite the clearing's small size, the moon still shone down upon it through an unnatural hole in the jungle canopy. In the center of the clearing, upon which the bird had perched, were 3 large wooden planks, each at least 10 feet long, all nailed together in the center to create a star shape. Tied and nailed to the planks at the wrists, waist, and ankles was a human skeleton, not so much as a single strip of flesh still attached to its body, its bones brown with dried blood, its head upright and staring back at Leon as if it were still alive. For a moment, Leon almost addressed the skeleton, its hollow eye sockets seeming to follow him as he forced himself out of his brief moment of visceral shock and carefully approached the corpse, but he quickly realized that it was truly dead, and its upright skull had simply been propped up against the back of the vertical plank. The others followed suit, all of their eyes locked on the skeleton, curses muttered under their breath. Only Maya and Anzu retained their composure. As he stepped close, Leon wondered just how the skeleton was staying intact, for not even at a closer view did the skeleton reveal any flesh. It just lay against the planks, lifeless and unmoving, yet somehow not just falling to the ground. After a moment, Leon's eyes fell upon the planks themselves. They didn't immediately seem to be anything to write home about, but as Leon slowly circled this grisly display, ignoring the questions and reactions of his companions for the moment, he saw that all 3 planks had been heavily enchanted by burning runes into their backs. It wasn't a complicated enchantment, but it made it so that this, whatever it was, couldn't be seen with magic senses. But as Leon was examining the runes, he noticed a second enchantment hidden within. It didn't seem dangerous, so when the others started to approach the corpse, drawing closer to it than Leon did, he didn't immediately start to panic. Seeing the runes suddenly glow with white light gave him a bit of a scare, but there wasn't enough magic within the enchantment to present any kind of danger. And it soon became clear what the enchantment did. The skull slowly turned its head, the bones of its neck creating a horrific grinding sound as did, while most of the fingers of the corpse's left hand curled, until it was pointing and looking directly to its left. Leon and his squad instinctively followed its gaze with varying expressions of horror, but no one saw anything out in the trees. Leon projected his magic senses in that direction, but again, saw nothing. However, whomever had set this up clearly possessed knowledge about how to hide things from magic senses, so Leon didn't immediately assume that there wasn't anything in that direction. But he didn't start moving in that direction. He intended on following the corpse at some point, but he'd gone as far as he was willing to without returning to the fortress and get some support. "We're going to head back," he slowly said to his people. "Or, someone needs to head back. I don't want to leave this thing here and have it disappear on us. Most of us will stay behind to keep an eye on it. How about, Leon?" Gaius suddenly shouted, and Leon, surprised as he was, paused a moment to look at the blonde nobleman. Gaius was staring not at the corpse, but at the sky, barely visible through the trees apart from the unnaturally circular hole in the canopy directly above the crucified corpse. Leon followed his gaze and saw a strange red haze in the air. Without any clouds for the light to bounce off, it was dim, but Leon easily saw what caused it. This was a flare sent up by the fortress. The task force was under attack. Chapter 548. Jorman's second strike ships in the hastily reconstructed port were ablaze. Sailors and marines were scurrying around finding their weapons and getting organized, and the hundreds of other ships anchored out at sea were slowly getting moving. Leon could only stare at the chaos going on back at the fortress, almost unable to understand what in the hells had just happened, before his brain kicked in and he shouted, "We're heading back now." Without another thought, Leon tore off into the jungle, the rest of his squad just behind him. They left the crucified skeleton behind. Leon knew how to find it again, anyway, but right now, whatever it was pointing at or whatever that bird had tried to lead him toward could wait. Their priority had to be the fortress. Leon kept his magic senses projected the entire time, keeping just enough of his attention on the jungle around him to not stumble or trip, but his focus was on the fortress. The more he saw, the more he could see the order in the chaos. The Marines were far more organized than the sailors, already forming up along the battlements of the fortress walls and getting into formation just behind them. The sailors and Marines at the port were focused mostly on putting out the fires, but already Leon could see that at least 24 of the smaller ships and at least 2 larger war galleys had been damaged to the point of no longer being seaworthy. It looked there had been significant damage to many more ships, as well. But there didn't seem to be any sign of whoever or whatever had done all of that. Leon couldn't see any sign of their enemy, and neither did it seem like anyone else could, for the rest of the fleets were scrambling to get their crews back at their battle stations while making sure that the port was locked down. And then Leon found out what happened, for it happened again. A lone ship, only a little bit longer than a war galley, but much thicker, erupted from the ocean right in the center of a cluster of ships. A pair of short metal tubes attached to large metal canisters easily the size of carriages that looked terrifyingly similar to the Legion's flame lances that were mounted on its main deck swiveled as men and women scrambled around their base. A moment later, The tubes flashed with red light as countless runes along their length filled with power, and fire poured from their barrels, bathing a number of the nearby Legion ships in bright orange flame. The sailors on the decks of those ships screamed as the flames washed over them, the sound reaching Leon's ears even as far away as he was. For a moment, this handful of burning ships almost seemed like they'd keep floating, the enchantments wrought into their hulls doing their best to keep them above the water, but then Leon watched them begin to sink into the ocean as the attacking ship passed them by, with many of the surviving sailors jumping into the water to try and save themselves. The rest of the ships in the group didn't take that lying down, however. Most of them were small ships, but a few were decently sized war galleys with brutal rams that were already turning to face their attacker. One even had an artillery trebuchet that Leon could see being loaded with a round stone covered in fire runes. As this conflict continued, the bigger ships in the fleet turned their attention their way. The dreadnoughts had already brought their flame lances to bear on their attacking enemy, but other Legion ships always seemed to be in the way, or rather, this attacking ship was making sure it stayed close enough to other Legion ships that the dreadnoughts couldn't fire for fear of hitting their comrades. By this point, Leon and his squad had torn through enough of the jungle that they emerged out of the tree line and into the cleared area in front of the walls. But once there, Leon's focus was pulled away from the battle out in the port when he noticed with his eyes rather than his magic senses a dark shape a couple 100 feet away. It was vaguely humanoid, dark, and emitted a few traces of killing intent, though little else in the way of noticeable aura. It was hunched over behind a fern, not moving too much, but just visible enough to catch Leon's attention. As Leon stared at it, his senses locking onto the unmistakably human shape that he occasionally glimpsed as it seemed to shrink away from him, he realized exactly what it was. Someone was wearing a black cloak that covered their entire body, and one that had been somehow enchanted to be nearly invisible to magic senses. "Hey!" Leon shouted a moment after he came to a stop, the rest of his squad looking in the same direction he had and brandishing their weapons. Fortunately, all were fully armored, as was Leon, for in response, a hail of arrows came pouring out of the trees. With a quick swish of his blade, Leon let loose with a torrent of lightning, while Anzu flapped his wings and created a powerful gust of wind, and Maya summoned a water dragon to provide all of them with more cover. Not a single arrow even touched Leon or his squad. "What the?" Alex muttered in shock and anger before pulling her bow off her shoulder and drawing a handful of spell arrows. "Whatever's happening is multi-pronged," Gaius said. "We need to get inside the walls. Better to fight there." "I agree," Marcus added, his eyes locked on Leon. Leon almost growled before putting away his blade. He cast his gaze up to the low crenellations where he could see many Legion Marines who already seemed to know what was going on, so he glared once more at the trees from which no more arrows appeared and began to run again for the walls. He knew that Gaius was right. With those cloaks he couldn't get a good idea of just how dangerous this threat was, and he didn't want to get caught up in an unwinnable fight outside of the walls. It didn't make it feel better, though. He felt almost like he was running away from this fight when the enemies were right there. He contented himself by running at the back of the group, drawing his bow from his soul realm, and firing a quick explosive arrow back into the trees, which detonated with a satisfying boom and gout of bright orange fire that Leon saw engulfed several of the dark shapes that he could see now that he was looking for them. Fortunately, here at least Anzu was famous and eye-catching enough within the task force already that the guards didn't even hesitate to open the gates to let them back inside the fortress. Leon and his squad sprinted on inside, with Leon glowering back at the jungle hundreds of feet away, his heart racing madly and his face scrunched up in distaste behind his helmet, the one explosive arrow not doing enough to alleviate his anger and indignation. "Leon!" called out the tribune that had command over this gatehouse. Leon glanced up at the man leaning over the battlements on the gatehouse roof. "Sir Sigibert sent a runner here only minutes ago. You're needed back at the command tent." "Got it," Leon replied, waving at the tribune, who quickly turned his attention back to the jungle. It didn't seem like anyone was charging out of the trees, though even if they were, Leon knew from experience that the enchantments placed upon the walls of Legion camps were tough to crack, especially for those without siege weapons. Leon then led his party through the camp towards the command tent. Any signs of revelry and relaxation from earlier in the night were gone. Aside from the main paths through the square-shaped fortress, there weren't any people around. They were all on the walls or assembling just behind them. "What in the hells is going on?" Leon heard Alcander wonder aloud behind him. Leon had told the others of what he'd seen, but he hadn't been too descriptive, and he wasn't entirely up to date on the situation, either. He quickly fixed that as well as he could with a pulse of his magic senses. The situation in the port had changed for the better, at least as far as he could tell. The Marines had gotten most of the fires under control with the swift action of the Legion water mages, while the ship that had caused so much damage in the first place had vanished, presumably diving back under the waves where Leon's magic senses couldn't easily penetrate. Leon didn't think it had been sunk, for the rest of the Legion ships were still circling around one area of the bay while the rest took up defensive positions a few hundred feet out from the docks. He couldn't see anyone else attacking the fortress. All other sides of the walls were manned by the Marines, but it didn't seem like many were actively engaged in combat. Leon quickly informed his squad as they sped through the camp about what he could see. It was only a matter of time before Jorman decided to attack. Marcus responded to Alcander. The only thing surprising about this is that it seems so small. I would have thought a bigger fleet or maybe picking off our scouts. This is both too small and too bold. I can't understand it. Well, hopefully we're about to get some more information, Leon said as they arrived at the command tent. Upon entering, he found the 3 fleet legates, their immediate subordinates, and the highest-ranked commands of the Marines all gathered a hand-drawn map of the fortress and its surroundings. Leon, Sigebert exclaimed as Leon walked in, the rest of Leon's squad following him inside save for Anzu and Maya, who stayed outside. Looks like there's some people out in the jungle, but they're not attacking, Leon stated as he walked over to the table. Are there? Basina replied as she scowled and quickly made a few quick marks on her map. Do you know how many? Couldn't say. They seem to have some kind of cloaks on that prevented me from seeing them, Leon responded. Regardless, thanks for the info, Basina said. For now, we need you down at the docks. That ship out there is Jorman's, I would stake my life on it. And if he's there, then that's where our strongest fighter has to be. Makes sense, Leon agreed. If you don't need me for anything else, I'll head out right now. Basina nodded, and Leon turned right around and hurried out of the tent. The legates had to organize the counterattack and send out patrols to secure the surroundings. It is going to be an organizational nightmare as far as Leon was concerned, and he didn't want anything to do with it. Even though I might need to do that myself one day, Leon thought, his scowl growing deeper. Only a few minutes later, Leon found himself down at the stone docks feeling kind of useless. There weren't pirates running around looting and pillaging and burning, the fires had largely been contained, and the attacking ship had vanished. There didn't seem to be much for him, specifically, to do. Alex asked the question on everyone's mind. Where the hells did they go? Leon sucked in a frustrated breath and glanced at Maya, a concealed smile appearing on his face behind his helmet. Up for a swim, Maya silently replied, always. Should be fun to find these little minnows and tear them asunder so long as they aren't too far out to sea. A vicious smile spread across the face of the river nymph, and Leon found himself almost feeling some kind of pity for the crew of that ship, probably Jorman, but he didn't want to make any assumptions. A swim? Alex asked. If you're going to do what I think you're going to do, I don't think we'd be able to follow you. I also think it's a terrible idea. She cast a meaningful glance at Marcus, Alcander, and Gaius, who while remaining silent, nodded in agreement. They were all 3rd tier or stronger, and while that meant they could hold their breath for a while, their ability to fight underwater wasn't superb. We won't go far, Leon said, ordering them all to stay there, despite their protestations. He was serious. He and Maya were hardly going to be swimming out to sea. It was just that magic senses had a terrible ability to penetrate water. It was damn difficult to penetrate water when they were projected from above the waves, and even when projected from below, his range was only a little over 10% what it was on land. It was almost impossible for Leon, or even Maya, to see what was beneath the surface without sticking their heads beneath the water and using their eyes. Quick look, he said, just to see what we can see. Maya nodded, and the two, without so much as another word, smoothly jumped off the docks and into the water. Leon immediately engaged his armor's enchantments to keep water out of his helmet and create the ice flippers so that he could actually swim with something that resembled speed. That, however, was all he did, for as soon as he started to actually look out into the bay, any desire he had to swim out farther than the end of the docks instantly vanished, to be replaced with a deep, visceral fear that cut to his very core. Out in the deeper reaches of the bay were gigantic dark shapes that twisted and curled in on themselves, huge cephalopod bodies surrounded by hundreds of writhing tentacles. These hordes of tentacles whipped through the water, snapping up the bodies of sailors that had fallen into the water and pulled them toward the base of the creatures' bodies, where the tentacles extended from. There, the bodies of the sailors disappeared, presumably eaten by these immense leviathans. These creatures numbered only 3, but that was more than enough to instill a primal fear deep within Leon. As the closest of these creatures twisted in the water, turning its body until an eye located about halfway up its long and relatively thin body pointed in his direction, that fear doubled. These monsters were krakens, and Leon had just entered their domain. Worse, he could feel through their connection a spike of fear within Maya. Even though he couldn't see her, she'd vanished as she melted into the water around them. Leon's heart rate skyrocketed as his helmet had to work overtime to supply the air for his sudden and panicked spike in breathing rate. His eyes made contact with the enormous round eye of this beast and he couldn't look away, some magic the creature possessed keeping him from reacting as he should have. He was utterly entranced and paralyzed with fear, unable to do anything more than slowly float down to the sandy bottom of the harbor. This kraken slowly split off from the other two, its tentacles each hundreds of feet long, and it had far too many for him to count, whipping through the water as it turned its body to face him, and slowly start to accelerate in his direction, the sheer size of thing causing great waves to be kicked up onto the docks as it rapidly cut into shallower water. Its dark green body shone as the feeble light of the moon penetrated the water, its 6th tier aura growing in intensity as it swam in Leon's direction. The thing was massive, but fortunately, when it turned toward Leon, it had broken eye contact. The monster's eyes were on the sides of its body, not its pin-shaped front tip, and that presented an opportunity. Leon, realizing that he had only a few seconds to act before the monster drew close enough to reach him with its tentacles, immediately sent a bolt of lightning surging through his body, the silver-blue power of the Thunderbird cleansing whatever hold the Kraken had seized over his mind. His heart rate didn't drop, and he was still terrified almost beyond reason, but Leon had control over his body again. With a powerful kick, Leon exploded toward the surface of the water, only a few dozen feet away. As he did, he bellowed at Maya, "We need to get out of the water, now." He felt no argument from his river nymph lover, only agreement and terror as the Kraken swiftly drew closer. The fact that it was so much weaker than the two of them, magically speaking, doing nothing at all to weaken their terror. The thing was large enough to be beyond reliable evaluation of its danger by strict magical tiers. It had so much mass, so much physical strength, so much physical toughness that to fight it was not something Leon or Maya wanted to try, even with all the powers at their command. It only one more kick for Leon to come within a foot of the water's surface, and he risked one last look backward. The Kraken was still bearing down upon him, but he could see in the distance its two fellows writhing and twisting as they swam away. Between their massive forms, Leon caught a brief glimpse of a long object, the attacking ship entangled within dozens of their tentacles. For the briefest of moments, Leon thought that maybe the ship had been caught by the monsters and was being dragged down into the depths, never to be seen again, but then he saw a single person standing on its deck, his feet planted on the wooden surface and his hands folded behind his back as if he were enjoying a leisurely cruise on the ocean surface. Leon instantly recognized him, Turiel, or rather, Jorman. The pirate seemed to sense Leon's attention and glanced back over his shoulder, and he and Leon briefly made eye contact. The pirate smiled at Leon, his face splitting open with a tremendous shit-eating grin, and one of his hands came up to give Leon a sarcastic wave before the Krakens and his ship vanished into the darkness of the abyss. Leon kicked once more and burst from the ocean with enough force that he was easily able to pull himself back up to the docks. His pause to look back had been just long enough for Maya to have emerged before him, and for the last remaining Kraken to have already been reaching out to grab him. As Leon stumbled up onto the stone docks, the end of one of its smallest and longest tentacles, it was still as thick as his waist, whipped out of the water and wrapped itself around him, squeezing him hard enough that he heard his metal armor groaning with the strain. Leon screamed in terror and rage. He wasn't about to let this happen to him, even if it did terrify him in the most primal possible way. He called upon his lightning as his comrades only a few steps away reeled back in surprise and shock. Only Maya darted forward, the water around the dock receding as she formed much of it into a massive serpentine dragon. Silver-blue lightning danced across Leon's form as his arms wrapped around a nearby iron cleat. The dock had only been built that afternoon, but the Legion engineers had made sure that it was strong and stable. Even as the tentacle started to pull Leon and the cleat began to bend, Leon avoided being ripped back into the water. His body exploded with lightning at the same time that Maya's water dragon tore into the Kraken's sucker-covered tentacle. A moment later, it released Leon, its oily green hide scorched black by lightning, and pulled back into the water, leaving a trail of blood behind it. But Leon didn't relax even as the tentacle vanished beneath the turbulent waves. He pulled himself fully back onto the dock and shouted, "Get back! Kraken!" Not even a moment later, a dozen tentacles erupted from the waves and began slamming down onto the dock, smashing several Legion sailors into paste in an instant. 3 tentacles almost fell on Leon's squad, but a quick lightning spear from him deterred one. Maya's water dragon threw back another, and an explosive spell arrow nimbly fired by Alex injured the third enough to wave it off. By this point, many of the sailors around began to scream in fear and run from the dock, and Leon wasn't far behind them. He kept himself between the water and his squad, his magic senses bathing the docks as he searched for a sign that the Kraken wasn't backing down, but fortunately, it seemed they'd injured it enough to get it to leave. As the sailors fell back and Legion ships started to come closer to protect the dock, no more tentacles came whipping out from the water. What the fuck? Chapter 549, the second island's ritual site. Leon collapsed on the ground a good distance away from the docks, sucking down air like it was going out of style as he did his damnedest to steady his racing heart. He'd fought against stone giants, snow lions, a gorgon, and hordes of enemy mages, but only the ice wraiths and their banshees had ever terrified Leon so much as making eye contact with that Kraken. But he'd grown up with the fear of banshees and ice wraiths. As terrifying as they were to him, they were at least familiar. These things were so alien to him, so far removed from his frame of reference that he could do little more than sit on the ground and try to get a hold of himself. He didn't even register what was happening around him until Anzu protectively curled around Leon's body, glaring at anyone who looked at Leon with his blood-red eyes, promising only death if they tried to disturb his human. Maya was right there with Anzu, absent-mindedly running her fingers through the feathers of one of his wings, a haunted look in her eyes. The rest of Leon's squad stood nearby, waiting with looks of varying concern for Leon and Maya to recover, even as sailors and Legion engineers sprinted around them, tending to the damaged docks and ships. As he slowly returned to the present instead of lingering on the baleful gaze of that Kraken, Leon took in the extensive damage that had been inflicted upon the port. Dozens of ships had been damaged, dozens more now rested upon the sea floor. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands of sailors were killed or wounded, and they had little to show for it. Leon contemplated being angry about it, perhaps seeking to lay the blame for this at the feet of the fleet legates, who should have had their fleets be more ready to face such threats, but after seeing just what was below the waves, Leon couldn't bring himself to muster the energy. 3 enormous Krakens, each possessing 6th-tier magical strength and enough physical power to tear entire war galleys asunder, had accompanied the pirates. For some reason, great, Leon thought, his heart sinking as he started to wrap his mind around the magnitude of this problem. 3 7th-tier mages, flame lances, a ship with those flame-throwing things that can heavily damage some of our strongest ships. And now 3 damned Krakens. Leon hadn't an earthly clue as to how to deal with this problem, but deal with it he knew he had to. The scale of this problem was proving itself to be too large to ever consider ignoring. Already, he'd been determined to find Jorman and bring him to justice out of embarrassment for so completely fooling him in Craterrock and out of a sense of lingering obligation to see Trajan's killers brought back to see a Bull Kingdom headsman, but now, he saw the powers that Jorman commanded. He had some vague, cryptic hints as to what the pirate was planning to do, and if the Krakens and the crucified person he'd found out in the jungle was any indication, then Jorman was at least into some dark shit. He was showing what he was using his powers for. And that sarcastic salute as he was carried away by Krakens just made everything so much worse. It was like he was saying that no matter how powerful Leon or his people were, they couldn't stop him or his plans. Leon only wanted to stop him all the more, now, and not just for the disrespect and personal grudge Leon had been left with. He couldn't look the other way on this. One fleet had already been ruined by the pirate, and judging by the losses they'd taken so far, Leon could easily see the Bull Kingdom losing these 3 in the task force in this venture as well. Any faith Leon had that the Bull Kingdom had the ability to stop Jorman was on its last legs. For now, though, there wasn't much that Leon could do. He pulsed his magic senses to check on the situation, outside the walls of the fortress, and saw at least half a dozen companies of marines sweeping through the hinterlands immediately around the site of the former town. None of them seemed to be fighting, so it was clear enough to him that the people who'd shot at his squad as they returned seemed to have bugged out. With a heavy sigh that finally started to calm him down, Leon got to his feet. His movement shook Anzu out of his hyper-protective stance and bring Maya back to reality. Leon looked over to his river nymph lover and saw the lingering terror of the krakens within himself reflected back at him. "How are you?" he asked her. "Well enough," she replied. "Maybe talk later." "Not now." "Later then," Leon agreed, and the two shared a brief smile before turning to face the rest of the squad who'd hesitantly approached. "Everything all right?" Alex asked, undoubtedly giving voice to the question on all of their minds. Leon looked around at them and nodded. "Yeah, let's head back and meet with the legates. We've clearly got some work ahead of ourselves." The meeting with the fleet legates was tense, and more than a few heated exchanges were had. In the end, though, Leon had been comforted when Basina made it abundantly clear that they had gotten too lax and complacent in the half-century since the Bull Kingdom's last true need for a fleet. While some elements of the fleets moved to secure the rest of the settlements on the island, she would be running the rest of the fleet's ragged doing drills and running scouting missions to ensure that such an ambush couldn't happen again. Leon, while not happy with that answer, supposed that he wouldn't be entirely happy with any answer they could give him, and decided to just drop the subject after Basina said that. The results she would show would have to speak for themselves. He knew less than nothing about fleet management and he had no official ranks to speak of, so there was nothing at all he could possibly do for the fleets except trust that Basina, Thuduric, and Sigibert had it in hand. But just because there wasn't much he could do for the fleets, that didn't mean that there wasn't anything at all he could be doing. With the fleet legates taking responsibility for putting together some kind of response to Jorman's raid, Leon turned his attention back to the crucified corpse he'd found, or rather, been led to only a few hours before. It was still there, its head turned to the side, its left hand pointing off into the darkness. After the encounter with the krakens, however, much of the visceral horror of the scene now looked kind of tame in comparison. Krakens, crucifixions, stealing princes, what in the hells is going on? Marcus wondered aloud as the company of Marines that accompanied them started to swear in shock and horror. Leon thought back to the story Jorman had told him in Craterrock of the eponymous serpent that lay imprisoned beneath the Serpentine Isles, and replied, "Our pirate friend seems to be messing with forces beyond human ken. Perhaps he needs the prince's blood for something. Wouldn't surprise me." To be honest, Leon made a mental note to himself to discuss with the Thunderbird what exactly Jorman might be trying to do. He felt like such an ancient and venerable being as her ought to have at least some insight into these matters. Perhaps Zaffin did, as well, being a demon and all that. "Hey, Zaffin," Leon whispered to his demonic partner. "What is it?" Zaffin replied, sounding just a little bit irritated, as if Leon were distracting him from something. "I've got something I need your opinion on. I was hoping you could pay attention for a little while." Leon felt Zaffin's magic senses pulse out through his body, taking in their surroundings. "Ah, cute. You do this yourself, Leon. I didn't think you had it in you to be so creative." "No, I didn't fucking do this, demon," Leon retorted, feeling vaguely insulted even though he knew the demon wasn't being the least bit serious. "I just want you to see what you can see. I have limited experience dealing with things that can't be solved by a good stabbing or a liberal application of lightning, and I was hoping you might be able to fill in some gaps for me. I'll do what I can, but that corpse, at least, doesn't look like much other than some try-hard's attempt at edgy art." Leon smiled, Zaffin's flippant description helping to put things into perspective. It didn't matter what Jorman was doing, the forces Leon had on his side were far more terrifying. Or so Leon told himself, but the memory of that kraken's eye sent a shiver down his spine despite the sentiment. "All right," Leon said out loud. "It doesn't look like anything's changed. If no one can see anything new, then let's see what this guy's pointing us toward. A trap, most like," Alex whispered. "Maybe," Leon conceded, "and I wouldn't be surprised given what we saw today. An ambush out in the jungle after a lightning raid on the port. Those people who shot at us earlier are still out here, so keep an eye out for anything at all that might be suspicious." There wasn't much that proved that the people in the magic senses resistant cloaks were on Jorman's side, but there wasn't much to disprove it, either. That they had started to encroach on the fortress walls while Jorman was attacking the port was too big of a coincidence, and the fact that they never committed to a proper assault didn't detract from that. Even if they weren't on the same side, they still used the pirates' attack as a cover to get in close to the walls without being detected and attempted to harm Leon and his squad. Whoever they were no friends of Leon's, and they hadn't been caught by the Legion patrols. Leon, without any noticeable fear or hesitation, started walking deeper into the jungle, following the direction that the corpse was pointing in. His squad followed close behind and the Marine company just behind them. They numbered a little over 100, and while a tough unit all on its own, every step they took left them farther away from the fortress and potential reinforcements. The Legion fleets heading up and down the island's coast would hopefully provide enough distraction for anyone in the jungle who might wish them harm, pulling them back to their homes instead of waiting for an ambush, but Leon kept all of his senses sharp for anything of note. Knowing an enemy was out there with the capability of fooling magic senses was enough on its own to keep him from getting too relaxed, let alone the possibility that any of Jorman's 7th-tier mages might be about. For a while, Leon's head was on a swivel, his eyes darting from hither to yon in search of any sign that they were being stalked or that there might be islanders out in the jungle waiting to ambush them. His magic senses remained projected, too, and he kept an eye on all the dangerous fauna that prowled the humid jungle just in case they got too close. Most of all, however, Leon was looking for the Thunderbird look-alike that had led him to the first corpse. It flown away in the same direction that the corpse had pointed in, so Leon had assumed that the bird had been trying to lead him to whatever the corpse was trying to point him towards. Instead of following, however, Leon had returned to the fortress to provide what little aid he could in its defense, so he didn't know if the bird was still out there or if it had left when it realized he wasn't following it. His worries were put to rest when he heard the sound of beating wings, and a moment later saw the bird alighting upon a nearby tree branch for a moment, lock eyes with him, and then turn and fly away into the jungle. There, Leon muttered, and he made to follow the bird deeper into the jungle. "Huh, see something?" Alex asked from just behind him. "Yeah," Leon said, his focus shifting from the jungle around them to fixing on the bird as it flew away. "You see that bird?" "What bird?" Alex replied. Leon was hardly fazed. There were birds all around them, though most weren't making too much noise given how late it was, so he wasn't too surprised that Alex hadn't been paying too much attention to a single, if fairly large, eagle-like bird. "It went this way," Leon said, his eyes narrowing as the bird stopped about 1,000 feet away, seemingly hovering in the air as it perched on something he couldn't see. "Leon, what are you talking?" Alex said as she took off after Leon as he tore into the jungle. For him, it was heedless and almost without thought, and she could see that in his suddenly changed demeanor, but his skills in the forest, while not necessarily directly translatable to the jungle, still ensured that he moved almost silently and with great speed. Anzu and Maya quickly blew past Alex, not even sparing her a glance as they followed Leon deeper into the jungle. Leon, however, wasn't entirely heedless as he followed the bird. With his magic senses, he kept an eye on everyone behind him, making sure they followed him and weren't being attacked as they fell a little bit behind. He also made sure to move slowly enough so as to not lose them, but he also didn't want to fall too far behind the bird. If was reading its emotions correctly, it seemed to be glaring at him for not having followed it earlier. Soon enough, Leon burst out into another clearing, where a second crucified corpse had been left, this one still with a little bit of blood on its bones, making for a much grislier sight. Leon paused not too far away and watched as the bird took off again, flying away into the trees. Leon had to fight the urge to instantly follow it, but he made sure to pause long enough for everyone else to catch up. "Another one, huh?" Gaius observed as he stepped out into the clearing. "I guess it was too much to hope that there was only going to be one." "Who do you think this is?" "I'd be willing to bet quite a bit of money that this is one of the missing townspeople," Alkander stated. "It's kind of weird how decayed it is, and yet how intact it is, though. This person couldn't have been here for very long, especially not bloody." "I agree," Marcus added. "It's hard to believe that scavengers haven't carried off some of these bones, and yet they're all still here. Seems like a lot of effort to put into this. Someone wanted these bodies found and their directions followed." The nobleman gave Leon a pointed look that bordered on reproachful, and Leon at least had the good graces to look a bit embarrassed. "Ah, you're right, I shouldn't be running ahead like that," Leon said contritely. "I got a little bit ahead of myself. Still, this is leading us to something. I'm sure there's more bodies to be found out there." There were thousands of people who lived in the town where the fortress now stood. That meant potentially thousands of bodies, assuming Alkander's belief was correct and these crucified people were the townspeople. But there was only one way to find out. Leon carefully approached the body tied to the wooden star, his caution high again. He didn't want to accidentally spring any traps like he'd done on the way into the town that afternoon. That would have been a truly terrible way for him to end after all that he'd been through. Fortunately, There were no traps that he could yet see, and the bloody skeleton was soon turning its head to its right as the fingers on its right hand curled, leaving on one extended finger pointing into the jungle in the same direction that the bird had flown in. Leon had to catch himself from just running off again. Marcus was right, he needed to take things slower, even if the bird seemed to be in a hurry. It had led him this far, so surely it must understand the concept of caution. Leon took a few minutes to have the Marines accompanying them send back a quick report to the legates and then spread out a little bit more. Leon then led the way deeper into the jungle, though at a much less breakneck speed than before, making sure that he stayed with the group and didn't outpace them again. Like that, following both the bird and the pointing skeletons, Leon's group found no less than half a dozen more skeletons, all leading them deeper and deeper into the untamed jungles of the island. Not once were they attacked by any islanders or pirates. Once, a large jungle cat got in their way for a few seconds, and its 6th tier strength was certainly something to be impressed by, but all it required was a brief hit of Leon's killing intent for it to turn right around and not bother them again. Their miles-long trek into the depths of the jungle was remarkably peaceful. Finally, only about an hour or so before dawn, they finally reached what it seemed like they were being led toward. The final bloody skeleton, this one with all the flesh of its pointing arms still attached to the bone, though having started to rot and stink, pointed them toward a half-buried stone ruin so consumed by the jungle that it wasn't until they drew closer that Leon realized what it was. This ruin was old. Moss covered most of the stone and jungle ferns and trees grew amongst the paths between the foundations of the large buildings, though these buildings had been long collapsed into indistinct piles of rubble. The entire place seemed to be some kind of palace or temple complex, with a large square courtyard in the center, surrounded by a wall and buildings on all sides, which was in turn flanked by a square street which then led to a second square wall of buildings. In the center of the stone courtyard, terribly weathered and half devoured by the branches of a nearby jungle tree, was an immense serpentine colossus. Its body was perhaps 100 feet long, coiled up, and about as thick as Leon was tall. Any other notable features had long been weathered away, but the statue was the only thing that drew anyone's attention as soon as they laid their eyes upon the ruin. All along the serpent's body, and crucified throughout the large courtyard, were hundreds of bodies. These weren't absent their flesh like most of the previous corpses, either. No, these bodies looked like they had been nailed to the stone and the wood while they were still alive and perfectly healthy, then left to die and rot. Leon could only stop and stare at this scene, walking forward only until he came to the pathetic shin-high walls of the closest ruined building, and took in as best as he could this scene of mass terror and death. All around him, his squad and the Marines that had escorted them did likewise, though many of them swore in horror. Leon was vaguely aware that a few even ducked back into the jungle to vomit into the bushes. Men, women, children, the old, he could see bodies of all kinds left in the courtyard. Stay back, he called out, noticing that a few of the Marines had started walking forward, probably with the intent to start cutting the bodies down. All of this may be trapped, he explained when curious eyes were turned in his direction. Let's just take this slow. Leon couldn't sense anything overtly magical about the place, other than the simple fact that the same enchantments that blocked his magic senses from seeing the other bodies were present here, hiding all of this torturous carnage until it could be physically seen. But just because he couldn't sense anything didn't mean that there weren't any traps around. After a few more seconds, Leon started getting his head back into the game. He got the Marines moving to secure the area surrounding this ruined temple or whatever it was, making sure that there were no potential enemies laying in wait. Chapter 550. A bit of a problem. This is definitely some kind of blood ritual, Zafin whispered to Leon as they watched a couple hundred Marines set about removing the corpses from the ruined square around the serpent colossus. You're sure about that? Leon asked as the scowl that had perpetually marred his face since arriving at this grisly scene deepened. Look down at the floor, Zafin directed. Notice the grooves in the tiles and how the floor isn't perfectly flat. The floor around the colossus is a couple of feet lower than the floor at the edge of the square. Blood is meant to drip from sacrifices and flow down toward that idol. Given the size of this place, it was designed to facilitate large sacrifices. I seem to recall you saying multiple times to me in the past that you didn't have much knowledge of blood rituals, Leon stated, though his tone was casual and not particularly accusative. I've said many things, boy, Zafin testily responded. I'm not overfond of blood sacrifice, and I've never put too much of my time into studying it, but for things this crude and this blatant, a demon will always know. Much blood has been spilled here for the benefit of whatever that idol is meant to represent. Leon sighed deeply as he turned his eyes toward the massive serpent statue in the center of the ruined square. He and his squad had been here for long enough that the sun had started to rise, and not long after their arrival, he'd sent word back to Sigebert detailing what they'd found. Not long after, the fleet legate arrived to personally witness what Leon had found, and he'd brought half a marine battalion with him. Even still, despite working for several hours, not even half of the bodies had been cut down, leaving the serpent statue still covered in dozens of corpses nailed to its exterior. The area was covered in blood, though strangely absent scavengers. As Marcus had pointed out during their trek through the jungle, Leon noticed that despite these corpses having been here apparently for days, they were largely untouched by rot and wild animals had left them alone. From what his magic senses told him, this was hardly due to lack of animals, but it seemed that anything larger than ants kept a wide berth from this place, and nothing touched the corpses. The whole thing gave Leon the creeps beyond the sheer visceral revulsion of seeing hundreds, perhaps even a few thousand people so murdered and mutilated. And yet, Leon could sense very little magic in their surroundings that could be considered notable. With so many mages running around, hauling tools and bodies or securing the surroundings to keep the ruins safe from predators and any potential islander attacks, the ambient magic in the air had certainly gone up, but Leon couldn't detect any enchantments in the ruins, any traces of magic power flowing through the rubble, or even any magic seeping into the serpent idol in the center of the square. As far as he could tell, the ruins were completely mundane, absent any noticeable enchantment or magical augmentation. "Can you sense anything else here?" Leon asked Zafin, hoping that the demon could provide any other insights that he was missing. Without much else to go on, Leon feared that this would be nothing more than a grisly sideshow, devoid of meaning. But all of this had to have been set up for a reason. He couldn't imagine that Jorman, and he couldn't believe that anyone but Jorman could have done this, would have gone to all this trouble for no reason. Or at least, he didn't want to believe that all of this had been meaningless. Whether it be power or perhaps related to what Leon believed to be Jorman's intent, releasing the mythical serpent of the legend he'd relayed to Leon. Leon didn't want to believe that someone had done all of this for no practical reason. Could this be why Octavius was kidnapped? Leon wondered, remembering one of the stories that Jorman had told him back in Craterrock. In the guise of Turiel, Jorman had said that there was a rumor about him that he was stealing people with inherited bloodlines to sacrifice to some dark god. Leon had pondered that, but had wound up largely disregarding that particular tidbit, chalking it up to Jorman just screwing with him and the rest of the Legion. But now, seeing what Jorman had seemingly done, and Leon had no doubt in his mind that this was Jorman's handiwork, despite a lack of conclusive evidence, Leon found himself revisiting that rumor. Maybe Jorman just admitted to what he was doing and reveling in the fact that he could have said anything back then, Leon thought to himself. "I can't sense anything in particular," Zafin admitted as he answered Leon's question, "but that's not to say there was nothing magical here. Surely you realize just how quickly magic will dissipate into the environment when an enchantment has been destroyed or erased." "I do, but if this was to be a sacrifice, why erase the enchantment?" "There could many reasons, too many to say for certain." Zafin began to list out those that he felt most likely, but Leon stopped paying attention as he tried to contemplate the problem. He remembered again Jorman's story of the sealed serpent beneath the Isles, and he wondered for not the first time how true that story was. Was this done to release that serpent? Leon wondered, maybe if there was an enchantment here, then it contributed to the seal that keeps that serpent sealed. After that particular thought, Leon's mouth turned upward in a self-deprecating smile. Or maybe Jorman was just feeding a load of shit and is now watching with glee as I gulp it all down. Leon tried to dismiss that theory. He very much did not want to imagine that Jorman was going to release some dark god that would bring ruin upon all of Eterna. But no matter how hard he tried, the evidence that Jorman was trying to do just that was all around him, displayed and crucified. After a few minutes, during which Zafin realized Leon wasn't paying attention and just went quiet, Leon started making his way through the veritable forest of strung-up corpses that had yet to be cut down, eventually arriving at the statue of the coiled serpent. He didn't have much room to inspect it with how packed the square was with bodies, but he didn't need much room. He simply moved an errant leg of one of the victims a few inches to the side and pressed his hand to the cold stone of the statue. He almost immediately pulled his hand back in shock at how bone-chillingly cold the stone was, but he managed to hold on just long enough for his magic power to enter the statue and probe around, searching for anything of note before Leon had to pull his hand back, his skin turning red as it fought off the profound cold of the statue. Leon scrunched his face up in confusion and concentration, for he could find no trace of magic power within the statue that would betray the presence of hidden enchantments or anything of the like, and yet the statue was still somehow cold enough to be too uncomfortable for his 7th-tier hands to bear for long. There was something here, Leon whispered, half to himself and half to Zafin. There's no other explanation I can think of. Something used to be here, some kind of power, but this blood sacrifice must have, I don't know, released it or something. Did you sense something specific, or is that just speculation? A bit of both, Leon replied as he rubbed his fingers together to bring a little bit of warmth back into them, quickly filling Zafin in on the cold he felt as he did so. It was cold, yet you felt no magic power. Yes, perhaps it was something divine. Or maybe a better word would be primal. What do you mean? Zafin didn't say anything more for a few long seconds. Leon could practically feel his hesitation and reluctance to speak again, as if those emotions were his own. I'm not sure, the demon finally growled, shame pouring out of him in such a torrent as he admitted his ignorance that Leon could feel it through their contract. This might be something that the sparkly pigeon might be better at explaining, but, well, let me put it to you like this. During the process of apotheosis, you'll slowly start to generate and use divine power, or primal power, whatever you might want to call it. You can think of it like a tremendously more potent form of magic, or maybe a purer form. I used it when I was at my peak, but now it's been so long since I tasted of such power that I've almost forgotten what it felt like. Anyway, this power is extremely rare. Even in the strongest beings in the universe, they'll only generate about 1 part of divine power for every 10,000 parts of magic power. But beyond its potency and rarity, it's also almost nigh undetectable on its own. It'll usually create magic power as it dilutes and dissipates in the environment, so I suppose concentrated magic power might be a better way to put it, rather than pure or potent, which allows it to be detected by proxy, but divine power itself cannot be detected without using divine power in turn. Leon nodded as he started walking back out of the square, ignoring the questioning looks and occasional actual questions he got from the Marines as he went, his attention fully focused on his conversation with his demonic partner. So, there was power in that moonstone back in Nestor's lab that I couldn't perceive. Probably, but with how much magic power it was emanating, its divine power might have been lost even to post-apotheosis mages without a very in-depth examination. Think of it like the sun blocking the stars. Not a perfect comparison, but it works well enough. Leon nodded again. That made some degree of sense. Nestor had told him that, during his inspection of the stone after the clan first acquired it, his initial hypothesis was that the moonstone had come into contact with a universe fragment before he and the Thunderbird clarified that it had actually been touched by a primal god. But, Zafin continued, if divine power were here, there'd be magical signs, much like that shitload of light magic that poured out of that moonstone. So, I've got nothing, but I suppose that your theory that some power was here at some point might hold some water. Leon grunted in acknowledgement. He hadn't the tools to really know what happened here, but from what he could piece together, disregarding the idea that Jorman was planning on releasing the serpent from his story would be a mistake. Leon sighed as that realization crossed his mind, while a muted feeling that he was in way over his head started to cause his stomach to sink to his knees. But after taking a deep breath, Leon battered that feeling down. It wouldn't help, and he wasn't about to just let Jorman finish whatever he was going to do. This wasn't something he could just ignore, nor was it someone else's problem. It would take 2 months minimum for the Bull Kingdom to send someone else if reinforcements were requested, and Leon couldn't imagine that they'd arrive in time. At the very least, Leon didn't want to risk it. He was the most powerful person now actively opposing Jorman, and that made this his responsibility to fix, at least in part, for there were others in positions of power in the task force, as well. Glancing around, he saw Sigibert busy directing the Marines as they moved the bodies into a nearby mass grave, and Gaius not too far away. He began walking over, but he only went a few steps when he paused. He decided to pulse his magic senses to check up on his squad and saw Alex, Marcus, and Alcander a ways into the trees, keeping close enough to everything going on as to be safe, yet also maintaining a good distance from the field of death that they'd stumbled into. Maya and Anzu, meanwhile, were just lounging around the ruins, not paying anyone too much heed. The sight of so many crucified people had clearly not affected either of them in any noticeable way. But the former three concerned Leon. Alex was hunched over and looked to be quietly sobbing in horror. Marcus and Alcander looked to be a little more put together, but Leon could also see their hands shaking and their eyes wide with shock. Without a second thought, Leon turned toward his squad. They came before Sigebert. He could always speak with the fleet legate later. A couple of minutes later, Leon was taking a seat on a large tree root close enough to Alex to lightly clap her on the shoulder as a show of support. She was, indeed, quietly sobbing, her eyes shut tight, her hands clasped in front of her face so tightly that her knuckles were white. Leon wasn't too forceful when he joined her, he merely wanted her to know that he was there. "Everyone all right?" Leon asked, his smooth voice pulling them all out of their weird headspaces long enough to make eye contact with him. The answer was obvious, of course, but he wanted them to get talking and to maybe start feeling something other than horror at what they'd just seen. That was a tough scene to witness. I can't blame anyone for being a little bit shaken. Leon waited a moment for anyone to say something. He almost thought no one would, but Alcander proved him wrong. "That was more than tough," he whispered. "Don't get me wrong, Leon, I'm no stranger to seeing a great deal of death, not after what we've all seen and done, but..." The large man trailed off, leaving it to Marcus to pick up the statement where he left it. "That was something else entirely," Marcus finished. "It's one thing to see dead soldiers. They died in battle, fighting with everything they had. Those were civilians, children, people only a few years from joining their ancestors anyway. People who shouldn't have been treated like that." Leon didn't interrupt them, he just wanted them to talk. He couldn't pretend that a sight of a couple thousand people horribly murdered left him unaffected, but his entire childhood was filled with blood and death, albeit the blood of monsters and animals, not humans. At the very least, he could compartmentalize well enough that his shock and horror wasn't quite so debilitating. It helped that he didn't know those people, so suppressing his empathy for a while wasn't the hardest thing to do. Focusing on Jorman, speculating on the pirate's goals, and how to stop him also made this a lot easier. Leon did his best to focus not on what he couldn't do, but on what he could. "This doesn't change anything, though," Alex said, her voice iron hard as her hands fell from her face a few inches. "Jorman has to die. That's what we've been working toward, right?" Her deep brown eyes turned toward Leon as if she were both asking if she were correct and daring him to disagree. If Leon hadn't personally met Jorman as Turiel, then maybe he would have disagreed. He'd originally agreed to go on this expedition because of Octavius' escape, but at this point, the runaway prince was practically meaningless to Leon, only kept relevant in his mind for his part in Trajan's death. But now, Leon's thoughts were different. "I can't say that nothing's changed," Leon replied as his golden eyes met Alex's, silently telling her not to interrupt until he'd said his piece despite seemingly disagreeing with her. "When we set out, hunting down Jorman wasn't that big of a priority. He was a target, to be sure, but for the Bull Kingdom, and as by proxy, the mission was to bring the Serpentine Islands back under the Bull Kingdom's suzerainty and to retrieve Prince Octavius." "That was it, was it?" Marcus asked, noting Leon's tone and his specific phrasing. Leon glanced at the young nobleman and nodded. "Was," he confirmed. "After speaking with the man, I had my suspicions about his motives. Now that we've seen this, I'm only more convinced about what he's trying to do. And we cannot, under any circumstances, allow him to succeed." "What is he trying to do?" Alcander asked, his eyes narrowing in concern, his tone deadly serious. "I believe he's trying to unseal some kind of great beast that used to rule here," Leon explained, his voice slow yet steady enough to project confidence. It was a bit of an insane theory, and he didn't want his voice to waver as he told it. He wanted this to be taken seriously. He didn't want this mass sacrifice they'd stumbled upon to be disregarded as nothing more than wanton sadism by a psychopathic pirate. "Some serpent with great power. I'm uncertain as to the exact details, but, if all of that is anything to go by, then what he's trying to bring back is unfathomably large and powerful. From what I was able to gather, there were thousands of people back there, all used to fuel some kind of blood sacrifice that, and this only a guess on my part, but I have some confidence in it, has released a magical seal or lock or something of that nature here. And the fleet legates aren't even focusing on it. They're too focused on the political angle. They only see the Serpentine Islands and Octavius, but, well, I can't say that Jorman doesn't care about them. I don't know enough about the man, but I simply can't shake this feeling of dread in my bones whenever I think about this thing that Jorman is trying to unleash." "Assuming your guess is correct," Alex whispered, her expression of horror slowly deepening, showing Leon that while she was giving voice to skepticism, she was a little more convinced by his words than that might imply. Assuming that, yes, Leon said just as quietly. He was about to continue when he saw the thunderbird-like bird out of the corner of his eye. He froze for a moment, his instinct to inform the others dying on his tongue for reasons that he couldn't quite fathom. The bird alighted on a nearby tree, stared at him for several seconds, then took back off in the direction of the square. Leon stood back up. We're going to get this fucker even if we have to leave the Legion behind to do it. Let them play Earl Maker here in the Isles, let them bring their prince back to their kingdom. Jorman has to be stopped. With that said, Leon walked away from them, leaving them a little clueless and flabbergasted at his sudden departure, but also giving them some space to digest his words and their own feelings about what they'd found. He followed the bird back toward the square. He watched it soar seemingly unnoticed, for not once did Leon ever see a head turn in its direction over the working marines and strung-up bodies, past the corpse-covered serpent statue, and toward one of the ruins on the other side of the square. Without hesitation, Leon made his way over, eager to see what the bird had to show him. The bird led him to one of the larger of the ruined buildings that was little more than one partially standing wall and a pile of rubble, the remains of perhaps the most important structure in this temple complex if its size was any indication, and one that had only light Legion presence around it. Most of the Marines were working around the square, and the bird had led Leon to the side of the building opposite to the side that opened onto the square, giving them manner of privacy. It watched as Leon approached, its eyes narrowing like it was watching a clueless field mouse approach, but Leon couldn't sense any power in its gaze. He stopped a few paces shy of the bird, just at the edge of the massive pile of rubble that the bird had perched upon. He stood there in silence for a few long seconds, he and the bird simply stared. Chapter 551. Growing Fears, Jorman has to die, Leon gravely stated as he stared down at the stone map he'd laid upon the table in the fortress central meeting room. It had been several hours since he and his squad had returned to the fortress, and only a few minutes since Sigebert's return, only just long enough for everyone in positions of authority to gather and discuss their next moves. I agree, Sigebert said, though his tone suggested that he wasn't quite as committed to the idea as Leon was. Was it that bad at that, wherever that place was? Thuderic asked as he set aside some of the papers he'd brought to the meeting. It was quite grim, Sigebert replied. Grim enough that we don't have to wonder where the inhabitants of this town went. We found them. The final count of recovered bodies stands at 4,027. Leon winced. His estimates for the death toll had been in the thousands, but not quite that high. More than 4,000 people represented a ton of power, even if most of them were first tier or weaker. He had to wonder if Jorman had needed all of that power, or if this had been some kind of message. Given how the square had been found and the crucified skeletons that had pointed the way, it was clear enough that Jorman had wanted the massacre site found, but without knowing exactly what kind of magical power had clearly been there beforehand, Leon couldn't say. But at the very least, Jorman was proving himself to be a man that valued theatrics over practicality, which only further convinced Leon that secular power was not what he wanted. As those thoughts ran through his head, Leon momentarily lost the thread of conversation with the fleet legates, and once he returned to the present, Basina was saying, we have to keep in mind why we came here. If we can kill the pirate, then we will, without hesitation. Ancestors know that he's already done enough damage to us that ending that man's life will greatly boost morale. But we're here to find Prince Octavius and lay him at the king's feet, and we're here to restore His Majesty's rule over these islands. These have to be our top priorities. Leon bitterly smiled as he set his hands down on the table and leaned forward. I can't accept that. Jorman is an immense threat. He's already shown us that he doesn't care about us our push into the islands, and he's shown us that he's willing to kill enormous amounts of people for whatever his real goal is. And what is that real goal? Basina asked with a hint of condescension in her voice that had Leon's eyes narrowing in subdued anger. For a moment, Leon was silent as he debated with himself about whether or not to push his idea that Jorman was trying to release the mythical serpent. It sounded rather far-fetched, but he knew from Zafin and Nestor's examples that terribly deadly things had been sealed or trapped on this plane for a long, long time. Hells, as Leon thought more about it, he remembered that this place was known as the Divine Graveyard. He wouldn't even be surprised to find that there were things trapped in remote corners of this plane that could defy his explanation, and even his imagination. In the end, he told the fleet legates his suspicions. That's certainly a story, Sigebert murmured when Leon was finished, clearly unconvinced. A story is all that it is, Basina added with a little more certainty. Leon, he was a pirate. He spun you a tall tale just to screw with your head. He was reveling in his deception, nothing more. This serpent doesn't exist, don't buy into Jorman's lies. Leon frowned. I sensed some kind of power in that colossus at that ritual site. There's something to this, I can feel it. What would you suggest we do? Thuderic politely asked, though to Leon, it came off more like the fleet legate was humoring him more than anything. Set aside the issue of the earls, Leon said. We're, well, not wasting time, but we're giving Jorman all the time he needs to continue working toward his real goal. Maybe he's not actually going to release some mythical beast, but I can say with as much certainty as I can muster without speaking with him again that simply becoming king of these isles is not what he's after. He's looking for something more. Sigebert almost responded, but Basina held her hand up, silencing him. That's guesswork on your part, she humorlessly stated. All evidence we have is that he is working to make himself a king. He's been resisting our advance on every island, he massacred our colonists, and he purged the aristocracy of these islands until those who were left were loyal to him. All of this, sacrifice business is misdirection, it's theater for his people so that they'll feel better about losing. Nothing more than that. Go to that ritual site and investigate that colossus yourself, Leon growled. You'll feel the same thing I did. Look, Jorman is clearly no ordinary pirate. We saw him with fucking krakens. As Leon spoke, he noted Thuderic slowly take a few steps toward Basina. It was a subtle thing, but it stated literally with whom he stood. You saw him with krakens, Basina coolly replied, her patience starting to run thin. Krakens can't be tamed. They're too big, too intelligent for that. Those that were in the bay last night were only there to feed off our sailors that Jorman threw into the sea. They were scavenging a quick meal in his wake. Just because they were here at the same time doesn't mean that this pirate has some kind of control over them, or that they're all working toward a shared goal, or whatever you're implying by mentioning it. Leon sighed as Sigebert took a few steps toward Basina. How long until we can set sail for the next island? Basina glanced at Thuderic, who responded, shouldn't be more than a week. The local earl is still alive, so getting him back on board with the king shouldn't be too much of an issue. A week, Leon muttered as he stared at the stone map on the table. The corpses at the ritual site had been determined to have been killed only a few days ago, possibly even as recently as after Jorman's deception back in Craterrock. If he can do that in just a few days, then what the hells is he planning now? Leon wondered. Out loud, he said, Jorman will have all the time he needs to do whatever it is he's going to do. And that means that more of our people are going to die. More islanders are going to die. Leon, Basina quietly said, her tone that of an aged elder lecturing a child, we have plenty of supplies, but they won't last forever. If we leave the islands behind us, unsecured, then they will likely go right back to Jorman the instant we're gone. We need to do this right, otherwise we'll find ourselves pressed between Jorman on one side, and whatever forces these isles can raise once we're gone on the other side. Now, I can assure you that the capture and execution of the pirate Jorman is a priority, but right now it's not the biggest one that we have to see to. But we'll get him. He's hurt us, yes, but our task force is too large for him to win. We'll run him down eventually, no matter how many islander fairy tales he cares to invoke. Leon bitterly smiled again. He wasn't convinced. He wanted to hunt Jorman down as soon as possible before the pirate had a chance to enact his plans. But he knew when he was outvoted, Thuderic and Sigebert were with Basina on this one. And, if he were to be honest with himself, he couldn't blame them. It was much easier to believe that Jorman was working for political power than it was to believe that he was trying to unleash some kind of ancient, sealed god. With a tremendous amount of reluctance, Leon dropped the issue, and he participated so little in the rest of the discussion that he might as well not have been there. Instead, he found himself dwelling on Jorman, and what might happen if he succeeded in his endeavors. Above all, he hoped with everything he had that the fleet legates were right, and that Jorman's actions up to this point were him just trying to screw with all of their heads. He hoped that all Jorman wanted was to set himself up as an independent king. But Leon remained unconvinced. In fact, the idea of going off on his own to try and deal with Jorman was growing ever more appealing. When the meeting ended, Leon made for Maya first and foremost. If he were to try and deal with Jorman on his own, he'd need her on his side. 3 krakens and 3 7th-tier mages were far too much for him to take on without support, and that wasn't even accounting for all the other advantages that Jorman had, such as his ship with its strange flamethrowers, his crew, and all the others that the pirate had convinced to fight alongside him. Leon knew that he could always invoke Zaffin's power, but his left arm ached just thinking about it. No, he couldn't do this on his own. Hells, he didn't even think that Maya would be able to kill the pirate on her own in a straight fight, just her against everything that Jorman could bring to bear. But with the two of them together, Leon felt like they had a real chance to deal Jorman catastrophic damage, and he already had a fairly good idea about where Jorman was going to go. The fleet legates hadn't paid much attention to the stone map that Leon had brought to the meeting, but Leon felt like that strange, now kind of ominous Thunderbird look-alike wouldn't have led him to it without reason. Jorman has to be going to whatever is here, Leon thought, picturing the serpent's eye marking on the slopes of the next island's volcanoes. However, for all that, Leon didn't want to jump to such a reckless move right away. He felt like that would be suicide, and carried with it a great risk of failure. Still, him and Maya going off on their own was an option that he felt was on the table, and he wanted to explore it a little bit. He found Maya at the rather grand tent that had been set aside for the use of him and his squad, though to call it a tent was to almost do it an injustice. It was practically an entire house made of cloth. Every one of his people had their own private room, and there was even some space set aside for Anzu. Additionally, they got their own bathroom complete with a small bath, and a large common room with plenty of space for them to practice and train if the desire to do so struck them. When Leon arrived at the tent, he found Alex, Marcus, and Alcander availing themselves of that space to train with a ferocity that Leon hadn't seen since their time together during the Civil War, while he found Maya and Anzu both napping on his bed. Leon had a large bed, but it seemed comically small with the large Anzu curled up on it. Maya didn't even have enough room to stretch out, and had practically draped herself over the white griffin. She probably hadn't intended on sleeping, Leon realized as he walked in and collapsed into a chair next to his desk, for there was a book on the ground where it looked like it had fallen out of her grasp as she dozed off. He took a few seconds to rest his mind before he bent down to pick up the book. His cheeks immediately went red as he realized that it was a long medical treatise that Maya had asked for regarding the magics that the Thunderbird clan had devised to help them reproduce. Leon had always been upfront with both Maya and Elise that, being the descendant of one ascended beast, let alone also being the descendant of a divine beast, he'd probably have a great deal of trouble having children. Maya, however, was undeterred. She'd wanted a daughter since long before she and Leon had met. Much of that desire had been to help her stave off Gorgonism, but neither her bonding with Leon, which rendered her immune to Gorgonism, nor the cure to Gorgonism that her aunt had found had killed that desire. She was committed to having a daughter with Leon, and so was putting in more time researching how it might be physically encouraged. Leon was a little more ambivalent towards the idea, though he didn't protest when Maya had asked for the book. He'd always known that children with her was part of the deal, and when things between him and Elise had turned more serious, he'd known that children would probably be in their future, too. He was still only 20, almost 21, though, so he wasn't too keen on having any kids anytime soon. Still, there was no harm in giving Maya the information she wanted. Having the information wasn't necessarily the same as using it, and the sooner they had a way to reliably have kids, the sooner they'd be able to make a more informed decision about when they might want to have those kids. He felt a twinge of embarrassment well up as he realized that he must have made a little too much noise moving around. As he sat back in his chair and set the book on the table, Maya started to sit up, blinking the sleep out of her eyes. When her lake blue eyes finally landed upon him and her lips turned up in a smile of recognition, Leon smiled back and said, "Hey there, beautiful. Sorry about waking you." Maya yawned and stretched as she sat up a little bit more, her languid movements drawing Leon's eyes to how little of her body her clothes concealed despite revealing little skin. After finding what she'd been reading and seeing her stretch, he got a powerful urge to join her on the bed and tear those tight clothes off her as fast as he could, but he clamped down on that urge. There'd be time enough to indulge it later, but right now he was in a more talkative mood. "Don't worry about it," she whispered into his mind. "What did those legumes say?" Leon chuckled at her mistake, likely one she made on purpose, if he had to guess, and replied, "They're not too keen on heading out without securing the islands first. They don't want to get hit in the back while we're trying to find our pirate." "Seems short-sighted," Maya replied as her heart-shaped face scrunched up in distaste. She was more than powerful and knowledgeable enough in less mainstream magical practices to know that what Jorman was doing with those bodies at the ritual site was more than just terror theater. The only problem with that Leon's eyes was that she didn't seem to care all that much about stopping Jorman. Leon shrugged nonchalantly, though his rapidly deepening frown betrayed the fact that he cared a lot more about this than his shrug would imply. That's what I told them, but they're determined to continue on their own course of action. I suppose I'd do the same if I hadn't met the man or seen all of that. Leon fell silent for a long moment, after which Maya asked as she fixed Leon in her narrowing gaze, "You want to go after him?" "I do, though I'm not quite seriously advocating for it, yet," Leon readily admitted. "I don't suppose you might be able to help with that. Getting across all of this water shouldn't be that big of an issue for you." Leon had hoped that she could help, but as soon as he asked the question, his heart sank. He could feel through their connection that a spike of terror had ripped through her, though she didn't let it show awfully much. A briefly averted gaze and shallow frown were the only signs of her extreme reluctance. "No need to answer that," Leon said with some embarrassment. Maya began, largely ignoring Leon's statement, walking his question back, but her hesitance was almost physical with how powerful it was. After taking a moment to think, she started again. "It's not that I don't want to help you. I love you, you are my mate, and I want to help you achieve your goals. But that's a long way to the next island. A lot of saltwater between us and it. A lot of places for more krakens or worse to hide." Leon nodded, recalling the sheer visceral terror he felt when he realized he'd jumped into the sea with those terrible beasts. Their sheer size and the strength that came with it he estimated made them easily as strong as a human mage a tier or two higher than they were. And those krakens with Jorman had been 6th tier. "Is that why you've been so reluctant to head out to sea?" Leon asked. On the long journey from the Bull Kingdom to Craterrock, Maya had not once gone overboard to swim in her natural environment, or at least what Leon assumed to be her natural environment. Maya slowly nodded. "In terms of magic, saltwater isn't so much different from freshwater. I'd swim up and down what you call the Gulf of Discord without hesitation or problem. Instead, it's the creatures that live this far out into the ocean that give me pause. Krakens are the only real problem this close to the surface, but when you start getting deeper, more alien things start to appear. Things that might be attracted to my aura if I were to jump into the ocean. I'm fine sticking to the shallows, but as I told you before, I'm a river nymph, not one of my oceanic cousins." "So there are other nymphs out here?" Leon asked. Maya nodded again. "They're not quite as human as my people and I appear, but we're distantly related. They're also wilder and less communal. They're the least of my worries this far out to sea, and krakens aren't that much higher than them. My mother told me many stories about the creatures that live in the deep, and I would rather run into none, if given the chance. I'd rather not even take the chance." She paused a moment as she tightened her expression, giving Leon a look of utmost seriousness. "It doesn't matter what that arrogant pirate is doing. What matters is that we return home to Elise. Stay with the ships, don't cross the open seas without them. If we want to return home, that's how we're going to do it." A light scowl graced Leon's face, but he didn't argue with her. "I suppose," he said, his thoughts turning toward the bird. It wasn't just a figment of his imagination, it had led him too well for it to be a trick of his mind. But Zaffin's reveal that he hadn't been able to see it still bothered Leon. There was the possibility that it was still real, but he also remembered Alex mentioning that she hadn't seen any bird when he'd briefly brought it up. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now that he was thinking about it, the situation was growing more and more concerning. At the very least, the bird seemed to be helping him, so he was comfortable enough putting off discussing it with Zaffin and Nestor, but that conversation had to be held at some point, and preferably before they left this island. He was suddenly jerked out of his thoughts when Maya got out of bed, walked over, and planted herself in his lap, straddling his legs so that she could face him directly. Her arms wrapped around his head, forcing him to look at her and only her. "What's wrong?" she asked as she leaned in, coming within an inch of letting her nose and forehead touch Leon's. Leon leaned forward, crossing the remaining distance between them as he simultaneously wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her well-endowed figure into him. After a quick sigh, Leon asked her, "Do you remember a hawk or an eagle or some similar kind of bird about 3 or 4 feet tall, brown feathers flecked with a bit of gold leading us through the jungle last night? One that led us to each of those crucified bodies?" Maya frowned in thought, briefly. BR Chapter 552. Light research. As Leon opened his eyes in his mind palace, a tiny, quiet part of himself was relieved to see that everything was, at least by cursory inspection, exactly as it ought to be. He didn't have much direct reason to think otherwise, but he'd had a few quiet worries that the bird that he'd been able to see was due to something screwing with his head. If something was messing with his perceptions, then anchoring the magic in his soul realm would be one way to make it last. But that wasn't the case. So, while Leon was relieved to see that it wasn't, it still left unresolved the issue of just what in the hell's that damn bird was. With a quick hop and a step, Leon got out of his throne and found himself in front of Nestor's ruby. With Zaffin busy in a healing trance and the Thunderbird out in the mist somewhere, Leon had no one else to speak with, at least for the moment, about this problem. "Hey there, dead man," Leon said as he sauntered over. Must you refer to me as such?" Nestor asked, his voice tired and not at all hopeful that Leon might change, or even apologize. "Yes," Leon replied, proving Nestor's unspoken assumption true. "I have a slight problem that I could use some advice about, and while I'm rather loath to ask you for anything outside of your assigned duties, I have no one else I trust enough to ask." "Well, don't worry," Nestor said, his voice taking on a hint of mockery in response to Leon's unrepentant and casual attitude. "Such problems are very common and happen even to the best and manliest of men. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Leon scowled. "We're clearly not on the same page. Or maybe you're just randomly flipping through the book just to piss me off. Who can say? Alas, a mystery it will always be. All right, dickhead, maybe if this problem continues to fester, I'll just feed your damn ruby to whatever is causing it." Nestor sighed in contentment, his brief revenge for Leon's insult taken and savored. "Very well, boy, what is this problem you have?" Leon ground his teeth a little bit, the temptation to verbally strike Nestor again quite powerful, but he resisted. "I've been seeing something that others haven't," he said through a stiff jaw. "It hasn't happened much, but the fact that this, whatever it is, has been so helpful in a very practical way, I can say with little doubt that there is some kind of intelligence behind it. I want to know what might cause this, if I can defend myself against it, and if I should even be worried about it." Leon proceeded to fill Nestor in on everything that had happened between him and the Thunderbird look-alike, from the very first time he saw it in Craterrock and finishing with its sudden disappearance after it showed him the map of the next island, along with Zaffin's reveal that he hadn't been able to perceive it. I can't say for certain, but I would be cautious when dealing with this thing in the future," Nestor said. "I can think of several things this might be, and at least some of it can be defended against with conventional means. First and perhaps least likely, this is an actual bird, in which case if you wanted it to stop following you, you could use blade and bow to ward it off. However, the fact that it looks so much like our ancestor and the fact that no one else has been able to see it, either with magic senses or physical senses, disturbs me greatly. Still, maybe its physical resemblance to our ancestor is just a coincidence and it simply has various powers that keep it hidden save for those it chooses to reveal itself to. I know of several applications of light and darkness magic that could accomplish such a thing. The second possibility, however, I think is much more likely. This is some kind of illusion that is being sent directly to you through darkness magic. It read your mind using darkness magic, and then used that knowledge and magical connection to make you see something that you trust, in which case your problems are much worse than they might be if the first possibility is true." Leon stepped back, his face paling by a few shades. If something could magically enter his mind deep enough to be able to display an image so alike to the Thunderbird, then he would have no secrets before them. Theoretically, they could make him see whatever they wanted him to see, perhaps even muddling his mind enough that he didn't know what was real and what wasn't. Now, boy, don't go getting weak in the knees," Nestor chided. "You have been practicing those techniques that our ancestor and that arrogant demon gave you, right?" It was with a grimace that Leon remembered the several times he'd asked Zaffin and the Thunderbird for help in defending his mind against mental invasions of this sort. The vampire Bran had used such a technique against him during the war with Talfar, but it wasn't until Nestor used a technique to deliver information straight to Leon's mind while he was in his family's archives that he started to realize just how vulnerable he was to such things. Zaffin and the Thunderbird had both given him a few techniques he could try practicing to shield his mind from such invasions, but there had been so much going on recently and so much on his plate specifically, enchantments, that he hadn't had much time to practice those techniques. But he regretted that lapse in judgment. Now he should have made time to brush up on these defenses even though they weren't strictly needed just yet. If this was some kind of hallucination being sent straight to his brain, then he needed some way to defend himself. If whatever was doing this could get to his brain, after all, then there was a strong possibility they could also get to his heart, and thus, his soul realm. I wouldn't worry too much, Leon, Nestor said in a somewhat soothing tone. Such powers have limits. No man could ever recreate the world with enough detail that it would fool you. You'd probably realize that something wasn't right eventually, so convincing you that everything you see isn't real is off the table. I mean, just look at this. You've only seen this bird a few times, and already it's been revealed that something's off about it. Additionally, you're uniquely qualified to defend yourself against such attacks, or have you forgotten the power that you inherited from our ancestor? Leon took a deep breath and calmed down. The Thunderbird's lightning was unique in that it had the power to free the mind from all external forces that inhibited it. His mind couldn't be controlled, and every time his lightning coursed through his body, any power that might be making him see things that weren't there should be cleared up. Leon was still a little wary that there might be exceptions here or there, but at least for the time being, he managed to force himself to relax. His lightning had fought off the effects of banshees and the darkness magic of the vampire Bran, so he could easily place his faith in it. All you have to do, Nestor continued, is give yourself a quick blast of lightning the next time you see this bird. Let your power flow through your body and mind, destroying any foreign magic that it comes across and freeing your mind from any control or sensory illusion it might be subject to. Assuming I see it again, Leon said. Assuming that, yes. However, given how much you've seen it, I'd wager there's a damn good chance that you'll see it again. Leon nodded. I don't suppose you've noticed anything out of the ordinary in here, have you? Anything that might indicate some kind of power being used on me? No, Nestor replied. If such a power were used on you to influence your thoughts and perceptions, there wouldn't be much point in targeting the soul realm as well. It might actually tip you off that something was wrong, to be honest, so if someone were trying to influence you, going after the soul realm as well would only have downsides. Someone skilled enough to try swaying your mind wouldn't make that mistake. Leon nodded again. Good to know. He stood there for a few more awkward seconds, knowing that he didn't have much else to say on that front until the Thunderbird showed up for their training session and he could pick her brain. But that wasn't to say he didn't have other questions. You know, he began with a bit of hesitation, knowing that the legend that Jorman told him could just be a whole load of crap. I was told something recently. He quickly recounted the parts of Jorman's tale that he thought relevant, namely, the serpent's supposed reign of terror and the arrival of 3 heroes bearing the power of lightning, wind, and water who arrived to slay it. He hoped if he had more information, even if it was only hearsay, then he might have more insight into Jorman's goals. At the very least, it cost him nothing to ask, does any of that ring any bells? Can't say that it does, Nestor replied. I wasn't all that invested in the daily goings-on of this plane. I was mostly involved in research and little else. I never had much stomach for the problems and politics of the lesser peoples we conquered. The edges of Leon's mouth turned downward into a deep frown. Man with a heart of gold, that's you, Nestor, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't act like you're superior, kid, the dead man replied. You care about as much for the common people as I do. Leon had to fight the urge to grimace. Nestor wasn't entirely wrong. After spending much of the first day in Craterrock ruminating on how he'd deal with the people of the Serpentine Isles if he were the Bull King or otherwise in charge of their handling, he'd almost completely forgotten about them as soon as something more interesting came up, aside from the occasional musing as he'd walked through the city's streets during that first week in the Isles. He'd been thinking about almost nothing but Jorman since Turiel was revealed to actually be the pirate in disguise. And even then, his interest in the Islanders was largely restricted to threat evaluation and hypothetical theories. He didn't know these people, and he hadn't done much to try to get to know them, either. Nestor spoke again before Leon could respond. If you want to know about that time, go speak with the librarian. I built that thing to keep our clan's records, so if anything might know if there was such action in these islands, it would be that golem. Leon could practically hear Nestor's dismissive wave in his tone, subtly telling him that the conversation was over and to leave him alone. With a roll of his eyes, Leon obliged, leaving the ghost alone. He didn't want to talk to the man anyway, not with the sudden shame at being called out for his hypocrisy. So, he moseyed on over to the simple library he'd built for the books from the archives and the golems. Decidedly less aesthetically pleasing than the archives building, the large stone box was at least functional in all the ways that mattered. There was more than enough room for him to store the thousands of books he'd taken in whatever order the golems wished, but as Leon pushed open the door and entered the somewhat dark and dreary chamber, he figured a little bit of sprucing up was in order. With a few quick thoughts, he extended the building back a bit and began adding more stone to the sides of the box, rounding out the edges until the box had become a squat cylinder. Then, he built alcoves all along the edge with practically no space between them, turning the cylinder into more of a gear shape. Next, he raised the ceiling, rounded it out into a large dome, peppered its surface with simple square coffers, and cut a circular hole in the ceiling to let in a great deal more natural light, as opposed to the magic lights that he already had lying around the library chamber. With another quick thought, he cut tall, thin windows into the walls of the alcoves and topped them with partial domes. Finally, he used the great deal of new space he'd created to add a central reading area beneath the hole in the roof, with a long table and a comfortable chaise lounge, and did a little bit of rearranging of the bookshelves around that reading area, though he left most of the organizing for the golems to handle. The structure he wound up with was much better looking, even if it still lacked artistic flourish, but Leon was much happier with it now, and it had given him somewhere to channel his frustration with Nestor, leaving him feeling much better. It had still taken about an hour to complete, however, and the structure was left much too big to hold in his mind palace, forcing Leon to carefully and painstakingly move it out of his palisade and set it down in the field of purple grass that surrounded it over the course of another 10 minutes. When all of it was finished, Leon finally turned his attention to the librarian. The golem had hardly been waiting in the wings for Leon to arrive, and so in the few minutes between Leon showing up in the library and the librarian coming to greet him, Leon had already thrown himself completely into the work of expanding and prettying up the place. Still, the automaton was nothing if not patient, and so waited, almost frozen next to Leon, until the young man was finished with his work. As he put the finishing touches on his work and collapsed into the lounge, Leon turned his gaze toward the nearby golem and tiredly said, "Sorry about that, I didn't mean to make you wait, I just couldn't stop that once I got going." "It's no matter," the golem replied, its metallically resonant tone one of complete sincerity. "This one exists to serve at the pleasure of the clan. That hardly makes me feel better about ignoring you when you've been right there practically this whole time," Leon self-consciously replied. Of course, the librarian said a few words after that excusing his behavior, but if anything, it only made Leon feel even more self-conscious. He couldn't help but imagine himself being in the librarian's position, which he felt like wasn't too far-fetched if he'd been born into the clan during its heyday. He supposed he might have been given some kind of menial task like maintaining archives. He'd earned nothing else, so far. If someone had kept him waiting like that and then expected him to be polite about it, Leon would have left them wanting. "Is there something you require of this one?" the librarian eventually asked, helping Leon to move on. "Yes," Leon said. "Is there any information here from back when the clan was first occupying this plane regarding the, well, I don't know what they were called back then, but nowadays they're known as the Serpentine Isles." Leon quickly relayed the relevant parts of Jorman's story again, for however much good it did. The librarian froze for a moment, marking the first time Leon had seen it had ever taken so long to give an answer. After almost 5 seconds, it eventually said, "This one's catalog suggests there were records at some point, but most have been lost." Most. Leon was a little surprised. He hadn't realized that there was anything left for the librarian to find. He remembered that House Rame hadn't known they were a part of the Thunderbird clan, so the records within the archives couldn't have been particularly complete. A few scant references can be located of a conflict happening that matches your description, the librarian explained as Leon noticed a few other golems suddenly stop what they were doing and start rummaging around through the stone shelves. Factual, first-hand reports, however, were not contained within these archives, the librarian continued. Later legends abound. The other golems moved quickly, and with his magic senses watching them, Leon felt whatever hope he had in his heart for an answer to his questions deflate. The golems were retrieving children's books and collections of myths. The latter might be useful, but he doubted it. Over the next few minutes, the golems brought him several books. Most were useless or so Leon judged after a cursory glance through their pages, but one seemed promising. It contained a short poem written about how an island people came to the clan's doorstep seeking aid against a terrible serpentine monster. The clan's princess, seeking glorious battle, took 300 of her personal guard to slay the beast. She returned triumphant, but the islands where the battle took place had been devastated. What exactly "devastated" meant, Leon was unsure, for the poem was short, light on details, and seemed to exist mostly as a way to hype the princess up. It didn't even mention the Thunderbird's power anywhere, nor did it dwell on the monster overmuch. Still, Leon could see a few common elements between the poem, Jormun's story, and the evil spirits of the Valemen. Leon sighed, unsure of what else he could do. The fleets would be sticking around for a few more days, so he supposed he could hitch a ride to one of the bigger cities on the island and ask around for any more local information about Jormun's serpent or the ruins found further inland, but he doubted how much information he'd be able to find. The islanders, as a general rule, apparently didn't stray too far into the jungles. Still, even though he'd accepted the decision of the fleet legates to take their time going after Jormun, he couldn't help but dwell on the idea that they were playing right into his hands. He couldn't wait until they finally left this island and moved on. They needed to find this damn pirate and stop whatever it was he was doing. Chapter 553. Pushing into the jungle, it was with a glad heart that Leon bade farewell to the second of the Serpentine Isles. It had been more than a week since he'd found the ritual site, and in that time, he'd focused mostly on calming himself down and practicing the mental defense techniques that Nestor and the Thunderbird taught him. He remained tremendously anxious about what lay ahead, but since the fleet legates wanted to proceed using more conventional strategies, his hands were tied. After having time to think, he was glad that he hadn't grabbed Maya and Anzu and flown half-cocked toward the next island, abandoning his squad and the rest of the task force in the process. With the power that Jormun had already displayed, even with Maya at his side, he would have lost and probably been killed. He needed the Legion fleets if he wanted even the slightest chance of stopping Jormun from unsealing this serpent, or whatever it was that he was planning. To that end, while Leon accepted the decision of the fleet legates, he'd still managed to convince them to allocate a marine battalion to him to investigate the point marked on the stone map he'd found deep in the jungles of the third island. They were still focused on the more mundane political sides of this conflict, so their focus was going to be on the islander settlements of the island. Leon and his battalion would be practically on their own in the jungle as the rest secured the inhabited areas and searched for signs of Octavius. For that, Leon wasn't too happy, but he supposed he could understand their perspective. He just wished that Sigebert, who'd been given the same mission as he, bring Octavius back to the Bull Kingdom, would treat finding and defeating Jormun a little more seriously. As far as Leon could tell, finding Jormun would essentially be the same as finding Octavius, but it seemed that Sigebert wasn't too convinced about Jormun's motives as Leon. The fleet legate was of the mind that Jormun was simply sadistic, not a fanatical cultist worshipping some ancient god. But Leon simply pushed those thoughts out of his mind as he watched the second island disappear behind the ship. The decisions had been made, and he didn't want to waste his time being bitter. There were too many things he had to do to waste his time like that. Over the past week, the thing he placed most emphasis on was his mental defenses. The fact that he was seeing a bird fly around that no one else could disturbed him greatly, and while it had been quite helpful so far, so much so that Leon thought it impossible that the bird wasn't real in some form or fashion, Leon didn't want to just trust that this bird was exactly as benevolent as it seemed. If it was just a targeted illusion, some magical trick played upon his senses, Leon wasn't about to let it continue. The easiest way for magic to create an illusion was by creating some kind of magical projection, much like the light projections that decorated the slanted walls of so many Thunderbird clan facilities, but the bird was clearly not that others couldn't see the damn thing, after all. That meant, as far as Leon, Zafin, Nestor, and the Thunderbird could tell, there were much fewer possibilities as to what it was. The most likely was an application of foreign darkness magic that was entering Leon's brain somehow and causing a controlled hallucination. The possibility that the bird was real and just somehow concealing itself from everyone else was floated, but all three of the ancient beings living in Leon's soul realm agreed that that possibility was remote, and that it was a better use of Leon's time to focus on defending against darkness magic. He already had the means to defend himself against physical threats, after all. In that vein, they taught Leon a rather easy and boring, though quite effective, technique. Leon could, of course, always send silver blue lightning magic coursing through his body if he ever felt like he was being influenced unduly, but that was more of a contingency if he ever realized that something seemed off and that his senses were being toyed with. This technique would keep darkness magic from entering his mind in the first place. The technique was almost insultingly simple, consisting of insulating the brain from any possible foreign magic that might have entered the body and slipped past Leon's senses and other bodily defenses. A shell of sorts was created from element-less magic power around the brain, forcing any darkness magic to try and crack through it to create any such illusions as those Leon might have been experiencing, and if that happened, Leon would be able to detect it and immediately blast himself with lightning, hopefully freeing himself from that influence. As far as these things went, it was quite practical, too, requiring nothing more than using the magic power already in Leon's body. It slightly lowered the amount of magic power available to him, but otherwise required no power maintenance, so long as the defenses weren't tested. By the time the fleets departed the second island, Leon had already gotten a reasonable handle on the technique. Maybe not enough to defend himself against a dedicated darkness mage who wanted access to his mind, but enough to feel at least somewhat secure. Besides, it wasn't like such mages were common, at least in this part of the world. But his mental defenses were only a single part of how Leon had to prepare himself. He had an entire marine battalion to watch out for, now, and he didn't want to repeat the mistakes that had led his unit in the Civil War to wiped out. For the moment, his biggest issue was that he wasn't all the known amongst the fleet's marines aside from rumors and speculation. He solved that about as best as he could, which wasn't that great. He spent some time with the marines he'd be leading into the jungle, but there wasn't much conversation. They were fairly well intimidated by him, and his misanthropy kept him from trying too hard to make up for that gap. Still, he exchanged a few words with the tribune who'd be traveling with him, the same tribune who'd survived the march along the coast, as it so happened. Spending time with his small company was easier. He and Gaius played another game of keeps, he sparred with Alex and Alcander, and he debated the current situation with Marcus, who argued for the side of the fleet legates. He and Maya were practically inseparable when the sun went down, and Leon took Anzu on a few scouting flights over the coast just to give the young griffin some exercise. He didn't dare bring Anzu into the jungle, not with some of the auras he sensed from deeper in. All in all, he was much calmer when the ships left the fortress than he was the day after Jormun's attack and his subsequent discovery of the ritual site. That calm did little for his mounting dread, though. While it didn't seem to be supported by any other evidence, Zafin mentioning that the serpent colossus in the center of the ritual courtyard possibly had divine power within it stuck in Leon's mind. Leon desperately hoped that the fleet legates were right, and that what Jormun was trying to do was impossible. He hoped it was all just islander stories. He hoped this serpent wasn't real. But that hope did little to alleviate his dread. He suspected nothing save for seeing Jormun dead on the ground at his feet would help. Leon wound up spending a lot more time on the deck of Sigebert's flagship on the way to the next island than he had previously. He kept himself as calm as he could, but he couldn't help but wonder just what they'd find on this next island. The first island had an ambush with flame lances, the second had the massacre of the Bull Kingdom colonists and the reveal of Jormun's krakens. The next island was going to be much worse than that. Leon could feel it in his bones. It was with both a great deal of trepidation and a lack of surprise that Leon finally landed on the black volcanic beach of the third island, and both feelings were due to the same thing: the landing of the Legion Marines had been uncontested. 2.5 days of sailing, and not a sign of Jormun anywhere, and not for lack of trying. Leon had been bathing the area around the fleets with his magic senses, constantly scanning for the pirate the entire journey. But it seemed like Jormun had simply disappeared. Perhaps more accurately, Leon assumed that Jormun was preparing whatever was awaiting them here. Whatever that was, however, it was clear that Jormun wasn't planning on suddenly resisting them with more conventional means now that they had reached the rough halfway point of their campaign. No ships, no krakens, no forces on land resisted the Legion's advance as they secured the seat of the island's earl. Much like Craterrock, however, the city was severely depopulated by Leon's estimation. About a third of the city was deserted, or about 5,000 people. The Earl herself was also absent, allowing Leon and the others who'd landed further up the coast to practically walk right into the city. Leon's eyes were open for any traps, whether that be explosive spells hidden in empty buildings or along their path, enemies in the jungle, or places that he, if he had to defend the island, might have placed a salvage flame lance or some other such weapon. But the march was uneventful, and not a single Legion life had been lost by the time the sun went down. To Leon, this was practically incontrovertible proof that Jormun didn't care about the Isles, that his goal was worse than what the fleet legates had assumed, but the counter-argument was always that Jormun was smart and that he was simply avoiding an unwinnable battle. Leon didn't push his beliefs too hard this time. He'd be leading his battalion of Marines out into the jungle in the morning, so all he could do was hope that Jormun wasn't waiting out in the sea somewhere underwater with his pirate allies, just waiting for an opportunity to attack, an opportunity such as Leon leaving the fleets. Fortunately, this was a possibility that Basina was taking seriously, and she drilled her scouts to check not just above the waves, but beneath them as well. Heading out into the jungle was still a risk, but Leon couldn't set aside his dread. He couldn't just sit by while Jorman spilled blood to try and summon a possibly mythological creature. He hated leaving the Legion fleets somewhat vulnerable by taking away himself and Maya, but he put his faith in the fleet legates. They knew their craft better than he did, and at the very least, they were putting in countermeasures to how they'd been attacked before. Jorman wouldn't surprise them again if he stuck to the same tactics. So it was that Leon, early in the morning the day after the task force made landfall on the third island, led his squad and 1,000 Legion Marines out of the Earl's city and into the deep, dark jungles that blanketed the island's interior. His destination was whatever had been marked on the map he'd been led to, and he intended to find whatever it was even if he had to burn half the jungle to the ground. "You seem jumpy, Leon," Marcus observed as several Legion Marines cut through the thick jungle underbrush ahead of them, clearing the way for the long line of Legion Marines behind them to follow. They were only about half a mile into the jungle, but it was still dense enough that the going was almost excruciating slow as everyone waited for these few Marines to create a usable path. There were so many trees that it was almost impossible to spread out too much, and Leon could see with his magic senses that the terrain was only going to grow rougher as they proceeded farther inland. The volcanic mountains had, over thousands of years, torn the landscape asunder, rendering the jungle a web of sheer cliffs of black stone rather reminiscent of the trap rock pillars of the border mountains, Leon noted, in deep ravines that defied the sun's attempts to bring light to their floors. The jungle would eventually clear up a little bit with the landscape breaking it up, but that didn't mean they'd be moving any faster. Leon's eyes were darting every which way as they slowly proceeded. From the perspective of a man well versed in forestry, if he had to defend this place, Leon could see countless places he could operate from, an almost endless number of defensible locations in their way that he could launch an ambush from. It was almost dizzying the number of places he had to keep track of, just in case any of them revealed themselves to be a hiding place for Jorman's people, or maybe for the missing folks from the Earl's city. "Is there any reason I shouldn't be jumpy?" Leon dryly asked. "None that I can see," Marcus replied. "Personally, though, I think if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen further into the jungle, so I'd save being stressed until we're a little deeper." Leon nodded, understanding his words. If he were Jorman, he'd start launching his ambushes in a place deep enough that reinforcements couldn't easily be sent from the city. As it was, their line was so thinned by the jungle that their rear wasn't all that far from the outskirts of the Earl's city. On the other hand, that also meant if any part of the line were to be attacked, then it would be difficult to reinforce. Leon wasn't too worried about that, though, since the jungle was too thick to move even a small ambush party around without it being visible. "There are things other than humans out here that can do us harm," Leon pointed out. "Oh," Marcus asked. "Things that might attack even a group this size. Most predators in places where people don't frequent have no qualms about picking off a straggler or two," Leon pointed out as his eyes drifted in the direction of a large jungle cat with dark green fur that blended in perfectly with the jungle foliage, and a robust fifth-tier aura, that was watching their group from the safety of the branches of a massive 70-ish foot tall tree about 300 feet away. He had no doubt that it would grab one or two Marines if it thought it could get away without injury. "I suppose that's true," Marcus replied. Leon paused a moment, a spike of confusion going through his head. "Aren't you an experienced hunter?" Marcus shrugged. "Hunting in Aventino is a far sight from these parts. Hells, I didn't even bring my bow with me for this." Leon sighed and turned his attention back to the task at hand. As far as he could see, there weren't any signs of an imminent ambush, but the jungle was both dense and wide. There were more than enough places for someone or something to hide and wait. Besides, Leon remembered during his attack on the fortress on the second island Jorman had at least a handful of people creep near the walls with some kind of cloaks that rendered their wearers invisible to magic senses. Or, Leon assumed they were on Jorman's side. If his assumption was correct, then those people could be out in the jungle, just waiting for Leon and his people to walk right into an ambush. He'd never even see them until it was too late. Leon quietly swore, wishing that he had even just a few earth mages. Unfortunately for him, there weren't many earth mages in the fleets, and they were almost entirely relegated to the engineering corps. And all of the engineers were back in the Earl's city with the fleet legates. If they weren't, he could have easily built a few fortified locations along their path that would have greatly mitigated the risks of being ambushed on the path. As things were, he couldn't do that without slowing their pace down to a crawl without earth magic and the expertise of the engineers. Clearing enough ground and then raising defenses in a timely manner was practically impossible. If he wanted to actually get to the location the stone map had specified in a timely manner, he could only build on fortified camp per day, so wherever it was built would be where they'd rest for the night. So, they pushed onward into the jungle, the heat and humidity bringing forth all kinds of discomfort to torment them, from coaxing out sweat from even the most powerful of their number, to harassing them with giant alien-looking insects who seemed to make it their sole purpose in life to buzz around in the ears of Leon's marines. Those that drew too close to Leon were quickly zapped, though. A quick flash of lightning and Leon got some momentary relief from the constant droning, though even just a second or two later another damn buzzing thing would come too close. Still, a more useful application of his magic he'd yet to find. Leon was a little surprised to find that, as the sun started to set, there had been barely a peep from the jungle that might have given him some amount of worry. Perhaps it was because of the sheer denseness of the jungle and how difficult it was to move around within it, or one of a myriad of other reasons, but they hadn't been attacked. Now, however, they were moving into rockier terrain, further up the outer slopes of the handful of relatively barren volcanoes that formed the center of the island, and upon which was whatever their destination was. But only relatively barren by the island standards, the jungle merely thin to allow more comfortable movement as the jungle was broken up by enormous boulders, and the cliffs and ravines started to carve up the land. Still, the jungle opened up in those higher altitudes to allow for a camp and had room for the defenses Leon wanted. Leon called everyone to a halt, and the tribune who commanded the Marine battalion ran forward to ask what was going on. "We're going to stop and make camp here," Leon told him as he looked around at their location fairly high up on the slopes, with enough sheer cliffs around that they wouldn't have to defend every side of their camp if they were to be attacked. "We only have an hour or two of daylight left. I want to use that to build our camp. Nothing less than a proper walled compound will do. We also need to set up a heavy scout patrol and a strong quick response force. I want to know what's in our immediate vicinity, and those that are going to find out must have support." "Got it," the Tribune replied. There wasn't much respect in the man's voice, but there wasn't much defiance either. That started to change when Leon proceeded with his next order. "We're going to be at 50% watch for the night," Leon said. That meant at least half of the Marines within the camp had to be awake and on guard at any given moment. The Tribune visibly winced, asking, "Is that necessary? Surely ordering everyone to sleep in their armor would allow us to have..." "Maybe it isn't necessary," Leon conceded as he glared at the Tribune, "but we've underestimated Jorman enough. If we're going to be killed tonight, it won't be because we were lazy. 50% watch, in scouts. By the time the sun comes up, I want every leaf, every fern within half a mile of this camp to have had Legion eyes on it at least once." "Very well," the Tribune replied as he turned and started relaying Leon's commands to the Centurions. He didn't seem particularly happy, but Leon didn't care that much. If he had to pick between keeping these Marines happy or alive, he'd pick alive. He'd made a few concessions with his previous unit for their comfort during the Civil War, and it was quite likely that it was those concessions that had allowed the Octavian force that destroyed his unit to come so close. He wasn't going to do that again. Fortunately, it didn't take long once the Tribune got everyone into gear. They weren't trained soldiers used to fighting on land, but the Marines were no slouches when it came to this sort of work. They cleared the land as best as they could, and the few logistics knights that were capable of it broke out some wooden wall pieces from their soul realms that the Marines quickly assembled into proper fortifications. A few of the trees were taller than the wall's battlements, which had Leon a bit concerned, and there wasn't enough wall to cover their entire camp with the way the terrain forced them to spread out, but the Marines made do with some of the cut trees they were left with when clearing ground. When the sun fell, Leon's battalion of Marines had a fairly nice camp constructed, and strong enchanted palisade on every vulnerable side of the camp. To their south was a long, steep slope that they'd climbed up, topped with a fairly even 20-foot tall or so cliff. Leon had some Marines patrolling the cliff, but apart from the small pass they'd taken to climb in, there wasn't much else they had to do to protect that side, freeing up plenty of Marines for the north, east, and west. As they were working, Leon kept his magic senses projected, constantly scanning the fraction of the island within his range. They'd moved about 10 miles inland, and as far as he could tell, were still about 20 miles from their destination, a distance that was just inside the range of his magic senses, so he began to sweep the area looking for anything of interest. Nothing immediately jumped out at him, no ruins, no large camps full of Jorman's goons, no signs of any human habitation at all, but again, Leon knew that the jungle was large and dense and could hold secrets that would require more than a brief scan with magic senses to discern. As he scanned the volcanoes, Leon also spared a few seconds to check out the Earl's city behind them. So far, things looked peaceful enough. The streets were absolutely jumping with activity, though that was mostly due to the Legion occupying it, but there didn't seem to be anyone running around in panic, and none of the guards on the hastily built outer walls of the beachside city seemed disturbed. The ships out in the sea, too, appeared to be at rest. That could all change quickly, Leon knew, and if it did change, he didn't intend to miss it. He wasn't going to sleep that night. He was a 7th-tier mage, so while it would be uncomfortable and rather against his instincts and preferences, he could go weeks without sleeping if he were pressed. It was like this that Leon settled in for the night, with his small squad asleep in his tent, Maya resting next to him with her legs thrown over his lap, and Anzu lounging just outside. Leon's magic senses were constantly projected, his eyes always on the lookout for anything and everything that might seem suspicious, taking note of every dangerous-looking jungle creature, and there were quite a few, though they gave his huge group a wide berth, and keeping an eye on all the scouts that the Tribune was sending out. If any of them disappeared, Leon would know almost instantly, so long as his focus wasn't pulled away. By about midnight, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing, that is, save for a large eagle-like bird that flew almost entirely unnoticed into the camp, flew with remarkable dexterity through the entrance of Leon's tent, past Leon's resting comrades, and into the small, attached room where he and the sleeping Maya were. It defied Leon's magic senses, despite having been revealed by them on the previous island. It landed in front of Leon, perching on a small desk that Leon had taken out while unpacking. Its eyes, so like the Thunderbird's, locked onto Leon just as Leon's golden irises locked onto it. And the two stared at each other, the bird almost mocking, daring, throwing its presence in Leon's presence, and Leon almost shocked into motionlessness by its sudden and brazen entrance. But that shock quickly wore off as Leon pushed himself to his feet, waking Maya as he did, conjured his sword and armor, raised his mental defenses, and faced the bird head-on, ready for whatever its appearance might herald. Chapter 554. The Eagle of the Isles. Leon glared at the bird, his sword half brandished, his face hidden behind his helmet. Behind him, Maya was scrambling to her feet after being so suddenly and unexpectedly awoken by Leon's movement, while magic power surged through Leon's body. Small arcs of silver-blue lightning coursed over his limbs while elementless magic power encased his brain, forming a protective shell against any potential foreign influence. However, Leon couldn't sense any magic within his body that wasn't his own, and even if there was, his silver-blue lightning was already coursing through his body, so there wasn't any darkness magic affecting his mind. Throughout all of this, the bird simply stood there, perched on Leon's desk, staring at him as if he were as interesting as a stain on the carpet. Even as the Thunderbird's lightning coursed through his body, even as his elementless magic snapped into place around his brain, the bird remained there, visible, and seemingly as solid and real as the small pile of papers that it was slowly crushing in its talons. "What's going on?" Maya blearily asked as a small cloud of water congealed around her and hovered there, ready to be used at a moment's notice. Leon pointed at the bird on his desk, his hand moving slowly as if he feared the answer to the question he was going to ask. "Do you see that?" he asked out loud. Maya glanced to the desk with both curiosity and a slight sense of caution, not too much though, because the bird still only radiated an aura of about the 4th tier, and a moment later responded, "The bird." "You can see the bird?" Leon quietly asked, almost unable to believe the words he'd heard in his head. "Yes," Maya said as she slid around the wall of the tent to assume a flanking position on the Thunderbird look-alike. Breathing deeply, Leon stared at the bird, just as it stared right back at him, nearly motionless save for a twitch now and then and the gentle swaying of its body as it breathed. What are you?" Leon asked, his tone unsure and slightly shaky. He didn't know how to feel about this right now, whether or not he ought to trust his senses. If Maya could now see the bird, and the bird was still there even with his mental defenses raised, then, did that mean the bird was real and not a hallucination? Did this thing just have some kind of innate ability to hide itself from everyone except those it chose to reveal itself to? Leon wasn't really expecting any kind of response. It was a bird after all, and though it was clearly intelligent on some level, there was no doubt in Leon's mind that no human voice could come from that avian beak. What was more, Its 4th-tier aura was strong, but not so strong that Leon would have automatically assumed it was on par with the average human. Anzu, after all, was 5th tier, and while he was smart enough to understand Leon on some level, Leon wouldn't say that the griffin was on par with even an average human. And yet, as the bird stared him down, it opened its beak, and a vaguely human voice came out. It was mostly deep and resonant, not gravelly but not silky smooth, either. It had a masculine quality that seemed dominant, but there was a strange echoing quality to it where it almost sounded like a feminine voice was muttering the same words only a fraction of a second after the masculine one. It also had a faint accent, but one that wasn't reminiscent of the Serpentine Islanders, rather it was one that Leon had never heard before and couldn't place. "I am not your enemy," the voice said. Leon took a step back, his eyes wide behind his helmet's visor. "Zaffin, Nestor, Ancestor, can any of you tell me what in the hells I'm seeing?" Leon shouted into his soul realm. As he waited for their responses, he addressed the bird. "That doesn't explain what you are, though. What is your interest in me?" I am but an eagle," it said, bringing a skeptical frown to Leon's face. "I sensed your aura, and wished to help with what?" Leon asked. "You came here, seeking the followers of the serpent." Leon clenched his jaw so tightly he thought he might accidentally crack a tooth. "Well, isn't that just interesting?" Nestor murmured into Leon's mind. "What is?" Leon responded. Instead of Nestor, it was Zaffin who explained, "If what we're sensing is right, that bird has some innate talents in darkness magic, which would actually explain quite a bit. It would go along toward explaining why it seems so smart and why it can mask itself from everyone except those it chooses to reveal itself to." "So, this thing is actually real?" Leon asked. To all his senses, it did seem real, but he was cautious about trusting it too much too fast. "I would say that you could reach out and touch it," Zaffin concluded. "It's solid. Real, though, I suppose that depends on your definition, but right now, I would say yes." "I'd agree with that," Nestor added. Unfortunately, the Thunderbird was clearly not in his soul realm at the moment, so Leon would have to continue without her input. Turning his attention back to the bird, Leon hesitantly said, "If by the followers of the serpent, you mean Jormun's pirates, the monsters who crucified all of those people on the previous island, then yes, I'm after them." Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Maya giving him a searching look, and he gave her a quick wave, telling her through their connection to stand down, but to keep her guard up, just in case. This bird didn't seem strong enough to hurt either of them, but after underestimating so much on this expedition, Leon wanted to treat this talking bird with darkness magic with the seriousness it demanded. Although, he had to stifle a slight chuckle when he thought about just how ridiculous the current situation was. I wish, to help you," the bird replied, its voice sounding soothing and amiable despite how alien it was. Leon was tempted to agree immediately, but it wasn't too hard to stamp down on that temptation. "Nothing is free," he stated as Maya started to relax and move again to his side, though the drops of water hanging in the air around her didn't go away and remained present as a silent threat if this bird did anything untoward. "Some things are," the bird countered. "These people threaten my world, they threaten everything. I will help you hunt them, for the sake of all of us." Leon's eyes narrowed in suspicion and incredulity. "An admirable motivation, I suppose," he said, unsure of exactly how he was supposed to follow up on that. After a moment of silence, he decided to just be honest with it. "If you were a human, I'd probably call you a liar, or at least not believe what you just said. Everyone wants something, what do you get out of this?" The bird cocked its head for a moment as it regarded Leon, its cold yellow eyes boring into him, not breaking eye contact even to blink. Even with his mental defenses active, Leon felt kind of like everything that he was, all of his thoughts and intentions, was being laid bare before this bird. It was not a particularly pleasant feeling, and he instinctually took a couple of steps back, pressing his calves against the small bed that he and Maya had been relaxing in only a few minutes before. "I can understand your reticence, young human," the bird said. "I have seen many of my kin hunted by these pirates. To indulge in baser instincts like vengeance is not for me, but perhaps, by aiding you, those who have killed my kind may see justice." Leon nodded. He couldn't read the bird's body language, and the voice was quite even throughout, so he couldn't point at anything definitive and say that it was proof the bird was lying, but its words still didn't feel quite right. "You do not trust me," the bird said. I do not, Leon replied. Into his mind, he heard Maya mutter, a talking bird. Who would trust anything it says? I think you might be surprised by that answer, Leon replied as he playfully bumped his elbow into her arm, though he kept his face neutral and stoic. Honestly, I kind of want to trust it. It led us through the previous island to that ritual site, and then it showed me that map. I'll follow your lead, but be careful, Maya replied. Leon took a deep breath. The bird hadn't responded to his admission. It almost seemed to be giving them time to speak with each other, which was a disconcerting notion to Leon. He didn't think mental communication could be eavesdropped on, but the things that he didn't know about magic were overwhelmingly endless. Even the powerful and experienced beings living in his soul realm didn't have all the answers and could only give him possibilities and hypotheticals when he asked them most questions. Why me? Leon asked. He almost though the bird had chosen to appear to him because of his power, but it was only fourth tier, it couldn't possibly know how strong he was. Besides, if it were only power it wanted to pursue, then it would have appeared first to Maya. Of all the people in this task force, why me? I'm not the smartest, I'm not the best leader, I'm not, well, not really anything other than good as putting sharp bits of metal into people. Is that what you're after? Just someone who can deal enough death to satisfy you? As I said, I wish not for vengeance, but justice, the bird insisted, its eyes narrowing slightly in clear disapproval. There are other, better options of people for you to choose to appear to, Leon said. People with better connections and more authority to do as you want. In his heart, Leon felt like maybe the bird had sensed his connection to the Thunderbird, or just sensed his power in general. It had to be that. There was never any other reason for an entity such as this, one so disconnected from politics and the powers that be in the world, to make the first move and take an interest in him. It was like that for the stone giants, and it was like that for the Talfar vampire. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Leon thought, his face slightly curling up in bitterness. He was thus terribly surprised when the bird replied, you looked like someone who knew loss. You know my pain, it is a pain that you continue to feel. Leon blinked about a dozen times in only a couple seconds, his mind sent reeling by the bird's words. Pain, he said. He tried his best to control the disrespectful disbelief in his voice, but he failed. He stole a quick glance at Maya, something that kind of resembled a sly grin on his face as if he were silently asking what this bird was on about, but found her staring back at him with an odd look on her face. Leon cleared his throat and turned back toward the bird, any traces of levity, disbelief, and incredulity vanishing in that moment. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, he said. Maybe it's not something you're entirely conscious of, the bird said. Maybe it's not something that you even know, but there's a hole in you, something that claws at your mind, something that caused pain, and I can sense it. Leon nodded as his expression slid into one of confusion and uncertainty. He had no idea what the bird could be referring to. He didn't think he was in any kind of pain. And this pain, Leon Slow said, his voice tinged with suspicion and incredulity, is what leads you to come to me instead of anyone else. The bird gave a surprisingly human nod. You would understand. Leon nodded again as he thought over the issue a little bit more. He supposed the bird was referring to his father, but how it knew, well, he didn't have to wonder too hard. The bird probably picked up on it from his mind with its darkness magic. That Leon had desired vengeance and justice for his father was, at least as far as he could tell, what the bird was trying to invoke to get him to empathize with it. But such a thing wasn't easy. Leon felt some twinges of sympathy, but the bird was an unknown, and those it had lost were even more so. Empathy wasn't coming easily. Perhaps, the bird said as its head suddenly started to swivel about on its shoulders as it looked around, its eyes seemingly peering past the walls of the tent and perceiving what was outside. Perhaps you would trust me more if I gave you some help. There is going to be an attack upon your people tonight. The followers of the serpent are already getting ready out there. Leon frowned as he projected his magic senses again. He hadn't seen any large movements of people out there in the hours he'd spent watching, but magic senses weren't perfect, especially not over such an immense distance as the jungle. He couldn't now see anything that might indicate the camp was about to come under attack, but he didn't argue. Simply stating a fact, Leon said, I can't see anything. There, out there, the bird replied, extending a wing and pointing roughly southwest toward some of the lower and denser parts of the jungle. Leon directed his magic senses in that direction, projecting them slowly and doing his best to thoroughly examine the area. And, about half a mile out from the furthest of his scouts, he saw a dark moving figure. It was definitely humanoid, and carried a 5th-tier aura. Behind that thing was another, and then another, and then another, until Leon could see hundreds, perhaps even a few thousand of these figures slowly making their way through the jungle, many of them 5th tier or stronger. One he even noticed was 7th tier, a woman with wild, frizzy red hair and a look of anticipation plastered all over her face. Leon cut off his magic senses. He'd seen enough. Jormun's people were about a mile away from them. He needed to respond, and he didn't want to let them know that they had been seen by saturating them in his magic senses. Pausing for just a moment, Leon said to the bird, "I think we might be able to talk later, but right now, I have to deal with this." The bird said nothing, merely bowing its head slightly as Leon and Maya gave it one last look before rushing out into the tent's main room where the rest of the squad was sleeping. Leon began to rouse them, and after taking a minute or two to clear their heads of sleep and get them up to speed, he exited the tent to start rousing everyone else who wasn't on watch and getting them ready for the imminent attack. Leon took a deep breath as he finally settled into position in the jungle. All of the Marines in the camp who'd been sleeping had been woken up, and he'd taken the quick response force, a company of Marines whose entire job was to be awake and ready to respond to sudden attacks out into the jungle to try and intercept the pirates. The rest of the Marines were left in the camp to watch their rear and hold their position. There was no way the pirates didn't see this happening. Leon knew that. He also saw the moment when the red-haired 7th-tier mage realized it, for she started to madly smile in his direction and shout at her people to pick up the pace. Even with himself and Maya, Leon didn't think he'd be able to hold his ground against this oncoming assault, not with only 100 Marines. But he didn't think he had to. They'd posted up on a ridge that overlooked the slope the pirates would have to take to reach his camp in a perfect position to rain arrows down upon the approaching pirates. There was still a ton of jungle trees and plants in the way, however, so Leon wasn't expecting the tactic to be as effective as it might have otherwise been, at least, not without a little bit of intervention from him. But he wasn't trying to win here, just slow them down and make them bleed before moving back to the better defenses of the camp. "There's still some time before they come into range," he said to his squad. "I'll be right back. Don't hesitate to open up on them as soon as you can, even if I'm not back." "What are you?" Alex began as Leon's ring flashed green and light began to bend around him until he vanished from sight. He heard her swear under her breath as he stared to creep down to the slope as he pulled explosive spells from his soul realm. At the same he was doing this, he felt Maya coming after him, her own ring of invisibility activated. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that with her power and the way that the pirates were being forced into a thin line by the jungle, they were about to hit a magical wall. They might not even have to fall back to Leon cut that line of thought right off. Thinking that they were invincible and couldn't possibly lose was the same kind of thinking that had led the Legion to approach Craterrock with so little caution, and why the fleet legates were now underestimating Jormun's capabilities. Leon couldn't do the same. Maya, using their connection to know where he was, shadowed him along the slope as he hid a number of explosive mines in the best places that the pirates would be able to use for cover. Behind trees, rocks, and slight pits and rolls in the land, he placed at least 30 mines along the slope before the pirates finally got too close for comfort, and he and Maya fell back to the ridge. They made it back to Leon's original position with barely a minute to spare. When they seemingly stepped out of thin air, many of the nearby Marines and Leon's own squad just about jumped out of their own skin, but they relaxed as Leon joined them again. "How about telling us you're going to do something like that next time?" Alex whispered as Leon took his position and drew his bow. "We almost went out to find you." Leon gave her a searching look before glancing at Marcus, Alcander, and Gaius. The latter two were focused entirely on the oncoming pirates, a pair of rather cheap and only very lightly enchanted bows loaned to them by Leon in their hands. Marcus, however, returned Leon's look and shrugged. "We don't want you out there without support," he simply stated as he raised his own lone bow. Leon sighed, knowing their concerns were valid. "There wasn't much time, sorry about that," he said. "But those pirates are going to be in for a whole world of pain if they don't turn around soon." Leon projected as much confidence as he could for everyone else's sake, but a moment later, he was readying himself for whatever might come. Jormun himself didn't appear to be present, and that was making him nervous, so he quickly projected his magic senses back toward the Earl's city. As far as his swift scan could reveal, There wasn't anything going on back there, but he couldn't get in a better look, for only a moment later, the first of the pirates stepped into range, and the Marines began to open fire. Chapter 555. Battle in the Jungle. The Marines in the Royal Legions were equipped differently compared to the soldiers Leon was more used to dealing with. Their shields were smaller and a little rounder at the corners, their swords were a little bit longer, their bows were also larger and more heavily enchanted. They also largely had lighter armor, with some equipped with little more than cloth gambeson and a few pieces of leather on their limbs. But, if these equipment differences worried Leon at all, those worries were quickly put to rest as the Marines displayed astounding skill with their bows. The first handful of pirates that came into range were quickly cut down by Legion arrows. Leon followed that rough volley up with an explosive arrow, with the blast tearing through the surrounding foliage and opening up the slope a little bit for more Legion arrows. The members of Leon's squad participated, as well, with Alex, Gaius, Marcus, and Alcander all pushing the cheap bows. Leon had tested his enchantments on to their limits with how quickly they were firing their arrows. Maya didn't use such weapons, however, and contented herself with pulling water out of the extremely humid jungle air, freezing the drops into tiny darts, and almost uncaringly sent them careening into the jungle. She hardly seemed to care about the battle, though Leon noticed that she still used her magic with unerring accuracy. But the flood of pirates was unending. In the first couple of minutes, about 100 of the pirates were shot, but Leon's handful of explosive arrows hadn't just cleared the slope a bit and thus extend the range of the Legion bows, but had also considerably widened the amount of space the pirates had to work with. Their marching column burst out of the bottleneck that the jungle had forced them into, sending the pirates scattering in small groups out onto the slope. They poured out in numbers great enough that soon, the Legion Marines couldn't keep up, and some of the pirates were finding some cover. Leon was gratified to see that some of his mines then went off, killing a few of the pirates. But then, a huge fireball came hurtling out of the jungle aimed squarely at Leon. He reacted as quickly as he was able, projecting his magic out of his body to try and catch the fireball in a desperate attempt to stop it. This fireball had been thrown by the red-haired 7th tier mage, and Leon knew if it exploded on him, then most of the people around him would be injured at the very least, including his squad. Leon pushed with all his might, time practically slowing down as both magic and adrenaline hit his brain. The fireball almost moved in slow motion as it crawled through the air, Leon's magic wrapping around it like fingers around a small ball. The fire burned away most of Leon's magic power, but he had more where that came from. He kept pushing, kept trying to push against the power that pushed the fireball forward. It was draining, leaving Leon feeling like he was pushing against an entire mountain, with sweat starting to bead up on his forehead, but it produced results. The fireball slowed nearly to a stop about 10 feet from his chest, the dense cluster of fire roiling and spinning as Leon and the fire mage fought for control. All around him, Leon could also see more magic being thrown around as the stronger of the pirates started to step up. Unfortunately, there weren't any Marines in the company capable of responding, leaving Maya alone in her response. A great water dragon appeared upon the slope and came crashing down into the pirates, crushing many. But Leon couldn't pay too much attention, for he felt a slight change in the fire mage's magic power. She clearly wasn't in the mood to play tug of war with him over her fireball, and sensing what was coming, Leon widened the scope of his magic power. A moment later, the fireball detonated in a great conflagration, a shining example of nearly yellow-hot fire that showed just how much a 7th-tier fire mage was capable of. Leon was also a 7th-tier fire mage, though, and the fire expanded in front of the Marines like burning oil across glass. His projected magic power acted as a kind of shield, blocking the fire from expanding and causing damage. When it finally died down, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and some minor fatigue, the task of blocking that one fireball taking almost as much out of him as a handful of lightning bolts. He didn't let himself get too carried away, because he could see the fire mage throwing fistfuls of fire into Maya's water dragon, blasting huge chunks of water off of it as the water was flash vaporized into steam. Conjuring a lightning bolt in his hand, Leon took a step toward the lip of the ridge and hurled the bolt with great might. It sailed across the distance between himself and the fire mage faster than anyone else could see it and exploded across her body. She wasn't wearing that much armor, and so was thrown back by the force behind Leon's attack. Half a dozen pirates around her were showered in sparks hot enough to melt through their chainmail and sear flesh, leaving them collapsed and screaming in the wet jungle dirt, only granted mercy when the enchanted bows of Legion Marines filled them with arrows. They were doing well, Leon could see that, but the pirates were slowly pushing up the slope. As stronger mages with better equipment started appearing from within the jungle, the Legion's arrows started having less and less effect, and many of Leon's mines had already been tripped, killing dozens of pirates but not stopping their charge. Soon enough, only Maya's water dragon was having much effect on the front line, and he could see the red-haired mage getting back to her feet, some of her clothes torn and burned, leaving portions of her chest bare enough for Leon to see just how badly his lightning bolt had burned her. The exposed areas of her upper chest were covered in the jagged and spiraling fractal patterns of black lightning burns, while blood seeped through here and there where her flesh hadn't been entirely cauterized. They could hold for a little bit longer, Leon could see that. With himself keeping that fire mage at bay and Maya dealing with the rest with her water dragon, their position was still fairly secure. But Leon didn't want to wait until their enemy had almost fallen upon them to order their return to the fortified camp. That would be too late. He sucked in a breath to start shouting at his marines to fall back while another lightning bolt started to take shape in his hands, but just before he could start with either, the female fire mage raised a hand and conjured some kind of white gemstone set in a palm-sized diamond-shaped chunk of polished turquoise. The gemstone glowed for just long enough for Leon to see it, then flashed, and Maya's water dragon collapsed into nothing. A moment later, Leon heard Maya gasp in pain as her arms curled into her chest. Leon didn't need anything more than that. He hurled the bolt at the fire mage and then roared, "Back to the camp!" The Legion Centurion and company prefects repeated his order, and the Marines abandoned the ridge to sprint back through the half-mile of jungle toward the camp. But Leon's eyes, instead of watching that or keeping his eye on the battlefield, went to Maya. He did his best to watch the battle with his magic senses, but in his mind, she took priority. She'd collapsed to her knees beside him, her eyes wide and watering in pain, her arms still folded and clutched against her chest. In that moment, Leon felt a great many emotions: rage, concern, and empathy were the biggest ones, but in his mind, he had only one thought. With one swift motion, he wrapped his arms around Maya and scooped her into his arms, then leapt up onto Anzu. He didn't need to hold Anzu's reins, so he just held Maya close and shouted at his squad, "All of you, move!" They'd only stuck around a few seconds after the Marines had started retreating, and with Leon's order in their ears, their pace doubled. Still, they were all constantly looking back over their shoulders, and didn't seem to relax until Anzu caught up a moment later. Leon ground his teeth together in frustration as Maya shook in his arms, their connection communicating to him nothing but pain. Whatever that woman had done to his river nymph, it was clearly more sinister than just dispelling the magic that Maya had used to conjure the water dragon. Leon breathed deeply as rage began to grow into his dominant emotion, and he began to haphazardly toss out explosive mines as Anzu ran, not bothering to leave them anywhere concealed, just throwing them to ground or onto jungle foliage as they passed. They might have less impact being left where they could be easily seen, but Leon didn't care. All he could see or think about was the river nymph in his arms. At the very least, his explosive mines kept the pirates from catching up too quickly once the Marines retreated. They hadn't lost a single Marine in the entire engagement, and by Leon's estimation, probably killed or otherwise incapacitated about 100 or 200 pirates. Not that many as far as their entire group went, but not an insignificant number, either. They also held off Jorman's people long enough for the entire camp to wake up and get in position, and for nearly all of the scouts to be recalled back to the camp. Once Leon's squad and the quick response force streamed through the gate, it was shut and barred. The battalion of Marines had taken up their positions behind the palisade wall on a number of platforms that acted as both ramparts and towers, and with a few basic enchantments woven into the walls to keep the pirates from simply leaping over or knocking the walls down, it was about as secure of a position as Leon's group could build in the handful of hours since they'd arrived at this location. Still, as Leon came back to his senses, he knew that it wouldn't be enough if something more drastic wasn't done. Aside from him and Maya, the Marines only had a small handful of mages capable of using elemental magic, whereas the pirates, going just by what he'd seen back at the ridge, had at least 3 times as many, if not more, and one of them was a 7th-tier mage, to boot. And now, it seemed they were down one river nymph. Maya was still shuddering in Leon's arms, not responding to anything he did to try and get her to wake up. Her aura was shaking violently, and Leon sensed a lot of pain through their connection, enough that didn't think Maya was going to wake up anytime soon, let alone be in any kind of position where she could help them. That she had been put into this position both terrified and enraged Leon. That item that the red-haired mage had used, he had no idea what that might be, or what its restrictions might be. For all he knew, if he tried to stop that mage, she'd be able to use the same thing on him, putting him into a similar state as Maya. But as he took a deep breath and cast his gaze around at the Marines taking up their positions on the wall, or just behind it acting as reserves or helping to bar the gates, he knew that he couldn't just wait for the pirates to come here. The jungle was thin enough this far up the volcano that he had other options, and he had to pursue them if he didn't want those pirates to eventually surround the camp and overwhelm their defenses. He just couldn't bring Maya with him. With a heart-wrenching amount of resolve, Leon slid off of Anzu's back, told his squad to wait for him for a moment, and carried Maya into his tent. There, he laid her down upon their bed, then turned to Anzu, who'd followed them inside. He took the griffin's head into his hands and looked him straight in his blood-red eyes. "Keep her safe. I'll be back in no time," Leon said quietly. He and Anzu could understand each other well enough at the best of times with tone and body language, but he hoped that the griffin could understand him a little bit better in this moment. The griffin seemed to grumble a bit as he opened his beak and made some kind of watery growl from his throat, but he brushed past Leon and laid down next to the bed, his eyes on the door of the tent, one wing protectively covering Maya's slightly convulsing form. Leon spared enough time only to press a small handful of healing spells onto Maya and to pat his griffin on the head before he ran back outside and took stock of the situation. Immediately, he used his magic senses to check up on the pirates. It seemed that, despite the powerful mages on their side, their 7th-tier fire mage, in particular, looked to still be in good fighting condition. They were advancing much slower than they were before. Leon surmised that they were waiting for more of their people to exit the denser parts of the jungle so that they could pursue his Marines with a wider front, and from what he could see, his explosion spells were still giving them some pause and slowing them down. So, he had time. Not a lot, but enough to do what he needed to do. By his estimation, he had too many Marines for the amount of space he had on the camp walls. Their rudimentary ramparts only had so much room, leaving about half of his Marine battalion to stand in the empty space between the palisade and the tents. Many of these Marines were guarding the gates, and others were acting as reserves, but there were a couple hundred he could pull, especially once he considered the terrain. They were relatively high up on the slopes of the volcano, with ridges, cliffs, and ravines fairly common, keeping the jungle from growing too dense and restricting movement. Leon could see a place between the walls and a nearby ridge not too far to the north where, if he moved those Marines he could spare, would keep the camp from becoming surrounded and subjecting the pirates to enfilade fire from both those Marines and the walls of the camp. Thanks to that ridge in the north and the cliff on the camp's south side, the pirates could only approach from the west. If he did it this way, he'd even be able to pull more Marines off the other sides of the camp wall and consolidate their defenses along these two fronts instead of the entire camp wall. To an extent, this is what the Tribune in charge of the Marine battalion had already done since Leon had informed him of where the pirates were coming from, but this way, they could commit more of their forces to this battle. His mind made up, Leon only spared the time to project his magic senses out one more time to ensure that there weren't any more pirates coming in from other directions. His strategy would leave the camp vulnerable to such attacks, but as far as he could tell, they were clear. With nothing more holding him back, Leon grabbed his squad and swiftly made his way to the Tribune, who was on one of the central towers that they'd built along the palisade, keeping an eye on their preparations. Leon explained his plan as quickly as he could, and while the Tribune had a few objections, he had no plans to offer other than hunkering down within the camp and trusting in the hastily built walls. In the end, he reluctantly accepted Leon's plan, and started to bark orders to shift their lines accordingly, leaving Leon with about 300 Marines he could pull from their reserves. By the time Leon had explained to the centurions of these three companies what was happening and gotten his entire flanking force out of the camp, the pirates were starting to close in, having assembled enough of their massive force to significantly widen their front line. The explosive spells Leon had thrown around as he'd retreated were still slowing them a bit, but not as much as those that he'd placed with a little more care. Making another snap decision, Leon ordered his squad and the centurions to keep going while he made another play. "There he goes again," he heard Alex shout as he activated his invisibility ring once more and tore off into the jungle. The centurions knew what to do, he could trust them to carry out his orders. He just needed to buy them a little bit of time. He moved through the trees like a ghost, barely detectable even by the standards of experienced rangers. As he closed with the pirates, he drew his bow and prepared a few explosive arrows. With all the trees in the area, he had to get a little bit closer than he would have preferred to get a clean line of sight, leaving him with not too much time to pick his targets. His eyes found the nearest 5th-tier mage in the enemy force, and without hesitation, he drew back an arrow and loosed. His aim was true, and the arrowhead sank into the man's exposed neck, the spell tied to it detonating only a moment later, enveloping his body in flame as well as half a dozen other pirates who were close by. The pirate lines rippled in shock as many of the weaker members paused a moment in fear. Their coordination was lacking, and it seemed clear to Leon that none of them expected another attack like his before they reached the walls of the Legion camp. Leon merely smiled and selected his next target, a 6th-tier mage who was starting to shout in the Islander language something that Leon couldn't understand. For this man, he chose one of his stronger Thunderblast spells instead of his explosive spell arrows. He aimed, drew, and loosed in one smooth motion, his arrow sailing across the couple 100 feet between them, but glancing off the man's plate armor. Leon didn't mind, though, for a moment later, the man and at least 15 nearby pirates were consumed in a storm of lightning and booming thunder, tearing their bodies asunder and sending their nearby fellows into a panic. The armor kept the 6th-tier mage's body relatively intact, but the man himself had been killed by Leon's spell arrow. Should have been wearing a helmet, idiot, Leon smugly thought to himself, seeing how the man's face had been charred and rent beyond recognition in the moment before he hit the ground. The man wearing a helmet probably wouldn't have changed his fate, but at least he would have died with a recognizable face. Leon then fell back a ways, not taking any chances with letting the pirates get too close. He took a few more shots with his bow, explosive arrows and one more Thunderblast spell wreaking havoc in the lines of the pirates, slowing them down and giving his marines more time to prepare. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get another shot on the female fire mage, because she was staying well behind the lines making sure the pirates kept moving forward instead of retreating under this unknown pressure. Or maybe Leon's lightning bolt had injured her more than he'd thought it did, he couldn't be sure. She wasn't exactly wearing a lot of armor and had taken his bolt head-on, so it was possible she was just trying to get through the pain while projecting an air of confidence. Leon couldn't say for sure. Leon regretted not getting another shot on her. He would have loved to put her down for whatever she did to Maya, but he was doing his best not to let his desire for revenge cloud his judgment. He killed about half a dozen higher-tier mages with his spell arrows, along with about 100 more pirates before falling back to the line of marines he'd led out of the camp. He reappeared next to his squad and one of the centurions in the center of the line. "Fucking hells," Alex almost shouted in alarm, her cry echoed by several other marines who were startled by Leon's sudden appearance. "Sorry about that," Leon whispered. "Did whatever you just did go well?" Marcus asked, seemingly not startled in the least. "Sounded like it did, if all those explosions are evidence of anything." "Yeah, they were slowed and they lost some of their leaders," Leon said. "They lost most of their mages who can use elemental magic, too, so this should be pretty easily solved with conventional means. These people are not well armored." "That's good to hear," the nearby centurion stated, her speaking up reminding Leon that he was supposed to be leading these people. "Keep an eye open out there," Leon said as he started to creep further down the line. "Don't wait for me to order it before you open up on these people. You see a good shot, you take it." The Marines had done a pretty good job of clearing the area immediately in front of the camp's walls of foliage during the camp's construction, and all the stumps. Chapter 556, proceeding with the mission. Leon sighed in mental exhaustion as he entered his tent. The battle had gone extraordinarily well, all things considered, but the burns he'd sustained were causing him some discomfort, and he was just tired. But he wasn't going to do anything until he saw Maya again. When he walked back into his private area, he found his river nymph lover curled up in their bed, sound asleep with Anzu's wings still protectively covering her body. He couldn't sense any pain coming through their connection, so he assumed she was all right. He extended a hand out to her, almost succumbing to the temptation to wake her up and see how well she was doing, but he caught himself. He could let her sleep, and with Anzu right there with her, no matter how out of it she was in no danger. Even with that certainty, though, Leon paused a moment as he looked his river nymph lover over, searching for any other wounds or signs of just what in the hells that female fire mage had hit Maya with. He had a pretty good idea of what had happened, though, and it made him nervous. "Zafin, Nestor," Leon whispered into his soul realm as he nervously began to twist a band of silver secured around his left wrist, I have a question. Leon didn't have to wait long to feel the attention of Zafin and Nestor extend out of his body and take in his surroundings. What is it? Nestor asked. Zafin simply silently waited for Leon to make his inquiry. Naiad, is she going to be all right? What was she hit with? Looks like Zafin began, only to be rudely interrupted by Nestor. Silver milk putty, the dead man stated. Both Leon and Zafin went silent in confusion. For his part, Leon had no idea how to parse that statement, and wondered if he'd even heard it correctly. Zafin found his tongue first. What? The demon said in bewilderment. Nestor explained, the boy asked a stupid question, so he received a stupid answer. Leon scowled and felt a similar sense of muted anger from Zafin. Why would I ever expect anything less from you? Zafin wondered aloud. Don't worry about it, we all make mistakes sometimes, Nestor cheekily replied. I, myself, not too long ago made the false assumption that you would stop reeking of rotten eggs at some point, and yet here we are. Zafin made an indistinguishable sound of disgust. Look, Leon, Nestor said, his tone turning a little more serious, you already know what happened. You and I have spoken at length about such magic these past couple of months. You don't need us to confirm what you already know. Leon sighed as he closed his eyes a moment, his hand pausing in its fidgeting with the silver band. Is it something I ought to be concerned about? She'll wake up, right? Looks to me like it was nothing more than a mild jolt to the soul realm, Nestor replied. Given her power, there's nothing to worry about, she'll be up and about in an hour or two. Probably be back to normal only another hour or two after that. Good to know. Leon sighed again, but this time in relief. He and Nestor had spoken about a great many things as he practiced his enchanting skills, and Leon had thought he'd recognized what had happened to Maya based on those conversations, but he couldn't be certain. The weapon he'd made based on those talks was a prototype at best, and he wasn't even sure if it worked or not. If Jorman's people had artifacts that actually worked, then it would make his job just that much harder. The weapon in question was the silver band on his left wrist, something that Leon had designed while contemplating the problem of how to counter a water mage in their own environment. Essentially, it was a magical spike that, if thrust into the center of a mage's attack, might be enough to disrupt it and possibly even cancel it out. It would weaken it, for sure, though. Leon had started to think of it as a kind of anti-magic, even though it was just another application of standard magic. Leon's prototype utilized water magic, so even if it worked as intended a big if then it would only be effective against water magic. What was worse, it was an exceedingly complex enchantment that Leon had needed a lot of help from Nestor to design, and he was almost certain that even using the bracelet once would probably shatter it and render it useless, which was why he hadn't even tested it up to this point. For all that, though, Leon was certain that his bracelet wasn't nearly capable of doing to water mages what that turquoise stone that the fire mage had used did to Maya. However, if Leon had to guess why Maya had been knocked out, he'd say that she hadn't been expecting such a counter, though Leon could hardly blame her for it given that neither of them had ever encountered something like this before and overcommitted to her attack. She poured so much of her power into that water dragon that once it was disrupted, the ripple effects had put some amount of strain on her soul realm, causing a great deal of pain and knocking her unconscious. Leon couldn't identify anything else wrong with her, and she felt like she was recovering, which at least gave him some comfort. He changed out her healing spells and stepped back from their bed. There was nothing he wanted to do more than to join Maya in bed and pass out for the remainder of the night, but he couldn't do that. With Jorman's forces having been routed only a few minutes before, there was just too much to do. She'd be fine, he'd just have to put his faith in that diagnosis. So, Leon forced himself to wake up a bit, stuffed a healing spell down the front of his cuirass to tend to the burns on his chest, and walked back out into the camp. The camp was a flurry of activity. Half of the Marines were still on watch, another 2 companies had been sent out as scouts, one to survey the jungle around them, and the other to pursue at a distance the fleeing pirates, just to make sure that their enemy wasn't making some grand feint. They had been given orders not to engage, and Leon made sure to closely monitor them with his magic senses to ensure that they followed that order. The last thing he wanted right now was to have to leave the fortified camp and rescue a company of Marines that had defied his orders or overextended themselves. Fortunately, they were keeping their distance from their fleeing enemies, not even harassing any of the smaller groups of islanders who were seemingly abandoning the cause completely and fleeing in different directions. The female fire mage who was in charge seemed to be trying to get some order back, but Leon wondered how much order existed in the first place. She'd managed to wrangle together about 500 of the islanders, but the rest were completely ignoring her. As far as Leon could tell, there probably wasn't going to be another attack this night. He momentarily contemplated sallying out and venturing into the jungle to attack the female fire mage's much smaller force, but he decided against it. The Marines had sustained a few casualties, and he could see a few of the stronger jungle monsters starting to approach the slope where Leon had first engaged the islanders. He saw some black-furred thing that looked vaguely cat-like, though it had 5 legs and 3 eyes, snatch up 3 islander corpses in its enormous mouth and vanish back into the jungle, the shadows wrapping around it until it disappeared completely. He saw a small horde of dark green reptiles with long snapping jaws, bulbous eyes, 4 short stubby legs, and long viciously barbed tails waddle out of a dirty green jungle river faster than he would have thought they would be capable of, snap up about 30 more islander bodies, 2 of whom Leon realized were still alive when they stirred and started screaming, and drag them down into the river water. He even saw a gigantic black-winged thing, covered in scales, somewhat resembling a heinous chimeric mix of bat and eagle, swoop down, grab 2 more corpses in its pitch-black obsidian claws, and then vanish into the night. None of these creatures were strong enough to threaten him, but Leon wasn't about to lead his much more vulnerable Marines out into the jungle if these creatures were stirring with their noses filled with the stench of blood. After getting the lay of the land, Leon made his way over to the Tribune, who was doing most of the work making sure the Marines cleaned the place up. Those 3 companies who weren't scouting or keeping watch were busy gathering up the hundreds of islander bodies, seeing to any camp repairs that needed to be done, tending to their wounded, or dealing with some other camp work that Leon couldn't identify. Gaius was there with the Tribune, quietly exchanging a few words with the man. When he noticed Leon walking over, Gaius smiled and waved him over. "Things are looking pretty good, Leon," he said. "They are," the Tribune agreed. "If you hadn't warned us of that incoming attack, it could have gone so much worse. We probably would have lost a few dozen scouts before we even knew we were under attack, and then lost quite a few more of my people after that." Leon nodded, letting the man think what he wanted to think. He wasn't about to tell him that a talking bird was responsible for his giving Leon the heads up. "How do things look?" Leon asked. "We took a few casualties," the Tribune immediately began. "About 50 of my people were injured in some way. 16 were killed. Preliminary estimates place islander deaths at about 800, Gaius added. "I think a few scouts were going to go and count up those dead islanders out on that western slope. Best not to do that," Leon said. "The scavengers are out in force right now. We don't want to tangle with the wildlife who lives this deep in the jungle. Just let them have the bodies. We don't need an accurate count of the enemy dead." Gaius opened his mouth looking like he wanted to argue the point, but after a moment spent with his mouth hanging open, he sighed and said, "Very well." The Tribune then caught Leon up on the rest of the goings-on around the camp, making sure that Leon knew in exhaustive detail about how well the camp's defenses were holding up, and how soon they would be able to start moving again once the morning arrived. Leon found blasting the jungle insects that were swarming around the hot and muggy camp more interesting than such talks of logistics, but he paid attention to the conversation, nonetheless. He was woefully deficient in such fields of expertise, and the only way he was going to get better was by actively participating when opportunities arose to engage with them. In this case, his attention was vindicated when he noticed a slight problem. "Has anyone been sent back to the city back there, the Earl's seat? Has anyone been sent back, or has word been sent back in any way to inform the fleet legates about what's?" Leon trailed off as his magic senses swept out in the direction of the Earl's city. As they washed over the buildings and then glided out to sea, they took in a scene much different from the last time Leon had checked in on the city. Dozens of ships were burning in the port, the Earl's palace looked like it had been completely razed to the ground, and large swaths of the city lay in smoking ruins. It had only been a matter of hours since Leon had last checked in on them. "Leon?" Gaius asked as Leon froze, his words dying in his throat, his eyes staring blankly at the camp walls between him and the city. Leon barely heard him. He was too busy inspecting the city to get a better idea of where things stood there. For a moment, anger blossomed in his chest as he wondered just how in the hells they had missed the city being attacked, but then he remembered that the Marines assigned to keep an eye out for signals sent from the city had been pulled from that duty to help defend the camp. Given they had been outnumbered at least 4-1, Leon and the Tribune had agreed that they needed all hands on deck for the camp's defense. It looked like they hadn't yet gotten organized and cleaned up enough to send someone back up a tree or onto a ridge to keep an eye on the situation back in the city, yet. However, before Leon could inform the other two of what he was seeing, he saw a few promising signs. Being hoisted out of the water to dangle over the deck of one of the dreadnoughts was the corpse of a gigantic kraken, its body riddled with harpoons dripping both black ichorous blood, and a bright gray liquid that Leon assumed to be the monster's mana. He saw Legion Marines patrolling the streets, putting out fires, and gathering bodies. He saw Sigebert standing in front of the Earl's destroyed palace, vigorously questioning someone whom Leon assumed to be the new acting Earl and gesturing wildly at the ruined palace. It seemed that whatever happened, the Legion had gotten a handle on it. Leon quickly told the Tribune and Gaius what he was looking at. After some discussion, he and Gaius left the Tribune to continue the work on securing and cleaning up the camp to climb the same nearby ridge that Leon and the female fire mage had fought upon only an hour before. From there, Gaius could get an excellent vantage point from which to communicate with the city. Once there, Gaius brought out a white flare and fired it into the air, where it climbed for a good 500 or 600 feet. Only a few seconds later, Leon saw another flare rise up from the city, also shining brightly. "Now, we wait," Gaius said. Leon nodded, understanding this was nothing more than a greeting. He watched as the signalman who fired the flare passed on the message all the way to Sigebert, who paused in whatever he was doing with the acting Earl and moved over to the signal's position high up on the newly constructed walls, where he could see Leon and Gaius on the distant ridge. It took about 10 minutes, but once he arrived, Gaius and Sigebert began exchanging flares and hand signals. With only about 10 miles between them, they could see each other easily enough that Leon even gave Sigebert a quick wave of greeting. "Looks like they were attacked by a small fleet and some local ground forces," Gaius said, squinting at the signalman as he translated Sigebert's words into hand signals and the occasional flare. "Oh, and a kraken. Lots of damage to buildings. Jorman's people were fought off, and the other fleet legates are seeing to the pursuit. Thousands of enemy islanders were killed, Legion casualties minimal. Let him know what happened here," Leon ordered, and Gaius began to make large sweeping gestures that Leon watched the Legion signalman translate to Sigebert. "All right, passed on," Gaius said after about 5 minutes. "Ask if he needs us to return," Leon added. It sounded like things back in the city were fine, but he needed to make sure. He wasn't going to continue on to whatever was at the marked location if the rest of the task force back in the city was under siege or something of that nature. He needed a secure route back to the fleets if he wanted to conduct this expedition in a safe manner. A moment later, Gaius reported, "No, Sir Sigebert is saying they have everything in hand, and that we should proceed with your mission." Leon nodded with enough exaggeration that Sigebert noticed and returned it. With their reports made, Leon and Gaius made their back down to the camp and met back up with the Tribune. There, Leon made plans to leave a little bit later than he intended, giving the Marines a little bit more time to rest up before proceeding further up the volcano. They were still about 20 miles away from their destination, and now that they were out of the thickest parts of the jungle, he was hoping they could make that march in a single day. First, however, they had to clean up and secure the area. 2 Marine companies also had to be left behind to keep the camp occupied and to secure a route for the rest of the battalion to retreat along, if need be. Leon wasn't about to rush further away from the support of the fleets without leaving at least one strongpoint along the route. Once all of that was finally taken care of, Leon thought it was just about time to return to his tent. However, along the way, he made the snap decision to visit those Marines who'd been injured and congratulate them on a hard-fought victory. When he arrived, he found that most of them had been healed up and were resting, so he indulged his introverted nature and made do with a few nods and claps on the shoulder for those who were still awake. Still, it seemed to brighten them up a bit, so Leon left the medical tent feeling like it hadn't been a complete waste of time. Once he arrived back at his tent, he found his squad there, right where he'd left them. Marcus was fast asleep, but Alex and Alcander were quietly playing a game of cards, and they looked up when he walked in, but when he waved and started making his way toward his private area, they went back to their game. Upon returning to his bedroom, Leon froze in surprise. There, he found Maya awake and sitting up, her eyes locked on the Thunderbird look-alike who had perched itself upon Leon's desk once again. Anzu had risen from his place next to the bed and was glaring at the bird, as well, his fur and feathers raised threateningly, his wings slightly spread with tiny gusts of wind magic flowing through the pure white feathers, and his blood-red eyes narrowed in suspicion. If Leon needed any sign that the bird was actually there, then Anzu's behavior was it. Still, his mental defenses were raised back to their peak. He hadn't let them completely lapse during the battle, but they'd fallen out of his mind a bit with a 7th-tier fire mage on the battlefield. Leon walked into the room and laid his hand upon Anzu's back, right in between the shoulders of his wings. The griffin gave Leon a questioning look out of the corner of his eye, and only relaxed when Leon gave him the slightest of nods. The bird didn't seem to care at all, however, it slowly ran its beak through the feathers on the underside of one of its wings, not even sparing Anzu a single glance. It only looked up when Leon began to quietly speak. "Thank you for that tip, we were able to respond quickly enough that the islanders weren't able to inflict too much damage." "I watched from above," the bird said in its strange, echoing, inhuman voice as it raised its head to look Leon in the eye. "You did quite well. Gives me confidence that you'll stop the serpent's followers." "Glad to see that you're more confident in our chances," Leon replied as he took a seat next to Maya. He gave her a quick searching look, trusting that she knew what he was asking without him needing to say it out loud. She responded with a brief, but glowing smile, and a quick nod of her head before her face went back to stony seriousness and her eyes returned to the bird. "Have you kept an eye on them?" the bird asked. "About as well as I can," Leon replied. He'd been diligently keeping his magic senses trained on the islanders, constantly alert to the possibility of the female fire mage rallying enough of them to come and attack again. Fortunately, it seemed like the time for that had come and gone, for the fire mage was leading her relatively small group deeper into the jungle away from Leon's camp. As far as Leon could tell, they were making their way toward the western shores of the island where a large number of small villages were located. None of the islanders were proceeding up the volcano toward his destination. They were not direct followers of the serpent, the bird. Chapter 557, beginning the crawl. "Fuck that," Marcus said as he and the rest of Leon's squad stared down into the hole that Leon had dug. It hadn't taken long for Leon to dig up the entrance that the bird had spoken of. Not even 2 feet below the ashy depression, his shovel hit stone, and only a few minutes after that, Leon had uncovered a square stone slab about 6 feet to a side. The slab was thick and tremendously heavy, but with his 7th-tier strength, Leon was able to lift the thing out of the depression, revealing a steep staircase made of black stone that led down deep below the volcano. So deep, in fact, that the light from the early evening sun didn't reach the bottom of the stairs. The passage was tight and narrow, barely wide enough to allow a single armored man of Leon's size to descend without tucking in too much. Leon could easily see why Marcus had reeled back once it was revealed, even he was getting claustrophobic just staring down into this abyss. For all his power, Leon couldn't see the bottom of the stairway. Quickly projecting his magic senses, Leon tried to scan for the bottom. He didn't want to descend down these stairs without knowing everything he possibly could about what may lay below. Hells, he didn't want to descend at all, just the thought of it was making his feathers slim down in fear. Feathers? Leon thought, momentarily confused as to where that feeling came from. He didn't sense any magic swirling around in the smooth black stone bricks, so he was unpleasantly surprised when his magic senses were immediately scattered at the entrance of this deep, foreboding stairway. "Let's all back up a bit," he said, waving back his squad and several of the Legion Marines who had stepped closer to have a look. He and Maya were the only two who stayed close by. "Don't have to ask me twice," Alex whispered as she stepped away from the stairs. "Same here," Marcus added. "I am not walking down that death pit. You can chalk me up to an intense fuck no. I think you made that perfectly clear just a few seconds ago," Gaius pointed out. His voice was a little calmer and steadier than Alex or Marcus's, but his face had paled considerably once Leon had opened the shaft. There wasn't an actual magical aura that Leon could perceive emanating from this abyssal stairway, but he couldn't help but agree with everyone else that this black maw was about as welcoming as a snake pit. His heart couldn't help but race faster as he stared deep down into that pitch-black darkness, and all desire he had to run Jorman down died swiftly as the darkness seemed to swirl around deep below. He did not want to go down there. He couldn't even imagine what kind of dark and terrible things might live in such a place. Things that might not take kindly to someone like him, someone full of life and power. As he stared down into the stairway, sensations began to crawl up his body, of scaled hands brushing against him, of cold wind swirling around him, of countless black eyes filled with hatred, longing, and malice landing upon him. Leon shivered in quiet terror. There was nothing down those stairs but death and horror, and no matter how much his claws rent the flesh of the creatures down there would be no end. Claws? Leon thought, again wondering just what was going on with him as the strange instinct pulled him out of the awful reverie he'd lost himself in. The bird was still there, perched on the fallen log and staring at Leon as he quietly freaked out about descending down these stairs. It remained silent, seemingly doing nothing more than waiting for when Leon had need of it again. Finally, as Leon took a couple stumbling steps back from the mouth of this abyssal stairway, he filled his body with the Thunderbird's lightning and glanced back at the bird, his body calming down significantly as the power he'd inherited from his ancestor inundated his every cell. "What is all this?" he demanded to know, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as they locked upon the bird. There was no magic emanating from these dreadful stairs, but Leon still found himself affected enough that he no longer hid his suspicion of the bird. It had proven itself helpful, but after his experience with carelessly trusting Nestor, Leon wasn't about to allow himself to trust something so easily again. "I couldn't tell you," the bird replied. From behind them, Leon heard Marcus murmur, "This just gets so much better. Pirates, krakens, talking birds, now this shit. Pit of death. That's what this is. Pit of death." Ignoring Marcus for the moment, Leon said, "You knew about the map at the second island. You knew where those ruins were. You knew where this was. You know more than you're letting on. You say you want revenge against those who killed your Aerie, but unless I get some answers, we're just going to blast this entrance to bits and move on. I'm not going to lead my people down this thing without more information." "Some sense, thank the ancestors," Alex muttered as she took another few steps away from the stairs before doubling over in nausea, her shiny brown hair falling over her face and hiding it from view. Alcander walked over to her, and though he was looking a little pale as well, he at least had enough poise remaining to lay a friendly hand upon her shoulder in solidarity. "Are you saying you don't want my help?" the bird asked, its strangely resonant voice not changing at all even though its feathers puffed up a bit in seeming indignation. "I'm saying I don't trust you," Leon replied. "I'm saying I don't know you. I'm saying you could give me any story you wished and I would have no idea if it's true or not. I suppose I'm saying quite a bit more than that, too, but I think you get the gist. Now, you led me and my people to this dark, dank hole in the ground and you expect me to just walk down into it without a word? I think not." The bird was silent for a long time, its feathers slowly slimming back down to its normal size. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it simply said, "Fair," and flew away without further fanfare. Leon was surprised, almost to the point of calling out after it. He'd wanted to speak with it a bit more, to feel it out and see if his slowly growing trust wasn't misplaced, but he supposed the bird took offense and decided to cut its losses. This was fine enough in Leon's mind, though he was somewhat regretful that the bird hadn't shared more of what it knew and it did know more, of that Leon was certain. But for all that, Leon still didn't trust it. There was just something about it that rankled him, something that had his instincts, if not screaming at him to get rid of the bird, at least had him constantly on guard. Maybe it was just how the fact that no one had been able to see it before, or maybe it was just the fact that it was a talking bird, but Leon felt that it was just better to get a little bit more distance rather than keep following its advice without thought. But, with the bird's departure, he was left with a bit of a conundrum, what to do about this unfathomably deep pit the bird had led him to. The stairs themselves were completely unadorned. They were made of large black stone bricks, shaped into rough rectangular boxes and held together with, as far as Leon could tell, standard mortar. There were no signs of magic at all in its construction, nor were there any hints of magic flowing within the stone, despite Leon's inability to project his magic senses past the entrance. It screamed, trap. It screamed all kinds of strange magic and terrible danger. Leon didn't want to go down there. But, as he stared down the pit, his heart hammering in his chest, his body screaming at him that it was a foolish thing to do, he knew he was going to. He had to stop Jorman. He needed to know what the man was doing, and if what was at the bottom of these stairs could give him any kind of clue, then Leon was going to find out. He couldn't just let the man release some kind of apocalyptic beast upon the world. Leon had struggled greatly to keep the sense of justice that Artorias had instilled within him alive after his father's death, and even though Trajan had tried to kindle it again, Leon had wound up indulging his more introverted instincts instead. But this, Leon wouldn't let slide. He couldn't. This was so much more than just letting two princes he didn't care about tear apart their kingdom. This was something that could affect the entire plane. The scale and depravity of it Leon had seen in the ritual site on the previous island. Leon could almost feel the disapproving gazes of Trajan and his father every time he thought about just letting this go. That Jorman had tricked Leon so completely was a not inconsiderable factor, too. Leon had both personal and moral reasons for wanting Jorman stopped. This mission was no longer about Octavius for him. So, Leon knew that he was going down into that pit. He'd see what was at the bottom, and if he could disrupt Jorman's plans at all, he was going to. With hardly another word, Leon walked back to the mouth of the stairs. His heart raced in his chest, his vision wavered as he cast it down into the abyss, and a strange echo resounded in his ears almost as if some horrific monster were roaring in the distance, and the sound was only just barely reaching his ears. "Leon," Gaius called out, but Leon largely ignored him as, in a flash of light, a sheet of spell paper appeared in his hand. Leon held out that paper, aiming the inscribed spell down the hole, and only a moment later, a bright orange flare was fired down the stairs. Whatever power was keeping his magic senses from pushing past the door didn't work on the flare, which Leon was grateful for. He was mildly concerned that this would alert anything down there to his presence, but that was a small price to pay for getting a better idea of what he was going to walk down into. The flare rocketed down the stairs at terrific speed. Since Leon had fired at a downward angle, the flare soon began to drop and bounce down the stairs, the ball of orange fire sputtering every time it did so. Down and down it went, until the light would have only been a tiny pinprick orange in the deep abyssal black of the stairway to mortal eyes. But Leon's eyes were much greater than that of a mortal's, and he watched like a hawk as the flare kept falling down the stairs, down into the deepest depths of the island, until it eventually winked out as the magic that kept it burning was exhausted. It had cleared at least half a mile and had not reached the bottom. Shitting fucking shit, Leon thought, wondering just how deep this pit was that even his flares couldn't reach the bottom. And knowing that he had to go down there. "Alcander, Gaius, Alex, Marcus," Leon said, his voice quivering only slightly as he did his absolute level best to keep his fear under control. He also called over the centurions who were monitoring the area and keeping it secure. "We're not going down there?" Alex asked as she walked over, her body starting to shake. "I'll go if you need me to, but I really don't want to go. I don't like the idea of having that much rock above me in such a tight space." "I don't blame you," Leon said. There wasn't even enough space on those stairs to spread his wing to spread his arms, and Leon felt like that reason alone was responsible for at least half of the anxiety he was feeling. He also felt like he was starting to understand just why the Thunderbird clan had chosen a building aesthetic for its more important facilities that emphasized nature, taking pains to build much bigger and wider open spaces and to enchant the ceilings of their buildings to look like the sky. For beings descended from birds, such a confined space as this stairway would never have been tolerated. At the very least, though, Leon could feel a few pangs of excitement that tempered his dread and nervousness. Exploring some old ruins of long-dead civilizations wasn't a new thing for him, but it would be the first time he'd ventured into such a place that wasn't connected to the Thunderbird clan. "I'm going down there," Leon declared, to the horror of just about everyone else. Only Maya stood with him, her expression unchanged. "I don't expect anyone else to join me. I can't imagine what might be down there. What kind of traps or monsters or other unspeakable things might await us? Hells, maybe it could be worse than horrors from beyond our plane. There could be nothing at all down there, and we might have wasted our time." Leon smirked, but whether it was his delivery or just the oppressive terror that was leaking out of the pit, his joke didn't even bring the tiniest of smiles to anyone's face. "But," Leon continued, not dwelling on that, "I need to see what's down there." He turned to the centurions. "You will keep this entrance secured. I don't know what might happen down there, but I want to know that I can always retreat this way if need be. No Marines are to follow me down there." The centurions nodded their agreement, and Leon saw the 3 4th-tier mages sigh in quiet relief that they wouldn't be venturing down those stairs. "The rest of you, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you want to join me." The rest of Leon's squad slowly nodded, but Leon's eyes were soon drawn towards Anzu. The young griffin had grown a lot in the few years since Leon had found him abandoned by his mother. He was on par with a 5th-tier mage, and viciously strong as well. But he was too big to follow Leon down that hole, not that Leon would ever try to force him. "Someone has to stay with Anzu," Leon said. "He can't follow me, so at least one of you has to stay behind. That won't be me, Gaius said almost immediately, to Leon's obvious surprise. I was sent by Sir Sigebert to stay with you and to collect reports for him. I'm not about to just watch you head down this hellish thing and not go with. Leon slowly nodded in appreciation. Alcander, Marcus, and Alex, however, all exchanged quick, guilty looks. Leon didn't need to know what was going through their minds. They weren't going to accompany him, he could see it in their body language. They felt guilty about it, enough that they were hesitating to say it out loud. Perhaps Leon could have ordered them to head down there with him. Perhaps they might have gone with him if they had a greater sense of loyalty to him. Leon knew that he didn't command enough of their respect, not even from Alex, for them to risk heading down into this pit for him, which only made him even more appreciative that Gaius and Maya were going to follow him. And he knew that Maya was going too. He didn't even have to look at her to know that. He could sense through their connection that she wouldn't tolerate him even asking her to stay behind. He felt a bit guilty about dragging her along, especially since she'd been injured during the night before, but he was grateful to have her support, nonetheless. You three stay here, Leon said, not wanting to wait any longer. Keep Anzu company for me. The three of us won't take too long. Even if what we find is too big, we'll come back and report back to everyone what we find. Leon, Alex whispered, guilt and fear dripping from her voice, but Leon interrupted with a quick wave before she could finish. Don't worry about it, he said. It's a terrifying thing, and a deep risk to venture down there. It would be safer to remain topside. But we won't stop Jorman by staying safe. We won't do anything by staying safe. We have to take risks sometime, and I believe that this is a risk worth taking. I'll gamble with my life, but I won't gamble with all of yours. Stay here, stay safe, and if anything happens, get word back to Sigebert and the others. With that, Leon turned and walked straight into the pit. He felt like, if he waited another moment, the pressure of the pit would overwhelm him, and he'd never head down there. So he didn't hesitate. Gaius and Maya were at his back, only a few steps behind him, lending him strength and keeping him on his toes. He owed it to them to get them out of this place alive, too. For all his talk of risk, he wasn't intending to leave his caution up here as he headed down this abyssal stairway. Leon descended the first several dozen steps quite quickly, just enough to commit to this course of action. It was just far enough for all traces of the jungle breeze to die and for the air to grow dusty and stale, along with a few faint whiffs of burning sulfur that had been left by the flare. But there, Leon paused for a moment. He was now past the entrance, and hopefully, past the point where his magic senses would be scattered. Unfortunately, as he tried to push his magic senses out of his body to scan the staircase, he barely managed to project them more than about 10 feet from his body before they were scattered. Can you sense anything? Leon asked Maya. As an 8th-tier equivalent being, he hoped she could see farther than him, maybe even overwhelm whatever was blocking their senses with her power. No, she replied, crushing that hope. Leon took a deep, steadying breath as he fished another spell out of his soul realm. This one was much like a flare, but both much longer lasting, and much dimmer. After he activated the spell, a small ball of fire about the size of a large candle's flame began to burn about a foot in front of him, and with little more than a thought on his part, began to descend the stairs. When it had gone down about 30 steps, Leon began to follow it, grateful that whatever was blocking his magic senses wasn't blocking other kinds of magic. He was more than powerful enough to see in the dark, but there was something about the darkness here that made it nearly impenetrable to his vision. This tiny candle spell helped a great deal, extending his vision dozens of feet in this claustrophobic passage. But didn't seem to matter all that much, for the stairs just kept going, on and on and on. The weight of the rock and soil above them seemed to grow ever heavier, and it killed any desire to speak they may have had. The air seemed to somehow grow even staler and more stagnant with every step they descended, while the walls seemed to press in on them from all sides. After a few minutes of walking while this feeling continued to grow, Leon realized that the stairway was, indeed, subtly growing narrower as they moved, with the walls almost scraping against his pauldrons as he proceeded on down. Leon's heart rose into his throat as his dread and muted terror rose in tandem. He liked nothing about this, but he needed answers. He needed to know exactly what Jorman was doing and how to stop him. And he hadn't quite reached his mental limit. From behind, Leon could hear Gaius, breathing getting faster and shallower, and while Maya didn't seem physically affected, Leon could feel her fear rising through their connection. He didn't know how much more of this any of them could take. Finally, as the walls narrowed so much that Leon had to start turning his shoulders to keep moving with his armor, and right before he made the decision to turn around and send for a few Legion engineers from the fleets to make the days-long journey here and widen this passage, Leon saw the end of the stairs. The flickering light of his torch spell licked at the bottom of the stairs, bringing some slight relief to him. They'd descended nearly a mile into the earth, and while it had hardly been physically strenuous, Leon's nerves were frayed. He didn't know what he would have done if the passage hadn't widened at the bottom. Probably turn around, as he'd already been about to do. But fortunately, as Leon emerged at the bottom of the stairs, he found that they opened onto a fairly large chapter 558. Entering the temple of the serpent, Leon, Maya, and Gaius stood before this giant temple, taking in the sight of the countless serpents covering the columns, and the gigantic horned serpent hanging down from the ceiling over the portico, its ruby eyes seeming to track their every move. With a closer inspection, each one of these seemingly crudely made reliefs were anything but, with extremely detailed scale patterns covering their bodies, and every one was different. Some were as large as giant cobras, some were of more medium size with long fangs bared and rattles on the end of their tails raised, but the vast majority were only about the size of garden snakes. Still, there were countless serpent statues covering the portico's columns, thousands in all. If Leon had been told that these were real snakes that had been somehow petrified as they writhed and coiled about each other as they tried to slither their way up these columns, he'd have found it easy to believe, for the detail in these otherwise roughly cut reliefs was so fine, though their overall shapes were still fairly crude. The massive horned serpent in the entrance, likewise, was immaculately detailed, and lacked the shapely drawbacks of the cruder serpent statues, being covered in millions of tiny carved scales, its horn and eyes fitting so perfectly in its skull that it almost looked like they had been naturally grown within the shining jade. But all of this wasn't the most eye-catching thing, however. As he'd approached, Leon had managed to tear his attention away from these art pieces to examine the temple entrance as a whole, and found that it radiated an immense amount of magic power. There was a horrifying amount of magic flowing through the stone bricks of this temple, enough that Leon had a thought enter the back of his mind that maybe these were real snakes that had been somehow petrified. There was more than enough magic here to do something like that. No one, touch anything, Leon said in a breathy whisper, his voice tinged with fear. There's enough magic flowing through these walls to turn each one of us into a fine red mist. Noted, Gaius muttered as he took a step back from the temple, his eyes wide with fear and anxiety. What in the name of all of our ancestors is this place? Hard to say, Leon replied as he took a few deep breaths to steady himself and examine the magic in the temple more closely. The power felt wrong, like oily water was covering his skin. It was incredibly disquieting, but he was able to at least identify it as some awful combination of darkness and water magic. Whatever this place was built for, it wasn't for any orthodox rituals. I think that much is obvious, Gaius said. Look at the floor just in front of the door. Leon obliged, and his mouth instantly began to curl in revulsion. It had been subtle enough that he'd failed to notice in the face of all the rest of the temple's artwork, but seeping out from the crack between the bottom of the titanic stone doors themselves covered in serpentine reliefs in the floor was some kind of dark red liquid that Leon didn't need to take too much time to identify. Maya remained quiet, but Leon could feel her taking a few steps closer to him and lightly taking some of the skyflax padding of his armor into her hand. When Leon glanced at her, he could see that while she was maintaining a stoic facade, her wide eyes spoke volumes about how much fear she was feeling. Leon took a quick step back and entwined his fingers with hers for a brief moment before he turned back to the temple's entrance. He wasn't sure what to make of this. He was only a hair's breadth away from asking Zaffin and Nestor for their opinions of this place when a voice suddenly rang out in the entrance chamber, a smooth, confident voice that Leon recognized. Well, said the voice of Turiel, or rather, Jorman. Looks like the guest of honor has finally arrived, and he brought a couple friends. Leon's blade was in his hand in an instant, and his magic surged through his body as his eyes danced around every corner of the chamber, searching for the pirate. Maya likewise prepared herself for battle as a small water dragon erupted from her bronze skin and wrapped around the three of them. Gaius reacted the slowest of them, but he drew his blade and assumed a defensive stance, too. Now, Jorman smugly said, is that any way to act when you stand upon someone's threshold? Maybe I ought to teach you three some manners. A deep thrumming sound reverberated through the chamber, originating somewhere behind the gargantuan doors, and Leon, Maya, and Gaius turned to face them. The ground began to subtly shake and the magical currents flowing through the chamber bent and flexed toward and away from the doors in time with each thrum. The doors slowly began to slide open, but nothing beyond them was revealed, not even as both Leon and Maya flooded the room with their magic senses. Just beyond the doors was a curtain of inky black darkness that flowed downward from the ceiling of the next chamber like oil running down glass. Leon's magic senses couldn't penetrate this power, and he couldn't otherwise see through it. As the doors continued to open, Jorman seemed unable to refrain from talking. "I've always held it true," he said, "that you can tell a lot about a person's character by how they treat those creatures that are lower than them on the totem pole, so to speak. I'd like to introduce you to some of my lovely pets. They love meeting new people, so I hope the three of you get along smashingly." Emerging from the darkness that filled the doorway was a giant feline that radiated 6th-tier power. It had deep black fur, a pair of deep-set eyes that glowed in its skull like lit coals, long obsidian fangs that looked sharp enough to pierce even Leon's armor, and vicious claws that looked more than up to the task of skinning even the most powerful of mages alive. This great cat was not alone. Following behind it was something altogether more unsettling, some massive beast covered in dark green scales, with a long, thin body, a narrow triangular skull set with what looked like easily 100 eyes or more, and a huge gaping maw filled with countless teeth. All along its spine, covering a length of 30 feet at least, were a series of barbs that grew as they extended back along its body, eventually ending in a ball of scaled flesh spiked like a morning star at the end. Emanating from its body was another robust 6th-tier aura, but Leon had no doubt that its power was not limited solely to magic given the obvious thickness of its scales and its muscles that rippled beneath them. Finally, one more creature came crawling out, and it was, without a doubt, the worst of the bunch. A centipede almost as long as the scaled thing, covered in glistening black chitin, dozens of antennae and other long thin appendages protruding out from its head, all of which were covered in fine hairs. It had a sickening number of legs that clicked incessantly as it crawled first across the floor, and then up the wall and onto the ceiling. It had a pair of sickly yellow stripes running down its body, and as it paused, it dangled its head off the ceiling for just long enough to snap at Leon with its half a dozen mandibles that covered its small, toothy mouth. Like the previous two, it only had a 6th-tier aura, but Leon couldn't help but gulp and take a step back, his disgust only growing the longer he stared at this monstrosity. These three monsters, from the moment they walked out the door, filled the chamber with killing intent. There was no doubt in Leon's mind at all about what was about to happen. With his magic surging through his body, he turned to look at Gaius, intent on ordering him to retreat back to the stairs where Leon and Maya could protect him. However, as the words were leaving Leon's mouth, sliding doors hidden in the walls at the narrow, claustrophobic exit to the stairway slammed shut behind them, trapping them in with these three creatures. "Shit," Leon thought, as Gaius echoed the thought out loud. "All right, then," Leon stated as he quickly waved to Gaius to get behind him. "I suppose this is how it's going to be, huh?" As far as he could tell, the big cat was the smallest threat. All three creatures were only of the 6th-tier, but the reptile's scales and the centipede's carapace would prove themselves to be difficult to pierce, of that Leon felt certain. As a result, without waiting for another moment, Leon conjured a lightning spear in his offhand and hurled it with all the force he could muster at the cat. He wanted that thing gone as soon as possible so that he and Maya could each concentrate on one enemy apiece. The cat, however, had seemingly sensed Leon's power, and hadn't immediately approached. Instead, the reptile, and the centipede had merely circled around or above Leon, Maya, and Gaius, wisely taking their measure instead of just charging right in. Leon's lightning bolt instantly changed the dynamic. Those few brief seconds of calm were shattered as a bolt of silver-blue lightning appeared in Leon's hand one moment, and then exploded across the hide of the big cat the next. The cat shrieked in pain and recoiled, but only a moment later, its shadow lengthened and thinned, and black smoky tentacles peeled off the floor and whipped toward Leon, only to glance off his armor. At the same time, the reptile snapped its long jaws and the surface of Maya's water dragon rippled, causing a large amount of water that made up its body to lose cohesion and spill out onto the floor, while from above, the centipede let the front third of its body peel off the ceiling, letting its head hang down almost level with Leon's head, its 6 mandibles peeling off of its mouth. Leon had just enough time to shift his attention to the centipede before jets of viscous, foul-smelling liquid were shot from each of its 6 mandibles. Leon had no idea what that liquid was, and he was not of a mind to find out. He channeled as much power as his panicked and utterly repelled body was capable of using right now into his family's sword and swiped it toward the massive insect in a swift horizontal slash. A wave of lightning ripped through the air, sizzling through the liquid and flash boiling it all away before it could touch any in Leon's party. A moment later, Maya's water dragon abandoned its defensive posture and lunged for the reptile. With seeming ease, it snapped the creature up in its jaws, but when it bit down, not much happened apart from the monster making some sounds of vague discomfort. It then snapped its jaws again, and the bottom jaw of Maya's water dragon returned to formless liquid, splashing onto the cold stone floor. The cat returned to its feet and bounded forward. Leon nimbly twisted out of the way as the creature's claws raked through the space he just occupied. He countered with a blast of lightning sent through his legs, knocking the cat back, while at the same time conjuring another lightning bolt in his offhand and hurling it at the centipede. The bolt splashed across the centipede's chitin, not doing much visible damage, but still ripping the insect off the ceiling and sending it flying across the room. Oof! Jorman's disembodied voice called out. You two are truly some wicked people, treating my pets like this. All they want to do is play a little bit. The pirate's voice was mocking, and Leon could tell that he was wearing a wide smile. Even if Leon wanted to respond, he wouldn't. He focused instead on the fight as he sidestepped another whip of darkness that cracked right past him. A moment later, he snapped his fingers and let loose with a gout of flame that consumed another half-dozen jets of venom or whatever liquid the centipede shot at him. With a sickening crunch, Leon noticed that Maya had finally managed to snap the reptile in half. Whatever powers it had were strong, but clearly not strong enough in the face of Maya's overwhelming might. Her water dragon had managed to reform its jaws and snap them around the reptile's neck. Its scaled hide hadn't been penetrated, but the water dragon had still managed to break the reptile's neck and kill it almost instantly. Maya wore a look of hatred and mild frustration, one that was mirrored on Leon's face. Jorman's monsters weren't particularly powerful, and their attacks weren't putting all that much pressure on either of them, but they still had some traits that made them hard to deal with. As the large cat's shadows began to swirl around it again in clear preparation to lash out at Leon with more tendrils, Leon leapt toward it, ignoring the centipede for the moment and trusting in Maya to keep it in check. Lightning coursed through his body and into his blade, and when Leon lunged forward, the cat's darkness magic melted away before the tip of the blade. The cat almost managed to twist out of the way, but the blade still raked across its spine and sent countless arcs of lightning into its body. The cat shrieked in pain once more and sped away from Leon as fast as it could, clearly not having taken enough damage to cripple it entirely. Leon recognized the look of a defeated animal, and let it go. Whatever Jorman had done to make it loyal and to fight for him paled in comparison to the pain Leon had just inflicted. Now, its fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and the cat had settled on flight. Turning back around, Leon saw the serpentine water dragon imposing itself between him and the centipede, a few dark streaks flowing through Maya's water that Leon assumed to be more of the centipede's venom that the dragon had blocked. Leon gathered lightning in his hand once more, conjuring a great bolt of silver-blue energy. All it took was a thought directed toward Maya, and the dragon twisted out of the way just in time for Leon to hurl the bolt at the centipede. The insect's body rippled and vibrated as it tried to dodge, but the bolt was too fast. It splashed across the centipede's face, boiling away its eyes and burning away its antennae. Lightning dancing across its form, scorching its chitin and seeking out any chink in its armor. It seemed to find a few. For only a moment or two after the explosion of lightning died down, the insect had ceased to move, laying there on the floor, its body gently smoking as the stench of fried meat filled the air. Leon glanced back at the cat just in case it decided that it had to fight if it couldn't find a way out of this chamber. He was briefly concerned that it might try to run up the stairs and make trouble for the Marines at the top, but he saw the cat quickly melt away into its shadow, which then disappeared into the masonry of the temple. Leon, Maya, and Gaius all took deep breaths now that the fight was over, at least for now. Damn, Gaius muttered as he stared at the hideous bodies of the reptile and the centipede. I think, maybe following you two down here may have been a mistake. Maybe it was, Leon replied, though his tone was light and without a shred of accusation. Maybe it wasn't. I get the feeling that there's going to be more to this place than just fighting, and you wouldn't be wrong, Leon Rame, Jorman's disembodied voice replied as it echoed throughout the chamber. Leon did his best, but he couldn't detect anything not from the sound, nor from the way that the magic in the air responded to his words that might have indicated where Jorman was speaking from, nor how he could see and hear them, nor how he was speaking with them. For all Leon knew, Jorman was in the room with them, just invisible and somehow masking his voice. With that chilling thought, Leon quickly summoned his magic once more and sent great arcs of lightning surging out from his body and bathing the room in his power. He didn't put too much power into the attack, but he knew from his own ring of invisibility that if Jorman were here, even the mildest of attacks would reveal him. Or so Leon hoped. However, no pirate was revealed, and the room soon echoed with the sound of Jorman's laughter even as Maya stared at Leon in surprise and Gaius covered his eyes and ears and ducked for cover as bolts of lightning flashed past him. These bolts painted great black burn marks over the walls and shattered some of the serpentine reliefs covering the temple's columns, though. As Jorman's great guffaws died down, he asked slightly breathlessly, "Looking for me, Leon? I'm not in there with you, but I can understand why you might be worried about that. No, I'm a bit further in, and I'm waiting for you. After the show you just put on, I dare say that you've proven yourself worthy to enter this temple and join me. Don't keep me waiting." Now, with Jorman's voice dying down, the great stone doors of the temple began to rumble and swing inward, once more revealing the completely opaque inky black curtain of darkness that obscured the interior of the temple from view. Not even Leon or Maya's magic senses could penetrate that barrier. "Are we going in there?" Gaius asked as he straightened himself up, his voice cracking one with fear. Leon frowned. If Jorman was in here, then he wanted to go in, but he knew that it wouldn't be quite so easy as exploring some empty rooms and finding the pirate lounging in some ruined furniture. This was a trap, there was no two ways about it. If Leon were to enter, he'd essentially be agreeing to play Jorman's game. But Jorman was right here, Leon couldn't just turn away, not even as the possibility of the pirate simply lying to him passed through his mind. No, he's telling the truth, Leon thought to himself, certain in his belief. He's here just to fuck with our heads. Maybe he could do this from farther away, but being here would make it just that much easier to toy around with us. He's here. I am, Leon whispered, and when he glanced at Maya, she nodded, too. When Leon turned his eyes toward Gaius, he saw the young blonde nobleman go pale as he stared at the black curtain just beyond the temple's doors. "I won't force you to come with, Gaius. Just make up your mind quickly, I don't want to leave you here alone. If you're not going to come with, just head back up the stairs and wait with everyone else." Gaius took a deep breath, and then another, almost as if he were starting to hyperventilate. However, after only a few seconds, he said, "I'll go with. I may not be of much help, especially if things turn violent in there, but you never know, I might also prove useful." Leon nodded. "As I said, I don't think there's going to be too much violence from here on out, but you never know. Stay behind either myself or Naiad, and don't take any chances." Gaius was a smart man, that much Leon knew. He didn't have to go over every possible scenario and give Gaius instructions. Leon felt like he'd said enough, and he turned back to the temple's entrance. "All right, no use in delaying this. Keep your eyes open, be on the lookout for anything unusual." "That might describe a lot of things down here," Gaius pointed out. "True, but use your best judgment. I don't want Jorman to lead us around by the nose, and this has all the makings of a trap, but, I don't know, I'm just certain that things aren't going to be quite so clear-cut from here on out." "How do you know that?" Gaius asked. Leon paused in his answer. He wasn't sure how to explain it, he just had a feeling that he couldn't identify that, while Jorman was using this as a trap, the temple was designed more as some kind of test. He could almost hear a voice in the back of his head telling him that entering the temple wouldn't prove to be quite as terrible a decision as it seemed right now. And suddenly, a terrible thought went through Leon's head, and he made sure his mental defenses were raised while at the same time he sent a bolt of the Thunderbird's power surging through his brain. Nothing seemed to change, but Leon was still moderately unnerved. On second thought, Leon said as he glanced back toward Gaius, for the most part ignoring Gaius' question. "How about we run back upstairs real quick and grab the others? Now that we know what's down here, they can at least secure this entrance chamber." Gaius agreed, and 20 minutes or so later, a dozen Marines and the rest of Leon's squad had come down. The Centurions remained topside, while a messenger was sent back to Leon's camp to relay what they'd found to Sigebert and ask about possible reinforcements now that they had a solid lead on Jorman. Those of Leon's party that had come down weren't looking too good, however, with Alex staring apprehensively at the temple doors, while Marcus and Alcander hovered nearby, clearly uncomfortable. Anzu was the only member of Leon's party that had remained at the top of the stairs since he couldn't fit down the stairway. "I can't believe you're going in there," Alex muttered to Leon. She'd spent a great deal of time as they headed down the stairs trying to convince him not to do so, or at least to wait for Sigebert's reply to his report, but Leon felt like he'd already delayed this too long. If he waited too much longer, then Jorman would probably leave the temple, or the doors might close for good. He'd already taken something of a risk in that regard by taking the time to head back up to the surface to gather his squad and send his report. "I can't entirely believe it, either," Leon muttered. With a grimace, Leon started to walk toward the doors with Maya just a step behind him. So far, only she and Gaius had agreed to enter the temple with him. Leon couldn't blame the others for their apprehension. His heart was racing madly at the thought of entering the temple and seeing what fresh horrors might await them. "Are you sure about this?" Maya asked. "Not at all," Leon truthfully replied. "This whole thing is a bad idea, I know that, but I think we can get through it. We can't go running away just because this seems like a terrible thing. We can't give ground just because it seems like a trap. Let's just take this slow and keep our guards up. If we run into something we can't handle, we'll turn around and make our way out however we can." That answer didn't seem to satisfy Maya, but she nodded and kept her head on a swivel as she watched for any threats. When the three of them reached the curtain, Leon halted. He examined it in great detail, looking for any runes or anything of that nature. He briefly consulted with Nestor and Zafin, and when they told him that these markings didn't seem to be anything directly dangerous, Leon reached out and touched the curtain. Indeed, his hand passed through the curtain like it wasn't even there, showing that it was no more than an illusion. With a deep sigh and a quick meaningful look exchanged with Maya and Gaius, Leon committed to his decision and walked through the curtain. Chapter 559. The Serpent's Gold. Walking through the curtain of darkness felt to Leon like walking into a freezing pool, which was remarkable since, as a 7th-tier mage, it wasn't often that Leon was bothered enough by such things to even notice them. It wasn't debilitating, but it was uncomfortable and more than enough to amplify his disquieted feelings. What amplified those feelings even more was Leon's immediate realization that he was alone. Gaius and Maya were nowhere to be seen. His heart rate spiking in panic, Leon turned around, his eyes wide and staring into the abyssal void as he searched for two, yet seeing nothing. "Gaius," Leon called out, his voice seeming muted, almost as if he were buried in a pile of blankets. No reply came, and he quickly began to reach for his connection with Maya. It was still there, so he felt some comfort, but he couldn't get a read on where she might be. "Maya," Leon whispered through the connection, but again, he received no response. "Shit," Leon thought to himself as he forced himself to calm down and evaluate the situation. This might just be a function of the darkness curtain, and maybe Gaius and Maya would be there when he got to the other side. As this thought passed through his head, Leon realized that, in his haste to look around, he'd completely disoriented himself. The abyssal void he found himself in was completely black. He could still see his body somehow, so it wasn't like everything was shrouded in darkness, but his surroundings were so devoid of color and shape that he felt like he stood upon an invisible platform floating in empty space. When he tried to project his magic senses to try and get an idea of where he was, his surroundings felt much less than empty. However, they felt thick and syrupy, and he couldn't push his magic power out any further than about 10 feet. "Nestor, Zafin," Leon called out into his soul realm, "What's going on? Where am I?" Nestor responded first, the speed with which his reply came betraying the fact that he was probably watching Leon this whole time. "You're in a liminal space," the dead man replied. "It's a transition between one place to another. Think of it like a tunnel that you walk through, but only connected to normal space at either end." "Huh," Leon grunted, not quite understanding the answer, or at least, not having confidence in his interpretation of Nestor's explanation. "It sounded almost like he was being teleported." "You're being teleported," Zafin said. "The ghost is just being needlessly pompous and verbose. You'd know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you?" Nestor shot back, and Leon kind of hated it, but he found himself agreeing with Nestor on that one. Before the two long-term residents of his soul realm could descend into juvenile bickering that wouldn't help anyone, Leon interrupted. "Is this something I ought to be nervous about? Is this a threat?" "Of course it's a threat," Zafin said, his tone sounding dismissive and almost incredulous, as if Leon had asked what color the sky was or something equally obvious. "However, it's not an active one. From what I can tell, if you wanted to, you could turn around and make your way out the way you came." Yes, Nestor agreed. There's no threat here from the Limin from the teleportation tunnel, I suppose I ought to call it. However, you're heading into the unknown, and that's always threatening. If someone has control over the enchantment that controls this teleportation, then they could also do some pretty terrible things to you if they knew what they were doing, but I can't imagine anyone as if deliberately cutting Nestor off. From roughly behind Leon came a titanic beam of light that stretched from the furthest depths of this abyssal void and reached all the way up to the highest heavens. Leon felt an ungodly amount of magic power within, and the chilly interior of this teleportation tunnel began to rapidly heat up. At first, the temperature became mild and pleasant, and then in the space of a second or two, started to get relatively hot, and then even hotter. I think that's all the motivation I need to get moving, Leon said as he turned in the opposite direction of the beam of light and began to run. He had no idea how much hotter that beam of light would make the tunnel, or what else it might be doing to the tunnel, but he wasn't keen on finding out. Already, after only about 5 steps, the heat in the tunnel almost became unbearable, but then, Leon's surroundings bent and distorted and began to grow brighter, and he burst out of the curtain of darkness into a blazingly bright room that seared his eyes and forced him to squeeze them shut until he could direct a little bit of magic into them to soothe the pain and decrease his light sensitivity that had, since he'd just been underground and in the void, been turned up quite high. The temperature, at least, had stabilized. Leon didn't immediately open his eyes once the dull pain died down. Instead, he projected his magic senses now that the void wasn't pressing in on him from all sides, and to his delight, he found he could project his magic power without issues again. He wasted no time letting his magic senses try and fill the place he now found himself. He was immediately stunned by what his magic senses sent back to him. Instead of the dark, bleak, gray and black granite that he'd been expecting that would have matched the temple's exterior, he instead found himself in an immaculately lit and appointed domed chamber, and one that was quite large. The ceiling was easily 500 feet tall, and the circular chamber had a radius of about 1,000 feet. The floor was white marble so finely polished it was almost as reflective as water, the walls looked like smooth silver, and the shallow domed ceiling looked like it was made of gold. Etched upon the surface of the dome were countless intricately detailed serpents who were slithering toward the dome's center, while in the very center of the room was a golden pillar made of a mass of golden serpentine statues that looked like they were frozen in the midst of climbing and writhing over one another to reach the top, almost identical to the serpent reliefs adorning the columns of the temple's exterior portico. The center of the central pillar over which all of the serpents were slithering, however, wasn't polished granite. It was an immense golden colossus of a muscular, yet androgynous humanoid figure with a spear in their right hand, their left hand raised up against the ceiling like this colossus was holding up the dome. Their head, like the statues outside, was not human, but serpentine in shape, with a long ivory horn extending backward from the colossus, forehead toward their uncannily long, scaled neck. The eyes of this colossus were made of shining emeralds, each one at least as large as Leon's torso, and they glowed with magical light. It might have also been a trick of the light or the uncanny way the colossus had been built, but Leon felt like those eyes were boring straight into him, peeling away his every layer and divining every secret of his being. Curiously, Leon wasn't able to see the source of the white light that filled the room. Nothing save for the colossus' emerald eyes gave off any light, and yet everything was perfectly well lit, at least as far as Leon's magic senses could tell. There was nothing else of note in the immense chamber, at least by cursory examination. No furniture, no fancy decorations adorning the walls, just a vast, otherwise empty chamber. He made sure to keep his magic senses at least partially directed at the massive serpent man statue, though, as the last colossus he'd run into like this, the Thunderbird colossus outside of Nestor's lab had tossed immensely powerful lightning at him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Gaius or Maya. Neither were present in the chamber, but Leon was at least a little relieved to feel his connection with Maya was still there, even if his quick attempts to contact her went without response. "You know, I wasn't exactly expecting this," came Jorman's disembodied voice echoing throughout the chamber. Leon was already wearing his armor, but his blade suddenly appeared in his hand as he assumed an aggressive stance and sent his power surging through his body. The room was already inundated with his magic senses, which told him that Jorman wasn't in the room, but Leon's eyes snapped open and he scanned the room just in case. However, if Jorman was in the room with him, then Leon wasn't able to perceive him. It seemed that the pirate could see him, however, for a moment later, he continued with an amused tone. "Was that reaction just for me, or did I startle you?" I won't deny that I'd be flattered immensely if you were that passionate to speak with me one-on-one again. Leon scowled behind his helmet and shouted, "Where are you?" "Still here," Jorman replied. "Why, do you rue your decision not to come back to my place? Looking to fix that mistake? I mean, I wouldn't blame you, I'm quite the catch, if I do say so myself, but unfortunately, I have work I need to get to today." "What work are you referring to?" Leon demanded to know as he started to slowly wander around the chamber, quietly looking for anything that might resemble a door or enchantment control console. Unfortunately, it seemed like going back wasn't much of an option since the dark curtain that he'd walked out of had disappeared, leaving nothing behind but the curved silver wall. So, if Leon was going to get his bearings and try to figure out a way forward, then he'd have to buy himself some time. It seemed like Jorman had some control over this place, though Leon was still getting a grasp on just what kind of a temple this was and what that control could mean, but if Leon could keep him talking, then he might be able to learn something about the temple while also distracting Jorman long enough for Leon to find something useful. Jorman was silent for a moment, and Leon gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that maybe Jorman hadn't decided to stick around to talk. The pirate proved that immediate reaction wrong, however, when he responded with a note of incredulousness in his voice, "Did you really ask me that, Leon? Do you not know what I'm doing here? Have I overestimated your abilities or your intelligence?" Leon paused for a moment and shrugged. "Probably," he frankly replied. "Why don't you explain everything you're doing here to me like I'm only 5? Should make things easier to understand." The sound of Jorman chuckling filled the chamber. "I don't honestly think a 5-year-old would understand what I'm doing," he said as his guffaws died down. "But you, I think you do. I mean, I basically told you, you know." Leon hummed noncommittally as he quickly assessed what he'd found in the chamber so far, a whole lot of nothing. There were no enchantments he could manipulate, no command consoles to be seen, no doors. No windows, no nothing. The chamber was just empty, save for the enormous colossus. Leon began to hesitantly approach it, but he kept himself on guard the entire time. "Look, Leon," Jorman said, his tone light and casual as if he and Leon were just discussing gardening or something equally inconsequential, "do you know what this place is? Some kind of temple to the serpent from that story you told me?" Leon asked. "Right in one," Jorman proudly declared. "This place was built during the height of civilization in these islands, when the serpent still spoke to us. When the serpent's presence could be felt in every facet of my people's lives." "The imagery's a little strange," Leon said as his eyes slowly swept over the colossus, taking in the humanoid body and long serpentine head. "I suppose it might be, but I get the feeling that it's something you, of all people, ought to understand and appreciate," Jorman replied. "I mean, you carry a power in your blood, don't you? Something passed down to you from some inhuman ancestor." Leon froze in shock as, once again, he checked his mental defenses and sent a quick jolt of silver-blue lightning into his brain. He did his best to ensure that his senses were clear and that there wasn't any foreign power in his mind or anywhere else in his body before he responded. "How do you know about that?" Leon quietly asked, deciding not to deny it. His lightning was eye-catching and quite special. There was little he could do to deny his inheritance even if he were of a mind to do so. Besides, for as much thought as he'd given to trying to reject the Thunderbird clan, he could now recognize that it was mostly just a reaction to Nestor, and to his own failings as a mage and a sense of inadequacy that had wormed its way into his head. Or maybe it had been there all along, he wasn't sure. Regardless, Leon didn't want to announce it from the rooftops, but he also still took some small amount of pride in bearing the Thunderbird's blood. He found that right now, he didn't want to deny it. "The serpent quickly identified you as soon as you showed up on these shores," Jorman admitted. "It knows who and what you are, and it took enough interest to tell me, you speak with this beast?" Leon asked, his tone skeptical as he sought confirmation. "I do," Jorman replied without hesitation. "Years and years ago, it appeared to me in a vision, asking me to help it to free itself. Thanks to the power it lent to me, I was able to escape the serpent's rattle, what used to be the most distant of the Serpentine Isles from your Bull Kingdom before your penitent paladin destroyed it, and ever since then, I've been faithfully serving as its vanguard. I will release this serpent back into the world, and all will know of its glory." The pirate spoke with great gusto, enough that Leon could almost imagine whatever enchantment console he might be hunched over getting drenched in more and more of the man's spit with every syllable. But even with all that energy, Leon was unconvinced. "Forgive me for not taking you at face value," he said as he finally came to a stop at the foot of the colossus, where hundreds of snakes of all kinds had been rendered in gold and wrapped around its legs. You don't have to, Jorman replied. All you need to know is that I know you're of the Thunderbird, and so you ought to understand this concept. You see, the older myths of the serpent, those from ages long past, thousands of years ago at the very least, possibly from as far back as before the appearance of the Central Empires, the old myths hold that the serpent wasn't a gigantic monster, at least not all the time. It could transform its body into that of a human at will, allowing it to rule in comfort and style. It took a great many concubines, and from those unions were born many children, children that spread its power down through the lines of the Serpentine Islanders down to this very day. I don't think there's a single islander in existence who isn't somehow descended from the serpent, so this is an allusion to that? Leon asked, gesturing at the colossus and trusting that Jorman could see it, or at least understand what he was trying to ask. Yes, Jorman replied. Well, you're right, I do understand, Leon truthfully replied. He'd seen the Thunderbird transform herself into her human form many times in his soul realm. He could completely get why worshippers of a shapeshifting snake might depict it as both human and serpent. Good, Jorman drawled. What I don't understand, however, Leon continued, is what exactly all of this is for. Is this just a place for worshippers to gather? Something like that, Jorman said, sounding like he was sighing at the same time. This temple was built to accommodate the serpent's truest of followers. They were to be tested at every turn, shown their deepest and darkest fears and challenged to overcome them with their faith in the serpent. They were supposed to reach this chamber with a newfound appreciation and veneration of the serpent's power, with their faith redoubled. How you arrived here so early, especially after walking through the portal after almost half a damn hour, is honestly quite mind-blowing. I mean, I figured you'd get through it quickly, but I didn't expect you to blast through the first trial in less than a minute. The two who were with me, Leon hesitantly began. Oh, yes, they're still in their trials, I believe. It's only been a few minutes, Leon, you can't expect everyone to be as quick as you. Leon scowled again and doubled down on his inspection of the colossus. He couldn't sense any unusual magics flowing through the gold, but he was still convinced that if there was anything to be found in this chamber, it was here. Maybe he could find something that might cancel this trial, or whatever the hells was keeping Maya from him. And Gaius, too, but the lion's share of Leon's concern right now was claimed by Maya. You know, if I'm honest, I think even the chamber is a little bamboozled, Leon, Jorman admitted. Normally, there's a lot more stuff in there. I don't think that place was ready for you to get through it so quickly. Every time that I returned to that room after completing a trial, I found food, wine, and plenty of companionship, if you know what I mean, but always, without fail, the doors to the rest of the temple would open as soon as I walked out, allowing me to roam this temple freely and to take in the majesties that the serpent bestows upon its followers at my leisure. That no doors have opened for you, seems strange to me. Leon paused in his search as he contemplated Jorman's words. Leon had only spent a little bit of time within a spatial tunnel and had a beam of light practically push him out. He hadn't faced anything even remotely close to what he might have called a trial. If he had to guess, he'd say that something hadn't wanted him in there. Given the legends he knew of Thunderbirds striking down horned serpents in the northern vales, and of the legend that Jorman had told him of the three heroes wielding what sounded to Leon a lot like the power of the Thunderbird, he imagined that maybe the Thunderbird, or those who possessed the Thunderbird's power, were somehow opposed to this serpent. Maybe this serpent had been struck down by members of the old clan and bore a grudge, preventing anyone of his bloodline from partaking of its trials. It made more sense to Leon the more he thought about it, but there was a small part of him that was a little sad. Some of the most fun and exhilarating things he'd ever done in his life were exploring ancient places like this and learning of the powers hidden within them. The cradle, Zaffin's prison, his family's archives. There was a part of him that was greatly disappointed that he hadn't gotten to see the powers left behind here by the serpent, or whatever this place was built to honor. The greater part of him, however, was instead focused on trying to find some way to either join Maya or to bring her to him. Leon wasn't about to leave her in whatever half-baked trial this damn place had cooked up for her. By the way, Leon, Jorman continued, I have to wonder a bit about why you're here. You've asked me that question before. Leon shot back before he turned his attention briefly inward. I can't make heads or tails of this thing. I can barely even sense the magic flowing through this chamber, he said to Zaffin in chapter 560, breaking into a trial. Leon gritted his teeth as he knelt there in the spatial tunnel. His gauntlet had been ripped and torn as it was pulled from behind the wall in the previous chamber and into the curtain of darkness, and the flesh and bone beneath had fared little better. Blood poured out from the shredded metal, and Leon could barely think from the pain. His right hand, his dominant hand, had been horribly mangled. With a terrible scream, Leon summoned the strongest healing spell he possessed and wrapped his hand up in it. The blood soaked through the spell paper immediately, but fortunately for him, the spell paper he'd used for this spell was of particularly high quality, so it still activated and soothed his pain considerably, enough that he could start to fit more than just pain into his head. Leon used that spare mental capacity to quickly take stock of his surroundings. He was in an identical spatial tunnel that he'd been in not too long before. It was pitch black all around him, enough so that he had little frame of reference for where he needed to go or where he literally stood. At the very least, it seemed like the golden serpent man Colossus, which had been mere feet away from snatching him up in its gilded fist, hadn't been able to follow him through the curtain of darkness. That brought a small sense of relief to Leon. That relief was immediately dashed when Jorman's disembodied voice suddenly rang out through the tunnel. Now, Leon, we were having such a fine conversation, why did you have to just start ignoring me like that? As I told you a moment ago, I can enable any security features I want. Just leaving that Colossus doesn't mean I can't strike at you, so why don't we continue where we left off? Kiss my ass, Leon shouted as he struggled to his feet, his voice hoarse with pain even as his flesh slowly stitched itself back together. He could tell that he'd need several more healing spells and likely a few days of rest to properly recover, but at the least, he estimated that he'd have full functionality of his hand again in about 10 minutes so long as he wasn't disturbed overmuch. Is that an invitation? Jorman asked flirtatiously as a flash of light from behind Leon suddenly illuminated the tunnel, turning the floor stark white and the walls into a strange gray gradient that darkened as it rose toward the still pitch-black ceiling. The tunnel was incredibly wide and endlessly long, but as the tunnel began to heat up, Leon just forced himself to his feet and began to run. Clearly, Jorman was activating some defensive measures, and he wanted to get to wherever this tunnel led before he found himself caught here. Oh, that's not good, Leon heard Nestor whisper from his soul realm. What are you saying? Leon demanded in panic as he continued to build up speed, the light that illuminate the tunnel from behind. Him growing more intense with every passing second. Already, he could feel his back starting to break out into sweat despite his command over fire magic and the extensive defensive enchantments he'd built into his armor. It looks like the exit of this tunnel has been somehow blocked, Nestor explained. That's hardly an issue, just tear your way out, Zafin stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I did it all the time back in the void when traveling around the elemental plane of fire. If you don't like where you're going, or if the tunnel begins to destabilize, just rip your way out and deal with wherever you land. You could land right back in front of that Colossus, and it would still be less dangerous than staying in a spatial tunnel that's actively resisting you like this. Have you noticed it yet, Leon? Jorman's smug voice sounded. Coming into this tunnel was a terrible mistake, you'll only die here. You really should have stayed where we could talk more. I would have much preferred us to hash this out like men, not for me to crush you like an ant in a paper tunnel. Ah well, I suppose I can't have everything. Leon heard a surprising amount of remorse in Jorman's voice, and he couldn't help but wonder where the hells it was coming from. He didn't for a moment think that Jorman was being properly genuine, so Leon just chalked it up to Jorman just being very convincing with his act. Or there was an aspect to this whole situation that he was missing, some reason that Jorman was so interested in him beyond simply being the only 7th-tier mage that accompanied the Legion to the Isles. And Leon felt like he knew why, his inherited bloodline. Far behind Leon, another great light began to shine, but from the way it twisted and turned as it shone on the walls made Leon realize that it wasn't some static light that changed the spatial properties of the tunnel. He took the chance to slow down enough to glance back over his shoulder, and immediately turned back around and kept running as fast as his lightning-enhanced legs could carry him. He'd seen a bright white light that was coalescing into the shape of a massive serpent with a long curved horn jutting out from its forehead. The amount of magic that Leon could sense within it was staggering, more than enough to seriously screw him up if not kill him outright. This one looks like fun, Jorman said thoughtfully. And it's not even the most powerful one that I can use right now. Looks like there are a ton of things I can use on you and your friends if I wanted, and even more that were activated by your presence, Leon. Seems like my ancestors and yours hated each other fiercely. Shut the fuck up. Leon roared as he sprinted down the spatial passage in the vain hope of reaching the end before that serpent finally finished forming and came tearing down the tunnel after him. "Stop running," Zaffin shouted into Leon's mind. "You'll get nowhere. That fuckstick pulling the strings isn't just going to open the door for you if you reach the end. Take a breath, collect yourself, and rip your way out. You have to do it. Use your lightning, it shouldn't be too difficult. You should still end up close to either your fish girl or that other hanger-on." Leon gritted his teeth, groaned in frustration, then raised his left hand and conjured a lightning bolt. "What are you?" Jorman began before Leon brought the bolt crashing down upon the floor of the spatial tunnel. Immediately, the tunnel shook like it was experiencing a powerful earthquake, and the lights behind Leon began to flicker. The serpent forming even paused for a moment as Leon's magic began to interfere with the magic of the tunnel. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Jorman cautioned as Leon fought to remain standing amidst the tunnel's shaking. "Who knows where you might end up, and no matter where you go, I'll still be able to reach you," Leon screamed incoherently as he conjured another lightning bolt and slammed it into the ground again, causing cracks to spiderweb out from where he stood, and the shaking in the tunnel grew more intense. Leon wasn't able to stay on his feet, and as the lights behind him began to flicker even more, he fell to the ground. But he wasn't done, and he raised one of his legs into the air, channeled a huge amount of lightning magic into his foot, and brought his heel back down onto the ground with as much force as he could manage given his position. It wasn't as powerful a strike as his lightning bolts, but the magic transferred into the tunnel was still quite powerful. The shaking reached a breaking point as the lights behind Leon winked out, along with the coalescing serpent, and the tunnel began to rip itself in two. Leon instinctively hung on for dear life as the cracks in the floor of the tunnel began to widen, but eventually they grew too large too quickly for him to hang on, and he found himself falling into the black void that surrounded the tunnel. He couldn't help but scream as the sound of wind roaring in his ears overtook everything else. The world went dark, he couldn't hear anything, and he spun over and over himself in the featureless black abyss the tunnel had left him in when it shattered. He tried to don his flight suit, but his magic wasn't able to reach outside of his body, leaving him stuck with only his armor. He couldn't even project his magic senses or conjure lightning as he fell through this seemingly endless abyss. After about 5 minutes, Leon started to have thoughts running through his head that maybe he might die here, that he might just spin out and be lost forever in this dark place, but as soon as these thoughts passed through his head, he hit soft ground. Leon still spun ass over teakettle, all of the momentum built up during his fall coming to a rapid and painful stop as he plowed his way through, as this grass. Leon thought as he finally came to a stop. His entire body was in sharp pain, and he could barely move, but his eyes were open, and though his face was pressed against the ground, he could see a few hints of sunlight peeking through the grass that now wound through his helmet. It was warm, but temperate, about what Leon would have expected in the Bull Kingdom's central territories or in the Serpentine Isles. He could hear birds singing, insects buzzing around, and the soft roar of a distant beach. Am I back out on the island? He wondered as he tried to move his battered body. Immediately, Leon winced in pain, but as far as he was able to tell, none of his bones were broken. His right hand was still mangled and burned with pain, but the rest of him seemed reasonably intact. You seem fine, Zaffin observed. You might want to get up. Fuckstick will likely know where you are soon, and he won't wait for you to get your bearings. Leon groaned as he struggled first to a sitting position, and then to his feet, where he took stock of his surroundings. He was in a glade in the middle of a fairly thin forest, full of the same flora and fauna that Leon had grown familiar with in the Bull Kingdom, ruling out him being in the Serpentine Isles. However, the landscape itself seemed a little different from what he was used to in the Bull Kingdom, consisting of lightly forested rolling hills and, as Leon saw when he projected his magic senses, vineyards and terraced farms to his north. A couple of miles to his south was a villa with blatantly Bull Kingdom architecture, all columns, white marble, and red roof tiles. That sight alone showed him exactly where he was. Presumably, he was in Gaius' trial, or wherever the temple had whisked him away to. Leon broke out into a fast jog as he made for the villa. As he moved, he couldn't help but marvel at his surroundings. As far as he could tell, and being a man with his skill set, he could tell quite well this place was real, not some kind of illusion. The wind on his face, the insects that crawled around in the grass, and the birds in the trees, all of it contributed to the feeling that he was actually in a forest, not walking through some kind of illusory space. His magic senses spread out far in this place, and he could easily imagine that he could walk back to the Bull Kingdom's capital if he wanted to. His family's power surging through his brain helped with that impression, proving about as well as he could that his mind wasn't being influenced right now. "What is this place?" Leon asked Nestor and Zafin. "A marvel of magical engineering," Nestor whispered in awe. "Tangible, but not necessarily real," Zafin answered a little more helpfully. "If I had to guess, I'd say this is a space not dissimilar to your soul realm, some kind of small demiplane layered over your home plane using spatial magic. It's outside of the universe, and yet not easy to wrap your head around, but that's about the best way I can describe it without getting extremely technical. What I can say even easier, though, is that I cannot possibly guess as to what purpose this place serves." Jorman mentioned that the temple was designed as some kind of trial for servants of the serpent, Leon replied. As he did, he held out his and grabbed a handful of a bush, tearing it off as he ran past. He rubbed the leaves in his hands, crushing them between his fingers and snapping the twigs they were attached to. He could detect no signs that they were illusory or unreal. The exact functions are impossible to guess without seeing the underlying enchantments, Nestor breathed in excitement. However, the sheer scale of this place is incredible. Keep an eye out, young Rame, whatever being made this was easily the match for the most powerful and knowledgeable of our old clan. This is, well, I hesitate to say this given where in the universe we were, but this is magic on the scale of divinity. Perhaps some kind of leftover from the grave warden. Some remnant or echo of the primal gods that were interred here. Nestor quietly trailed off as he muttered to himself various possibilities of how this space was created. Leon tried to pay attention, but the man soon went completely silent. He didn't sound worried, but Leon had a slowly rising sense of creeping dread. Running around a forest was a far sight better in his opinion than being caught in a spatial tunnel or completely empty chamber with that colossus, but he couldn't help but remember the hint of possible divine power that he'd sensed at the ritual site on the second island. The power that had built this place was so far beyond him that he could barely even conceive of it. His most impressive feat was cobbling together a haphazard method of making himself fly. This was essentially a world unto itself. And it seemed like Jorman had at least some degree of control over it. That control clearly wasn't absolute, for Leon had been running through the forest for about 5 minutes after falling out of the spatial tunnel and the pirate hadn't seemed to have found him, but Jorman had still demonstrated that he could do things like activate the Colossus of the Serpent Man and activate the defenses of the spatial tunnel. For now, though, Leon put that out of his mind. He couldn't do anything to Jorman right now except react to whatever he did, so there wasn't much use in worrying about it. He could only prepare for the worst and deal with what was in front of him. So, Leon began to focus on the villa, the only building around for miles. The vineyards and farms hadn't even a single mud hut among them. As he approached the villa, Leon began to take in its scale. It was easily one of the largest country estates he'd seen, covering dozens of acres without even taking into account its massive and extensive gardens. However, relative to its size, Leon couldn't see that many people around. One or two here and there, but for the villa's size, Leon could easily imagine it having at least 10 times as many people just working as staff, let alone its residents. In the nearby vineyards, as well, Leon could sense an odd lack of people. Everything looked pristine and well maintained, but there just weren't nearly as many people around as he would have thought. "Are the people I can sense illusions?" Leon asked Zafin and Nestor. "I'd imagine so," Zafin replied. "If this supposed to be some kind of trial, I'd think that whoever built this place would have used darkness magic to read the mind of the person or people undergoing it, using their memories to design the world they found themselves in and to populate it with people they know. Makes it more believable to your feeble human minds." "You saying that demons aren't so susceptible?" Leon asked, a hint of challenge and defensiveness in his voice. "That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm glad you were able to pick up on my extremely subtle subtext with your feeble human mind," Zafin smugly replied, but Leon only smiled. He and Zafin had been together long enough that he could tell when the demon was being serious and when he was just being an ass for the sake of being an ass. Ignoring Zafin's subsequent remark, Leon asked, "Should I be worried that my presence will mess with the trial? Will things start appearing out of my head?" "I doubt it," Zafin said. "If I had to guess, I'd say that once this world was built and populated, then the changes that could be made to it by anyone other than the original architect, or trial taker, or however you want to call them, would be limited. So, worrying that a lightning pigeon would appear just because you showed up or this place suddenly turning into your worst nightmare isn't warranted." That being said, I wouldn't rule out the possibility that your presence might change some things. This place is using darkness magic to manipulate minds, so keep your mental defenses up and stay on your toes. Don't take anything you see or hear or feel for granted. This isn't the normal, static world you're used to, no matter how identical it may seem. Got it, Leon replied as he finally started to close in on the villa. He entertained the idea that this place was just a random villa filled with random people that were thrown in only for the trials, believability, or something like that, and had no overall significance to his goal, but he was going to check the place out first and see what he could see. He jogged fairly quickly out of the forest, and as he did so, the ring on his finger began to glow with green light as he faded from view. He wasn't sure what he was going to find, but without any subordinates that might need to follow him, Leon wasn't going to take any chances by being visible. He could stay invisible with his ring almost indefinitely, so as far as he was concerned, without the need to command, there was little need to remain visible at all. As soon as he arrived, however, it almost seemed like it wasn't even worth being so cautious. Leon paused at the northern-eastern edge of the villa complex, taking a few moments to examine in greater detail everything that he could see with his magic senses. Perhaps most notably, he couldn't see any guards anywhere in the villa aside from a handful at each entrance. It wasn't just the villa's serving staff that was anemic, the guards were, too. However, there were a few buildings that were warded against magic senses. That didn't strike Leon as particularly odd. This was a place that looked more than wealthy enough to have robust defensive enchantments, so he decided to stick to the assumption that there were plenty of guards around at all times, or at the very least, that whatever power had summoned this place into being could also summon more guards, perhaps even at a strong enough level that they could threaten him. Remaining invisible is for the best, Leon thought to himself as he crouched down and prepared to infiltrate the villa. Just before, he scanned the everything within range of his magic senses one last time in search of either Gaius or Maya. This was apparently one of their trials, and if he had to guess which one, he'd guess Gaius, but he couldn't see either one, so he kept his assumptions in check. No matter what, though, it seemed clear enough that the way forward was to be found somewhere inside this villa, so without further ado, Leon leapt up and over the villa's surprisingly unenchanted outer wall, and began his infiltration in earnest. Chapter 561, The Trials Restrictions. Leon was almost surprised when he made it over the villa's low wall. He hadn't sensed anything concerning within it, but it was still odd that a place like this villa, where its main buildings were obviously so heavily warded, would have an unenchanted outer wall, and Leon knew that it was unenchanted, for if it had even the tiniest of defensive wards, then his invisibility would have been disrupted. When he hit the ground on the other side, his feet sinking down at least an inch in the soft soil of the garden, he was still invisible. Leon counted himself lucky and moved on. Chief among his concerns was Jorman. If the pirate was able to see everything that was going on in these trials, then why hadn't he tried to screw with Leon again? Where was he and what was he doing? He'd been quite chatty in the spatial tunnel and in the chamber with the Golden Colossus, so it struck Leon as odd that he suddenly went silent. Maybe he had some kind of limitation that Leon wasn't aware of, maybe it wasn't nearly as simple as he made it out to be. Maybe Leon's invisibility worked on him as well, even with all the tools apparently at his disposal. Regardless, Leon wound his way through the strangely deserted garden paths, his eyes, ears, and magic senses all open and searching for any sign that he'd been discovered. So far, however, all of the villa's curiously light security detail remained at their posts, and Leon could detect no signs that Jorman was manipulating anything behind the scenes. It wasn't long before Leon found himself on the final approach to the villa's main building. He began to slow down, noting that each of the villa's entrances had at least one guard stationed by it. The few servants around were also mostly concentrated around here, greatly complicating Leon's intention to make his way inside the building despite his invisibility. He supposed he could just fight his way in, but Leon was loath to try. None of the guards seemed stronger than the fourth tier, but as of yet, Jorman wasn't interfering. Leon didn't want to screw with the place too much just in case the only reason Jorman was staying out of this was because he hadn't been able to find Leon. So, with fighting relegated to a distant if all else fails plan, that left more subtle means of infiltration. The villa's wards kept him from seeing inside this huge building, but he had a fairly good idea what was where just by inspecting the outside. Leon came to a halt just behind some shrubs where he hoped none of the servants might accidentally bump into him and did his Best to map out the villa complex using his magic senses once more in as excruciating detail as he could. The most obvious point of entry that he could see was a large multi-level veranda on the north side that ran nearly the entire length of the villa and also contained several outside stairs. If he could jump up there and avoid some of the guards, he could access 3 of the villa's 4 stories. However, the guard detail there was heavy, especially so given how lightly defended the rest of the villa complex seemed to be. On the eastern side, Leon didn't see many points of entry, but there was a large open exedra with a door leading inside that was guarded by only a single third-tier mage. Finally, Leon took note of a river that flowed through the villa complex. It seemed to flow directly into a pool on the villa's west side, where Leon could see it sucked down via magical whirlpool and vanished down a pipe more than large enough for Leon to fit through, and more than deep enough that his magic senses couldn't penetrate far enough to see where it went. There were large fountains and other water features around the villa's gardens, plus the water needs of the villa's inhabitants to worry about. It made sense to Leon why the villa might need a source of fresh water to alleviate dependence on water enchantments that might need constant maintenance. But he couldn't see into the reservoir all of that water flowed into, and for all he knew, that river water only led to the outside fountains. There was no guarantee that if he managed to get in, that it would lead inside, even less likely that it allowed access via any pipe or chamber big enough for him to use. These 3 locations were the only locations that Leon could see without doing something blatant and drastic like opening a window. He couldn't be sure his invisibility would hold if he interacted too heavily with the villa, so risking his infiltration by touching the windows was out of the question. Leon decided to investigate the veranda first. He swiftly snuck over, easily avoiding the inattentive gardeners and other servants moving about. The villa as a whole was largely empty and deserted, but here around the main building there were enough people that Leon had to keep on his toes and avoid making too much noise or accidentally running into people. Thankfully, his invisibility, his old hunter's instincts, and the complacent servants made this almost trivial to accomplish. Upon arriving at a good vantage point in the gardens that gave him an unobstructed view of the northern veranda, Leon's eyes confirmed what his magic senses had already noted: the veranda was heavily guarded. However, that guard detail grew increasingly sparse on each subsequent floor. Leon could easily jump up to the 3rd floor and have a much easier time moving about, but that was still a big enough risk that he hung back and didn't immediately try it. If he were unable to find a way inside from the 2nd or 3rd floor of the veranda, then he'd have to find some way to scale down the huge white marble pillars holding up each successive balcony without attracting attention. Just jumping down would fly in the face of his current desires to remain stealthy. Leon moved on. He was in a hurry, but not so much that he felt comfortable abandoning all caution. His next destination was the eastern exedra. It was a large, open-air meeting place, a raised half-circle platform next to a small road that ran along the entire perimeter of the main building. The platform was big enough to hold at least 50 people, with a generic-looking marble statue of a legion commander in the center. The exedra was ringed first with white marble benches, then by a low wall, and finally by a long blind arcade along the walls of the villa where the exedra cut into its footprint. In the back, about as close to the center of the exedra as it could be, was a small, recessed portico where a guard watched over a single-person door. Given its location and everything else that Leon could sense about this villa, he assumed this to be the servants' entrance. The exedra was likely a place where the servants would gather in their off time and leave or arrive from, as the for nearby was a small unpaved road just large enough to ride a horse along that extended all the way off the villa's estate, whereas the main paved road that led in and out through the main gates was on the south side of the villa. The recessed portico, as far as Leon could tell, would be hard to infiltrate without violence. With violence, however, it would be quite easy. The guard had little in the way or armor, a simple, if functional steel cuirass, a leather hood dyed black, and a padded tunic covering his arms and shoulders. He had no gloves, no leg protection, and was armed with nothing more than a short 5-foot-long spear. He also looked rather inattentive, leaning against the wall next to the door with his eyes closed, looking like he was barely keeping himself awake and upright, let alone keeping an eye out on the gardens just past the exedra where Leon still lurked, invisible. All it would take would be a single arrow, the guard would fall, and Leon could approach the door with significantly less anxiety than he currently had. The door, even if unenchanted, still had enough magic flowing through it from the rest of the villa's enchantments that Leon wondered if he could touch it without disturbing his invisibility. He was also unsure what he would do with the guard's body. It wasn't like the area around the exedra was heavily forested or featured convenient hiding places for bodies. There weren't many gardeners running around, but Leon didn't want to complicate this if he didn't have to, and a gardener finding a body before he found Gaius in a way out or away from wherever this was would complicate this greatly. And that was assuming the door wasn't locked beyond his ability to bypass, an assumption Leon couldn't allow himself to make. Leon slunk away from the etc. and toward the pool. At the very least, the pool seemed reasonably magic-free, and it wasn't guarded or surrounded by the villa's few workers. With how sparsely the gardens and grounds were populated, Leon soon found himself within eyesight of the pool. Unlike the etc. or veranda, the pool wasn't by the estate's gardens. Instead, the pool and the river that emptied into it were surrounded by a huge, well-manicured lawn that sparkled bright green in the sun. It was wide and open and beautiful, but Leon couldn't help but scowl, for if he decided to try infiltrating the villa here and something went wrong, causing his invisibility to fail, he'd have nowhere to hide for the 5 minutes it would take for his ring to reset and allow him to make himself invisible again. The pool itself wasn't guarded, but there was a heavily guarded entrance to the villa nearby that would be able to quickly investigate anything suspicious at the pool if he attracted their attention somehow. Leon approached the pool, but he didn't get too close, merely close enough to start to get an idea of what was below the water's surface since his magic senses couldn't penetrate beneath it. It didn't have a bottom. There was far too much river water flowing into it for the storage space to be finite, or so Leon assumed. He reminded himself that wherever or whatever this place was, it didn't necessarily follow the same rules that governed the real world. This was a place birthed from the mind of whomever was being tested by the Serpent's Temple. It could be all completely illusory, in which case the water could simply vanish from existence as soon as it flowed into this pool. However, Leon was inclined to think that this entire place was consistent enough with the way things worked in the real world that this wasn't the case. The pool had to flow around the estate and empty out somewhere, but he also had to admit that this wasn't nearly as certain as it might be anywhere else. With a sigh, Leon turned away from the pool. If this weren't some illusory trial world, he acknowledged to himself that he would have been far more tempted to take a quick dip into the pool and see where it led. Only tempted, though, and actually following the pool into whatever reservoir it had to empty into would be a much taller order. As it was, however, killing one guard and checking on the door by the eastern etc. seemed less risky to Leon, for at least that was a more certain outcome. For all he knew, if he tried swimming down to the bottom of the pool, there'd be nothing waiting for him except for a hole in the world, or maybe even something more concrete or more literally concrete, in keeping with the rest of the pool's structure. This place, Leon murmured into his mind palace, I don't know what's real and what isn't. I don't know if anything I see can be taken at face value. Instead of Zafin speaking up, as Leon was expecting, it was Nestor's voice he soon heard. You can probably take nearly everything you see here at face value, Nestor said, though there was enough uncertainty in his voice that Leon didn't immediately believe him. What makes you say that? Leon skeptically asked. This spatial pocket is far too advanced for this plane, Nestor explained. I never saw anything like it during my father's conquest, and from what I've seen of your world through your eyes, the people of this plane haven't advanced far enough into the field of spatial magic to build something even half as powerful as this, let alone have it be old enough to be abandoned ruins by the time you stumbled across it. This place shouldn't exist. We're in the divine graveyard, Zafin spoke up, his deep, crackling voice cutting Nestor off from whatever else he was going to say. Who can say what may or may not be buried here? Who can say who may or may not be buried here? Valid point, Nestor conceded. No matter this spatial pocket's origins, though, Leon, from everything I can see, this estate has been built much like a mind palace, with the mists of chaos. Darkness magic is used to read the mind of whoever is taking this trial, and then the mists are used to provoke some kind of reaction without getting an in-depth look at the underlying enchantments. I can't say exactly what reaction the enchantments are looking for, though. Leon sighed as he processed that information. I wasn't aware that the mists of chaos could leave a soul realm, though. Our ancestor has told you not to think of the soul realm as some metaphysical, unreal space, correct? A place that doesn't exist anywhere but in your mind? Nestor asked. It's as much a physical space as the outside world, just as this place is just as physical as the outside world. Don't think of the outside as real, for this place is just as tangible and real as it. You've just been thrown into a slightly tangled and distorted corner of the world, not removed from it entirely or subjected to some mind-invading illusion. Treat this place as you would the real world. Leon nodded out of habit, then quickly replied, got it. These enchantments sound rather mind-bendingly complicated, though, such things are, that they would have been difficult for me to design even during my prime, Nestor quietly admitted, though the admission had him tripping on his words a bit. I probably would have needed at least 1,000 wisps devoted to maintaining them, too. They never would have functioned properly without some kind of intelligence to guide them, even if that intelligence was simple. So you're saying that there might be something other than Jorman guiding these enchantments? Leon asked. Probably, but again, I can't say for sure. At the very least, I doubt very much that your pirate friend has the skills necessary to run enchantments this complex. With an invisible shrug, Leon whispered back, I wouldn't count him out. Me and mine have underestimated him enough already. Leon kept as much of what Nestor said in mind as he could. Despite being told that he could treat this place like it was real, Leon still didn't turn back around to indulge his temptation to take a swim into the pool and see where it might lead. Instead, he slowly made his way back to the Excedra, though he had to stop at one point when a gardener boxed him into a dead end. It would have been easy enough to escape by jumping or something like that, but Leon was concerned that it might attract undue attention. Fortunately, the gardener hadn't stayed long and Leon soon found himself right back where he was only about 15 minutes before, hiding behind the bushes staring at the guard almost hidden in the shadow of the servants' covered entrance. After verifying that there wasn't anyone else around who might notice what he was about to do, he quietly drew his bow from his soul realm along with a handful of arrows, drew one back, paused for just long enough to ask himself if this was really how he wanted to play this, and loosed. In an instant, the arrow sank into the guard's throat, spraying blood across the inside of his hood and across a little bit of the wall. The guard's eyes went wide as he fell to his knees, his mouth opening and closing several times as he tried to speak, but only succeeding in sputtering and choking on his own blood. And then, he fell, his face hitting the stone floor with a sickening crunch, his body twitching a couple more times before falling still. By that point, Leon had already sprinted over, his bow and remaining arrows disappearing back into his soul realm as he filled his arm with water mana. With a quick wave, the blood on the wall was washed off, and the man's body was pulled into his soul realm. Leon had to grit his teeth to bear that. Whether or not the man was real or some construct of this pocket world didn't matter, Leon hated the idea of pulling corpses into his soul realm. With that thought, though, it struck him as a little ironic that he had an entire mausoleum to the fallen giants in the mountains around his mind palace, but he didn't contemplate that for too long. He simply blasted the floor with a few jets of water to wash off the blood, leaving this recessed portico a little wet, but otherwise empty and clueless as to where the guard had gone. Unfortunately, Leon had to let his invisibility drop to allow him to use his magic. This left him waiting for 5 minutes that were so agonizingly long he briefly weighed the merits of putting on the dead guard's bloody clothes to try and blend in better. This didn't turn out to be necessary, which he was grateful for, and he spent much of that time studying the door. The door held no detectable wards, and when Leon took a deep breath and gripped the doorknob, it opened easily enough. He slipped inside, light bending around him as he regained the use of his ring. He found himself in a thin hallway with bare stone walls, dimly lit, and with a handful of nondescript doors leading off of it. Nothing impressive and about what he'd expect from the area of the villa where the servants might be expected to work, but as he stood just inside the doorway, letting the door close behind us quietly. As he could manage, Leon's heart sank. He'd tried to project his magic senses to get a better idea of what he might be facing inside. He was inside the wards, so it shouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, as he found out as soon as his magic senses brushed against the walls just to his right and left, the interior walls were warded against magic senses, as well, not just the outer walls. He'd have to scout the villa out without the aid of his magic senses. Worse, it meant that there was enough magic flowing through the interior walls that his ring of invisibility would likely be disrupted at every doorway. He had to find Gaius somewhere in this place, and he couldn't rely entirely on his magic senses, nor his ring of invisibility to do so. Chapter 562, The Conspicuous Lion. Leon gritted his teeth as he inched forward into the hallway. From what he could sense, his ring of invisibility was going to be greatly limited here, being disrupted every time he opened a door and leaving him unable to use it for at least 5 minutes after, and his magic senses would be even less useful with how heavily warded the building was. He could sense everything in the room he was in, but as soon as he tried to push his magic senses past the walls, they were scattered by the walls, enchantments. He'd have to rely on his more mundane powers and skills to find Gaius or whoever else might be here, but Leon could think of no one else who could be here, certainly not Maya if this was supposed to be a world constructed from someone's mind. Leon wasn't too thrilled at having his ring and magic senses severely defanged, but for the moment, he at least remained invisible. However, remaining here in the hallway would do no one any good, so he began to investigate the half-dozen doors in the hallway. He already had a strong suspicion that this was the servants' area of the villa, so he expected there to be barracks for the servants to sleep, storage rooms for food and other maintenance supplies, and probably large kitchens. Leon crept up to the first door on his left. There wasn't much indication of where he ought to be going, so he had to just choose one of the several doors in the hallway at random. As he expected, as soon as his hand brushed against the doorknob, his invisibility was broken, confirming that, while not rendered completely useless, his invisibility would be of significantly less help now than it had been. With a deep sigh, Leon knelt down before the door and pressed his head against the wood. His helmet had small enchantments to aid in his hearing, effectively cancelling out the issues he might otherwise have in relying on his hearing while wearing a helmet without ear holes. However, even with those enchantments, he couldn't hear anything on the other side of the door. He hoped that meant the room was devoid of people, but he still drew his blade from his soul realm as he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. It was with little surprise and a modicum of relief that he found nothing but a storeroom filled with sealed crates. From what he was able to tell from filling the room with his magic senses, there was nothing in those crates except building materials, tools, and what looked like spare servant uniforms. Leon quickly shut the door behind him and pulled his armor back into his soul realm. The crates weren't sealed particularly tightly, and it took only a few seconds more for Leon to open the one with the uniforms and to start rummaging around within, searching for a size that would fit him. If he couldn't be literally invisible, then he'd do his best to be figuratively so. In his experience, people who owned such large palaces as this rarely ever paid that much attention to the palace staff, though it wasn't nearly a foolproof plan. Whatever, Leon thought as he found a white shirt and pair of simple, unadorned, bog-standard brown leather pants that fit him reasonably well. It's either this or wander around in full armor. When Leon walked out of the storeroom, he looked almost indistinguishable from the servants he'd seen working outside, though remarkably more lost and less sure of himself than those who knew they were supposed to be here. Leon quickly moved on to the next rooms. The second one he investigated was another storeroom. Though this one was filled with food and had been enchanted with robust temperature controls, it was basically a walk-in freezer. The third room was a large barrack filled with enough bunk beds and small storage chests for about 100 people, all of them packed into the room like sardines with barely enough room between them to move around. Leon took some comfort in that there were enough beds that it was possible he could pass himself off as just another part of the staff, but since it seemed like the staff all at least slept in the same room, the possibility remained that he'd get called out if no one recognized him. The next two rooms were a large bathroom and what sounded like some kind of gathering room. It was clearly not deserted, as Leon found out as he pressed his ear against the door. He could hear the quiet din of conversation and the occasional loud yell or shout of victory. It sounded to him like at least a handful of people were playing a game. He wasn't looking to draw attention to himself like that, so he turned around and made for the last door. It sounded quiet within, so Leon quickly ducked inside and found himself in a large kitchen with enough space for at least 5 chefs and their teams to work at the same time. Unfortunately, the room wasn't nearly as deserted as its silence had made it seem. 3 servants dressed in slightly more ostentatious attire than Leon's stolen clothes were busy working in silence, chopping vegetables, cutting and frying meat, and baking bread. It all made for a heavenly scent, but Leon found it none too inviting. He almost froze in the doorway at the unexpected company, but he forced himself to keep walking into the kitchen with as much confidence as he could. "Keep going," he ordered himself, "look like you belong and no one will stop you." There were 2 other doors in the kitchen, and Leon picked one and started walking toward it. Both were identical, giving him nothing to go on as he tried to find his way through the kitchen as confidently as he could. Unfortunately, it seemed he picked the wrong door, for as he made his way over, one of the servants turned away from his work and sternly said, "Hey. You there." Leon paused with his hand outstretched, his fingers brushing against the doorknob. He was facing the door and not any of the 3 servants, all of whom seemed to have set their work aside and turned their attention toward him. He took advantage of that to quickly grimace before steeling himself and turning around. "What do you want?" he growled as he subtly flexed his power, letting a few hints of killing intent enter his aura as he made eye contact with the man who'd called him out. The man was fairly average-looking brown hair, brown eyes, pale skin, average height and build and possessed barely first-tier strength. Under normal circumstances, Leon would have expected even his minute flexing of power to nearly drive the man to his knees. At the very least, Leon expected him to show some kind of fear when he made eye contact, some sign that Leon's prodigious killing intent affected him at all. Instead, the servant met his gaze with a glare and barely even an acknowledgement that Leon was so much stronger than he was. "What are you doing?" the man demanded to know as he fully turned away from the counter where he'd been cutting meat, and facing Leon, his chest puffing out slightly as the man crossed his arms. His uniform had red spiral designs along the edges of his long white sleeves and along his collar, indicating to Leon that this man's rank within the villa was probably higher than whoever would have been given the uniform he'd stolen. Leon was tempted to give a hostile retort to his cook who sought to question him and, if nothing else, slow him down, but he clamped down on that temptation. This man's attitude offended Leon's pride, but that in and of itself was no reason for Leon to abandon all pretenses and start throwing around lightning bolts. Besides, Nestor had said that it would be better if he treated this world like it was real. Leon wasn't sure if that applied to just the underlying mechanics of how it had been constructed, or it included the people in the villa, but Leon decided in that moment that it did. He wouldn't just slaughter the people in this villa if he could help it. Illusions or not, no matter what they were, Leon didn't want to solve this problem with violence. He felt that doing so would only bring Jorman's attention back to him faster, and Leon wasn't too fond of the idea on its own merits, either. It would be all too easy to indulge that instinct until it became a habit, and before he knew it, he'd be killing people just for looking at him funny. So, with his heart racing in his chest as he stood there, enduring the accusing stares of the three servants, his hands subtly shaking with anxiety and misanthropy, Leon replied, "I was ordered to go to the ballroom, but I think I've gotten a bit turned around. I'm just trying to find my way around." He let his voice shake a little as he reined in his aura, playing the part of a junior servant caught by a senior doing something he shouldn't be doing. Though they possessed barely any power between them, the sheer social pressure of their judgmental gazes meant that Leon didn't have to work too hard to bring across his nervousness. "Fucking new guys," one of the other servants whispered as he turned back to the dough he was kneading, but the other two remained focused on Leon. The one who'd spoken before walked over and got himself right in Leon's face. "I haven't seen you around before, what's your name?" he demanded as the other one still paying attention began to edge toward the other door as her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Charles," Leon lied. "How long have you been here?" the servant demanded as the other one paying attention edged even closer to the door. "Just hired a few days ago, this is my first day," Leon quickly replied. "I haven't quite gotten to know this place, so I was a bit lost. I don't suppose you can point me in the right direction." Leon didn't guess he was being very convincing despite, at least in his opinion, lying quite well. He didn't hesitate or stutter, though maybe his confidence wasn't quite where it ought to have been to avoid such scrutiny. "We weren't getting any new people today," the servant stated. "Come with me, I'm taking you to see the steward. If you're not who you say you are, then you're going to be jailed." Leon frowned, but as the man turned on his heel and started walking toward the door, Leon decided to go after him. He was sorely tempted to just kill all three of these people, hide their bodies, and move on, but he was of a mind that this was still salvageable. He didn't need to resort to that level of violence just yet. The servant led him out of the other door that Leon hadn't come through, emerging out into a dining room with one wall that opened onto a fairly large and quite beautiful marble courtyard, separated only by the columns of a peristyle. The dining room had a long wooden table big enough to seat at least 30 people, and the walls were lined with bright magic lanterns, potted plants, and marble statues. The adjacent courtyard, however, was completely devoid of furniture or other decorations. It did have at least 3 other hallways leading off of it, though, including one that was notably large and ornately decorated. "So, do you know where the ballroom is?" Leon asked as the servant led him out into the courtyard and toward the opposite side, the ornate side playing into his uncertainty and hesitancy a bit to try to put the servant at ease. The servant gave him a derisive sneer and replied, "This villa doesn't have a ballroom, you brainless fool. Parties are held in this space." The servant indicated the open courtyard, and Leon smiled bitterly. "Bad guess on my part, then," he said as he took a quick look around to make sure they were alone. He could see a couple guards milling around the peristyle where they would be out of the way, but close to the action if anything happened. His magic senses couldn't get much more information than that, but Leon was at least certain that he and the servant weren't being watched. Leon decided to act before the servant tried calling the guards or doing anything else. His infiltration had gone quite poorly so far, and every moment he spent in the company of this servant was another moment everything went further up Schitt's Creek. He needed to do something right now or else he'd be giving up on this infiltration completely and have to resort to killing his way through the villa. With no warning, he lunged forward and lightly brushed his hand against the side of the servant's head, his speed as his lightning magic surged through his body allowing him to move almost instantaneously. A single tiny arc of silver-blue lightning crossed from Leon's fingers and into the servant's head. The servant immediately seized up, his eyes going wide, his body curling forward. The servant fell straight onto his face, hitting the floor of the stone courtyard nose first. He was unconscious before he hit the floor. Leon crouched down, quickly checking the man's pulse. He felt a bit weird even bothering to do so for someone that wasn't real, but given that he could sense the body of the guard he'd killed still in his soul realm, sticking around like it was a real thing, Leon didn't think he could just walk away without at least checking on the servant. He hadn't used enough power to kill anyone, just a little jolt to turn him off, so to speak. So, it was with relief that Leon found a pulse, though it was quite fast and erratic. Leon took a deep breath, then started shouting, "Help! Someone's hurt, help!" Barely even 2 seconds later, he heard the sound of the guards in the courtyard running over from behind, and he had to control his immediate instinct to turn and draw his weapon. "What happened?" one of them shouted. "He just tripped and didn't catch himself." Leon responded, his voice shaking with fear and anxiety. "He's not responding to anything, either." "Shit!" the guard cried out as he crouched down next to the servant just as Leon had a moment before, the other guard that had come running over hanging back a little bit. Leon didn't give them much time to examine the servant before making his next play. He said, "I'm going to get help," and started running for the ornate hallway. "No, wait," the other guard called out, but Leon had already taken off. There was a moment when Leon thought at least one of the guards might follow him, but it seemed that they were untrained, unworried about attack, or otherwise unsuspicious of him. Whatever the case, neither of them followed, and Leon disappeared down the ornate hallway, leaving them behind to take care of the unconscious servant. Almost immediately, Leon was confronted with a T-intersection and a door on his right and left. Given that he could hear a lot of movement coming through the door to the left, possibly spurred on by his shouting for help, he chose to go right. He quickly dashed over to the door, flung it open, and ducked inside, closing it just as the door on the opposite side crashed open and what sounded like at least a dozen people traipsed into the courtyard where they started shouting with the two guards who'd already been in the courtyard. Leon sighed, then began to move. He wanted to put as much distance between himself and the courtyard as he could. The alarm might have been raised by what he did, but he figured that this was still a better outcome than continuing to go along with the servant as he led Leon to who knew where. "Better to take control myself than to just follow him into a dungeon cell," Leon thought to himself as he darted down the hallway he found himself in. This hallway was a great deal larger than the one he'd just been in, though no less ostentatious. From what he could tell by keeping the size of the building in mind, this hall ran nearly the entire length of the building, with multiple alcoves filled with marble statues and other examples of high-end art, doors that led to who only knew where, and open doorways to no less than 3 more courtyards. However, seeing this, Leon at least had some idea of where he needed to go, now. This main complex of the villa was 4 stories tall at its highest, but not every part of the building was that tall. It stood to reason in his mind that his destination was one of the higher floors. At the very least, the guard detail that he could sense on this first floor, while more in line with what he might expect of a building this size, wasn't numerous enough anywhere to indicate where someone important might be. So, Leon began to slink off toward a nearby courtyard where he might be able to access the places where more private residences might be. As he went, he activated his ring once again, reasoning that in such a large space, there was no reason for him to be seen until he found a door he wanted to pass through. And it was a good thing he did, too, for less than a minute later, he noticed a handful of guards come barreling through the door he'd just passed through, whispering to themselves about finding that floor-licking peon that just came through here. Leon ducked into an alcove as they passed him by, but he was becoming more and more aware that his time was running short. The security had been light and lax up to this point, but if the guards were spreading the word that an unknown servant was walking around their premises, and that he may be involved in an attack on another servant, then security was likely to be stepped up. With a sigh of frustration, Leon continued to quietly slink down the hall. However, he soon paused again, for he noticed with his magic senses a pair of the guards that had just rushed past him talking to another servant in a secluded corner of the smallest courtyard not too far away. He wasn't too interested in their conversation, rather, it was the servant's attire and tool belt that interested him. The servant wore clothes that emblazoned with several purely aesthetic runes, and she carried various writing implements on her tool belt: a paintbrush, a hammer and chisel, several rolls of enchantment spell paper. This woman was obviously an enchanter, and if Leon's guess was correct, she was probably the one who maintained the enchantments of this villa. With a smile, Leon watched as the guards finished asking the female enchanter their questions and moved on, and the enchanter turned around and walked through a door that they'd been speaking just outside of. Leon only got the quickest of glimpses inside before the enchanter closed the door behind her, but Leon knew what he'd seen: the control room for the villa's defensive wards. I think this might warrant a bit of a detour, Leon thought to himself. He quickly changed course and made his way over to the door, avoiding several guards along the way as they hurried patrolled the ground floor of the building, clearly stirred up by his actions only a few minutes before. Leon entered the enchantment's control room, finding the door unlocked though still heavily enchanted. A sound like a bell chimed as he stepped in and his invisibility was disrupted, causing him to fade back into view just as the female enchanter turned around in her chair only a few steps away, with anger, frustration, and confusion all mixing on her face. Before she could say a word, Leon bolted forward and hit her with the same attack he used on the previous servant. She was a little bit stronger as a second-tier mage, but it was nothing at all to Leon to quickly give her a non-lethal jolt and knock her unconscious for the time being. Once she was down and he had the room to himself, Leon took stock of it. There was a bank of enchantment control consoles on one side of the room, and 5 pillars on the other, all made of stone and coated with smooth, clear glass, upon which dozens of enchantments had been inscribed. It was a surprisingly complex design, with the coating worked into several dozen glass rings, with latches and hinges encasing the pillars. From what Leon could tell, these rings had been so well designed that they could also be easily removed for maintenance or replacement, giving the enchantment scheme of the villa a unique modular design that he couldn't help but admire. For how well made the enchantment scheme was, it still made his job much easier. He rapidly circled the pillars, giving himself plenty of time to parse through them and for his ring to ready itself again. By the time he was about ready to make himself in chapter 563, Jorman's argument, "Ah, there you are," Jorman whispered in Leon's ear as Leon took down some of the villa's defensive wards. Leon immediately swapped out his stolen servant's attire for his armor and drew his sword. His eyes flitted from corner to corner in the small enchantment control room, but he took in nothing that he hadn't before, nothing but the enchantment control consoles, the 5 glass-covered pillars, and some spare enchantment materials in the corner, behind which Leon had stashed the corpse of the guard he'd killed to enter the villa undetected. The woman who'd been working in here before Leon had entered was also unconscious in a corner, still not yet recovered from the jolt Leon had given her to cover his entrance. Nowhere did he see Jorman, nor did he see any sign that Jorman was screwing with his head or with this trial world. "Sorry about that," Jorman continued, chatting with a tone as if he and Leon were but old friends who'd run into each other while out running mundane errands. "I don't like to keep people waiting for my company, but you were so hard to find. And these controls up here certainly don't help. Anyways, how are you doing? All right, I hope. After all, I can't win someone's allegiance from beyond the grave." Jorman's voice was buttery smooth and so tantalizing, his every syllable seemed to offer something new and wonderful, so naturally, Leon immediately raised his mental defenses and let his ancestors' lightning course through his veins. He wasn't about to leave Jorman an opening that he could magically exploit. And he did it not a moment too soon, for he felt a few tiny currents of darkness magic that had wormed its way into several parts of his body, including his ears and forearms, be immediately torn to shreds by his lightning magic. As they were, Leon found himself much less taken with Jorman's words and profoundly thankful that he'd practiced even just some basic precautions for mental attacks like these. However, he was also mildly concerned, for there had been no darkness magic touching his brain, and yet he'd still been mildly affected by Jorman's words. It was as much proof as anything could be that his mental defenses were anything but perfect, and Leon's thoughts momentarily turned back to the Thunderbird look-alike before he refocused on the situation at hand. "That's playing dirty," Leon growled, his normally smooth voice resonating within his magmic steel helmet. Dirty, Jorman crowed, obviously relishing every syllable. Just how I like it. Leon scowled and went back to work on the pillars. He wasn't sure how much control Jorman had over the trial world, so he wasn't going to just abandon all caution just because the pirate had found him. The sense that he'd need to do so soon, however, was rising within him. Jorman had already proven himself capable of manipulating at least some of the temple's enchantments, either that, or he took credit, either implicitly or directly, for several very convincing coincidences, so Leon had no doubt that things here in the trial world were about to get much more complicated. You talking just to talk? I'm not that big on conversation for the sake of itself, Leon asked as he removed another ring of glass from the pillars, and he immediately sensed the change in the way magic power flowed through the walls of the villa. He'd be able to use his ring of invisibility without reservation, now. At least, he would once the ring recovered in another minute or two, assuming Jorman didn't try to pull any shenanigans. No, I'm not talking just for the sake of talking, Jorman retorted, sounding almost insulted that Leon had even asked at all. Listen, Leon, I was serious when I suggested that we work together. You need allies, do you not? The serpent has told me so much about you and your clan that I couldn't help but sympathize with you. Fuck your sympathy, Leon muttered as he removed the third and final glass ring from the pillars, leaving nearly all of the villa's enchantment scheme completely intact, just missing its main passive defenses. Now, Leon, surely you're a bigger man than that. Can't you hear the sincerity in my voice? Jorman sounded so genuinely upset that Leon had to fight for a moment not to be taken in. He wasn't falling for that. He'd made his peace with Justin, but that was over the man's personal attacks against Leon and his family, and for the sake of Valeria, whom Leon had strong feelings for. Leon had seen with his own eyes the unconstrained destruction that Jorman wrought, how far it went beyond personal issues, and he knew how much further Jorman was going to take this. He'd make no peace with the man. You're a proven liar, and a man who has perpetuated at least one massacre on the previous island in this chain. I can make peace with just about any enemy I make, but there's a world of difference between those who personally harm me and mine, and those who bring death and destruction on a scale like you've done. So, no, I won't be wasting my time talking with you. Instead, I think I'm just going to find whatever hole you're hiding in and drag you out into the light. I mean it, Leon. Nothing good will come of our conflict, and we only stand to benefit from working together. Jorman's voice was quiet and earnest, but Leon still ignored it as he felt his invisibility ring return to normal functions. With that, Leon completely ceased participating in this conversation and made for the door, the light all around him bending and warping until Leon was rendered invisible. Oh, come now, Leon, Jorman droned on, we don't have to do this, we should be united in this. After all, we're in practically the same situation. Your family once ruled as a dominant force in this world, as did mine. Your family was unjustly overthrown, and so was mine. Jorman paused a moment for dramatic effect, and Leon didn't take the opportunity to speak up, choosing instead to test out if his strategic removal of wards from the enchantment pillars had worked by brushing his hand against the control room door's doorknob. What Jorman said next, however, brought him to at least a momentary halt. You bear the power of an inherited bloodline, and so do I. Leon stood there, in front of the door, blinking in surprise at what Jorman had just claimed. He wasn't going to take what he said at face value, but, if what Jorman was saying was true, this world is cruel to people like us, Jorman quietly stated. People will always resent those in power for having that power, and by virtue of how our kind reproduces, those without powers like ours will always heavily outnumber us. Now, we may make a few friends, we may even gain a great deal of power every now and then, and we may even keep that power for a long period of time, but the people will never accept us. They see us as less than human, when in reality, we are something more. But they will never accept that we are inherently superior. They will covet our powers, our ancestors, and our very blood. So long as we exist, all of humanity will be our enemies. The only way we can survive is if we unite. Think about it, scion of the Thunderbird. You, ruling the skies, and me, ruling the seas. With our powers combined, all that exists will be forced to bend their knees to us. We need only make a mutual alliance, and the world is ours. All of the powers and positions that have been taken from our families, we'll take back. Not even the 4 empires will be able to stop us. Leon stood before the door, his heart pounding in his chest, his hand outstretched, fingers brushing against the doorknob. He wasn't of a mind to accept Jorman's offer, but he couldn't deny the fact that he wanted more information. Nothing he says can be taken at face value, Leon thought to himself as he took a few quiet steps away from the door and, without dropping his invisibility, asked, "Are you saying that you're the descendant of some ascended beast?" As soon as he was done speaking, he moved a few steps over, not wanting Jorman to be able to figure out where he stood by the sound of his voice, just in case that was even possible with the magical way they were now speaking. "That's exactly what I'm saying, young Leon," Jorman replied, the swaggering smile he wore evident in the tone of his voice. "My family is descended from the legendary serpent of my people. We were the last of his descendants, and after the death of my father at the hands of the penitent paladin, the only remaining man who bears that legacy is me." Leon frowned, though not so much at the story told as he did at the remarkable coincidence it would take for Jorman's story to be exactly as he said. It was close enough to Leon's own story that it made it impossible for Leon to believe. He didn't voice those doubts, however, and simply let Jorman talk while he began to sidle back toward the door. He also began to, as subtly as he could, project his magic senses through the villa in an attempt to get some idea of what to do and where to go once he left this room. Now that the wards against such things had been disabled, there shouldn't be much of an issue. Almost immediately, he saw almost the entire villa in near-perfect clarity, from the small army of guards that filled the main villa's halls, many of whom were now scrambling about unlocking the large building down to every plant and blade of grass in the garden courtyards, if he cared enough to examine them. The one exception was a large section of the top floor that appeared to have its own independent ward scheme, for as his magic senses brushed against the walls of this section, they were immediately scattered. "I guess that's where I have to go," Leon thought just as Jorman began to speak again. "I know the pain and the strife that comes when those who bear powers passed down through their blood start to gain power," Jorman continued, obliging Leon's curiosity. "Those already in power don't like to see others rise out of fear that they'll try to supplant them. They also resent us for having a magical edge. This prevents us from having any true friends or allies. Trust me when I say this, Leon, you will find no one except for me who will accept you when they learn who you are and the advantages that you enjoy because of your Thunderbird. I've been all over this plane, finding those who've inherited powers from their ancestors, and their story is always the same. They, if they wish to participate in human society, must either give up their powers, or resign themselves to a life of paranoia and superstition, either their own, from others, or some combination of both. So, Leon, all I ask is that you support me in my endeavor. When I raise the serpent, a new world will be born. If you join me, you will be greatly rewarded by the serpent, and you will take your rightful place as the ruler of the skies." Leon had to hold himself back from snorting in derision. Even if he wanted to seize back all the power of the old Thunderbird clan with blood and blade, he would never do so by unleashing some terrible creature of yore that had been sealed for at least 80,000 years. He momentarily grimaced when he realized that that had been exactly what he'd done with Zaffin, but he comforted himself with the knowledge that Zaffin's power had been incredibly drained and they'd made a magical contract, plus, he hadn't even needed to sacrifice a single person to do it, let alone the thousands Jorman had sacrificed on the previous island, let alone again the number of people he'd sacrificed that Leon didn't even know about. He wasn't about to aid Jorman in releasing this serpent and watch as it destroyed this world. But that wasn't the only reason Leon found the offer so repulsive, and after several long seconds, his urge to laugh managed to break through his self-control, and he slowly began to laugh harder and harder at Jorman's offer. It started as a low chuckle before growing into full-bodied roaring guffaws as each successive laugh made it harder and harder for Leon to get control of himself. Even more intense were the emotions that were cutting through Leon's being as he thought about some dinky little water snake being so arrogant as to think that it could vassalize him. If that snake were here right now, Leon felt like he'd rip and tear into it with fang and claw, stripping its scales, rending its flesh, and finally burning it into ash. It was only the strangeness of that feeling that allowed Leon to bring himself back under control. As he took a deep breath to steady himself from more than 10 seconds of completely uncontrollable laughter, only one though ran through his head: what in the hell's is wrong with me? It wasn't the first time that he'd felt some kind of instinct compelling him to move or use body parts that he didn't have, and he had no idea where they were coming from, only that it was a recent thing. Something about these islands, maybe. He wondered, for he'd never felt such things before arriving at Craterrock. "What do you say, Leon?" Jorman asked, his voice soothing and inviting, though tinged with an undercurrent of offense from Leon's outburst. But Leon wanted nothing he had to offer. The very idea of accepting anything from Jorman had his blood boiling. But he kept his reaction as neutral as he could, and he asked, "On the last island I was on, I found what looked like a mass blood sacrifice. You're doing?" Leon already knew it was, but he wanted to know if Jorman would admit to it or lie. And it seemed that Jorman might have been thrown for a bit of loop by the question, because it took him a moment to respond. "It was," Jorman slowly admitted. "Nothing changes without sacrifice. Those people gave their lives so that my dream could live on. They went to that ritual site willingly, and offered themselves up to the serpent." Leon smiled behind his helmet, understanding that Jorman both told the truth and lied. Or, well, he supposed he couldn't know that the thousands of dead people he'd found at the ritual site had gone there willingly or not, but he doubted they did, especially not the children, but Jorman at least admitted that he did it. "It sounds like the powers that be on this plane aren't going to take kindly to you messing with their sandbox," Leon observed. "As you said, those in power don't like it when those beneath them start getting too big of their britches. Do you not worry that they'll retaliate?" "Their time to retaliate has come and gone," Jorman smugly stated. "They could have stopped me 30 years ago when I was in the southeast, raiding and pillaging the southern coast of the continent. Got my hands on quite a few nice magical toys and made a big enough name for myself that there's not a single pirate in all of Eterna that doesn't know who I am. But for all my successes, they didn't consider me worth their time. The eyes of the emperors don't turn this far north. Ever. They don't care about the troubles of people this far from their seats of power. The only things they care about beyond their own borders are Titanstone and the Sky Devils far to the southeast. By the time they realize their mistake, the serpent will already have been unleashed, and their time will have already ended. I don't fear them." Leon didn't ask any more questions, even though everything Jorman had just said brought quite a few to mind. Instead, he just pushed open the door and left the control room without a shred of hesitation. Jorman wasn't going to stop, and Leon wasn't going to join him. He'd lost his patience for the conversation, and there was no point in indulging Jorman any longer, not when he still had yet to find Gaius or Maya. "Hang on, now," Jorman called out, his voice sticking with Leon, proving that it wasn't limited to the room. "We're still talking. It's rude to just walk away like that. It's rude to murder thousands of people to satisfy your own vanity and lust for power, too," Leon retorted as he strode through the courtyard, still invisible. The guards who'd been stirred up by his incapacitation of the servant were still assembling and running around, so he still had some work to do, but now, he had unfettered use of his ring and magic senses again, so he moved with greater purpose and confidence than he had after stealing the servant's clothes. He slipped past guards and other household servants as they did their best to lock the villa down, but invisible, Leon was able to slink past them all for a short while as he crept through the villa. Eventually, he knew he'd have to kill someone or resort to violence to get past a closed and guarded door or something of that nature, but he didn't run into any immediate troubles. Although, he supposed he did have one trouble. Jorman was continuing to try and entice him to go back to the control room or any other private place where they could easily talk, and was growing increasingly frustrated that Leon wasn't doing as he wanted. Strangely, it didn't seem like anyone else could hear the man, for he wasn't being quiet, and yet no one reacted to his voice. Eventually, as Leon set his foot down upon the first step of the closest set of stairs that would lead him to the top floor, Jorman sighed dramatically and said, "I suppose there's no convincing you, then. A shame. I regretted immediately lashing out at you when you started putting holes in this place, but now, I do this with no regret. I tried to convince you, but you won't listen to reason. My regret is better spent on others." Only a moment later, a great pulse of magic power swept through the entire villa, doing largely nothing at all, but when it hit Leon, his shell of invisibility conjured by his ring was torn to shreds, revealing him there on the stairs to the guards both below and above. Guards who immediately began to shout and draw their weapons, drawing other guards with their shouts of alarm. Even as Leon was drawing his blade from his soul realm, at least a dozen other guards appeared from around corners and from within other rooms as if from nowhere, quickly surrounding Leon. None of them were above the 4th tier, but that didn't seem to matter all that much to them. None of them seemed at all intimidated by Leon's unrestrained aura and prodigious killing intent. It was with a conflicted heart that Leon began to cut them down as they charged at him. With his power and lightning magic, none of them could so much as scratch his armor, let alone do him any real harm. It was over in less than a minute. Leon hadn't even had to use any elemental attacks, he used only his blade to end the fight. He was left standing there on the stairs, surrounded by corpses and the sounds of additional guards running in his direction. He sighed and began to run up the stairs, scowling as he heard Jorman's voice again. "I'll admit, that was petty, but it seems clear enough to me that you're not going to stop. So, how about I do this?" Leon came to a swift halt as 3 more guards made their presence known at the top of the stairs leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, his sword going up in P chapter 564. Fighting a shade agony became Leon's world for just a moment as Artoria's blade cleanly sliced through the metal of his cuirass, cut through the skyflax padding beneath, slid between his ribs, and impaled one of Leon's lungs. It was such a painful and debilitating strike that Leon could do nothing more than go limp with a pathetic squeak, being held aloft only by Artoria's blade. But the pain that Leon felt was only partially physical. In fact, for all the pain that this vision of Artoria's had just inflicted upon Leon with his blade, the agony of it being Leon's father was what truly knocked Leon down. Artoria smirked at Leon and slid the blade out from Leon's chest, letting the younger man fall to his knees and wheeze for breath as air rushed through the hole the blade had made and into his chest cavity. Leon lay there, barely able to do anything more than press his hand against his chest where blood was pouring out and stare at his father looming above him, blade in hand, a twisted smile upon his face. "That," Artorias quietly said, "was for letting the man who murdered me continue breathing." His voice, strong and filled with life and filled with hate, struck such terror and sorrow within Leon that he couldn't even bring himself to struggle. It had been more than 4 years since Artorias had been murdered. More than 4 years since Leon had heard his voice with his own ears. More than 4 years since Leon had to bury him in their ruined home in the Northern Vales. More than 4 years since Leon had sworn to get vengeance. Less than 3 months since he'd gone back on that oath and spared Justin Isino's life, for the sake of Valeria. Leon couldn't move. Shame, pain, both emotional and physical, and terror immobilized him. His vision blurred as his eyes began to water in shock and sorrow. He couldn't even bring himself to close his eyes as he waited for the death blow to fall. He knew his father, it would be swift and decisive. But Artorias just stood above Leon, grinning with his blade raised in the air. The death blow didn't come, and after a few tense seconds, Artorias' arm began to lower. A few seconds later, Artorias took a couple steps back and growled, "Is this all you can muster, boy? 4 years of gaining experience in the South, and all you can manage to do is kneel there like a used whore, sputtering and wheezing, waiting to be finished off." Leon sputtered, but the pain in his chest was awful. Every breath he took was ragged and labored and getting worse with every passing second as his adrenaline stopped blocking the pain. He could barely inhale enough to take a comfortable breath, let alone verbally respond. "Well, I suppose like a used whore, you're going to have learned to live with not being finished," Artorias said with a wry, almost mad grin. "Get up, face me as the man you've become. Show me what you can do. Show me that you deserve to bear the legacy of our family. Show me that it wasn't a mistake to die for you." Artorias sat back down on his stool and stared at Leon, a manic look in his eye that finally began to cut through the layers of shock and pain that had completely overwhelmed Leon's mind. And as he regained clarity, Leon finally registered the fact that Zaffin and Nestor were screaming into his mind from his soul realm. "Get up and fight," Zaffin was roaring. "This is no time to be kneeling. Fight, or you will be killed. It's not real," Nestor was shouting, his voice far more muted than Zaffin's, though no less desperate. If Leon died, then he would soon follow as Leon's soul realm collapsed, after all. "Get up and face this phantom, Leon. It's just a construct born from your memories. Face it and defeat it. Or summon me and let me handle it." Zaffin boomed, his crackling voice sounding like a conflagration that had already consumed an ancient forest. "No," Nestor shouted back, "you must face this alone, Leon. Nothing but you and that construct. Nothing but your power against it." Leon took a deep, painful breath as he forced himself to calm down. He wasn't going to die just yet. This wasn't real. This was just some kind of an illusion. An illusion that stuck a copy of his family's blade into his chest, so not an intangible projection, but it was in some sense, fake, nonetheless. Leon began to channel his magic as his visceral fear began to slowly be replaced with a deep anger at this violation. This temple had conjured forth his father, and that was not something that Leon could abide. His heart began to race even faster than it already was as another wave of adrenaline shook him. With a grimace and a lot of ignored pain, Leon conjured a healing spell and used all the strength he could muster to press it against the bloody hole in his armor. He was vaguely aware of just how powerful that strike had to have been to penetrate his armor, so recently repaired and re-enchanted, but he felt almost nothing for the metal that he had put so much of his time into re-enchanting. All of his emotional bandwidth was being taken up by the sight of Artorias sitting on his stool, watching Leon try to heal himself with the same shit-eating grin that this damn temple had forced him to wear. The healing spell activated, and Leon felt the hole in his lung close. With another ragged breath, he forced it to inflate with air, pushing all of the air that filled his chest cavity out through his still profusely bleeding wound with a ragged hiss, and held that breath. After a few more moments, his natural healing ability and his healing spell had managed to seal up the wound, but it was only a thick scab. He'd need a few more healing spells to fix himself completely. But he hadn't the time or the patience for that. For now, he was back in fighting condition. Leon took one last full breath, enjoying as much as he could, being able to do so with comparatively little pain as what he was just suffering. This temple had managed to stun him with this move, but he wasn't going to let it have the last laugh. It hadn't finished him off when it could, and Leon would make it pay. Leon stood, his head pounding with pain and fury, his eyes locked on Artorias the entire time. And he drew his sword, the real sword, the weapon that had been passed down through the Rame family for countless generations, since long before the founding of the house. For just a moment, for the briefest of intervals of time, an almost imperceptibly small flame began to crawl and spread across the blade's edge, black in color and dreadful in power, but Leon didn't notice it. Less than a second later, a torrent of silver-blue lightning covered the blade, making the blade seem like it was made out of cascading lightning rather than adamant. Leon raised his weapon, pointing it at the image of his father, and said, "Whatever you are, whatever intelligence thought it wise to bring you into being, will regret bringing you back like this." Artoria's smile didn't budge an inch. "We'll see, little lion," he whispered, and in barely enough time for Leon to blink, he was upon the younger man, his blade already up and falling toward Leon's head in a vicious slash. With all the speed of his lightning magic, Leon was able to raise his blade in time to block, but the force behind Artoria's blow was immense, and Leon had to use both hands to hold the phantom back. Taking advantage of that opening, Artorias slammed his offhand into Leon's armor, causing the magmic steel to crumple around the impact point like thin foil. Leon was thrown back like he weighed no more than a sack of potatoes, and all air was driven from his lungs. "Not good enough," Artorias chided instead of immediately closing and taking advantage of that opening he'd made. Leon gasped for breath as he got back in the primary stance of his family's fighting style. He didn't respond to Artorias, and like he had so many times during his childhood, he charged at his father. He couldn't even begin to count the number of times a scenario like this had played out in the past. He had been around no one but his father for months at a time during the first 16 years of his life, and in that time, Artorias had never once slacked off on teaching Leon how to fight. However, since there were no other people around who could act as Leon's sparring partner, that meant that Leon and Artorias had sparred with each other 1,000 times at the very least. Leon estimated the number at much more than that, and not once had he ever won a fight against his father. Artorias had always been too fast, too strong, too experienced. Every move that Leon made he could see through. Every strike could be blocked or dodged. And Artorias always had, or at least for as long as Leon could remember, the lightning magic of the Thunderbird boosting his speed and power. For all that Artorias had taught Leon, it had never ever once been a contest between them, the gulf of ability too much for Leon to overcome with barely first-tier strength. This time would have to be different. From what Leon could feel, this projection of Artorias was on the same level as his father had been, at least from his own retrospective estimations. The projection felt like a late 7th tier. That meant the projection had much more magic to draw from, at least in theory, but on a moment-to-moment basis, their power was about equal. If Leon had any hope of living through this, he had to do something he'd never done before: defeat his father, and do so as quickly as he possibly could, before that difference in available power could be felt. When Leon lunged forward, his blade was aimed directly at Artorias' throat. This illusion of his father wasn't wearing any armor, so Leon wanted an immediate killing blow. He wasn't surprised in the least when Artorias' blade moved so quickly to deflect his thrust that it practically appeared out of thin air. Leon was thrown momentarily off balance, and Artorias followed up by lunging forward for another strike from his fist, this time aimed at Leon's helmet. But Leon knew it was coming and twisted enough for Artoria's fist to glance off his armored face. Leon then used what little momentum was transferred to him to spin around and slash at Artoria's calf. Artorias lifted his leg, letting Leon's sword, still blazing with lighting magic, to pass harmlessly beneath him. Before Artorias could follow up with a riposte, Leon took a step back to right his footing and gained some poise, while Artorias did likewise. "Now that's more like it," Artorias said, his tone appreciative but cold. "Not quite what I was hoping for, but better than what you displayed upon your arrival. Come on, little lion, show me how much you've grown." "Leon," Zaffin whispered into Leon's mind, his voice dripping with white-hot fury and a powerful need for violence. "Let me out. I will rend this thing to pieces. I will incinerate it until nothing remains. Let me out." Leon ignored the demon's request. This temple had conjured Artorias from his mind. He couldn't imagine what it might pull from Zaffin, assuming it could. Probably something like Aemon, if Leon's guess was accurate. Whatever the case, Leon didn't want help for this fight. He was irate. He wanted to sink his teeth into this heretical illusion and rip it apart for daring to wear the face of his father. He wanted to sink his claws in and tear. He wanted to savor the feeling of tendons snapping off the bone. He wanted to revel in the bloody rending of flesh. He wanted many things, but most of all, he just wanted to win. He wanted to beat this illusion. To lose against such a thing, to allow such a profane thing to exist, was beyond the pale for Leon. No one, no thing, could ever impersonate his father like this. He wouldn't allow it. Leon prepared to lunge again, but this time, he pulled his helmet back into his soul realm. Whatever else it was, this illusion still wore the face of his father, and Leon wanted to look Artorias in the eye once more, even if it was in this situation. "There you are, little lion," Artorias said as Leon revealed his face. "You're looking good, I have to say." The illusion raised his blade once more, and Leon made his move. Lightning exploded out of his legs, sending him soaring at Artorias at a speed too great for mortal eyes to perceive. An equal amount of lightning blazed in his sword, ready to explode out into whatever Leon hit with it. Artorias blocked Leon's opening strike, and a small explosion of lightning from Leon's blade sent them both flying back a few feet. Very little made it through the blade into Artorias' hands, but Leon wasn't deterred. He struck again and again, and though Artorias blocked every time, Leon had effectively seized the initiative that Artorias had abandoned. He pushed and pushed against Artorias' defenses, not letting up even for a moment, constantly on the attack, not letting the illusion make even a single move other than to defend itself. Leon fought with tremendous ferocity, the impact of every blocked strike and resulting bright flash of lightning sending a wave of rage coursing through his mind. That rage empowered every swing, and steadily, Leon forced Artorias back. Already, he'd lasted longer than he ever had in any fight he'd ever had with his father, but given how much stronger he'd become since then, that was only expected. Finally, with one deadly swing of his sword, Leon sent Artorias' fake blade flying through the air, and he gave the illusory Artorias a harsh body slam that sent him crashing to the hardwood floor. Leon then stepped in, his blade raised, his power overflowing so much that his form was practically lost in the countless arcs of lightning that passed between his body and blade. Artorias groaned in pain, and in that moment, with his blade raised, ready to fall down and cleave this illusion's head clean off, Leon hesitated. It was only for such a fleeting moment that anyone else would have missed it. If anyone else were his opponent, it wouldn't have mattered. But he was fighting Artorias, or something that had approximated his appearance. Rage only carried Leon so far, and in that moment, he couldn't end things without thought. He couldn't bring his blade down upon his own father's head, not when he'd buried Artorias personally. Not when he'd cut open his father's chest and planted a heartwood seed within his heart. Not when he'd practically betrayed Artorias' memory by making peace with Chieftain. Artorias rose with shocking speed, his blade somehow back in his hand, and he slammed the pommel into the bottom of Leon's chin with enough force to throw Leon's head back with a sickening crack. Leon remained on his feet, but only for a moment, for Artorias then followed up with another strike, a slash across Leon's chest that cut through his armor like a hot knife through warm butter. Leon fell to the ground, his cuirass landing on either side of him, now nothing more than a pair of light weights attached to his body by a few untouched leather straps. Nearly all of the silver bands within his cuirass had been sliced into pieces, breaking nearly all of his enchantments. And Artorias loomed over him once more, the cocky smile that was so unlike him back on his face. I remember teaching you to never hesitate, he said. He then ripped Leon's blade from his hands and flicked it across the floor with the end of his own. You did, Leon replied as he raised his right arm. Artorias smiled and raised his sword once more, clearly not intending to let Leon fire another blast of lightning at him. But he was too slow. Leon didn't use lightning, he used one of his trick weapons, a silver band that he'd inscribed with an enchantment to form a sharp, hellishly thin blade of condensed air, and, with little more than a thought, fired it at Artorias. He didn't need to conjure lightning mana to do this, he didn't need to condense or channel any fancy magic, and as a result, even by the standards of his lightning magic, the wind blade was launched with extreme swiftness. Artorias blocked it, but he was thrown back a few feet, giving Leon enough room to pull his cuirass back into his soul realm and stand. He ignored the pain in his chest from the thin cut that Artorias had left. The illusion's blade had broken Leon's skin in that last attack, leading to a little bit of pain and bleeding, but it was a minor injury at best. Leon was far more wounded by his own self-recriminations from hesitating at the last moment, right when he'd won. The illusion was right, Artorias had taught him many times to never hesitate, for victory, even when in the palm of his hand, would never truly be his until it had been achieved. Leon was reminded of Artorias' favorite story, that of a legendary hero who sought immortality. The hero, after many trials and tribulations, eventually found a flower that would grant eternal life to whomever ate it, but the hero doubted what he'd heard and hesitated, and to punish that hesitation, a snake snatched the flower from his hand and ate it in front of him, leaving the hero with nothing to show for his efforts. Even in his mindless rage, Leon had been unable to kill this illusion because it wore the face of his father. But now, he'd thought about it, and his heart had been steeled. Leon conjured a lightning bolt that glowed silver blue with such intensity that it completely drowned out the two lights that had sprung into existence when this massive fighting space first formed. At the same time, Artorias had recovered and lunged forward, this time clearly aiming for Leon's heart. The illusion seemed to be done toying with Leon, and was now moving for a killing blow. A killing blow which never came. With an emotional roar, filled with fury, frustration, and resignation, Leon's lightning bolt left his hand with no time to spare, exploding across Artorias' face with all the force that Leon's considerable rage and humiliation had packed it with. The tip of Artorias' blade mere inches away from Leon's chest, now only covered with the skyflax cloth gambeson he wore beneath his magmic steel armor. Sparks and arcs of lightning filled the room, and Artorias' figure was completely lost in the bright explosion. Thunder nearly deafened Leon, and the brightness of the lightning blinded him to the point that he had to shut his eyes tight. Either he'd thrown far more lightning than he'd intended, or Artorias' body had exploded into more of the stuff. Leon honestly couldn't tell. But it couldn't last forever, and after a few intense seconds, the lightning died down, leaving nothing behind. Not a corpse, not a singed piece of cloth, not even a scorch mark on the ground. Once the last spark faded into the wind, it was as if Artorias had never been there at all. Leon breathed deeply, the shock of everything that had just happened in the past couple of minutes crashing down upon him all at once. He forced himself to remain standing just long enough to scan his surroundings, to note that the room was rapidly returning to normal as the ceiling descended and the walls closed in, but once it became clear it was just returning to normal and wasn't going to box him in, Leon fell to his knees, his eyes shining with unshed tears, his breathing hard and rapid, his limbs still shaking with anger and adrenaline, utterly exhausted, both emotionally and physically. Chapter 565, Gaius' Nightmare. The room that Leon fought the shade of Artorias in swiftly reformed around him. In only a matter of seconds, all of the furniture had returned, the carpets had sprung back into being, and the room's proportions had fixed themselves. There wasn't so much as a single scorch mark on the floor to act as proof of the fight that had just taken place. The lights, however, did not turn back on, neither did the sun begin to shine again, nor the villa become populated with people. Leon barely noticed any of this. He knelt on the ground, his eyes unfocused, his body and mind fatigued, his brain locked up as he tried to comprehend everything that had just happened. An illusion of his father, and one that had quite gravely injured him. One that he'd had to kill. One that had almost killed him after he'd hesitated to strike the killing blow. There was no strength in Leon's body. He felt about as weak as he did when he'd first seen Artorias and been stricken with terror. He had no idea how long he knelt there, but he was slowly pulled out of his fugue state by Nestor and Zaffin. "Leon," Zaffin shouted, "you need to get up and finish this. The longer you stay there, the more time you're giving that human asslicker to fix his shit and start fucking with us again. By the gods, demon, you're dumb, Nestor softly said in response, his tone almost soothing despite the words he was speaking. Have you not been paying any attention at all? The pirate's name is Jorman, and look around at this place, whatever that idiot controlling this place did, it clearly broke much of this pocket space. It'll take hours if not longer for it to recover. Leon has plenty of time to get his mind back in order. Who are you and what did you do with the dead man? Zafin sarcastically demanded before turning his attention back to Leon. Leon, there'll be time to think later. Right now, you need to move. Leon rapidly blinked. His vision had blurred again with unshed tears, this whole incident ripping open the wound that was his father's death. But as his brain started to get whirring again, he realized just how much of a mess he was. He wasn't wearing his cuirass or his helmet, but his armor was still covering his legs, left arm, and most of his right arm. His torso was covered in blood from the wounds the shade inflicted upon him, the latter of which was still bleeding a bit, though Leon's natural healing abilities had largely stopped it. Still, Leon was in a significant amount of physical pain, and that wasn't even touching on the still lingering wounds his right hand had taken when they'd been caught up in the formation of the spatial tunnel that had brought Leon here. But all of that was nothing compared to how awful Leon felt about what had just happened. Sure, he hadn't just actually killed his father, that much his rational mind could understand, but he'd still caused a great deal of damage to his father's image, and he was having a bit of trouble reconciling that with his emotions. It wasn't real, Leon thought to himself repeatedly. It wasn't real, it wasn't real. After a number of repetitions, he finally said it out loud. It wasn't real, it wasn't much, and he still felt terrible, but it was enough for him to start moving again. He summoned all the grit he could and pushed himself to his feet, while summoning another healing spell in the same breath. He pressed that spell to his chest, using it to quickly close his wounds that were still bleeding. He then stripped himself down to his skivvies and blasted himself with water to wash himself clean of blood, before drying himself with fire and then summoning fresh clothes from his soul realm. In all, it only took about 30 seconds, but he felt immeasurably better once it was done. He wasn't back to normal, but he was at least ready to get his head back in the game. Leon, you good? Zafin asked. Well enough, Leon replied. What in the hells was that? Was it darkness magic? My lightning didn't have the effect I would have thought it would. Our family's power isn't a hard counter to darkness magic, Nestor said in a tone that was both didactic and exasperated. As I'm sure you've been taught, and if you haven't, then your teachers have treated you with criminal neglect. No element of magic has a perfect counter, not even light and dark or fire and water. What our powers do is prevent foreign magic from interfering with our minds. And in that respect, your power was completely successful. Your mental defenses were breached, allowing this temple to summon that shade, your father, I presume. Regardless, once you saturated your brain with your power, the influence was eliminated. Your power after that wouldn't have any extra effect on the shade once it was summoned, though. Leon took a deep, steadying breath. I suppose that makes sense. It wasn't really my father, though. Whatever that thing was didn't even use any magic. Of course it wouldn't, Nestor said chidingly. As powerful as the forces that power this temple's magics may be, the lightning of our family is unique and can't be reproduced so easily. That shade could never have displayed our power. Leon nodded and closed his eyes. I suppose that makes sense, he whispered, though it didn't quite explain why the shade hadn't used normal lightning magic. When he opened his eyes, he was ready to face the world again. He'd be thinking about what happened here for a long time, but for now, he had to focus on finding Gaius and Maya. To that end, he took quick stock of his surroundings. The villa was still devoid of magical power, save for the section not too far ahead that still scattered his magic senses. The room he'd just defeated Artorias in had returned to normal, but Leon didn't take that for granted, and kept his eyes open for any signs of change. For the most part, however, the villa was still dark and deserted. What happened to this place? Leon wondered to his soul realm passengers. I think that Jorman broke this place, Nestor explained. To create a pocket space such as this and fill it with all that it has is no small feat, as I believe I've said before. Without the direct influence of powerful beings, a pocket realm would have to rely solely upon enchantments and wisps to run them. Right, I remember you saying something to that effect earlier, yes. Well, that enchantment scheme would have to be mind-bendingly complex, too much for any one person to really comprehend and control all at once. If Jorman is screwing with the settings to mess with you, it's likely that he's disrupting the enchantment scheme to the point of breakage. At the very least, it seems like whatever trial this temple was having its subject undergo has, at least partially, been unraveled. But anything might happen. Jorman could send in a massive dragon or something, couldn't he? I doubt it, Nestor said dismissively. I think he's already done as much as he's capable of. If I had to guess, I'd say that there's not much else he can do until you go to a new pocket space. This one looks so mangled that it can't be manipulated in any coherent way from the outside anymore. The only thing you can do is to find the exit and leave as fast as you can. And there is an exit? I should think so. This is supposed to be a trial, not a prison. I'm guessing that whoever is the subject of the trial has to do something that fulfills the trial's conditions, and then you and they will be transported out. Right. Leon was still a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do right now except move forward. Unless, I don't suppose there's any way I might be able to break out of here if I had to. He asked Nestor. Nestor replied, that's always a possibility, but save that as a backup plan. Trying to break through a world, even one this small, isn't as easy a thing as breaking through a spatial tunnel. Zaffin snorted and added, you're still in this world, too. Unless there are conditions like what you faced in the spatial tunnel, you shouldn't even contemplate that option unless you want to risk being so twisted by spatial forces that all of your organs are ripped out through your asshole. Leon smiled as he turned his attention back toward the only door out of this room that he hadn't taken to enter. As always, Demon, your powers of rhetoric allow you to make the most compelling arguments. Damn right, Zaffin sounded quite proud, either not picking up on Leon's light sarcasm or just ignoring it. Leon strode over to the door and walked right through without hesitation. There was another long hallway on the other side with more than a dozen doors leading off of it. Leon ignored nearly all of them, though, for he already knew where he needed to go. He didn't need to waste his time exploring dark, empty rooms, not when the black hole in his perception began at the opposite end of the hallway. As he walked, he felt his heart rate start to slow down. He was about to walk into the unknown, into quite possibly some other kind of terror that this place could have drawn from his mind. Anything and everything could be beyond that door. But compared to facing down his own father, Leon couldn't imagine anything more making his heart flutter even a little. After what had just happened, he felt numb and resigned. His walking pace was steady, his heart rate quickly slowing, and his hands no longer shook. He wouldn't exactly say that he was ready for anything, but at the very least, he was about as ready as his mental state would allow. Leon didn't pay any more attention to the door between him and the warded part of this floor than he needed to see if it was in any way trapped. Thankfully, it wasn't, or at least, not in any way that he could detect, so he pushed the door open and stepped into the room beyond. The other side of the door was like a whole other world compared to where Leon just was. In the rest of the trial world, everything was dark and devoid of life. Whatever Jorman had done to screw with Leon had caused the world to nearly break down completely. No sun, no magic lanterns, no people. Just a dark and cold world. When he entered the next room, it was like all the light in the world turned back on. The sun shone through the windows, there was a large fire pit in the center of the surprisingly small room, and there were magic lanterns glowing in the ceiling casting soft, white light onto the walls. The room was much smaller than it had appeared outside, where it had seemed to be at least 5 or 6 similarly sized rooms, making Leon's head swim a little bit as he was forced to adjust his spatial awareness, but his disorientation lasted only a few seconds. Oh yeah, he heard Nestor mutter from his soul realm, I would wipe out this entire plane just to pick the brain of whoever or whatever built this place. Leon ignored the dead man. He couldn't spare Nestor too much attention, for the room wasn't unoccupied, and his sudden entrance drew the gazes of everyone else there. Ah, I was told that we had an uninvited guest, said an almost obscenely rotund man sitting on the other side of the room, across from the fire pit. It took Leon a moment, but after a second or two, he realized that he knew who this profoundly fat man was, Prince Octavius. Leon rapidly blinked, wondering if he was mistaken, but the more he looked, the more he realized that it was the prince, or some twisted image of him. Like with Artorias, there wasn't much doubt in Leon's mind that this form was just an illusion conjured by darkness magic or something of that nature, but it was still a shock. Even more of a shock was seeing the other handful of people in the room. He saw sitting on Octavius' left, the Sapphire Paladin, while on his right, the Earthshaker Paladin. A brief spike of anger flashing through Leon's mind as he laid eyes on Trajan's murderer, quelled only by the memory of skewering the paladin upon his blade and turning him to ash with a copious application of lightning. Both paladins were smiling obsequiously and hanging off the prince's arm like well-paid escorts, and barely spared Leon more than a glance. Each one had skin as smooth as glass of the highest quality, their features seeming just a little more symmetrical than they were, their beauty exaggerated by the trial world beyond reality. Still, their auras were 7th tier, so if things went south, Leon knew that he'd be in a bit of a pickle. However, all thoughts about the paladins were immediately snuffed out when his gaze landed upon the woman behind Octavius, quietly rubbing the folds of his thick, soft neck with a contented smile on her face, her pale skin practically glowing in the sunlight that streamed through the windows, her hair appearing like glimmering silver as it cascaded down her back, her sapphire eyes narrow with how widely she was smiling. Valeria. And she looked like she was gladly serving Octavius, her hands practically disappearing into the rolls of fat behind his neck like she was kneading the softest of dough. She didn't spare Leon so much as a single glance. Leon had thought that, after Artorias, this trial world had nothing left to throw at him that could truly infuriate him. And now, he kicked himself for his lack of imagination. To see someone here whom he loved, their form twisted and perverted, had his heart rate climbing right back up. Leon took a menacing step forward before he caught himself. His anger at seeing her here nearly drove his anger at seeing Earthshaker out of his mind. 2 7th-tier mages, he thought to himself. Calm yourself, idiot, she's not real. Keep a cool head, keep cool. Keep cool, the last thing you need is to make a fatal mistake at this stage. Leon did his best not to immediately fly off the handle, but that was easier said than done. He began to walk forward again, his body filling with magic power almost uncontrollably as he prepared for what seemed like inevitable violence. Who are you, and why are you here? The fat Octavius blubbered, his voice almost comically distorted by his immense girth, the huge pouch of fat below his chin quivering with every syllable. How did you get through my guards? Leon ignored the questions. His eyes were mostly focused on Valeria, still rubbing Octavius' neck with a look of utter bliss on her face. Are you ignoring me, peasant? Leon slowly walked around the fire pit, his mantra of keeping himself cool, already not working all that well, now starting to fail completely. He was only a hair's breadth away from drawing his blade and attacking, and it seemed that the paladins sensed this, for they stood up and drew their own weapons, their auras rising to match his in intensity and degree of killing intent. But Leon didn't charge. As he got a closer look at the group, he realized something. He'd missed someone in his initial scan of the area. A man, golden-haired, handsome, but much thinner and weaker than he remembered. He was on his hands and feet, his head bowed low. Octavius was sitting on him like a stool. Leon paused a moment as he took in this strange sight. Gaius' aura was weak and his body was nearly devoid of all muscle, but Leon had a strange feeling that he was real, unlike everyone else in the room, who were practically gross caricatures of their real-life counterparts. Gaius? Leon asked aloud. Gaius didn't respond. All he did was whimper and bow his head lower. Octavius, on the other hand, looked incensed, and he shouted, "You would address this slave before your king. I would have your head." The fat prince began to struggle and shake in a clear attempt to rise to his feet, but he was unable to do so, even his 5th-tier powers proving unable to support all of this extra weight. The same wasn't true of the paladins. In unison, they began to circle around to Leon's sides, trapping him between them and the fire pit. Leon wasn't too interested in them, only giving them enough attention to be sure they weren't attacking just yet. Gaius, Leon loudly stated, "Can you hear me? Kill this peasant." Octavius shouted irately, his arm jiggling with fat as he waved his hand at Leon. "I want his head. Kill him now." Leon sighed, then turned his attention fully to the paladins. With his armor wrecked again, he was sorely tempted to finally take Zaffin up on his offer to come out of his soul realm and crack a few skulls, but he didn't indulge that temptation just yet. He was starting to get an idea of what exactly was going on here, and he didn't think that violence was going to be the best way to solve this problem. Earthshaker and Sapphire began to wordlessly approach Leon, identical sadistic smiles plastered on their inhumanely perfect faces, but before they could take more than a couple of steps, the ring on Leon's finger flashed with light, and his form began to fade from view as light was bent around him. "Gaius!" Leon shouted as he moved, not wanting either Sapphire or Earthshaker to start hurling magic at him and get in a lucky hit that might disrupt his invisibility. "Get a hold of yourself. We have to go." Leon wasn't quite sure what he could say. From his own experience dealing with the Shade of Artorias, he could take a guess as to what was going on here. The trial world was striking Gaius where it hurt. Leon had to get Gaius to start fighting back, but he couldn't be sure what kind of state Gaius was in, or far Leon could push him without breaking his mind. The nobleman already didn't even acknowledge anyone around him, merely meekly keeping his eyes on the floor directly below him as he struggled to support the obese prince using him as a stool, tears occasionally slipping from his eyes and sliding down his nose. At the very least, Leon had a bad feeling that Gaius needed to rise up and do most of this work himself if either of them had any hope to escape. "You're better than this," Leon shouted, hoping his voice was reaching the broken, quietly sobbing man. He kept shouting, and he kept moving, not stopping for even a moment even as the two paladins did their best to hunt him down. He hoped Gaius would do something soon, because he didn't know how long he had left until those two started to throw magic around. When they did, he'd likely be revealed, and at that point, he'd have little choice but to fight. Gaius was worthless. He knew that in his heart of hearts. There was no confirmation needed, the proof was in how long and how willing he was to go along with Octavius. Sure, he had his moments of rebellion during his squireship, but in the end, he did little to stop Octavius' mad grab for power even though he'd had the power to stop it, and thousands died because of it. He was worthless. When Gaius walked through the doors of the temple and appeared in front of Octavius, he did his best to make up for that. He knew that something was wrong, that this was some kind of illusionary world, but the punishment doled out by the paladins felt every bit as painful as he'd imagined. All the fight he had in him vanished as soon as Valeria appeared. The things she'd said to him were nothing that he hadn't said to himself in the past, but to hear those words in her voice, telling H. Chapter 566, entering the next trial, Leon stood there in the black void, staring at Gaius with a complex look on his face, and even more complex emotions running through his mind. The shock of the trial world conjuring the images of both Artorias and Valeria still hadn't quite worn off, and it made him dread venturing into Maya's trial world. He felt a great deal of anger, too, and for more than just encountering Artorias and Valeria within that world. That anger was simpler, so he started with that, first. "It's about damn time you got your shit together," Leon said with a deep sigh, his eyes narrowing as he coolly regarded Gaius. "I've been trying to get you to move your ass for more than an hour. An hour. Of watching you act as that fat fuck's ass rest. Of watching Valeria putting her hands on him in profanely intimate ways. Of dodging those jackass paladins as they tried to chase me down. I'm sorry for all of that," Gaius said without hesitation even though it didn't seem like Leon was quite done complaining. It halted the growing momentum of Leon's tirade in its tracks, and after a moment of reflection after feeling some reactionary annoyance, Leon was glad that Gaius cut him off before he went too far. But there were some things that he needed answers to, though. Why was Valeria there? Leon asked through gritted teeth, unable to stop his primitive instincts from seeing this as Gaius encroaching on where he wasn't wanted. "I believe you told me that you didn't love her anymore. That place drew her from your mind, conjuring her image because it knew you still have feelings for her. I recall telling you that I'd given up on ever having a relationship with her," Gaius countered. "That doesn't mean my feelings vanish overnight. I still care about her deeply, even if I know that there can never be anything between us." He sighed in exasperation and exhaustion. "Look, Leon, she didn't choose me. I'm an arrogant ass, but I can't blame her for that decision, and it's more than enough for me to drop it." Leon clenched his jaw so hard that he almost started to fear that he was about to crack a tooth, but he didn't say anything more. He was angry, and he was emotionally raw. He was reluctant to do so, but he couldn't stop himself from admitting that continuing down this line of vitriolic questioning wasn't productive or helpful in any way. He sighed once more as he forced himself to calm down. "All right," he whispered more to himself than to Gaius. "All right, I suppose it's none of my damn business, anyway. That's between you and Valeria. I'm sorry for all of that. How are you doing now that we're out of there?" Gaius gave Leon a brief look of confusion before he replied, "I'm doing about as well as I can be expected to, I think. I might need some time alone once we get out of here to really process everything we saw, but I think that for the time being, I'm good to go. Having something else to focus on right now sounds like the best damn thing ever." "I can agree with that sentiment," Leon replied, though he silently wondered just how far they'd be able to get from everything that just happened. "Probably not that far until we get the hells out of here," he cynically thought to himself as he checked to make sure his mental defenses were back in place. The trial world had smashed right through his protective shell of magic, but the shell had at least slowed it down enough for him to realize that he'd been under a mental attack by darkness magic, thus allowing him to use his silver blue lightning to fight it off. But that only made him feel marginally better. He needed to practice his mental defenses quite a bit more. He hadn't encountered that many darkness mages so far, lowering mental defenses on his list of priorities, but it was relevant now, and he was finding that his skills were deficient. He briefly wondered if there were any enchantments he and Nestor could devise to help him in this regard. There probably were, but that line of thought was for another time, and he focused back on his and Gaius' surroundings. Everything around them was completely dark, like they were standing in a completely black featureless void. What made this even stranger, though, was the fact that both he and Gaius were perfectly lit, as if there were soft, unintrusive lights shining on them from every angle. It made for quite the unsettling effect, though Leon still thought it better than having to contend with a conjured shade of his father. "Where are we?" Gaius asked aloud. "I'm not sure," Leon replied. It wasn't exactly like the spatial tunnels he'd been in before, but this dark void did bear some stark similarities that led Leon to make a guess. "I think it's some kind of transitory space, like a spatial tunnel. Something that would link the trial world with the temple." Leon trailed off as he remembered what exactly awaited them inside the temple, the gigantic golden colossus of the Serpent Man. "Just for your information," Leon suddenly said as panic began to fill his body once again. He quickly informed Gaius of what might await them if whatever this place was wound up depositing them back in that colossus chamber. When Leon was done with his explanation, Gaius' face had gone a bit pale. I don't suppose you have a spare weapon I might borrow?" he asked as he patted himself down, though the nervous expression he wore indicated that he wasn't actually thinking he'd find anything that he might be able to use. "I don't have much," Leon admitted, "but I have a couple blades you can choose from." He quickly conjured a small collection of arming swords he had in his soul realm. Since he already had an adamant blade that was more powerful than anything he could possibly enchant and would likely remain so for a very long time, Leon didn't make a habit of carrying around many swords. However, he still had a few relatively cheap blades, just in case. While Gaius made his choice, Leon addressed Nestor and asked, "What am I looking at? What is this place?" Nestor, proving that he'd been watching for a while, immediately explained, "The purpose of that world was fulfilled, whatever that purpose may have been. To keep it active is to waste a tremendous amount of power. Just the couple of hours you and the other one spent in there probably burned enough Atoi to propel a mid-sized arc from here all the way to the Nexus." Leon frowned as his eyes went wide. He didn't know that much about arcs, only that they were magical vehicles that could traverse the vast expanses of the void between planes. Teleportation between planes wasn't a thing done easily or lightly, and as a result was usually reserved only for the most important of people, something which Leon took special note of when he was told by Nestor weeks ago, as he remembered that his father told him that his mother had been whisked away by some kind of teleportation sphere. But most people, even those who'd achieved apotheosis, traveled the void in great arcs, not through magical teleportation. The distances were just too vast to make spatial tunnels economical to use for anyone but the most powerful of people. Most of that hardly mattered right now, but it at least served to give Leon at least some kind of frame of reference for this. He could have gotten into an arc and flown to the Nexus for the kind of power the temple used to run that trial world. And there was at least one more that it was running, Maya's. As he thought about his river nymph lover, Leon felt his heart rate accelerate. He didn't know what was going on with her, and it was causing him no small amount of anxiety. "How do I get out of this place?" Leon asked, his nervousness creeping into his voice. "Naiad is still somewhere in here, and I need to find her." "That's going to be rather difficult," Nestor said. "The internal layout of these kinds of spatial passages aren't exactly analogous to space in the outside world. To be honest, it might be best to just wait a little while for an exit to appear, take your chances with that colossus, and then try again, repeat what you did to enter this trial world. Shouldn't be too difficult, maybe only a few seconds once you return to that chamber." "You're not exactly giving me much comfort here, Nestor," Leon growled. "I'm not here to provide comfort, I'm here to provide information," Nestor sniped back. "If you want comfort, seek it elsewhere. I apologize if I sound callous, though, I'm just trying to remain objective, and I have a tendency to think out loud. Too much time alone, I suppose. I don't mind the thinking out loud, I'd just prefer if you were thinking about how to get out of this place." Wait 5 minutes, young Rame. If an exit hasn't appeared by the before Nestor could even finish his response, a bright white light suddenly began to shine in the great black void, appearing like an actual light at the end of a tunnel. Never mind, that looks like what you were waiting for, Nestor dryly stated. If you need me again, just let me know. Keep paying attention, Leon ordered. I'd rather not have to explain what's going on if I need help again, as that. Gaius hesitantly asked as he pointed at the light. Come on, Leon said as he led the way toward the light, adjusting the tattered remains of his armor as he went. When he walked into the light, he did so weapon first and with silver blue lightning surging through his body. Barely even a few seconds later, Leon and Gaius found themselves emerging back in the Colossus chamber, but despite this, it initially seemed like Leon's cautious advance wasn't justified. The Serpent Man Colossus had returned to its position in the center of the domed chamber and assumed its previous pose with one hand on the ceiling as if the Colossus were holding it up. Rather unsettling, however, was the fact that small rivers of gold were leaking out of all of its joints like blood. Some quirk of the light in the chamber gave the liquid gold a reddish tint, adding to the bloody illusion. Once it reached the floor, however, that gold twisted into long, sinuous shapes, and began to slither back up the Colossus' legs. The Colossus was slowly being covered again by golden serpents writhing and slithering over each other in an attempt to race each other to the ceiling. Most of these golden serpents didn't get too far before they froze in place, but it still made for an eerie and unsettling sight. Leon didn't spend too much time taking this in. He made sure the Colossus wasn't moving, and then he surveyed the rest of the massive chamber. Nothing else seemed out of place or moved since he'd been here last, so he immediately turned around and watched the spatial tunnel wink out of existence behind Gaius. Wow, Gaius said in wonder and a hint of fear as he took in the sight of the Colossus in the chamber. I'm glad that thing's not attacking us, as am I, Leon said as he examined the wall. The hole he'd punched remained, so if what Nestor said was true, he'd just have to stick his hand in and reactivate the same enchantment. However, before he could take even one step toward it, Jorman's voice rang out through the chamber. That can easily be changed, you know. Leon instantly assumed an aggressive stance as his eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of the pirate. However, this was in vain. The pirate hadn't shown himself so far, and this time wasn't any different. Still hiding somewhere in this temple, Leon shouted back, "Why don't you come here and we can settle this properly?" "I already tried to settle this properly," Jorman protested in a low and slow cadence. "You turned me down. You didn't want to settle this peacefully, so we'll have to settle this with violence. But that's something that can wait. I'd rather congratulate the two of you on your successful triumph over the temple's trial. I remember when I went through the very same thing, what was it, 40 years ago? By the serpent, time does fly, doesn't it?" As Jorman spoke, Gaius began to relax, and he glanced at Leon with a look of such utter confusion and bafflement on his face that Leon almost burst out laughing. "This is Jorman?" he quietly asked. Leon nodded and he turned back toward the wall so that he could begin the process for entering Maya's trial world. Nestor had told him that it ought to be identical to how he entered Gaia's trial world, but when Leon started to poke around behind the wall, he found that it wasn't quite so simple. The glyph that he'd activated was now gone, meaning he'd have to find an active spatial glyph that could take him to Maya. "Trying to leave already, Leon?" Jorman asked, sounding quite hurt. "Trying to make your way to that river nymph? How about this? I'll open up a portal to where she's undergoing her trial, and once you get her out, we can talk more. Deal? Maybe then we can give this whole settling things peacefully another shot." "No," Leon bluntly replied. He wanted to settle things properly, not peacefully. Jorman sighed heavily, a thick tone of frustration audible even in this simple utterance. "You frustrate me, Leon," Jorman said, making his feelings clear. "I'll say this, I can't imagine what the serpent sees in you." "Fine, then, be stubborn, be inflexible, it'll only get you killed." Jorman paused for a moment as Leon continued his search, flooding the hole in the wall with his magic senses. There were many spatial glyphs nearby, but parsing out which ones he may or may not need wasn't easy. Fortunately, Nestor was giving him some advice. Leon was a little concerned about what Jorman was going to do, though, so he wasn't nearly as unresponsive as he was making it seem. His magic senses were flooding the room as well, and he paid extra attention to anything that might be move or had the potential to threaten him or Gaius. However, it seemed that Jorman was simply in a talkative mood, rather than a violent one, for after a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke again, but this time, his words were directed toward Gaius. You, the other one, your name is Gaius, correct? Jorman's tone was different from how he spoke with Leon. Instead of a friendlier, cajoling tone, Jorman assumed something a little more commanding and imperious. His question was rather innocuous, but his tone impressed upon Gaius the fact that Jorman wasn't going to take silence as an answer. Gaius looked terrified, but he quickly composed himself, and with as much noble dignity as he could muster, replied, "Yes, that's my name. I am Gaius Caecilius Tullius, the brother of Gratian, the current Duke of Lentia." "An auspicious name," Jorman said. "You must have questions, Gaius. Give voice to them, and if I can, I'll answer them. Leon over there isn't willing to indulge my desire for speech, but I'm hoping you'll be a little more accommodating." Gaius scowled. "Why should I be? Because we're now enemies, even though we didn't have to be," Jorman bitterly replied. Leon loudly snorted and gave an exaggerated laugh in response. "Ha, your offers of peace were horseshit, and you know it. I always negotiate in good faith," Jorman shot back. "Allow me to prove it. Ask me anything, anything at all. My motives, my goals, my forces, whatever it is you ask of me, I'll answer to the best of my ability. Of that, you have my word. How much is your word worth, though?" Gaius muttered. "You'd be surprised, I think," Jorman replied. "I am a pirate, and not just any pirate, but one that has contended with the 4 empires and the Sky Devils in the southeast. A man like me doesn't get to where I am now without honoring some kind of code. I have a reputation to maintain. I have given you my word, Gaius, and I will answer honestly. Now, what questions do you have?" Leon felt Gaius give him an odd look, almost as if he were asking himself if this was really all right, but Leon didn't turn around. His main priority was finding Maya, not staying here in this chamber indulging a mad pirate. Finally, Gaius seemed to settle on his question. "What was the point of all that we just went through? I don't really feel any different, just, well, humiliated." Jorman asked as Gaius trailed off. "Emasculated, made to feel as if you're worthless, or instilled with some other kind of negative complex about yourself?" Gaius lightly scowled, but he didn't immediately respond. "That's all right," Jorman continued, "you don't need to say anything, I understand completely. As I said before, I've been through this temple's trials, as well. Now, I can't tell you what the purpose of this place was supposed to be, I can only give you my guesses, and based on the experience I've had in my life, I'd say that I have a pretty accurate idea of what was going on here back in the day. They were trying to break you down. You see, there are a few temples scattered all over these islands, and it's my personal theory that they used to function as some kind of pilgrimage, of sorts. The pilgrim would start on the first island, and make some grand display of their piety to the great horned serpent. The temple on the second island would introduce that pilgrim to the serpent's power, awing them with its might and majesty. This place, this temple, was designed to attack you in your weakest places, to tear down your sense of self-worth and leave you as easy pickings for the priests who ran this place. It was all just to screw with people's heads so that they'd be more pliable and receptive to the serpent's teachings. I mean, just look at the place you now stand in. This is the place where the pilgrims would find themselves if they passed the trials, if they conquered their fears and surmounted their weaknesses. They'd be rewarded with glimpses into the serpent's abundance and awed even more by its majesty. They'd be made to feel great after having been torn down, made to feel like after their struggles, they'd found a place that understood them and empathized with them, and gave them a sense of belonging and to overwhelm them with the serpent's power. That's just my guess, anyway. For all I know, this was all just one big fetish den that we've completely misunderstood. I wish this place was just a fetish dungeon, Gaius muttered. I can agree with you, there, at least, Jorman said, eliciting a glare of suspicion and alertness from Gaius, his gaze wandering the room with his inability to see the pirate. Do you have any more questions, Gaius? Jorman asked. Before Gaius could answer, a black curtain appeared behind him. Leon had found the active spatial glyph and managed to activate it, though it was relatively far and it took a moment for his magic to travel far enough to activate it. Fortunately, Leon didn't injure himself this time, having pulled his arm out of the hole just in time to avoid being torn and shredded by the spatial curtain. Let's go, Leon said as he took Gaius by the arm and practically dragged the young nobleman through the curtain into the spatial tunnel beyond. Leon was not about to willingly provide further entertainment to Jorman. Just after they left, a long sigh echoed throughout the Colossus chamber. If the serpent wasn't demanding your blood, Leon, Jorman whispered, his words echoing throughout the largely empty chamber. He intended to leave his threat unsaid, but then he heard the slithering of the serpent. The sealed god was near. My curiosity has been sated, the serpent hissed into Jorman's mind. Finish this, bring the boy to me. Chapter 567. Maya's fear. Leon and Gaius sped through the spatial tunnel they appeared in, Leon not allowing them to stop for even a moment. With Jorman's attention on them, he didn't want to give the pirate another opportunity to screw with the spatial tunnel like he did last time. It seemed like Leon's caution paid off immediately, for as they sprinted down the tunnel, a burning light appeared behind them, causing Gaius to stumble as he cried out in pain. Had they been any slower and not put so much of the tunnel behind them, it might have been a lot worse. Leon was likewise uncomfortable, but being so much stronger, he barely even missed a step as he grabbed Gaius and kept him on his feet and moving toward the other side of the tunnel. It took a long run to get to the other side, but fortunately, they made it fairly quickly. Leon didn't even have to resort to destroying this spatial tunnel before they reached the end, though he was at the point of channeling his lightning magic in preparation by then. Upon reaching the tunnel's end, there was a great flash of light, and Leon and Gaius found themselves standing in a clearing surrounded by dense, utterly wild forest. It seemed like a completely primeval forest with no signs of human civilization anywhere near their location, an impression that was soon confirmed when Leon immediately projected his magic senses and saw nothing but forest. Leon took a long, calming breath as Gaius collapsed next to him, shivering. Ugh, Gaius groaned. You all right? Leon asked as he knelt down next to his companion, preparing to conjure a few healing spells if Gaius needed them. Yeah, Gaius responded. The blonde nobleman took a deep breath, adjusted his hair, and then stood up, his face still wearing a slightly pained expression, but one that was nearly completely obscured by determination and grit. So, that was Jorman? Yeah, Leon replied. Gaius had met Jorman before, but only while the pirate was in the guise of Turiel. Have to admit, not what I was expecting. Yeah, Leon repeated. Bit of a chatty fellow, isn't he? Chatty isn't surprising. I was just expecting more threats and cursing. Not offering information and being kind of pleasant. Leon frowned and warned, don't let that impression go to your head. Remember that this is a man that strung up children for some blood ritual. Or maybe just to scare us, who can really say, but he still tortured thousands to death. I got it, Gaius said, but Leon wasn't quite done with his warning. Jorman was talking to me a lot before I found you. He seemed to switch at random between trying to cajole me to his side, and flying into a murderous rage whenever I refused. Don't trust what he says, and most definitely don't take his current amiability at face value. The man's just trying to screw with our heads. Gaius nodded, and Leon let the matter rest. Throughout that quick exchange, Leon had kept his magic senses projected and he'd been examining the surrounding terrain in as much detail as he could on such a short time frame. He needed to find Maya. He was keeping himself calm and trying not to descend into an anxiety-fueled frenzy, but he needed to find her to put his mind at ease. But, at least initially, there were absolutely no signs of where to go. This was just empty forest as far as he could see, and while he certainly appreciated the change in terrain, it did little to immediately aid him in realizing where he needed to go to find his river nymph lover. Not even the connection he and Maya shared was of any help in this constructed world. And then it all clicked in his head. There was a deep ravine a few miles to the south, and a familiar pond not too far to the north that he knew was much deeper than it seemed. Leon knew this forest. He'd spent days running around through the trees, sleeping in hidden nooks and crannies, avoiding Talfar hunters that had been sent to find him and kill him. He was in the same forest he'd run into for cover after leaping down from the walls of the Bull's Horns during Talfar's first assault. Few years ago it was in the course of escaping the Talfar hunters that had discovered him after he'd infiltrated their camp that he'd fallen into that ravine and down into the river below, been taken captive by a river nymph, and first brought to Maya. A deeply bitter smile began to creep across Leon's face as he started to recognize his surroundings. The events surrounding his meeting with Maya were not what he would call good memories. They weren't bad memories, either, per se, but it had still been a harrowing experience. He could look back on all of it fondly, especially since it all worked out in the end, but during those events, he'd gone off on his own to do serious damage to the Talfar army, been chased into the woods, beaten into unconsciousness by a river nymph, nearly raped by another river nymph, and spent days under the constant threat of capture and death. Fun, exhilarating, harrowing, and terrifying were all words that Leon could use to describe those days, and which one came first depended largely on his mood. "I know where we need to go," Leon said as he steered Gaius toward the south. He wanted them to get moving quickly so that they could find Maya, deal with whatever this trial world was throwing at her, and escape as quickly as they could, but there didn't appear to be anyone out in the woods, so Leon took the opportunity to let both him and Gaius mentally rest a bit as they made their way toward the ravine. Neither of them had had a good time in Gaius' trial world, and while neither were exactly breaking down, Leon was a little worried about what might happen once they no longer had something to focus on. Jorman and these trials were taking the center spot in both of their minds, but once or if they got out of this temple, they'd have to process everything that happened, and having at least a bit of time to get a bit of a head start on that couldn't hurt. Leon even thought it would be more immediately beneficial since it might help to compartmentalize before the next burst of violence broke out. They didn't move particularly quietly. Leon wasn't sure if Jorman could hear them, but he didn't much care, either. He told Gaius everything that he thought relevant about the forest and his time in it. He went very light on the details with how his and Maya's meeting went, but other than that, by the time they arrived at the top of the ravine and could look down into the raging river below, Gaius had been reasonably caught up to Leon's knowledge of where they were and what may be awaiting them down in the waters below. Leon hadn't brought them to the place where he'd jumped down in the outside world. He'd broken both of his legs when he did that, and given that Gaius was still weaker than Leon had been at that time, Leon had opted to take them on a slightly longer route to a point further down the river where the cliffs weren't quite so high. Gaius should be fine if jumping from that height, if Leon's estimate about his durability was accurate, and we're going to jump down there. Gaius hesitantly asked as they stared down at the river below. Yes, Leon replied. He supposed he could have brought them to the pond where Maya had left him following their meeting way back then, but she'd led him through a maze of underwater caves to reach that pond from her lake, and he had no idea how to make his way back through there. This was, at the very least, they might have the opportunity to grab another river nymph and get Maya's location from her. Maybe. It was the best plan that Leon had right now, and it wasn't stirring up a great deal of confidence within him, but he was determined to press on until he found Maya. Making matter just that much worse, he was a little concerned about bringing Gaius along. He didn't want the nobleman to be privy to whatever secrets and insecurities that this trial world might draw from Maya, but he was even more concerned with the practical risks of leaving Gaius behind. What if Jorman managed to find them while they were separated? What if the pirate were to activate defenses that Gaius was unable to deal with on his own? Jorman had already demonstrated a willingness to break the trial worlds to try and kill him. He couldn't imagine that the pirate would balk at killing Gaius if given the opportunity. No, it was just safer to bring Gaius with him, and to try and protect Maya's dignity as best as he could in other ways. And that was assuming it needed protecting on his part, too. He couldn't even be sure that she was as indisposed as Gaius was during his trial. Be on your guard, Leon said as he took a moment to psyche himself up for the plunge into the river. Who knows what this place may have conjured from her mind. At the very least, we're going to have to find our way through some underwater caves. Oh, shit, Gaius whispered, though when Leon glanced at him, he saw not fear and wavering certainty, but determination. Gaius was only 4th tier, but he was solid. He was ready for this. Leon couldn't help but smile, but he prepared his helmet, just in case. The enchantments it bore would help them both breathe underwater if the need for it arose. Gaius was in more need of it, but he was still powerful enough to last underwater a terrifically long time without needing air. Well, no use putting this off for too long, Leon said, and without any more thought, he leapt from the cliff. He heard Gaius shout from behind, but with his magic senses, he saw Gaius jump only a couple seconds after him, the nobleman's determined demeanor cracking slightly as gravity sank its unforgiving claws into him and dragged him down a couple 100 feet toward the river below. It was an exciting fall. The last time Leon had made it, he'd been chased by a Talfar chariot commander who'd been a tier stronger than him, so he hadn't been all that able to enjoy the descent. But now, a smile couldn't help but bloom on his face despite all that was happening. That smile vanished as Leon hit the water. He sank deep into the river, all the air practically exploding out of his lungs as he was swept downstream, the force of the river twisting and throwing him until his sense of balance and direction went all out of whack. But Leon forced himself to remain calm and to go with the flow until he could project his magic senses. His lungs burned and his skin stung from the impact with the water, but he was fine and on course. He could see behind that Gaius wasn't nearly so comfortable after his impact, but at the very least, he seemed reasonably intact. Leon then turned his attention to the water around them. If any hostile river nymphs were going to attack them, he needed to be ready. But he didn't see any threats, not of the nymph variety, at the very least, but there were quite a few sharp rocks in the deep and fast-flowing river that Leon was a little concerned about. However, as he kicked toward Gaius and helped the nobleman swim up to the surface and suck down some air, he noticed half a dozen river nymphs appear behind them and follow them as they were swept downriver. They were as nude as nymphs typically were, and they were staring with great interest at Leon and Gaius as they floated in the water, but Leon could detect no killing intent in their gazes. "There's a big rock coming up," Leon shouted to Gaius, barely able to make his voice heard over the roaring rapids. "Grab onto it," Gaius sputtered as he struggled to keep his head above water, but he did as Leon ordered, and the two managed to arrest their journey down the river by grabbing onto a jagged rock that jutted out of the water like the fin of a massive shark. "What's going on?" Gaius loudly inquired as they hung onto the rock. "Did you see the caves when you were underneath?" "No, but there's something else here," Leon shouted back, his attention still on the nymphs. One of them, the strongest of the bunch, by the look of her aura had broken away from the group and was traveling down the river towards them. Leon didn't think she was too big of a threat given that she was possessed of only roughly 5th tier power, but he summoned his lightning and let it fill his body, just in case. He needn't have worried, though. The river nymph never made any hostile movements, and after establishing her peaceful intentions with hand gestures, she eventually helped Leon and Gaius find the cave they were looking for. Not that interpreting those intentions were easy, since this river nymph wasn't an exception to the rule that river nymphs were generally less intelligent than humans, save for those like Maya who ruled over them. Leon kept his guard up the entire time, so he was genuinely surprised, though only mildly so, to find that, after swimming for a while through some dark underwater caves, the river nymph had led them right to Maya's grotto that she'd lived in for decades before Leon was first brought to her. But just because there was a river nymph with them leading the way and using her water magic to help them swim, that didn't mean that it was an easy journey. It was dark and cold in those submerged caves, and Leon on more than one occasion felt extremely claustrophobic. By the time he and Gaius hauled their miserable asses out onto the rocky beach on Maya's island in the middle of the underground lake, both were mentally exhausted even though their bodies were still relatively flush with magic power. Their river nymph guide made herself scarce at this point, though Leon was more comforted by that than anything. It meant there was one less element that he had to worry about. What now?" Gaius asked, leaving the decision up to Leon. Leon quickly projected his magic senses over the island. Maya was here, he could sense her proximity, though not her direction. However, that thrill that he was getting closer to his river nymph lover was immediately and ruthlessly crushed once he got a better idea of what, or rather who, the trial world had chosen to manifest this time. "Stay here," he growled to Gaius, any concerns about leaving him alone when Jorman hadn't revealed himself yet vanishing as a cloud of affronted anger descended over Leon's mind. It seemed that Gaius must have sensed that, for he paled and sat down on a nearby rock, nodding to Leon as the latter started walking further into the island. The place was exactly as Leon remembered. The ceiling of the immense grotto was covered in glowing crystals and mushrooms, while the interior of the island was covered in rather out-of-place trees with glowing leaves that shed just enough light for a mortal to have been able to find their way around with little issue. It was a dark, serene, and staggeringly beautiful place, but its beauty was utterly lost on Leon. He paid no attention at all to it, and only grew angrier and more offended with every step he took. First was Artorias during Gaius' trial, and that was bad enough that Leon was already contemplating trying to find a way to annihilate this temple if he could. Then, the trial world conjured an image of Valeria putting her hands on a grotesquely obese Octavius, and Leon only grew even more angry, the primitive animal within him demanding that someone shed blood for such an affront. And now, as he passed by dozens of trees and laid eyes upon his destination with his golden eyes, he saw the latest profanity that this temple's trial world saw fit to spew forth. He saw a woman standing before Maya's pond in the center of the clearing, which was itself in the center of Maya's island. This woman's long red hair spilled down her back like liquid fire, her hands were clasped behind her alluring figure, her delightful curves framed perfectly by the glow emanating from the pond, as if she were deliberately standing in such a way as to inflame Leon's desire. If that was the case, it wasn't working, and when this profaned image of Elise turned around and gave Leon an enchanting smile, he found himself nearly overcome with the powerful urge to cut this shade down. The only thing that prevented it was a natural aversion to attacking the image of his fire-haired lover. As heretical as he found this to be, not even his towering rage was enough for him to draw his weapon against Elise's image. "Ah, husband, you're here," the shade said in Elise's sonorous voice. Leon couldn't deny that there was a big part of him that was utterly delighted to hear it. It had been almost 2 months since he'd seen or heard her, and while he did his best not to think about it and having Jorman around as a distraction was, in this one regard, almost a boon, it still greatly pained him to be apart from his fiancée. "Is she here?" Leon demanded, unable to just ignore this conjured image of Elise no matter how hard he tried. "Of course she is," the shade replied, the smile she wore which would have brought nothing but joy to Leon's heart if he saw it on the real Elise's face, bringing him instead nothing but pain and the urge to either blast her with lightning or vomit. Or both. "She's a little different now, though, husband." "What do you mean?" Leon inquired as he probed the pond's shallow depths for any sign of Maya. Even though he was here, making no secret of his presence, constantly probing their connection for a response, Maya wasn't revealing herself. "Oh, I think you'll see soon enough," the shade of Elise cryptically replied. "Oh, my dear Naiad, why won't you come out and show yourself off? I'm sure Leon would love to see how ugly you truly are." In a display of magic that the real Elise wasn't yet capable of, the shade lifted one of her hands in a dramatic flourish toward the ceiling of the grotto, and the water in the pond vibrated like it was resonating with a tremendous earthquake. A moment later, it erupted into the air like water from a steam geyser, enshrouding the clearing in thick mist. Almost immediately, Leon heard the sound of weeping, and it was such a heartbreaking sound that almost all of his righteous anger died. It felt like his heart was snapping in half, and he stumbled forward, so distracted that he could do little more than instinctually move toward the sound, blinded by the mist. He was so taken by the sound of that weeping that he didn't even project his magic senses again, the very prospect of finding the source of that weeping bringing him almost as much terror as he'd felt upon seeing the shade of Artorias for the first time. Only a couple seconds later, Leon saw her as he drew close. With his advance and the mist rapidly clearing, Maya was revealed, and Leon's anger came roaring back. He saw Maya in the pit left behind by the pond, now absent water. She was as naked as the day they'd met, though her attitude was about as different as it could possibly be. Instead of the calm and confident woman she usually was, she lay in the pit, her hands doing little more than covering her face as she curled up into herself. Leon's eyes slowly traveled down her body, tracing the familiar lines of her fit and well-endowed figure, until they reached her hips, where they were greeted not with more of Maya's bronze skin, but with deep green scales. Where Maya's legs once were, was now a long, thick serpent's tail. The trial world had turned her into a gorgon. Chapter 568. Reuniting the party. Finally, the shade of Elise spat, her voice sending chills of dissonance through Leon. "Look at her. The bitch is as ugly on the outside as she is on the inside." Leon grimaced as he took in the sight of Maya down in the dry pit left behind by the pond. Her lower half had been turned into the long, scaled tail of a snake. She was curled up in a ball, her lake blue eyes squeezed shut, her arms wrapped around herself. She twitched a few times now that the pond water was gone, showing that she was aware of where she was and the events transpiring around her on at least some level, but she wasn't responding to Elise's words or to Leon's attempts to contact her through their connection. Leon was tempted to call out to her, but he refrained, reasoning that he didn't want to speak her true name aloud when he could sense even just Zaffin and Nestor listening in, let alone who else might be watching that he wasn't aware of. It took some effort to ignore the shade behind speak. Her words infuriated him, and he was offended on many levels that it was wearing Elise's face as it spoke such vile things, but it was still wearing Elise's face, and that made it difficult for him to violently rebuke. He'd already had to cut down the image of his father today, and to do the same for his fire-haired lover wasn't something he was quite emotionally ready to do. As if sensing his reticence to engage with her, the shade almost soundlessly approached Leon from behind and wrapped her arms around his neck, causing him to freeze in shock and indecision. Elise's soft red lips were brought close to Leon's ear by the shade as she jumped a bit onto Leon's back. "Look at her, my love," she whispered. "She thought she could take advantage of you when you were most vulnerable in this very place, no less, and force herself upon you. She thought she could come into our home and take you from me. She thought she was worthy of bearing your child, of becoming a part of our family. And when she realized her true place was out in the muck and dirt and far away from the light of civilization, she left. Only to come back and, enough." Leon firmly growled. That the shade wore Elise's face only went so far, and it wasn't even Elise's face, not really. Elise had some light freckles on her nose and upper cheeks, barely discernible under normal conditions, and a small mole high up on her forehead that was normally hidden by her hair, none of which this shade had. But Leon knew her body better than anyone else. He could never miss these little details of his first love's face, let alone how her breasts seemed a little bit bigger, her waist a little bit slimmer, and her hips a little bit wider. This shade looked like Elise, but it wasn't her. It was some idealized copy of her formed from Maya's memories, much like the too perfect Valeria that Leon had seen in Gaia's trial world, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this shade was exaggerated almost to the point of caricature. That Elise was fully dressed was probably the only reason it remained even somewhat true to life. That made things easier. Leon was fiercely attracted to Elise on a physical level, but not even that attraction could survive the words that were pouring from this pale imitation's mouth. "Oh, don't tell me you're going to take her side," the shade said as she let herself down from around Leon's neck and took a few steps back. She turned away from Leon and hugged her body with one hand as the other gently covered her mouth, not that stopped her from speaking. "You have me, and all that I bring to the table, and you choose her over me. That just turns my stomach. My husband would rather stick his cock in this monster than satisfy me." The temptation to smite this shade grew considerably. Leon knew that Elise would never say these things. She was in love with Maya as he was. That this shade was going on like this was helping him to dissociate it with Elise in his head. And yet, it still wasn't quite enough for Leon to summon his power and do something. Instead, he turned away from the shade and started walking down into the pit where Maya still lay. When he reached her, Leon held out his hand and reached out to touch her shoulder. Maya shuddered and pulled away, but Leon didn't stop. He just took one more step closer until his fingers rested upon the smooth skin of her shoulder. "Maya," he whispered through their connection, hoping that she could hear him even though she wasn't responding in any way. "I'm here. I've come for you. It's time to wake up from this nightmare." He didn't say anything more, instead, sending a quick burst of silver blue lightning surging through his hand and into Maya's body. The reaction was immediate. She instantly seized up, her eyes opening so wide that her eyes almost seemed like they were about to fall out, her lips pulling back from her mouth in a hideous grimace, and her serpent's tail first curling up, then lashing out at him. Leon was tossed back like a ragdoll, but he suffered nothing worse than having his back covered in mud. When Leon groaned in irritation and pushed himself to feet, he ignored the shade's callous laughter from outside the pit and focused on Maya. He couldn't be sure if her catatonic state had been caused by the darkness magic of this temple, but he'd been confident that had been the case. It seemed his suspicion paid off, for Maya was slowly uncurling her body, her eyes locked on him the entire time. "Leon," she whispered aloud, her voice like music to his ears, especially as it caused the fake Elise to stop laughing. "I'm here," he quietly said as he once more went to her side. He took Maya into his arms and held her close, but the moment was ruined when the shade behind them refused to leave them in peace. "What a scene this is," she said, "my husband and his rapist, acting like a loving couple while completely ignoring me. I suppose my first instincts were right. Leon, you are not worthy of me, you never were, and you never will be." Those were harsh words, and they cut deeply into Leon. It didn't matter that he knew this shade wasn't real. It was still using Elise's voice, and speaking with a near-identical copy of her face. Still, he forced himself to remain calm and to take a deep breath. "I've been in this situation before, believe it or not," he slowly whispered to Maya, who looked up to him in surprise. "A couple years ago, a few days or so before we met, I was attacked by a vampire that used darkness magic. He hit me with some attack that caused me to hallucinate something much like this. I saw Valeria, Elise, and my father, all telling me everything I didn't want to hear." Leon began to stand, and with Maya still in his arms, he also pulled her up. Her serpent tail writhed, but after some flailing, Maya managed to get it under her and provide her with a little bit of support, even if she was still leaning on Leon. "Don't listen to that thing," Leon continued, ignoring the shade completely. "It doesn't speak for Elise. That's just a monster that lives in your head, not our firebrand back home." "An interesting theory, Leon," the shade said. "But here I am, and everything I've ever said to her is the truth. She's nothing but a monster, and one that should be put down. She has no place in human society. She has no place with us. You both know this, that rabid viper's place is here, so far underground that she can't pollute the light of day with her presence. Down here, where she can't hurt anyone or try to force herself into relationships where she's not wanted. Leon didn't give Maya the chance to internalize that diatribe, instead responding immediately, "Everything you just said proves me right. I don't know what you are, but I know for a fact that the real Elise would never say such things. She's made it clear on many occasions that the past is the past, and that she wouldn't give up what the three of us have for anything." Leon then turned his attention to Maya. "You know this. All this thing is doing is playing into your fears. This temple has attacked you with darkness magic, read through your mind, and manifested your greatest fears." He paused for a moment, and the shade began to speak again. However, Leon paid her no mind, and when Maya began to turn her head back to the shade, Leon pulled her gaze back to him with a nothing more than a finger lightly touching her chin. "Look at me, not at her," he said. "Do you trust me?" Without question, Maya replied, a little bit of iron creeping into her tone. "All of this is fake, it's nothing more than some half-baked trial that the temple cooked up," Leon explained. "Your legs are fine, you're not a Gorgon. Even if you were, it wouldn't change anything. There's no need to worry about any of this, and all that it will take to banish this place forever is to admit what you know to be true: this place isn't real." Leon and Maya held their gaze for a long moment, ignoring the shade that was shouting louder and louder in a vain attempt to get their attention. And, after several long seconds, Maya said, "This isn't real. This isn't real." She spoke with conviction. She believed it, she was just allowing herself to admit it. And as soon as she did, her serpentine tail vanished in a flash of green light, replaced with her real legs. She stumbled a bit, but with Leon holding onto her, she quickly adjusted and got her legs back under her. Leon was gratified to see that it took so little effort on his part to get her to see the truth, especially with how long it took him to reach Gaius. Though, he supposed that they'd been through this enough times that his saying these words was becoming almost old hat. Maya smiled, and even though her real legs were back under her, she leaned even more into Leon's embrace. "Of course it wasn't real. Thank you for coming for me," she said. Leon chuckled and replied, "I will always come for you, no matter what." Maya sighed. "I know, you've said so several times, by now. It's one thing to hear it, and another for it to happen." I love you, too," Leon replied. The two shared a long kiss, and when they parted, the shade of Elise was gone, vanished like she'd never been there in the first place. "Well, that thing was unpleasant," Leon said. "It was," Maya replied, switching back to her normal mode of speech. And with a quick flash of light that indicated she was reaching into her soul realm, she was clothed again. "Let's get this thing done, shall we? I need to get home as soon as possible and talk with Elise." From the lascivious feelings Leon was sensing through their connection, he imagined that there wouldn't be much talking between his lovers. Instead, they'd be doing something a little more strenuous and pleasurable. The thought of that had him ready to go in many senses of the phrase. "Yeah, let's just head back to the shore really quick," he said. "When I tried to find you, this temple led me to Gaius first." The two began to walk back toward the shore in a fairly slow, languid pace as Leon explained everything that had happened after he, Maya, and Gaius were separated. By the time they left the trees behind and appeared back on the lakefront where Gaius was waiting, Maya was fully caught up to speed. Gaius waved as the two approached, his casual demeanor relieving most of the anxiety that Leon had felt ever since they'd parted. Leon waved back and asked, "Anything happen here?" He'd been monitoring Gaius every so often with his magic senses, but he wasn't omniscient. Maybe Gaius saw something he hadn't. "Nothing," Gaius replied. "Everything good with you too?" Leon glanced at Maya, and when she nodded, he said to Gaius, "Yeah, we're good." Gaius slowly nodded as his face contorted in muted confusion. That's good," but, before any of them could really delve too deeply into that unspoken worry, however, the cave began to grow dark as the ceiling faded away and the walls fell back into a dark void. "Ah, never mind, I guess this it," Gaius observed, though he got to his feet and drew his borrowed sword anyway, just in case. "I wonder where Jorman was throughout all of that." "Who the hell's knows or cares," Leon replied. "The less I hear his voice, the better. I'd rather just put a blade through his throat and be done with all of this, but I don't think we're going to be lucky enough to just get an opportunity for that." "Yeah," Gaius responded. "We might be here for a hot second, so let's get our strategy down," Leon said, drawing the attention of the others from their darkening surroundings to him. "That gold colossus is probably going to be used against us, unless Jorman goes hard on trying to recruit or subvert us. Either way, that chamber isn't the final location in this temple, or, at least, I don't think it is. Jorman is directing the temple's enchantments from somewhere, and we need to find where that place is quickly enough that we can catch him before he slips away. I didn't see any doors when we were in that chamber, Gaius pointed out. That Colossus chamber may not be the extent of the temple, but how will we be able to get to the rest? The same way you broke into our trials. Maybe, Leon murmured as he contemplated the problem. It wasn't the only problem they had, either. He needed at least a few contingencies. Jorman was slippery and clever. He'd been able to slide in and out of the Legion's defenses like they were a cheap whore, and he'd just returned to port after months at sea. A man like that had contingencies of his own, of that Leon would stake his life on. So, in the likely event that the pirate ran or otherwise managed to escape, Leon needed a way to follow him to wherever he went, some way he could run the man down and put him in the ground for good. For that, Leon had a few ideas, but he needed a more knowledgeable opinion before he started giving them voice. Nestor, I have a few questions, share them, please. I could use a distraction from the everlasting boredom of your rustic soul realm. Leon ignored the insult and asked, I need some ways to track someone over long distances, some way I can find them if I lose track of them. I know of far too many ways to do that to count, boy, Nestor said. I don't suppose you could narrow your request down a little? Before Leon could respond, he heard Zafin speak up. That lack of a brain must be getting to you, dead man, if you can't narrow it down on your own. What? Nestor shouted back indignantly. Leon, Zafin began in a deliberate snub of Nestor. Most tracking methods require either more power or more specific power that you do not possess, and I'm not talking raw magical power or access to a certain element, either. However, there are some methods that I think you might find useful in this particular situation. What do you have in mind? Leon asked, his tone one of happy surprise. I have in mind a spell that, if attached to your opponent in some manner, will light them up, so to speak. If the spell was used properly, you would be able to use an accompanying spell to follow your enemy wherever they go. Zafin quickly described the spell in as much detail as he could without getting overbearing. The gist of it was that the spell would subtly alter someone's aura with fire magic, marking it in such a way so that it could be tracked with a compass-like spell. But that was assuming Leon could get close enough to Jorman to use this spell. That might not be the easiest thing to do, especially if Jorman continued his habit of keeping himself distant from Leon. At the very least, Leon doubted that Jorman would be foolish enough to challenge Leon with Maya present, so if he were going to personally fight Leon, he would have made his move before now. Zafin, Leon said after a few moments of thought, can that enchantment be placed upon something that I can throw, or maybe an arrow? So that I can follow that object instead of a person? Well, the enchantment works by marking someone's aura. You'd need to either heavily adapt the tracking spell or find something else that emits a magical aura for it to mark. It doesn't look to me like you have a hell of a lot of time to work with, so that will limit your options even more. I think I can jury-rig something like that, Leon replied. I have quite a few gems left over, and I still have that power crystal I got from Nestor's lab. It won't be much, but even then, I think I'll need some help to get it to work. Actually, you know what? You've got enough to worry about right now. Leave the manufacturing to me, Zafin said. The dead man and I will take care of getting the spell arrow made. Those library golems ought to prove themselves useful in this case. You just concentrate on staying alive. Thanks, demon. Leon smiled as a sense of deep appreciation welled up from within him for his demonic partner. Don't worry about it, human. We're all in this boat together, and besides, you need to discipline that pirate. It's been far too long for him to show us such disrespect. Leon smiled. The confrontation with the Shade of Artorias had brought out some of the same feelings he'd felt when he'd first lost his father: loss, fear, and loneliness. But with Maya, Gaius, and Zafin in his corner, the loneliness at least was beaten back, and Leon felt like his position, despite still being stuck in this damn temple, wasn't quite as dire as it might seem, even with keeping in mind everything that Jorman had managed to accomplish thus far. With them, Leon didn't think there was anything he couldn't accomplish with the right amount of work and preparation. Chapter 569. Battling the Golden Serpent. Leon, Maya, and Gaius arrived in the Colossus chamber ready for a long and protracted battle. What remained of Leon's armor adorned his body, and his family's blade was in his hands. Maya looked about ready to cleave a mountain in twain, and the water dragon she immediately conjured to her was more than powerful enough to follow through on that implied threat. Gaius was the least threatening of the three, but the blade he'd borrowed from Leon was brandished and his aura was laced with killing intent. The three were ready for a fight, but it didn't seem like they were going to get one. As they stood there, waiting for something to happen, Leon noted that the golden serpents that had melted down into the joints of the Colossus were all back to where they were originally, numbering in the thousands. Frozen in places, they writhed and slithered over each other in an attempt to climb the Colossus and reach the ceiling that it acted like it was holding up. Aside from the hole in the silver wall that Leon made with his lightning in order to access the enchantments, the massive chamber looked about as it did when he first arrived. Back, already, Jorman's voice rang out through the chamber, sounding more than a little disappointed. Damn, Leon, that was efficient. I'm surprised. Ignore him, Leon ordered the other two. Look for any way out of this place. Oh, you needn't bother, Jorman said, his tone turning almost seductive. If you chat with me for a little while, I'll open the door for you to come visit me. I'll roll out the red carpet, as it were. His words fell on deaf ears, at least in Leon and Maya's case. Gaius had a little more trouble ignoring the man, but he stayed true to the spirit of Leon's order, at least, and didn't respond to the pirate. If you don't want to talk, then I suppose I can just activate the Colossus again, Jorman continued, the seductive tones in his voice wavering. You are just dead set on standing in opposition to me, aren't you? Leon began to scan the walls again, searching for any sign of a doorway, whether magical or material. He did his best to ignore Jorman, but he had to admit that the words the pirate spoke struck something of a chord within him. As a rule, he wasn't necessarily opposed to peaceful solutions, and he even acknowledged that he should seek them out more often. He'd even managed to get Justin's cooperation, and in doing so, acquired more benefits for himself than if he'd given in to his murderous urges and killed the man. However, he couldn't get the memory of finding that ritual site out of his head. So many dead, and all killed in horrible ways. Leon had been on many a battlefield, and so had seen great many people die, but that ritual site had been something else entirely. Those people were executed in some profane ritual to a sealed primordial god. There were limits to his desire to seek out more peaceful solutions, and Jorman had flown past all of them. Every time the pirate now spoke of peace, Leon just thought about those people, and showed Jorman's words to be hollow at best, and that wasn't even touching on everything that had happened since he'd entered the temple. All right, fine, you asked for it, Jorman said, and a moment later, the golden serpents covering the serpent man Colossus all began to melt once more, filling the Colossus with their molten gold. This place was always designed to strike awe into the hearts of those who arrived, having successfully passed their trials, Jorman smugly stated. How's it doing? Do you feel odd, yet? It doesn't look like it, but let's see how you feel in a couple minutes. Without a word, Leon, Gaius, and Maya all turned from their fruitless search for an exit to the chamber and faced the Colossus, which began to slowly move. When it had first begun to move before Leon had ventured out into the trial worlds, he'd sensed an enormous amount of magic flowing through it. He hadn't questioned much about it, reasoning that it made sense for something guarding a temple like this to be immensely powerful, much like the similarly sized Colossus of the Thunderbird outside of Nestor's lab. However, now that he was properly facing it with Gaius and Maya at his side, no way to escape in sight, he analyzed the golden thing a little more closely. What he saw, while not entirely encouraging, gave him more hope than he'd had before. This thing, while powerful and animated with a great deal of magic power, didn't feel as powerful as the Colossus of the Thunderbird. Most of the magic that flowed through it was for the purpose of keeping it moving, at least as far as he could tell. There were no special weapons built into the massive golden statue, no fancy magical tricks spooling up beneath its golden chassis that might give the three of them some trouble. Even the emerald eyes, glowing with some strange power, seemed more for show than anything. It was just one big, moving statue. It was heavy and strong, but there wasn't much power beneath those golden plates. We can do this, he stated confidently as the Colossus took its first ponderous step in their direction, its snake-like head locking onto him as he spoke, its ivory horn practically glowing in the strange, omnipresent light that filled the chamber. This thing isn't invincible, we can bring it down. Gold is soft as far as metal goes, Gaius pointed out. It can hold significant amounts of magic, though, not as much as silver, Leon replied. Still, I get your point. It shouldn't be too difficult to damage this thing. The key will be how much damage it can take. It's big enough to soak up quite a bit that we'll be able to throw at it. As Leon spoke, Maya raised her hand and sent her readied water dragon careening at the Colossus. Clearly, she was tired of the talking and wanted to get to fighting. Leon couldn't blame her, but he held back a little bit to watch. First, the water dragon crashed into the Colossus' right leg, sinking its teeth into the massive construct's ankle. Its aqueous form surged forward, wrapping itself around the Colossus' leg as its teeth tried and failed to sink in deeper and deeper into the gold. Throughout this, the Colossus stopped moving and slowly bent over and reached for the water dragon in an attempt to pull it off its leg. Just by how languidly it moved, it gave the impression that it hardly cared about the water dragon gnawing on its ankle. Its golden fingers started to dig into the dragon, causing much of its body to lose cohesion. Leon had seen enough. He wasn't going to just sit there and watch the Colossus rip his river nymph lover's dragon apart. He conjured a lightning bolt and hurled it with pinpoint accuracy. The bolt splashed across the Colossus' serpentine head, showering it in so many sparks that it momentarily vanished behind the light. When the lightning died down, Leon was disappointed to see little damage, but the snake-like features of the serpent man's face had been somewhat warped by the heat, and the bone-white ivory had new black vein-like lightning patterns burned into it. "It's strong," Leon muttered just before the Colossus finished tearing the back half of Maya's water dragon off of its leg, causing enough trauma to the summoned magic to cause its entire body to fall apart. Maya wasn't done with that one water dragon, though. With barely any change in expression, both of her arms fell off, collapsing into water that immediately ballooned into another water dragon, this one gargantuan in size, easily a match for the Colossus. The water dragon charged, and Leon was right behind it. The Colossus charged as well, and it crashed into the water dragon with enough force to shake the ground. The two titans began to wrestle for dominance, and despite their equal size and Maya's prodigious power, her water dragon wasn't able to do much, its teeth only scratching the Colossus' golden armor and its body not enough to do much more than immobilize the massive construct. Leon dodged and weaved through these two clashing behemoths as best as he could. Given their size, this wasn't easy, and he had to keep his magic senses projected at all times so that he could dodge before being stepped on and crushed. This was harder than it initially seemed, though. The Colossus moved faster up close than it appeared from a distance, and its every footfall shook the ground and made it difficult for Leon to maintain his footing. However, that wasn't enough to prevent him from launching a barrage of lightning at the Colossus' legs, using his blade to direct and amplify his magic power. In a matter of seconds, he'd scorched the gold of the Colossus' legs a delicious shade of golden brown, and it was starting to glow from the transferred heat. A couple times, Leon also managed to get in physical attacks on the construct, gouging out bits of the soft gold from the massive thing's ankles. Unfortunately, for all of this, Leon didn't feel like he was having much of an effect on the Colossus. It barely seemed to pay any attention to him, using far more of its time wrestling with Maya's water dragon than it did sparing him even so much as a single swipe of its massive hands. To say that Leon's frustration was growing would be to put it mildly, but he at least comforted himself with the knowledge that the Colossus wasn't attacking any of them directly, instead filling its hands with water with a startling degree of alacrity. The Colossus suddenly knelt on the ground, shaking the ground with its impact and nearly knocking Leon on his ass. With this sudden shift in balance, Leon was unable to respond properly when one of the Colossus' massive hands came careening in from the side in a vicious swipe and crashed into his body, sending him flying through the air as his mind just about exploded with pain. He felt some of his bones crack on impact, and when he hit the ground a moment later after sailing through the air, the pain that racked his body nearly left him gasping on the floor. "Ah, that looked like it hurt," shouted Jorman, his tone sounding so smug that Leon started to struggle to his feet just to spite the pirate, even as the pain began to fully assault his senses. The Colossus had immediately stood back up to deal with the water dragon, which had used its momentary distraction to latch onto its long serpentine neck behind the construct's ivory horn and start tearing into the gold. With that being the case, Leon would have been tempted to lay on the ground for a few more seconds to gather his breath and try to suppress his pain. "Eat my ass," he quietly grumbled in response, unable to speak any louder than a pained whisper as he pushed himself back into a standing position. After that, however, he paid no attention to whatever Jorman responded with. He just took a deep breath, spared only enough time to slap a healing spell onto his chest, and then charged back in. Leon took a more circumspect strategy this time. He needed to use his head, not just try and overpower this thing. The Colossus, despite the damage it had sustained, didn't seem at all slowed down, showing that it had far more power than Leon did, and thus couldn't be overpowered. He needed to use his power more judiciously, then. He was encouraged to see that the behemoth still wasn't using any elemental magic of its own, but that encouragement faltered when the massive construct rent the water dragon apart, sending at least half of the water that made up its body falling back to the floor in a great flood. Leon had to brace himself to not be swept off his feet, but in this, he saw an opportunity. The Colossus had covered itself in water. It was possible that that might make it a little more vulnerable to his lightning attacks. Leon conjured a bolt of silver blue lightning in his offhand, and with a slight wince of pain as he raised the bolt up to his ear, he hurled it at the Colossus. The bolt splashed across its form, inundating the construct in lightning, but unlike the last time, the Colossus froze for several long seconds as lightning danced across its frame, sinking into cracks and joints that the lightning hadn't been able to reach before until the great golem was doused in water. More importantly, Leon saw the light that perpetually shone from the glittering emeralds set into its eye sockets momentarily dim, and he knew that was on a right track. "Fill it with water," Leon shouted to Maya, hoping his intention carried through as he began to let his power build up in his body for a massive lightning strike. He wanted the behemoth so drenched in water that Leon's lightning had an easy time entering its chassis. Maya's water should be able to seep into the Colossus chassis better than his lightning, so if his lightning could use that water as a medium to enter the construct and destroy whatever internal enchantments drove it, it seemed that in the brief fractions of a second that all these thoughts raced through his mind, and while he was starting to build up a massive charge, the Colossus altered its priorities, either by itself or with a little help from Jorman. The pirate had gone quiet, but for that, Leon only thought himself blessed to not have to listen to the Cretan anymore. The Colossus started to charge at Leon, ignoring Maya as she conjured another water dragon, this one, once again, even bigger than the one she'd conjured before. Before his attack was ready, Leon had to dodge backward to avoid a swipe from the golden giant. He swung twice with his blade in rapid succession, sending a few bolts of lightning dancing across the Colossus, arm and gouging out a couple more long slivers of gold, but the massive construct was largely unaffected, shrugging off his power. The Colossus struck again and again, ignoring everything else except Leon. It ignored the water dragon rapidly closing in on it from behind in its single-minded desire to strike at Leon, who nimbly put the speed of lightning magic and his own dexterity on display as he dodged and weaved in and out of danger. The Colossus was surprisingly quick for its size, and even seemed to be speeding up, but there was no way it was fast enough to catch Leon. After several agonizing moments Leon was dodging relatively easily, but he knew that even one mistake could have lethal consequences with the Colossus. Colossal strength. The water dragon finally crashed down onto the Colossus' back. Instead of trying to wrestle and grapple with the golden behemoth, however, it immediately lost all cohesion, collapsing into water that encased the construct. "Ready," Maya said to Leon. Leon didn't hesitate. He let loose with a stream of lightning at the golden giant, letting his power fill the water conjured by Maya and inundate the Colossus. The water began to boil, but Maya kept it steady, and the Colossus froze as its body was filled with Leon's power. Its limbs began to glow with heat, and Leon could feel the magic flow in the air change as the Colossus' internal enchantments broke one by one. They were beating it, and all he had to do was keep up his stream of lightning. Suddenly, the serpentine head of the Colossus slithered out of its body that had been restrained by Maya, like it had been a snake piloting a suit of armor the entire time. The massive golden serpent hit the ground and shook it hard enough to break Leon's balance, and then pounced on him far quicker than it should have been able. Its great mouth opened, golden fangs extended, emerald eyes gleaming, and it struck. Leon sent a blast of lightning through his body, which detonated right next to him. This threw his body to the side, but not quite far enough. One of the golden fangs sank deep into his right shoulder, the thing larger than even the biggest lances Leon had seen cavalrymen wield. He had to almost bite his tongue to keep himself from roaring in pain. A moment later, something slammed into the side of the serpentine head, sending it reeling off of Leon and pulling the fang loose from his arm. Leon expected to see Maya or one of her water dragons standing there, but instead he was surprised to see Gaius standing over him in a protective stance, a determined look on his face. That moment passed quickly, and Leon swiftly hopped to his feet. The massive golden serpent hadn't been knocked far, but Gaius had managed to drive his borrowed blade fairly deep into the soft metal around one of the serpent's eyes, knocking one of its emeralds loose. The golden serpent flailed weakly, its body acting sluggish and seemingly not quite in control. Leon smiled, and he darted forward, ignoring his bleeding arm and the pain it was trying to flood his mind with, and slammed a lightning spear into the other side of the serpent's head, sending the other eye flying across the chamber. Gaius was right behind him, and he grasped his borrowed blade like a crowbar and pried the other, already loosened eye free of its socket. And with that, the colossus finally went still and silence filled the chamber. Leon only took a moment to savor this victory before he was pressing one of his most powerful healing spells against his shoulder and sighing in relief as his pain immediately abated. The other healing spell had largely fixed his cracked ribs, though he was still very sore. In an instant, Maya appeared at his side, a look of almost violent concern on her face as one of her hands lightly brushed against the healing spell on Leon's shoulder. Leon smiled, laid one of his hands on hers, and whispered, "I'm all right." Maya seemed a little skeptical and didn't remove her hand, almost defiantly continuing to press the healing spell into his wound. It hurt a little bit, but the pain was continuing to lessen, and Leon considered it a small price to pay for his lover's peace of mind. A moment after accepting her concern, Leon turned to Gaius, who was crouching on the ground, examining the massive emerald that he'd pried from the colossus' head. "Damn," the nobleman muttered. "This thing has to be worth at least a gold talent, if not more." "Then we'll take it," Leon said. "And the other one, too. You can have them both." "Huh, really?" Gaius asked, his tone somewhat disbelieving and quite surprised. "Sure," Leon replied with an easy smile. "You saved my ass a moment ago. If you want those things, you're welcome to them as far as I'm concerned after we verified that they're not dangerous, of course. Consider it my way of saying thank you. That's a little more impactful than words." Sure," Gaius replied, looking more than a little frazzled. Leon could understand that, though, he'd just dumped a fortune into Gaius' lap, and he'd done it seemingly on a whim. So, to make sure that Gaius knew that this wasn't just passing whimsy, Leon said with quiet seriousness, "But still. Thank you." Gaius, who'd spent the previous second or two staring slack-jawed at the massive torso-sized emerald at his feet as it glowed with odd, sea-green eldritch light, snapped his jaw shut and glanced back at Leon. "Sure thing," he said. "Anytime." Chapter 570. Dancing to Jorman's tune, Leon stared at the ruined colossus before him, the humanoid half lying on the ground, damp and scorched, while its serpentine half lay at his feet, gouged and eyeless. Both of the emeralds that had been embedded in its eyes had been pulled into his soul realm, but the gold Leon hesitated to try and take. He supposed he could try and start carving up the colossus into more manageable chunks to store in his soul realm, but he wasn't sure he wanted something like this in his most sensitive place. If he screwed it up, then it might animate within his soul realm and start wreaking havoc without further study. He couldn't be sure if the emeralds were its power source, or if it drew magic power from something else. However, there was a large part of him that was absolutely loath to leave it behind. He saw all of this gold just lying there, so much of it that it was probably impossible to properly envision its value on a normal human scale. Just leaving all of it behind really didn't sit well with him, and the longer his eyes took in the shiny metal, glittering in the soft, indirect, sourceless light that filled this chamber, the less he wanted to leave it all behind. Leon was pulled from this mild reverie by a twinge of pain in his shoulder. It was raw and throbbing, having been severely injured multiple times this day alone. The colossus, Fang, the blade of the shade that had impersonated Artorias, and the damage he'd sustained going through the teleportation curtain to Gaius' trial had all utterly ravaged his right arm. Thanks to his healing spells and some downtime between these events, his arm was still fully functional and intact, but Leon could still feel more than a little bit of phantom pain, regardless. Add on top of all of that the other injuries he'd suffered today, and he was starting to feel not so great. His armor was also destroyed, meaning he was weaker and more vulnerable than he was when he entered the temple only a few hours ago. As if to add insult to injury, Nestor spoke up as Leon stared at the destroyed colossus. "You had far too much trouble with that thing, I think." "Do you think?" Leon asked, his tone indicating that his question could be taken in many different ways, and few of them were in good faith. "Yes, I do think," Nestor replied. "Gold, generally speaking, is hardly as good at holding enchantments as silver. However, it can hold lightning enchantments extraordinarily well, better even than iron or copper. Your power shouldn't have had so much trouble breaking through its defenses. It should have ripped right through this construct and obliterated the enchantments within with little difficulty." Leon shrugged, not caring too much if Nestor could see the expression. "It makes some sense to me that whoever built this thing warded it against lightning. It seems that, the serpent, or whatever it was that ruled here was an enemy of our clan. They built in defenses in other parts of this temple to keep me out, which Jorman admitted to disabling, so I understand why this thing would have some extra enchantments to insulate it from lightning attacks. I'd recommend bringing it with us, Nestor suggested. I would very much like to study it. Leon could practically hear the dead man salivating, and he supposed that, if he were feeling charitable, he could say that Nestor hadn't been insulting his capabilities when he said he had too much trouble with the Colossus, and instead was praising its defenses. Leon wasn't feeling particularly charitable, but he supposed he could see the merits in trying to bring the Colossus remains with them if Nestor and Zaffin were able to keep an eye on it. Or the library golems, or whoever. Just so long as it didn't activate within his soul realm and start breaking things, he was fine with it. Leon pulled the remains of the Colossus into his soul realm. It wasn't easy, being so large and all, and Leon felt more than a bit stretched after, but it was done. Nice, Gaius said after Leon finished. Looks like you're going to be even richer than you already are. That thing has to be made of thousands of gold talents, let alone whatever value can be found with it intact, or as intact as it is right now. I'm sure it'd prove itself quite valuable if someone were to melt it down, Leon agreed, but he wasn't planning on doing that anytime soon. If even Nestor was interested in studying this thing, then he figured he'd be able to study this Colossus for years and still find new things to learn about it. Turning back to Gaius and Maya, he asked, "How are you two doing?" "I'm right as rain," Gaius said as he smiled and lightly flexed, before wincing and clarifying, "Or, I suppose I'm about as all right as I can be expected after all of that." Leon nodded. Gaius' biggest contribution to the fight had been the strikes he landed upon the Colossus, serpentine head at the end, but he'd been trying to get better shots practically the entire time. He'd not made much progress, though, and had wound up lightly injured. It wasn't anything one weak healing spell couldn't fix, though. Maya, however, was completely uninjured. She hadn't physically participated in the battle, choosing instead to let her water dragons handle things. But Leon wasn't entirely asking about their physical state. "I'm well and looking forward to getting out of this place," she quietly whispered into his mind. Leon nodded again and turned his attention back to the chamber. Nothing in the chamber seemed any different, so he began to walk toward the opposite wall from the place they'd entered the chamber from. If worst came to worst, he'd just start drilling holes into the silver walls until he found another control glyph for the teleportation magic in this place. Before he reached the wall, however, Jorman began to speak once more, only this time, his speech wasn't directed towards Leon. "That was a spectacular display, miss. I have to admit to being quite impressed. I don't think I've ever seen water magic used quite like that before, and I've seen many a nymph and other strange creatures. If it's not out of line for me to ask, what is your name?" Maya ignored him completely, her face one of familiar stoicism that Leon had seen her wear whenever someone tried to speak with her whom she did not want to break words with, which was just about everyone save for him and Elise. In an attempt to get Jorman's attention back to where it ought to be, Leon shouted, "I thought there was going to be a door here, Jorman. I remember you saying on multiple occasions that you'd open up the way. Or are you going back on your word?" Leon, of course, had no doubt that Jorman wasn't good for his word, but he at least wanted the pirate speaking to him rather than Maya, if the pirate was going to speak at all. "I did say that multiple times, didn't I?" Jorman said in a thoughtful tone. "I don't know, have you really earned me opening the door for you, though? I don't really consider myself that polite of a person. Your self-awareness is staggering," Leon stated in a low voice as his eyes continued to scan the walls. The chamber was inundated with his magic senses, and he was carefully examining whatever he could of the flow of magic in the room to try and figure out where the teleportation glyphs were located. They required an immense amount of power to run, so it stood to reason that if he were able to sense a great deal of magic power flowing somewhere, then that would be the most likely location for the teleportation glyphs. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Titanstone that Zaffin had been so excited about was living up to the demon's description, for Leon wasn't able to sense much of anything indicative of spatial magic in the ambient magic power. "Relax, Leon," Jorman said in an almost sultry tone. "I'm looking forward to seeing you in person, too. You don't have to worry about that. Here, since I'm feeling generous, why don't you come right through this? It's still a little far from me, but I just know that you'll find your way through eventually." As the pirate finished speaking, another inky black curtain materialized like an oily stain on the sparkling silver wall not too far from Leon, Gaius, and Maya in an obvious invitation for them to step through. But none of the three immediately made for it. Instead, Leon stared at it like it owed him money, while Gaius and Maya alternatively looked at him and back to the curtain, waiting for his decision on what to do. "This likely a trap," Leon stated. "You think so little of me," Jorman bemoaned, but Leon ignored him. "I doubt this is going to be immediately lethal, but prepare yourselves for anything." Leon took a deep breath to steady himself and to suppress the pain and fatigue that had been building in his body these past few hours and began to slowly walk toward the curtain. Gaius and Maya flanked him, both of them with determined expressions and bodies filled with magic power. Leon could sense the slight undercurrents of killing intent in their auras, and he knew that they were about as ready as he was to step through this portal. And so they did. All light seemed to vanish from the world as they disappeared from the Colossus chamber and appeared on the other side. However, instead of the expected strange, eldritch darkness of a teleportation tunnel, they instead found themselves in a dark room, not quite pitch dark, but the light illuminating the place seemed quite dim, richly appointed with a thick fur rug beneath their feet, stone walls adorned with serpentine mosaics, and twin lines of columns running down the length of the entire room. And it was a long room, too, perhaps 150 to 200 feet, perfectly trisected by two rows of columns that were capped with majestic vaulted arches to hold up the ceiling. It quickly became clear that the reason much of the room was so dark was because the material that the room was made of was the same black stone as the claustrophobic stairs that led down to the temple. There were magic lanterns strewn about the place, set into recessed alcoves at regular intervals, but they were dim and provided not even close to the amount of light needed to make this place seem inviting. The darkness of this place was only the most immediate sign that they weren't exactly welcome here. With the first breath they took, Leon, Gaius, and Maya were assaulted with the foul stench of rotting meat and animal waste. Leon's face almost cramped with how quickly he grimaced once this fetid odor worked its way through his nostrils. "Ugh, what in the hells is that?" Gaius exclaimed as he immediately covered his nose. "Smells like something's been living here," Maya said. She didn't quite go as far as Gaius in expressing her revulsion, but Leon could tell she felt it nonetheless. Leon quickly glanced about, ignoring just about everything else around him in favor of finding whatever the hells was stinking like that. He didn't have to look far, for about 30 feet behind them, at the closet end of this wide hall they found themselves in, was a pile of rotting carcasses so desiccated and picked over that it wasn't immediately clear what they were. Not too far away, in a corner of the hall, was another pile of material that Leon didn't even want to acknowledge, the logical result of what remained after something had made a meal of those carcasses and waited a few hours. Leon's face contorted in disgust, but a moment later, he realized where they were. The carcasses were piled up right next to a door, which made sense if Leon assumed this place to be a hall, though he was a little taken aback by the fact that this door seemed completely separate from the teleportation curtain they'd used to reach this place. Leaking through this door were the soft vibrations of conversation. There were people on the other side speaking with each other, though what little sound was leaking through wasn't enough for even Leon with his 7th-tier senses to understand what they were saying. However, he knew who was speaking. "We're on the other side of the front door," he said to the other two. "Marcus, Alcander, Alex, and the rest we came here with are on the other side." Leon took a few steps toward the door, doing his best to ignore the stench and the bloody bones and viscera, when he stopped, a strange look passing over his face. "Leon?" Gaius asked out of concern. "Something wrong?" Leon's eyes narrowed as they flickered back toward the carcasses. He'd almost forgotten after everything that had happened since, but this was where the three monsters that Jorman had sent out had come from. These carcasses were likely their last meal. The centipede and the reptile thing were both dead as dead could be, but Leon remembered the black shadow cat that had managed to escape back into the temple. "Keep an eye on," Leon began, before he sensed a sharp spike of killing intent. He reacted immediately, throwing himself to the ground just in time for a smoky black tendril of darkness magic to whip over his head faster than the mortal eye could track. The shadows. Leon finished as he sprang to his feet, his body crackling with silver-blue lightning. He couldn't see where the attack had come from, but Maya and Gaius had both assumed a more defensive posture and were looking around for anything suspicious. Leon's eyes searched every dark corner, every long shadow in the dimly lit entrance hall, but he couldn't see anything. Not even his magic senses could pick up on any sign of where this shadow cat might be. "I guess this is how we're going to have to play this," he muttered as he started to edge back to the door. If possible, he'd like to get it open and call in some reinforcements, or at least just link back up with his people. Unfortunately, just as he drew close enough to the door to touch it, a barrier of darkness suddenly appeared over the door. "Sorry, Leon, but I can't let you do that," Jorman said, his smug voice echoing throughout the empty hall. "The way forward is forward, not back. Eat shit, you damn coward," Leon muttered in impotent anger as he glared back at the barrier. "Alex!" he roared, hoping that maybe his voice might be able to carry through. "Marcus, Alcander." His voice was almost deafening in the doorway, ringing in his ears for long seconds after he'd closed his mouth. However, he detected no change in the low sounds of conversation happening just on the other side of the door. Leon reached out a hand and sent a stream of lightning into the barrier, but it just splashed across the black as night surface, leaving it unharmed. Shit, Leon thought, realizing that Jorman was right. The only way he could go now was forward. He didn't like it. He felt like he was being herded by the pirate, but at this point, there wasn't much else he could do for the moment other than head deeper into the temple and keep alert for anything he might be able to use to gain the upper hand. "Let's keep going," Leon growled as he moved back toward Maya and Gaius. Maya took off right behind Leon, but Gaius paused a moment. "You sure?" he asked Leon. Leon, too, paused, and glanced over his shoulder at the black barrier. He wasn't sure if he could crack it open at the very least. From what he'd been able to gather from probing it with his lightning, if he tried to brute force his way through, he'd be trying all day and still likely end up no more than frustrated and angry. If he tried to mess with the enchantment creating the barrier, then he'd probably be here for hours trying to dig through stone first. "Yes," Leon replied, his tone final. He didn't want to spend the time trying to get through that door, not with how unlikely it was that he'd actually manage to get through it. Besides, Gaius and Maya would have to defend him the entire time, and that would be mentally draining. "That cat is still here, so keep your guards up," he added, and Gaius voiced his acknowledgement. With as much determination as he could, Leon led the way down the hall towards the other end. It was a little strange to him that there was an actual entrance hall after seeing the teleportation curtain, but he supposed it shouldn't be. It would probably be a waste of power to keep that curtain ready at all times, so whoever built the temple would likely need a way in outside of teleportation. The other side of the hall featured a door much less grand than the entrance. Rather than being large enough for a stone giant to comfortably use, this one was barely more than human-sized. Without sparing any more time than he needed to check the door for potential traps, Leon pushed it open and strode into the next room with as much caution as he could muster. His magic was ready, what remained of his armor was protecting his body, and his blade was brandished. All of that seemed both hardly necessary and absolutely essential once he stepped into the darkness of the next room. There were no lights at all activated in this room, but with his magic senses, Leon was able to assure himself that there was nothing else, either. In fact, it is just a square box room, with nothing but bare stone within. No carpets, no furniture, it was just a stone box with a simple wooden door on each side. However, all of that darkness meant that the shadow cat could be hiding anywhere, just waiting for a moment when their guard was down to strike. Leon cocked his head in confusion as he entered, his caution high and defenses raised. He had no idea what this room could possibly be used for, and from the similar looks gracing the faces of Maya and Gaius, neither of them had any idea, either. He quickly walked over to the door on his right and opened it, revealing a bare stone hallway, barely wide enough for him to spread both of his arms and not touch the walls. This hallway went on and on and on, farther and farther until even his magic senses failed to find the end, a little more than 20 miles away. All along the hallway at irregular intervals were intersections with other, similarly bare hallways. "Ah, well, fuck," Leon whispered. After a quick check of the other two doors revealed the same thing, Leon swore again and took a deep breath. Jorman was probably laughing at him right now. The pirate had access to all the defenses of this temple of which, Leon was certain he hadn't even seen a fraction. There was a 6th-tier shadow cat on the loose, a beast powerful enough to cause serious and potentially fatal damage if it struck while their guard was down, and now the only way forward was through a damn maze, one that wasn't even lit. These halls were dark, completely devoid of light, the perfect place for a shadow cat or any other manner of monstrous beast, for that matter, to hide. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.